Chapter 1: Raising a Cute Baby in Poverty for 5 Years. A Parallel World, City A, China. The Fengyue bar was bustling with people. Looking around, there were only women. In the front box, two beauties, one big and one small, sat opposite each other. The beauty on the left had a standard internet celebrity face, while the one on the right was a middle-aged woman who still had charm. "Mom, you should break up with your boyfriend. He's a pervert. I saw him going into a hotel with several women last weekend." "Daughter, I'm just playing around with him. We can't even talk about dating. He's not worthy of me." "That's right, Mom. Look at how good you are. You have money, you are pretty, and you still have charm. You can find any man you want." "You're right. I think the guy playing the piano on the stage is pretty good." "Mom, I saw that one first. I brought you here to show you, not to let you eat young grass. What do you think about making him your stepfather? Look how handsome and charming he is." "It's definitely not possible to be a stepfather, but since you and I both like it, we can have a deep discussion together." The two smiled at each other, and then looked at the man playing the piano on the stage in fascination. His fair and smooth face was angular and cold, and his dark and deep eyes were shining with charming light. His thick eyebrows, high nose, and beautiful lips all show his nobility and elegance. At this moment, Yang Chen was playing Chopin's Farewell, his slender fingers dancing on the black and white keys. The sound of the piano was long and lingering, and Yang Chen was very clear that he didn't play it very well. However, the women in the audience all looked infatuated and bewildered, and their real interest was not in drinking. They all coveted his face and his handsome appearance. Yang Chen didn't care. Anyway, he only served for an hour every night and easily earned over 10,000 yuan a month, which was enough to support the two little money-eating beasts at home. When the song ended, a servant came over and whispered something in his ear. Yang Chen looked towards the most luxurious box, and saw a charming and sexy beauty in elegant clothes, raising her glass towards him. This is another person who is greedy for his body. After the attendant left, Yang Chen stretched out his long legs and walked into the box, only to find that there were actually two people inside. The two look very similar, and it is hard to tell whether they are sisters or again. As soon as he sat down, the young woman came over, sniffing the faint fragrance of soapberry on his body with fascination, and said with her red lips slightly opened, "Handsome, tonight is your last game. What are your plans for the future? Why don't we support you? Is 1 million a year enough?" As she spoke, she placed her hand on Yang Chen's thigh and kept moving upwards. Yang Chen held the woman's restless hand, without saying anything, but just smiled and politely pulled it apart. "As long as you nod, money is not a problem." The older woman took out a room card with a smile, stuffed it into Yang Chen's shirt pocket, and whispered seductively in his ear, "If you've thought it over, come up to the room and we can renegotiate the price." As soon as the two women left, Yang Chen let out a breath and put away the smile on his face. The adult world is always out of control. He is tired of drinking and having fun. After returning to the bar's dressing room and changing out of the clothes that had just been touched by the two women, Yang Chen settled this month's salary with the bar owner. No matter how earnestly the bar owner tried to persuade him to stay, Yang Chen resolutely chose to leave. Coming out of the back door of the bar, Yang Chen caught the last bus. Sitting by the car window, Yang Chen took out the room card from his pocket. Without even looking at it, he flicked his fingers lightly, and the exquisite room card slid in an arc in the night and fell to the ground. Then the bus tires rolled over it mercilessly. Not far away, a Mercedes-Benz was following closely behind the bus. Yang Chen glanced back and saw a woman wearing sunglasses and a mask sitting in the driver's seat. For some reason, he always felt that the other person's eyes were always fixed on him. He didn't care, and the bus soon arrived at the Baixing community station. After getting off the car, Yang Chen first went to the supermarket at the entrance of the community and bought some fruits, vegetables, and the Wangzai QQ candies that the two cute little kids at home love to eat. Carrying 2 large bags of things, he climbed 7 flights of stairs to his home, then took out the key and opened the door. "Brother, you're back." A girl dressed in a very two-dimensional style walked over. Yang Meng, Yang Chen's younger sister, has no blood relationship with him, but they grew up together in an orphanage. "Well, are the children well behaved today?" Yang Chen asked. "They are so well behaved, much better than those little monkeys in the yard. Look at these two." Yang Meng pointed to the living room. In the living room, 2 cute little kids were watching TV, and their favorite show, Peppa Pig, was playing on TV. The 2 little guys sang and danced like the cartoon characters, and the small rental house was filled with laughter. The rake is back. With a cry of surprise, the two children ran to Yang Chen happily. The little girl smiled sweetly and said obediently, "Dad, you've worked hard today." The little boy Pang Pang was rummaging through the bag and found some candy bars, and he gave a pack to his sister. Then she imitated her sister and said, "Rake, thank you for your hard work." Listening to the soft and tender childish voice, Yang Chen touched the two little guys' heads, and a smile inadvertently spread across the corners of his mouth. Time flies, his two children are 5 years old now. And it has been 5 years since he traveled to this world. It's ridiculous to say that he had a one-night stand when he traveled through time and he didn't even remember the other person's face. Then something even more ridiculous happened. He had children, a boy and a girl. As for the child's mother, after leaving the baby to him, she seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. So he became a single dad, taking care of two children by himself. I thought I was a time traveler after all, and that I would have some kind of nanny system to help me. I could then reach the peak of my life by feeding and changing diapers for my baby. However, he thought too much. He had been taking care of the child for 5 years, but the system didn't say a word. Yang Chen is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. He is as poor as his face, and he has literally raised two cute babies in poverty for 5 years. Coming to the kitchen, Yang Chen tied on an apron and began to prepare a sumptuous dinner for the two children. At this time, Yang Meng came over, took out his phone, opened the photo album and said, "Brother, what do you think of this girl? She wants to date you." The woman in the photo had eyes as big as copper bells and a face so pointed that she could use it to hold the ground. Yang Chen glanced at it and said, "That's a bit too much. Brother, she's actually pretty good looking in real life. She's a wealthy lady in our cosplay circle. Her family owns a mine. Would you like to consider her?" Yang Meng said with a grin. "Tell me, how much money did you receive from them?" Yang Chen asked. "No, brother, I didn't. They saw your photo and got attracted to you. They said if you agree to the marriage, not only will the betrothal gifts be waived, but her family will also give her a dowry of 30 million yuan, and the new villa will be in your name. The most important thing is that she covered her 36D breasts and promised that she was willing to be a mother and take care of two babies." As soon as the words fell, Yang Chen immediately gave her a slap and said, "I think you want to sell me out." Yang Meng touched his slightly aching head and said, "No, I'm just thinking about you. Besides, she is willing to be a mother. Brother, don't you consider such a good woman?" "Well, I've thought about it," Yang Chen said. "Brother, are you really willing to get married?" Yang Meng was immediately delighted. Yang Chen slapped her again. "I've considered confiscating your monthly pocket money from now on." "Ah, no, brother, I was wrong," Yang Meng wailed immediately. She was not willing to give up 1,000 yuan a month for 10,000 yuan, so she started to act like a spoiled child. "Brother, I really know I was wrong. My dear brother, I will never introduce you to anyone again. Will you forgive me? The pocket money is in my bag, go get it yourself," Yang Chen said. "Thank you, brother," Yang Meng said happily, then took out her change from her bag. "By the way, brother, I won't have dinner. I'm in a hurry and have to go to my part-time job." Then he said hello to the two little guys and left. Yang Chen was busy in the kitchen for a few minutes, and suddenly remembered something. He quickly walked to the door and opened it. Suddenly there was a bang sound, as if something was hit, and a cry of pain was heard. Apparently he hit someone. Yang Chen raised his eyes and saw that the person who was hit seemed to be a woman. She was wearing high heels and staggered to the side and fell backwards. The corridor in the old residential area where Yang Chen lived was extremely cramped, and it looked like the other party was about to fall on his butt. He was quick-witted and grabbed the other person by the collar. Unexpectedly, the woman leaned backwards out of inertia, and he grabbed her too quickly, causing her collar to open suddenly. Yang Chen took a quick glance unexpectedly. Very addictive. Chapter 2, 90 million in compensation? You're dreaming. Realizing something was wrong, Yang Chen quickly let go of his hand. The woman screamed and fell down on the hard concrete floor. "Shoo, it hurts so much." The woman took a breath, frowned slightly, pulled down her sunglasses, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes full of resentment and tears, and stared at Yang Chen angrily. "Why did you let go all of a sudden?" Yang Chen frowned and looked at the other party without saying a word. She was wearing a beige windbreaker, a baseball cap, and a mask. She was wrapped up tightly from head to toe, leaving only her swan-like soft and white neck exposed. Although her appearance could not be seen clearly, her long legs under the tight sky blue high-waisted jeans were really eye-catching. But the other person's embarrassed look sitting on the ground ruined the beauty. The woman seemed to see the doubt in his eyes. She stood up, straightened her clothes, raised her head slightly and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am a mother of 2 children." Before he could finish his words, the door closed with a bang. At this time, a little fat boy came running over and asked, "Prak, who's outside?" Seeing his son Fatty's curious face, Yang Chen said, "She is a psychopath, leave her alone." "Oh." Pang Pang nodded obediently, and ran back happily to report to his sister Meme. Outside the door, Ling Wei was stunned. After all, she was the most popular female star at the moment, but she was turned away before she could even finish her words. "That's too much. And the man just now actually said that she was crazy." Ling Wei felt like she was about to explode. No, for the sake of her children, she had to endure it. Ling Wei took a deep breath to adjust her mood, then continued to press the doorbell. After a long while, no one responded to her. So she started knocking on the door, and after knocking for a while, her white fists began to turn red. Ling Wei was a little anxious and said, "Yang Chen, open the door first. I'm not crazy. Do you still remember that night 5 years ago?" Before he finished speaking, the door opened. However, the door was only slightly opened. Ling Wei's face was filled with joy. She stepped forward and said, "Yang Chen, listen to me first. Please make way." Yang Chen had an indifferent expression on his face, and threw the 2 bags of garbage in his hands out through the crack in the door. Seeing that he was about to close the door again, Ling Wei quickly stuck her foot into the crack to block it. "Yang Chen, please listen to me first. You clamped my feet, it hurts." The door finally opened. Yang Chen looked at the strange woman in front of him expressionlessly, and said, "Say what you want to say." Ling Wei frowned, pretending to be in pain, and said pitifully, "Can you let me sit in first? My feet hurt now, please." Yang Chen looked at her feet. The smooth and white instep was indeed a little red and swollen. With just a moment of distraction, Ling Wei slipped in like a fish. Ling Wei was very excited to see the 2 children and was about to step forward. The 2 children quickly hid behind Yang Chen and looked at her warily. Ling Wei's heart trembled, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She is the child's biological mother. But her children didn't recognize her. "If you have anything to say, just say it," Yang Chen said. Ling Wei took off her mask and sunglasses, revealing her beautiful face. Her eyebrows are picturesque, her nose is beautiful and her lips are cherry red. Her big watery eyes are like clear springs, and her flawless face exudes a luster like the finest white porcelain under the light, pure and lovely. "Wow, my dear, Auntie is so beautiful," Pang Pang exclaimed. "Wow, Dad, isn't she the popular female star who often appears on TV?" Meme said in surprise. "Yes, it's her," Yang Chen said calmly, his heart, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly began to beat. "She is indeed beautiful, delicate, pure and sexy." "Auntie, you are so beautiful," Pang Pang said shyly. "Yeah, very beautiful, even prettier than on TV." Mimi was a little excited. After all, it was her first time seeing a real-life celebrity. Ling Wei looked at the 2 cute little guys, her eyes welled up, she squatted down and said softly, "Baby, I'm not your aunt, I'm your mother. Before you have evidence, I hope you won't talk nonsense." Yang Chen said. "Yes, I have evidence." Ling Wei quickly took out a stack of information from her bag and handed it to Yang Chen. "Look, this is the child's birth certificate. This is the information about my hospitalization for childbirth. And this is a photo of the child taken when he was just born. I take it out and look at it every day after I finish work. Now when I compare them, the child has grown this big." Yang Chen took a few glances and said, "This doesn't prove anything. These things can all be faked." Seeing that Yang Chen didn't believe it, Ling Wei said excitedly, "No, there is one thing that can never be faked. My daughter has a red birthmark on her left buttock. I have it too. It's hereditary. Dad, she seems to really be my mother." "There is indeed a red mark on Meme's butt," Meme said. "Papa, is there any mark on Ponpon's butt?" Pang Pang asked curiously. "Baby, there is no mark on your butt, but there is a blue mark on your waist. It was not there when you were born, but it appeared after a few days of growth." Ling Wei said. This woman has been confirmed to be the biological mother of the child. Back then, why did you abandon your 2 children and run away? Why are you running here now? Yang Chen asked coldly. Ling Wei hesitated and lowered her head, her tone full of guilt. Back then, I was sorry for the 2 children, and I was sorry for you, but that's all in the past. Yang Chen, I came here just to give the children a better life. I've made a lot of money now, enough for the children to have no worries about food and clothing, and to enjoy the best education. I came here this time just to take the children back. It has not been easy for you to take care of 2 children these years. I will give you some compensation. 90 million is enough to compensate you for your hard work over the past 5 years. When Yang Chen heard this, his face suddenly darkened. Seeing this, Ling Wei quickly said, Don't get me wrong, this 90 million is definitely not a maintenance fee. I know you can't bear to leave your 2 children. The children have been with you for so long and they must be inseparable from you. How about this, you and the children move to the house I have prepared for you. I will give you a sum of money on time every month, which is enough for your daily expenses with the children. This way, you don't need to run around outside. When I am free, I will go back to accompany the children. Are you done? Yang Chen asked. That's all. Ling Wei said. Immediately afterwards, Ling Wei was picked up by Yang Chen like a little chicken. What are you doing? Let me go. Ling Wei struggled. However, Yang Chen ignored her and threw her out the door without saying a word. Ling Wei was angry. Yang Chen, you. Before he could finish his words, the door closed with a bang. Only a cold voice was heard from behind the door. If you don't want to be exposed, I advise you to leave immediately, otherwise I will ask entertainment reporters to come to your house, and you, a big star, will be embarrassed. This guy threatened her. Ling Wei was so angry that she stamped her feet repeatedly, but she could do nothing about it. She then put on a mask and sunglasses and left. Fatty looked at Yang Chen with a puzzled look on his face. Papa, why did you drive Mama away? Fatty, are you a pig? She wants to separate us from Dad and force him to sign a contract to sell himself. Although Mimi is young, she is very smart and she understood what was said just now. When Fatty heard this, he hugged Yang Chen's thigh and said, No, Fatty doesn't want to be separated from Papa. Be good, we won't separate. Yang Chen gently touched his son's little head and said to his daughter, Mimi, take your brother out to play. Daddy is going to make you a super delicious and sumptuous dinner tonight. Do you have Ponpon's favorite burger? Pang Pang asked. Yes, they are all your favorite foods. Yang Chen said. Great. Pang Pang wants to help. Pang Pang dollar said happily. Let's go, Dad. I'm starving. Meow Meow said. Okay. Yang Chen said. In the kitchen, a family of 3 cooks together. The older one cooks and the younger one helps. Soon, dinner was ready. After dinner, Yang Chen coaxed the 2 children to sleep. Looking at the 2 children sleeping soundly, Yang Chen discovered that his daughter was somewhat similar to that woman. At this moment, an electronic sound came from Yang Chen's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the assessment. The accumulated nanny value has reached 1 million points. The system is binding. The Super Daddy system has been bound. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward package. The reward package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 100-fold rebate and 1 billion renminbi. Trigger the hidden reward. Congratulations to the host for winning a Koenigsegg Gem Era. Rewards are being distributed. Note, all rewards issued by the system are rationalized and there are no loopholes. His system is finally here. Chapter 3: The most handsome man in human history. Then, a virtual screen popped up. The screen shows Host, Yang Chen. Appearance, 93. Strength, 80. Wife loving value, 0. Daddy value, 1000000. Wealth value, 1 billion. Looking at the numbers on the screen, Yang Chen couldn't help but be attracted by the numbers of the daddy value and wealth value. A nanny worth 1 million plus 10 billion RMB. Yang Chen felt very relieved. It was worth it for him to be both a father and a mother, raising these 2 little guys with great difficulty and hard work. Now he can finally get his reward. As for the fact that his wife loving value was 0, Yang Chen didn't care. He hasn't even gotten married, So where does he get a wife from? How can you talk about pampering your wife if you don't have one? Suddenly, he noticed the lottery keyboard in the lower right corner of the screen, so he clicked on it curiously. Host lottery detected, deduct 100,000 nanny points from the host, lottery begins. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a handsome man pill. With a snap, a black pill as big as a marble appeared in Yang Chen's hand. Beauty pill? I only got one black chicken and white phoenix pill with 100,000 daddy points. System, you're such a rip-off. Yang Chen was speechless. Host, this is not Wuji Bifone pill, this is Mainan pill, a pill that can improve your appearance. Each pill you take can improve your appearance by 0.1. I don't lack that 0.1% of appearance. As he said that, Yang Chen put the beauty pill aside. To be honest, he really despised this useless thing. Host, your current appearance score is 93 points, ranking 18th in the history of human appearance. The top 10 handsome men are only a few points higher than you. The beauty pill can help you narrow the gap. As soon as the system finished speaking, it continued. Ding, randomly trigger the prize 100x critical hit reward. The next second, 100 handsome boy pills de fell in front of Yang Chen like dumplings. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 beauty pills and 100 power pills as a gift. With a bang sound, 100 black balls as big as baby fists fell in front of Yang Chen. The Great Strength Pill, as its name suggests, can make a person's strength increase dramatically, making him extremely powerful. Yang Chen's face was full of black lines. System, you are forcing me to buy it or send it to you. Option 1, eat 100 beauty pills and 100 power pills within 3 minutes to make your looks and strength explode, and become a superb handsome man with infinite strength. Reward, an obedient, well-behaved and capable female secretary. Choice 2, refuse to eat the meatballs and be shocked by a 1,000,000-volt high voltage for 1 hour. Reward, a titanium alloy urn, valued at 88,888 renminbi, free shipping. Shit. Do I even need to choose? Without a doubt, Yang Chen decisively chose the first option. Belch. 10 minutes later, Yang Chen felt his stomach was a little bloated. He clenched his fist, with a force as vast as the ocean, feeling like he could kill 100 cows with one punch. Opened the virtual screen conveniently. Host, Yang Chen. Appearance, 103. Strength, 10,000. Wife loving value, 0. Daddy value, 900,000. Wealth value, 1 billion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining a perfect female secretary with big breasts and long legs, who can be both soft and soft. Immediately afterwards, Yang Chen's phone rang. I pressed the answer button and heard a sweet and gentle voice. Hello, boss. My name is Zhang Jing. I am your new personal secretary. I am currently working as the general manager of VLP accounts at the bank. As long as you give the order, I will immediately resign and rush to your side. I will serve you 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Then, Yang Chen saw the other party's information appear on the virtual screen. Name, Zhang Jing. Appearance, 98. Height, 172 centimeters. Measurements, 90, 62, 92. Chest, 36E. Loyalty, 99. There is also a beautiful photo attached in the upper right corner, which is indeed fierce. This woman undoubtedly has an angelic face and a devilish figure. No need, I'll call you if there's anything. Yang Chen said. The person on the other end of the phone was a little anxious and said quickly. Boss, if you let me be your personal secretary, in addition to helping you with your daily work affairs, I can also take care of your daily life. I will satisfy any needs you have, day or night. No need. Yang Chen hung up the phone directly. On the other side of the phone, a beautiful woman with a graceful body, curvy figure, fair skin, beautiful face and long legs was looking at the phone with a confused look on her face. Straight man. This boss is definitely a 24K steel straight man. Even such a charming and beautiful woman like her remained indifferent to such a hint. Is it because she is not charming enough? Zhang Jing looked at herself in the mirror. At this moment, she was wearing a burgundy nightgown, which made her fair skin look like cream. Her long black wavy hair was pinned aside, and her watery red lips were sexy and enchanting. How can one word beautiful describe it? I am very charming. Yes, this mysterious boss must be too busy, she comforted herself. The next time the boss sees her, he will definitely not be as aloof as he is now. Thinking of this, Zhang Jing felt better. She was full of expectations for the new boss whom she had never met before, and her ears were vaguely filled with the magnetic and cold voice. The new boss must be very handsome, as his voice reflects his personality. At this time, Yang Chen looked in the mirror and found that he had not changed at all. Are the beauty pills useless? He was speechless. This system was a real rip-off. But in the middle of the night, I felt like I was thrown into magma, and my body felt extremely hot and sticky. When I woke up in the morning, I went straight to the bathroom and washed myself with cold water. My body was covered with black, mud-like stuff. After scrubbing it clean, I walked to the mirror out of habit. Suddenly he was stunned. Chapter 4, Beautiful. Forehead. The face is still the same face, but the facial features are obviously 2n times more refined than before. He seemed to have grown a lot taller. He was originally nearly 1.80 meters tall, but now he stands out even more from the crowd, and his thighs seemed especially long. For some reason, he had the illusion that he was astonished by a beautiful woman. At this time, the two little guys also woke up, and were stunned when they saw Yang Chen. Miao Miao rubbed her eyes, stared at Yang Chen's face in disbelief, and said, "Wow, you're my dad? Are you still asleep? If I'm not your dad, who else could I be?" Yang Chen said, "Dad, how come you suddenly become so handsome?" Mime asked in surprise. And Fatty exclaimed, "Wow, Dad, you have become more beautiful." Suddenly, with a snap sound, the mirror broke automatically. The two guys following behind him saw it and were immediately amazed. "Wow, Dad, you look stunning." "Fatty, your dad is so handsome." "I thought it was just a legend, but it turned out to be true." "Daddy, you are so awesome." "Pang Pang also wants to be as handsome as you." "Alas, Fatty, you are so handsome and distressed. Look at your dad. He is not happy at all. I guess he is very distressed now." Ding! The effects of the beauty pill have been fully activated. Congratulations to the host for becoming the most handsome man on Blue Star. Well. Yang Chen held his forehead in distress. He doesn't want to be the most handsome man. He was already handsome in the past, and many women were greedy for his body like jackals. Now that he has become an extremely handsome man, won't he be eaten alive by these women? Dad, stop being so conceited. If you keep dawdling, we won't be able to catch the bus, and my brother and I will be late. Meow Meow said. Hurry up, Dad. If it's too late, the bus will be crowded. Pang Pang is so fat that he will be squeezed off the bus. Pang Pang said. At this time, the system gave a reminder. The luxury car reward is downstairs, please go and claim it. Let's not squeeze into the bus today. Dad will drive you to kindergarten. Yang Chen said. Yang Chen took the two children to get the car, and saw his own black cool supercar in front of him was surrounded by a group of people, including several long-legged beauties. Wow, this car is so cool, I wonder who owns it. Looking at the shape of this car, it must be very expensive. What brand of car is this? I've never seen it before. I'm afraid it's a new domestically produced unknown brand. You're ignorant. This is the Swedish-made super sports car Koenigsegg Gemera. There are only 300 units in the world, and the landing price is more than 10 million. In the crowd, there was a fat young man who spoke very knowledgeably. You all should be careful. If this car is damaged even a little bit, you won't be able to pay for it even if you lose everything you own. The fat guy's tone made it seem like the car was his, and everyone really treated this luxury car as his. When the beauties nearby heard this, the fat boy instantly turned into a handsome guy in their eyes. They became eager to make a move and went up to him to strike up a conversation. The yellow-dressed beauty took the fat guy's arm and winked at him. Handsome guy, you are amazing. You are so talented at such a young age. Add me on WeChat. We can talk about driving when we are free. At this time, the beautiful woman in red took the fat boy's other arm and said softly. Handsome brother, she has a boyfriend, add mine, she's still single. Seeing that there was no arm to hold, the white beauty blinked her big watery eyes and kept flirting with the fat boy, saying in a coquettish voice. Handsome brother, they have had several boyfriends, but they have never even touched a man's hand. Do you think they are suitable? The three of them were at loggerheads, and the red, yellow and white plastic sisters seemed to be on the verge of disintegration. The fat guy has been single for nearly 30 years, and this is the first time he is surrounded by beautiful women and is so happy. As for which beauty is better? TSK, only children make choices, adults want them all. Hey, stop arguing. I'll take all of it, said the fat guy. The three sisters had no objection to this and took out their mobile phones for fear that they would be left behind. After all, he is a rich man, so there is nothing strange about having several girlfriends. After adding WeChat, the beautiful lady in red suggested, "Handsome brother, take us for a ride. We have never been in such a luxurious car before." This. The fat guy was in a dilemma. He was about to show off and get exposed. At this time, Yang Chen pushed aside a group of people, walked over, and said, "Excuse me, please make way. You are blocking me from getting on the bus. Get in the car?" The three sisters were a little confused. Could it be that the Koenigsegg Gemera behind them didn't belong to the fat guy, but to the one in front of them? Wow, handsome guy. Oh my god, so handsome. He has a tall figure, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. What other adjectives can I use to describe him? In short, he is so handsome that it is unfair. Comparison is the thief of joy. In their eyes, the fat boy just now suddenly looked like Zhu Beiji. The three sisters instantly shook off the fat boy and surrounded Yang Chen with their eyes sparkling, looking completely like crazy fans, almost drooling. The beautiful woman in white reacted the fastest. She immediately approached Yang Chen and asked, "Handsome boy, is this car yours?" Yang Chen said him coldly, took out the key, and pressed the button. The Koenigsegg Gemera made a sound, and then Yang Chen opened the rear door. The beautiful woman in white thought that Yang Chen wanted to invite her to get in the car. Her face turned red, and she was about to step in, but Yang Chen stretched out his hand to push her away. "You are in front of my child, please make way." Yang Chen said coldly. "Aunties, please make way. We are in a hurry." Neem said unhappily. She didn't like the way these women looked at her father. It was like a hungry wolf seeing meat. It was disgusting. The three sisters' attention was all on Yang Chen, and they didn't notice that there were two little guys behind them. "Wait, this little brat actually called us auntie. Please, we are three young and beautiful flowers." Even though they were extremely unhappy in their hearts, the three sisters smiled and talked cheerfully, constantly praising the two little guys for being cute, trying to attract Yang Chen's attention. Although Pang Pang looked silly, he was actually shocked that this cool luxury car belonged to him. At this time, the beautiful woman in white immediately stared at the honest and cute fatty and exclaimed, "Oh, what a cute little fat boy, come here, sister." Mimi pulled Fatty into the car without saying a word and slammed the door shut. Yang Chen saw that the children were all in the car, so he opened the driver's door and got in. He stepped on the accelerator and sped away with a boom. "Hey, someone is flattering the horse but ended up hitting its leg," the beautiful woman in red said sarcastically. The beautiful woman in white was embarrassed for a moment, but said, "It's none of your business. That handsome guy at least looked at me. He didn't even look at you." The yellow-dressed beauty still followed the departing car and sighed. "So handsome, cool and sassy. I would be so lucky to marry a man like him. What a pity. He already has a child. What's wrong with having a child?" "I don't mind being a stepmother," said the beautiful woman in red. "TSK, you think that others like you, but I'm different. As long as I can be with him, I don't care about any status," said the beautiful woman in yellow. "Get out of the way. You two second-hand guys are worthy of competing with me? He didn't even look at you just now. He just looked at me. He must be interested in me," the beautiful woman in white said in a crazy way. The fat guy who was left aside couldn't help but speak up, "Dear beauties. Get lost. Zhu Beiji. The one who just called me handsome brother now calls me Zhu Beiji." The fat boy silently shed tears of grievance and left in boredom. Chapter 5, Hiding the Fame. "Baba, my sister said bad things about you, saying that you are a playboy and a destroyer of your husband's morality," Pang Pang said. Meow Meow bounced his head onto Fatty's forehead and said, "Stinky Fatty, I'll tell you to be a snitch." Fatty rubbed his forehead and said pitifully, "Baba, my sister bullied me." "Nini, you can't bully your brother. And how can you say bad things about daddy?" Yang Chen said with a smile. Meow Meow snorted and said, "It's all your fault, Dad. Why do you have to be so good looking? Those aunties were drooling just now when they saw you. Alas, Dad is also helpless. I was forced to be so handsome. Yang Chen said. Tisk, you're so narcissistic, Dad. You're already a family man, stop attracting other men. Meow Meow looked very angry. He's a little kid with a big brain. Yang Chen said with a smile. There was a traffic jam ahead, and many car owners got out of their cars and looked up to the front. Yang Chen lowered the car window and asked the driver next to him, Brother, what's going on in front? Hey, there was a car accident just now. More than a dozen cars collided in a chain reaction. An Audi was almost knocked into the river. Now it is hanging by the bridge and is about to fall. After hearing this, Yang Chen slowly drove the car forward. In front of him was the accident scene, and the car was completely blocked. Yang Chen stopped the car and saw that not far away, more than half of the body of the white Audi was hanging outside the overpass. There were many people gathered around, but no one dared to step forward to rescue it. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, Help! The car will fall into the river if we don't save them. Dad, there seem to be children in that car. Meow Meow pointed to the Audi driveway not far away. Yang Chen took a closer look and saw that there was indeed a little girl in the car. She was looking out the window with a look of horror and crying loudly. Dad, the little sister is so pitiful. Pang Pang said sympathetically. Ding! The host's 2 children are detected and are looking forward to your bravery. Choice 1. Save people without hesitation and become a good father who is brave and righteous in the eyes of the children. Reward, a banking group worth hundreds of billions. Choice 2. It is none of your business, choose to ignore it, let the children witness the tragic car accident with their own eyes, and plant the seeds of haze in their young hearts. Reward, a cold-blooded and ruthless medal, 9.9 free shipping, and 100,000 points of daddy value will be deducted. Yang Chen clicked his tongue and said to the person behind him, Honey, stay in the car, Dad will be back soon. After saying that, he put on a mask and got off the car. Neem and Pang Pang sat obediently in their seats. Through the car window, they saw their father walking towards the Audi. Suddenly a strong wind blew on the bridge, and the Audi hanging on the edge of the bridge swayed a few times, scaring several young men who were eager to rush forward to rescue people and making them step back. Come on, why are you back again? You are so brave, but you went ahead. Didn't you see the car was shaking? If you went over there, you would be courting death. That's right, don't just talk nonsense. Let's wait for the police to come. Professional matters should be left to professionals. If we wait any longer, the flowers will get cold, and the people inside will be in danger. The onlookers were talking among themselves, when suddenly a figure walked towards the Audi resolutely. This person is Yang Chen. At this time, a man wearing a pink t-shirt and with a big black mole on the corner of his mouth took out his phone and pointed it at Yang Chen and said, Dear family and children, someone finally stepped forward to save the man. Please give likes and gifts to this man for his heroic act. Hey, there are really people who are not afraid of death. I'm afraid they are just trying to be heroes. Go ahead if you can. This is called being brave and fearless. The anchor is shameless, relying on others to get gifts. Anchor, go up and save people, and I will give you a big rocket. Hey, this anchor's voice is so feminine. Anchor, are you androgynous? This is a movie. Wow, the guy is so handsome even with a mask on. Is he a new star? I'm crazy about him. The person above must be crazy. There was a chain reaction on the overpass in the city. I was at the scene. Don't let your mouth be full of buck teeth under the mask, huh? That would be hilarious. Charm. Charm. Didn't you see that tall and straight figure exuding a charming temperament? He must be a handsome guy. I found a handsome guy wearing a mask. Sisters, come in. At Lpun 876, at. A group of crazy girls suddenly poured into the live broadcast room, clicking the little love button one after another, and the barrage of comments was filled with the word so handsome. This shows the power of the beauty pill. Yang Chen could never have imagined that a small mask could not hide his own compelling handsomeness. At this time, the Audi was in a very dangerous situation. The entire cab and body of the car were hanging outside the bridge. In addition, the wind was strong on the bridge, and the whole car was swaying. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "The car is going to fall into the river." As soon as the words fell, the front of the Audi began to fall. At the critical moment, Yang Chen ran over and grabbed the groove at the rear of the car with both hands, then stepped back more than 10 steps and pulled the car back so easily. Then he left the scene quickly like a gust of wind without looking back. Bring the spirit of concealing merit and fame to the extreme. Everyone was stunned and there was complete silence. Oh my god. A small car weighing tons was easily pulled back by a young man who seemed to be weak. Immediately, the crowd burst into cheers. By the time people reacted, Yang Chen had already disappeared. At this time, the live broadcast room also exploded, and netizens were shocked. Fuck, is this Hercules possessed? Awesome. I think Xiang Yu has been reborn. He is so amazing. This car weighs at least 1.5 tons, and he pulled it back so easily. Host, go ask that guy what brand of Dolly pills he took, and tell me so I can buy one too. This car is made of paper, right? How can an ordinary person pull a small car? I think your brain is made of paper. Didn't you see that guy is so strong that he can lift a tripod? Do you think he can be an ordinary person? So damn handsome. Without mentioning anything else, just based on his strength and pulling the cart with his bare hands, I give him 100 thumbs up. So damn manly. It seems like a show to me. I was at the scene of the car accident. I guarantee with my life that this is definitely not a show. So handsome, from now on he is my #1 male god. Anchor, I want to see the true face of that hero under the mask. He must be very handsome. Even wearing a mask can't hide his stunning handsomeness. Anchor, if you can let me see the face of the handsome guy in the mask, I will give you a luxury car and rocket. Immediately afterwards, people in the live broadcast room commented, wanting to see the true face of the handsome guy in the mask. At this moment, the man with the mole on the corner of his mouth didn't bother to reply, he had already secretly followed Yang Chen. Just as Yang Chen was about to open the car door, the man with the black mole caught up with him, turned the camera towards himself and Yang Chen, and said, "Dear family members, let me show you our hero up close. Do you think he's handsome? Please don't show up on camera, your big black mole is disgusting and affects our viewing of handsome guys." Oh my god, he is still handsome even with a mask on. Compared with the anchor, he is so handsome. Handsome guy, if you are willing, I will divorce the dead man in my family immediately. Handsome guy, take off your mask. That's right, handsome guy, don't be shy. I value privacy, please respect it, okay? It's none of your business, you saintly bitch. Anchor, hurry up and let the handsome guy take off his mask. Take off the mask. Suddenly, the live broadcast room was flooded with the words "take off the mask." Handsome guy, you see my fans like you so much. Take off your mask and let everyone see you. The man with the mole said with a smile. Chapter 6 Old Monster. Yang Chen blocked the camera and said, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." Oh my god. The man with the mole suddenly cried out in surprise. My dear family members, look what I found. It's a super cool supercar. As he said that, he ran to the luxury car and started taking pictures with his mobile phone. Hey guys, does anyone know what brand of car this is? Instantly, the topic of the live broadcast room shifted. Oh my god, this is a Koenigsegg Gemera, worth more than 10 million. It's not surprising that you haven't seen it. This car is limited to 300 units worldwide and is rare in China. Host, please be careful and don't scratch your car. Otherwise, you won't be able to afford the compensation even if you sell yourself. Why didn't anyone remember to ask the handsome guy to take off his mask? Oh shit, that handsome guy got in the car. This luxury car belongs to that handsome guy. He is not only a hero, but also tall, rich, and handsome. The live broadcast room exploded again, with many female netizens directly calling their husbands to marry them online. Words like husband and give birth to children were almost filling the screen. Yang Chen was about to close the car door, but the man with the black mole blocked his way. Handsome guy, my fans want to see your luxury car, is that okay? The man with the mole asked while taking pictures inside with his phone. Yang Chen frowned, used his body to block the camera on his phone, and without saying a word, he pushed the man with the black mole away, closed the car door, and left. Am I seeing things? There are 2 children in the back seat of the car. Ah, my heart aches. Not only did the handsome guy get married at a young age, but he also had a baby early. It could be my younger brothers or sisters, there is still a chance. The man with the mole no longer paid attention to the news in the live broadcast room, spat at the car going away, and said, "What's so great about being a big dog owner? Baba, you were so brave just now, very brave." Fatty gave a thumbs up and praised. "Dad, you are so amazing. Are you a strong man? You can pull such a big car back." Mimi's eyes were full of admiration. Starting tomorrow, Pang Pang will exercise to be as strong as Dad. Pang Pang said. Come on, it's good enough that you're not greedy. Meow Meow said. Yang Chen smiled. Fatty, your sister is right. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of being brave and righteous and obtaining a banking group worth hundreds of billions. Ding. Triggering a random reward, a high-level ancient martial arts secret book, which has been autonomously integrated into the host's brain, and muscle memory is fully activated. Ding. The child adores the host and gains 100,000 points of daddy points. After a while, the car arrived at its destination, the Royal Bilingual Kindergarten. This is the best aristocratic kindergarten in Jiang City. Yang Chen lived in poverty before, but adhering to the idea that no matter how poor you are, you must not be poor in education, he carefully selected this kindergarten for his children. However, he couldn't afford the tuition fee of 500,000 yuan per semester even if he gritted his teeth. Just when he was about to back down, Yang Chen saved the principal of the kindergarten by chance. In order to thank Yang Chen for saving his life, the head teacher made an exception and allowed Mimi and Pang Pang to attend kindergarten, with all tuition fees waived. The two little ones have only been attending this kindergarten for less than a month. It was the peak time for pick-up and drop-off, and there were many luxury cars parked in front of the kindergarten. There are also many wealthy ladies dressed exquisitely who come to pick up and drop off their children. Suddenly, there was a roar of an engine like that of a wild beast, and a flashy and cool supercar stopped in front of the kindergarten gate, raising a cloud of white smoke. I saw a pair of cute little kids and a man who was so handsome that it was unfair getting out of the supercar. At this time, the rich ladies began to discuss. Aren't these two poor children from the kindergarten? Don't they usually take the bus to school? How come they can afford a luxury car today? This is really strange. Has he become a nouveau riche? TSK, what nouveau riche? Maybe their gigolo dad made the rich lady sponsor happy and lent him the car to drive, so he came here just to show off. You know what, their pretty boy dad is really handsome. No, how come this pretty boy has become so handsome? Am I seeing things? You're right, it's true. Did this guy go for a head transplant? My God, he's so handsome that I'm almost blinded. But his sponsor is really rich, so he must be good in that aspect, otherwise how could he please his sponsor? Don't you think so? Suddenly, the rich ladies let out a meaningful laugh. When they saw Yang Chen and the others passing by, they all looked at Yang Chen with meaningful eyes. TSK, a bunch of old witches. Mimi whispered unhappily. One of the rich ladies heard it and pointed at Mimi and cursed. Hey, who are you calling an old witch? How can you be so uneducated? Hey, you! Another rich lady pointed at Yang Chen and said unhappily, hurry up and ask your child to apologize. How dare a poor bastard come here? You have no manners at all. Yang Chen suddenly became serious and said, Mimi, how can you talk like that? The tone of his voice was a bit harsh. Mimi lowered her head and dared not say a word, while Pang Pang was trembling beside her. The paw is so fierce. It's the first time I see a paw so fierce. I'm so scared. The rich wives were watching Yang Chen teaching the children a lesson with great interest, but what happened next surprised them greatly. Yang Chen pointed at them and said seriously. They're not old witches, they're old monsters, is that clear, baby? Mimi nodded obediently, then bowed to the rich ladies and said. I'm sorry, old monsters, I shouldn't call you old witches. How could you teach your child to swear? This action immediately made the rich wives so angry that they vomited blood. Yang Chen no longer paid attention to them. When he was about to take the child in, he was stopped by the kindergarten security guard. Chapter 7: The Financial Backers Behind the Scenes. Sorry, sir, you can't go in, said the security guard. Yang Chen frowned and asked, what do you mean? At this time, an old woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses came over and said unhappily. What do you mean, if you don't pay the tuition, you can't enter the school? This person was none other than Li Xiulan, the director of teaching at the kindergarten. When she first saw Yang Chen, she coveted Yang Chen's beauty and made some hints to him, but was rejected harshly. She then started to bear a grudge against Yang Chen. But because Yang Chen had the support of the old principal behind him, she had never dared to make any move. Now that the principal was gone, she was the most powerful person in the kindergarten, and it was time for her to take revenge. But at this moment, when she saw Yang Chen's perfect 360-degree appearance, her eyes suddenly lit up. His body began to tremble like Parkinson's disease, and his mouth was drooling uncontrollably. Is it her illusion? How come after not seeing him for just one day, this guy is so handsome that it's simply earth-shattering? The rich ladies saw that the pretty boy who had been so proud just now was defeated, and they all sneered and said, "Oh, Director Lee, there are still people reading bully books in this day and age. How shameless. Director Lee, what's going on with the kindergarten recently? Wasn't it said that this kindergarten was built for children from the upper class? Why are these poor kids from the lower class joining in the fun?" That's right. If it were you, I'd say the admission threshold for kindergartens should be raised to prevent poor, wishful thinkers like them from coming in. Not only is it overestimating one's own capabilities, it's simply bringing shame upon oneself. People should know their own limitations and go back to where they came from. Don't embarrass yourself here. What you ladies said is absolutely right. Director Lee swallowed his saliva fiercely, and then taunted Yang Chen. Our kindergarten does not accept all garbage. Director Lee, is it because I didn't agree to you at the beginning? Yang Chen said. At the beginning, Li Xiulan hinted to him several times that he should be her lover. Yang Chen flatly refused. At this point, Li Xiulan held a grudge. I don't understand what you are talking about. I am just doing my job. The old principal has retired. Your two children no longer have the privilege of enjoying the benefits of free education. Li Xiulan said this on the surface, but in fact she was certain that Yang Chen had no money, and continued to humiliate him. If you want to enter the school, you have to pay tuition. We are a kindergarten for the nobility, and the tuition is paid in one lump sum for 3 years. For your two children, the tuition plus accommodation and 3 meals will be 1 million yuan, and I will round off the difference for you. You must use your own bank card. No one else's will be accepted. If you can't afford it, our kindergarten is not a charity organization. If you want to study for free, turn right and there is a welfare home outside the door. Although Li Xiulan guessed that Yang Chen might be kept by someone, she didn't think that the rich woman would directly give him a large sum of money. He must be financially restricted in various ways to nip in the bud the possibility of him secretly saving money outside or having an affair. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't speak immediately, Li Xiulan was about to grab Yang Chen's arm and told him with a smile that if he was willing to obey, the 1 million could be discussed later. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen slightly turned sideways, letting her dirty hands miss, took out a bank card, and said calmly, "Swipe the card." Well, since you want to humiliate yourself, I won't stop you. Li Xiulan laughed in anger and asked the accountant to bring the POS machine over. When the accountant took the card and operated it, the card was swiped successfully. As the bill came out, his hand shook and he accidentally pressed the balance check button. Li Xiulan took a glance and her glasses almost fell off. A curious rich lady also came over to take a look. It would be fine if you didn't look at it, but once you do, it's amazing. 999 million. Oh my god. Add the 1 million just deducted, that's a total of 1 billion. Is this POS machine broken? Li Xiulan was dizzy and asked the accountant in a low voice. She didn't believe that a poor guy like Yang Chen would suddenly have an extra 1 billion. Director Lee, this machine was just bought not long ago. He suddenly became so rich, he must have hooked up with a rich and powerful sponsor. The sponsor can easily give this pretty boy 1 billion as pocket money. His net worth must be over 100 billion. Director Lee, we can't afford to offend such a big shot. The accountant's hands were shaking, his face was pale, and he whispered. Hearing this, Li Xiulan was so scared that she almost peed herself to death. If she really offended Yang Chen, she wouldn't even know how she died. He immediately bent down 90 degrees and handed the card back with both hands, and said to Yang Chen respectfully. Mr. Yang, I just couldn't spit out ivory from my dog's mouth. I have delayed you for so long. From now on, your two children will be the chief guests of my kindergarten. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. Li Xiulan greeted him with a smile on her face, but she was sweating profusely. Yang Chen nodded calmly, then led the children into the kindergarten without looking back. Chapter 8 Never Allow. Sister, Director Lee was so stern just now, why is he suddenly smiling so happily at us? Pang Pang looked at Mimi with a puzzled look on his face. He thought adults were really strange. Sometimes they were frighteningly serious, and sometimes they smiled so brightly. Mimi sighed, patted his shoulder and said, Fatty, society is simple, but people are complicated. You will understand it in the future. Yang Chen found it somewhat amusing after hearing this. Why is this child so precocious? At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding, the host's consumption is detected, triggering a 100-fold rebate reward. Then, Yang Chen received a text message on his phone, and he opened it and read. Your savings card account with the last digit 0880 had 100 million renminbi transferred into it on May 3rd, and the current balance is 1,099,000,000 renminbi. XX Bank. Spend 1 million and get a direct cashback of 100 million. Yang Chen nodded with satisfaction. This was indeed a good deal. At this moment, Pang Pang was still thinking carefully about what his sister said. His little head could not digest such profound meanings, so he shook his head. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I wonder if the kindergarten will have fried chicken burgers for lunch today? Hey. On the other side, Yang Chen and the others had already walked away, but Director Li was still bending over and bowing. At this time, a wealthy lady said dissatisfiedly. Director Li, your attitude has changed so quickly. You just paid 1 million yuan for tuition. Is it necessary to be so servile? We also paid 1 million yuan, and we never saw you servile like this. Ahem, ma'am, please don't misunderstand me. This is the service concept of our kindergarten. You are our God and you must serve us with your heart. Sorry, ma'am, I have to go back to work first. After saying that, Li Xiulan slid in. TSK, how hypocritical. You all just saw Director Li staring at the POS machine with her eyes wide open like a cow. Guess what she saw? The balance on the card showed nearly 1 billion yuan. Said the nosy rich lady. As soon as these words came out, the other rich ladies were furious. What? That pretty boy is so rich. Oh my god, the financial backer behind him is incredible. He is so generous, he must be rich. Not only is he not short of money, he is actually either rich or noble. I'm not afraid to tell you that the power behind him is probably not an ordinary wealthy person. Oh, then we have to be more polite when we see him next time, and stop calling him gigolo. That's right. That's right. Just then, a figure not far away left silently. Ling Wei returned to the car, feeling indignant. Good job, Yang Chen. I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. Just now, when Ling Wei finished filming a commercial and drove past the Royal Bilingual Kindergarten, she saw 3 familiar figures standing at the entrance of the kindergarten. Looking closely, isn't that Yang Chen and her 2 children? When Ling Wei saw the 2 children, her heart felt like it was scratched by a cat. She disguised herself and got out of the car. When they walked over, Yang Chen had already brought the child into the kindergarten. At this moment, she heard a group of ladies talking about Yang Chen. Good job. You don't know until you hear it, and you'll be shocked when you hear it. Yang Chen is actually a pretty boy, and the financial backer behind him is very powerful. No wonder she couldn't find out this through a private detective. No. She had to take the children back as soon as possible. She would never allow her children to have a father who was a gigolo, let alone allow them to call someone else mom. Just then, Yang Chen came out of the kindergarten after sending the child to school. Ling Wei was shocked when she saw Yang Chen getting on the Koenigsegg. They all drive luxury cars worth tens of millions. Ling Wei felt a little uneasy. The sponsor behind Yang Chen was so rich, it would not be easy to get the child back when the time comes. No wonder he refused to budge when I confronted him last night. It turns out this guy has no shortage of money at all. Damn it! Yang Chen, you bastard, how could your soul be corrupted by money so easily? How shameful! Seeing Yang Chen's car drive away, Ling Wei didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly followed. She wanted to see who the financial backer behind Yang Chen was. Unexpectedly, after a while, Yang Chen drove to the Haoding Huafu sales center. What is this guy doing here? Could it be that his rich sponsor is waiting for him here, ready to buy him a house? That's right, now that you have bought a car, you must also have a house to match it. However, Ling Wei was very surprised. Haoding Huafu is the most expensive villa complex in Jiangcheng. It is close to Wangjiang River, covers a huge area, and is planned and constructed in a very grand and magnificent manner. Each villa has Chinese-style pavilions and towers designed by world-class masters. A villa can easily cost hundreds of millions of yuan. This is truly a place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Those who live there are all worth over 100 million, or even tens of billions. She had bought a villa here before, which was worth 30 million, which was considered cheap. Later, in order to raise funds for making a movie, she sold the villa. Ling Wei knew that it was not easy to mess with such a generous sponsor, but curiosity drove her to follow him. There are not many people in the sales center. After all, only a few people can afford to buy villas here. As soon as Yang Chen entered, a sales lady with a graceful figure and beautiful makeup came up to greet him. The moment Wu Mei saw Yang Chen, she was like a toad seeing a swan, drooling. This man is so handsome. She had never seen such a handsome man in her life. Wipe your saliva. Yang Chen reminded. Oh, sorry. Wu Mei wiped her saliva awkwardly. At this moment, Yang Chen was wearing a white t-shirt on his upper body, and a pair of black shorts that had been washed to a pale color. His clothes looked very simple. Wu Mei's first feeling was that this man definitely couldn't afford the villa here. However, seeing how handsome he was, she still showed a professional smile and said, Sir, what type of villa do you need? Do you need me to explain it to you? No need, I'll just take a look myself. Yang Chen said. Say this if you don't have money to buy a house. She is so young and looks like she just graduated from college. How could she possibly afford a villa here? Looking at Yang Chen, Wu Mei suddenly thought of her ex-boyfriend. In order to support him, she worked 5 jobs a day. But in the end, the pretty boy cheated on her because she was poor, and then turned around and threw himself into the arms of a rich woman. From that moment on, Wu Mei's heart began to twist and she began to think that handsome men were not good people. She is determined to become a rich woman, and she plays with all kinds of handsome young men and then dumps them cruelly. So, she joined Haoding Huafu as a salesperson and started after-sales service for male customers. Now she earns $1 million a year and has become a real wealthy woman. Looking at Yang Chen's stunningly handsome face, the evil seeds in Wu Mei's heart began to sprout again. Chapter 9. It's not like that. Sir, the prices of our villas here are very expensive. Wu Mei glanced at Yang Chen, and seeing that he frowned slightly, she smiled and said softly, Everyone wants to live in a better environment. I understand that. I have a small villa with facilities similar to those here. If you want to live there, I can give you the key now. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't say anything, Wu Mei continued. You said you worked hard all your life just to have a family. If you follow me, I will definitely give you a house and a car, and I will give you 10,000 yuan every month. How about it, handsome boy, do you want to consider it? 10,000 yuan? Yang Chen smiled. This smile immediately made Wu Meifang's heart tremble. She thought the other party was moved, so she struck while the iron was hot. Yes, 10,000 yuan a month is much higher than your monthly salary. Besides, you can live in a villa, and you can also have a beauty like me accompany you every night under the moonlight, making love with you. Beauty? What's so beautiful about you? Get away from me, you ugly bastard. Yang Chen suddenly blurted out this sentence. Wu Mei was stunned for a moment, and the corners of her mouth twitched. She had gone through a lot of plastic surgery to look so charming, but she was called ugly by a poor guy who couldn't afford to buy a house. Wu Mei immediately became furious and said, Shame on you. Look at everything on you, it doesn't even add up to more than 200 yuan. How dare you come here to look at a house? A poor bastard like you deserves to be poor for the rest of your life. At this time, a bald man with a big belly and a lot of money walked in. When Wu Mei saw him, she immediately went up to him enthusiastically, immediately forgetting about Yang Chen. Oh, Boss Xu, you are finally here. I have been looking forward to seeing you for so long. Wu Mei held the bald man's hand, her voice was coquettish and charming, and Yang Chen got goosebumps when he heard it. Hey, Xiaomei, long time no see. The bald man looked lecherous. What have you thought about that villa? If you don't buy it now, it will be gone. Wu Mei said coquettishly. Look, I brought money with me, didn't I? The bald man patted the briefcase under his armpit, then stared at the other party's amazing headlights with a lewd expression and said, Don't forget the after-sales service you promised me. That's annoying. Wu Mei looked shy. When the bald man saw Yang Chen, he instinctively felt a strong sense of crisis and snorted. This pretty boy looks like he works in a nightclub, right? Xiaomei, how do you receive people like him in your sales department? Boss Xu, please don't insult the male host. The gigolos are richer than him. He is just a poor guy. Wu Mei said. Tisk, why are you coming here without money? Do you think you are going to the vegetable market? Said the bald man. Who knows? Wu Mei glanced at Yang Chen with disdain, then pulled the bald man in. Yang Chen ignored the two of them and looked at several villa models. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was his female secretary calling. What's the matter? Yang Chen asked. A delicate female voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss, I'm Zhang Jing. I want to ask if you have had breakfast. If not, I can rush to you in 10 minutes. Don't worry, I have obtained the Lanshan high-end catering certificate. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth twitched. I'm looking at houses. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Boss, don't hang up yet. I have something to say, but where are you looking at a house? On the other end of the phone, Zhang Jing was almost crying. This guy was too straight. He didn't want it even after she made it clear. Haoding Huafu. Yang Chen said. Hearing this, Zhang Jing was delighted. Boss, I just have something to report to you. The XX bank where I work has officially become your property. I need you to come over and sign the share change agreement. In addition, the bank's previous loan to the company owned by Haoding Huafu has expired and the other party has no repayment ability. According to the previous loan agreement, the company's mortgaged shares have been returned to the bank, and you have become the largest shareholder of Haoding Huafu. It just so happens that I'll inform the owner of Haoding Huafu. He's nearby, so it'll be convenient for you to learn about your own property. Okay, I understand. Yang Chen gave a few instructions, then hung up the phone. Looking at the four big words Haoding Huafu that can be seen everywhere in the sales center, I felt inexplicably empty in my heart. But you still have to choose a house. The living environment and facilities here are very good. There is also a small park and an artificial lake, which is suitable for bringing two cute kids out to jump around. Just then, someone called him. Yang Chen? Is that you? Lu Mei was surprised to see Yang Chen. You are Lu Mei? Yang Chen thought for a long time before he remembered. Lu Mei was his classmate in college. She was a school beauty back then and had countless men chasing after her. Lu Mei once had a crush on Yang Chen. When she mustered up the courage to confess her love to him, she was told that he had abandoned his wife after having a child. Afterwards, Yang Chen was criticized by the girls in the university and his reputation became extremely bad, so her secret love for him came to nothing. Although they had no contact after graduation, she had always been aware of Yang Chen's news. She heard that he lived a very difficult life in order to support his two children. Seeing Yang Chen's current miserable state, she was very glad that she didn't have time to confess her feelings back then. Now facing Yang Chen, she had mixed feelings. The Yang Chen in front of him was as sunny and handsome as he was back then, even more mature than before. She actually felt a little moved, but more of it was pity and sympathy. Unlike Lu Mei, Yang Chen remembered that she had asked a female classmate to send him a big bag of things, which contained several large buckets of baby milk powder, some baby clothes, diapers, diaper cream, small toys, etc. He sent it several more times afterwards, until he heard that something seemed to have happened in Lu Mei's family, and then nothing happened. Although the money was not much, it was very thoughtful, and Yang Chen always kept it in mind. Are you here to find a job? Lu Mei asked. No, I just came to take a look at the house. Yang Chen shook his head. Hearing this, Lu Mei smiled bitterly and said, those who come here to buy villas are big bosses with assets worth hundreds of millions. We ordinary people can't even afford a toilet here. This seemed like a joke, but in fact it was a reminder for Yang Chen to have self-awareness. Yang Chen thought about it, pointed at the building model and said with a smile, I want this one, please sign the contract with me. The villa that Yang Chen was referring to was the one with the best location in the entire complex. Its area alone was 3 or 4 times larger than the other villas. It was also the most expensive, worth 50 million. Since it was launched on the market, many people have wanted to buy this villa, but were scared off by the price. He wanted to repay the favor. If he got the order, the commission alone would be enough to make Lu Mei financially independent. At this time, Wu Mei came over and said to Yang Chen, hey, my client wants this villa. It's worth 50 million. Not just anyone can afford it. Yang Chen ignored it directly, took out his bank card and said, Lu Mei, swipe the card. I'm sorry. Lu Mei smiled apologetically at Wu Mei. The other party was the monthly sales champion, an existence that could not be provoked, so he quickly pulled Yang Chen aside. Yang Chen, are you kidding me? Stop it. Lu Mei looked at Yang Chen with a strange look in her eyes. This Yang Chen, I haven't seen him for a few years, he looked like a normal person, how come his brain is not normal? Am I kidding you? I want that building. Swipe the card. Yang Chen said. Lu Mei sighed. The school hunk who was once so popular is now seriously ill. Yang Chen, I know you've had a hard time these years. How about this? I have a few $100s here as a gift for the children. When you have time, go to the hospital and don't run around. As she spoke, Lu Mei took out 500 yuan from her pocket and stuffed it back to Yang Chen along with the bank card. What you said is not humorous at all. Yang Chen said speechlessly. Don't I look like a rich man? Not really. Lu Mei looked at Yang Chen's simple clothes. She really couldn't lie against her conscience. How can rich people wear pants that are washed white? Yang Chen smiled and deliberately said, I want that villa just now. If you don't want to sign a contract with me, I can find someone else to sign it. Hey, no. Lu Mei quickly pulled Yang Chen back, scolding. I can tell you the truth. The mortgage loan for that villa alone is at least tens of millions. You say you have money, but can you afford a mortgage of hundreds of thousands every month? No loan, I'll buy it in full. Yang Chen said calmly. Chapter 10 So arrogant. What? Full payment? Lu Mei was shocked and asked back. Yang Chen, are you crazy? Oh who? Suddenly a strange laugh was heard, and Wu Mei walked over, with a bald man next to her. Boss Xu, look at that poor pretty boy. Not only is he crazy, he's also talking nonsense. He even said he wants to buy the villa you like in full. Isn't that funny? The bald man glanced at Yang Chen and smiled contemptuously. Young man, you are so arrogant at such a young age. Sometimes you should think more carefully before you speak. Wu Mei said arrogantly. That's right, you don't even consider your status. You look so poor, yet you dare to compete with our boss Xu for a room. Yang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to these two dog-eyed things, and said to Lu Mei, sign the contract. Wait, I like this villa first, Wu Mei, I'll add 1 million to the price of that villa, 51 million, I'll pay in full. The bald man said with a proud look on his face. Wu Mei's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said excitedly, Boss Xu, I will handle the procedures for you right away. The bald man looked at Yang Chen with disdain, and said to Lu Mei. Mei, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but people like him are just like pigs with green onions stuck in their noses. They just pretend to be good and you believe their nonsense. Look at me again, I raised the price by 1 million without blinking an eye. If you had agreed to my after-sales service, the commission for this villa would not only be yours, but you could also get an extra 100,000. You are just too young and unwilling to put down your pride to make money. Lu Mei was silent. She is a person with principles and bottom line, and is unwilling to sell her body for money. This is also the reason why her performance has always been at the bottom. Boss Xu, you can't get tired of the old and love the new. Xiaomei's after-sales service is first class. It's not like you haven't tried it before. Wu Meiyan smiled and then glanced at Lu Mei. She is an ungrateful person and does not deserve your kindness. You are still sensible. The bald man touched Wu Mei's Korean-born face, and then said sarcastically to Lu Mei. What are you doing here? Why are you pretending to be innocent? I heard that her brother is sick and it's quite serious. With her pretentious attitude, how can you treat her brother? Chastity. Wu Mei said. When the bald man heard this, he burst into laughter and said. You're right. It's probably a matter of time. Hey, Mei, when you figure it out, remember to find me. I'll definitely give you a good price. Lu Mei clenched her fists, tears were about to come out, but she held back her tears and said. No thanks, I don't make any money. Tisk, bitches are just pretentious. The bald man said disdainfully. At this time, Yang Chen said, I'll add 10 million, 60 million in full. Lu Mei looked at Yang Chen with a look of shock. The people around were shocked and talked about it. This young man is really arrogant. Don't be so quick-witted. It will be embarrassing if you don't have money to pay. Exactly. Don't you see who he is comparing himself with? That's Boss Xu, who has a net worth of over 100 million. Yang Chen, actually you don't have to. Before Lu Mei finished speaking, Yang Chen interrupted her. I like that villa very much, go and swipe your card. Boss Xu didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant and add 10 million right away. Although he is wealthy, he is not so extravagant as to be like this. Seeing Boss Xu's embarrassed expression, the people watching the show started eating melon seeds again. Look, Boss Xu is a little scared. Hey, I thought he was very rich, but 10 million scared him off. No matter how rich you are, you can't afford such a price increase. 10 million, do you think it's Zimbabwean dollars? He claims to be worth over 100 million yuan, so this amount of money is nothing to him. He must be bragging and trying to show off his wealth. Wu Mei, who was standing by, felt very uncomfortable and instigated. Boss Xu, show him some color, otherwise he really doesn't know how powerful you are. Add. I'm not afraid of you. I'll add another 10 million on top of what you gave me, making it a full payment of 71 million, said Boss Xu. As soon as these words came out, the people around were in an uproar, and they all burst into rainbow farts. Boss Xu is so generous. I am impressed. That's right. He is worth over 100 million yuan. This amount of money is just a small change in his eyes. As expected of the wealthy Boss Xu, awesome. I admire you. Boss Xu was so proud of the flattery that he said to Yang Chen in a high-handed manner. What do you think? Are you scared? This is a high price, and I guess you don't have the money to increase it. Don't show off when you go out in the future. Keep your tail between your legs and behave yourself. Wu Mei was overjoyed and rolled her eyes at Yang Chen. That's right, Boss Xu, you are so generous. A man like him with a big onion stuck in his nose is not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Yang Chen, forget it. I'll take you to see another villa. The facilities in that villa are similar to this one. Lu Mei advised. I don't want to waste any more time. I'll pay 100 million in full. If someone offers a higher price than me, I can give it up. Yang Chen smiled faintly and looked at Zhu with a teasing look in his eyes. Everyone didn't know that the Haoding Huafu was his property, and no matter how much he spent, it all went out of his left pocket and into his right pocket. But he deliberately kept it secret, obviously wanting to severely punish Xu as a punishment for his rude remarks to his classmate Lu Mei. As soon as the words fell, the entire sales hall was in an uproar. 100 million. The price of a villa worth 50 million yuan was increased to 100 million yuan. This is more than just being generous, this is simply being inhumane. Yang Chen, calm down, you're talking about 100 million. Lu Mei felt like her heart was about to beat out of her throat. If this order was really completed, she would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of her life. I'm very calm. It's just 100 million renminbi in full. I'll swipe the card now. Yang Chen smiled. Zhu's arrogance was immediately diminished. Although he claimed to be worth more than 1 billion yuan, in fact, the total cash he could use was just over 100 million yuan. The 60 million yuan he just mentioned to buy a villa is already very strenuous for him. Seeing that Boss Xu looked unhappy, Wu Mei asked cautiously, Boss Xu, look. Look at your sister. The man surnamed Xu pointed at Yang Chen angrily and said. I want to see if you have the ability to come up with 100 million. Yang Chen took out his bank card, handed it to Lu Mei and said, swipe the card. Ah. Lu Mei came back to her senses and asked, did you really spend 100 million? Yang Chen uttered a hum with a very indifferent expression, as if he didn't care at all as he spent $10. Wu Mei was angry and annoyed, she pointed at Yang Chen's nose and scolded. You poor bastard, keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. When you can't swipe your card to pay, I will be the first to call the police and sue you for causing trouble. Lu Mei took out the POS machine and swiped the bank card, and Yang Chen entered the password. As soon as the bill came out, the payment was successful. Lu Mei was so excited that she almost fainted. Her hand holding the bank card was shaking, and even her voice was trembling as she said, You spent a total of 100 million yuan. Thank you for your patronage. Here is your card. Please keep it. What? He really spent 100 million. Wu Mei couldn't believe it. She picked up the bill next to her and took a look. She was so angry that she almost fainted. Suddenly, the whole hall was in an uproar, and everyone had a look of disbelief on their face. The man surnamed Zhu was completely stunned. He slumped down on the ground, and the mocking and sarcastic words from the crowd poured into his ears like rain. She was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look at Yang Chen. She grabbed her bag and rushed out the door. As soon as she got in the car, she disappeared. Ling Wei, who was secretly watching from the side, was so shocked that she was speechless. 100 million. She remembered that there were several villas abroad that were said to be the most expensive, but when converted into RMB they were only worth a little over 10 billion. With her current ability, it would take her at least several years to earn that much. But he was brushed out by Yang Chen so casually. How rich is he? No, it should be the financial backer behind him. How rich is he? It's so scary. Chapter 11, The Light of the Godly Man. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding, the host's consumption is detected, triggering a 10-fold rebate reward. If you spend 100 million and get a 10-fold rebate, that would be 10 billion. A text message came from his phone, and Yang Chen took a look and saw that 1 billion renminbi had just been deposited into his account. Yang Chen felt inexplicably empty. Not long after, the house purchase contract was signed. Lu Mei was ecstatic and so excited that she felt like her heart was about to have a heart attack. Finally, she no longer had to worry about her brother's illness. She covered her 36D still beating heart and looked at Yang Chen tremblingly. At this time, the big boss of the real estate developer of Haoding Huafu came running over, and several supervisors of the sales center hurried forward to take credit. I thought the boss heard that we had received a 100 million yuan order and wanted to come and praise and encourage us. But then, everyone saw a shocking scene. The pot-bellied Mediterranean boss trotted straight to Yang Chen, wiping his cold sweat with a flattering smile, looking extremely respectful, and mumbling something under his breath. It seemed like he was licking Yang Chen. Yang Chen had an indifferent expression and waved his hands, somewhat impatiently. It was not until the big boss of Mediterranean coughed a few times and announced to everyone that Haoding Huafu real estate would become Yang Chen's property from now on that everyone seemed to be knocked unconscious by a stick. Yang Chen nodded. Secretary Zhang Jing was very efficient in her work. Later, Lu Mei was promoted by Yang Chen and given a raise to become the general manager of the sales center. Lu Mei will be able to get nearly 1 million in commission this time alone. This was the largest order she had ever received as a salesperson. Not only that, she also created a legend in the real estate sales industry. Lu Mei stood there in a daze, her brain still shutting down. Wu Mei, who was standing by, was so angry that her eyes turned red. This should all have been hers. She was the one who received Yang Chen at the beginning. Not only did she look down on others, she also tried to support him. Who would have thought that Yang Chen would become the boss of a real estate company? Now, he ignored the god of wealth and tried his best to please that pig-skinned guy, but not only did he take advantage of him, but in the end, he didn't get anything. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Wu Mei sat on the ground and cried loudly. She even crawled to Yang Chen's feet and tried to rub Yang Chen with the pair of car lights. Seeing Yang Chen's face full of annoyance, Heidi tactfully said, "Someone, throw this crazy woman out." Soon, Wu Mei was thrown out by several tall and strong security guards. Yang Chen, I'm sorry for what I said just now. Don't take what I said to heart. Lu Mei was filled with shame. She had just mistakenly thought that Yang Chen was mentally ill and had stuffed 500 yuan into his pocket. Now that she thought about it, she was the one with a mental illness. It's okay, I'll accept the gift for the child. Yang Chen said with a smile. Looking at this handsome and wealthy man in front of her, Lu Mei couldn't help but be moved, blushing and shyly saying, "Well, actually we have after-sales service here." "No, I don't need it," Yang Chen said. Hearing this, Lu Mei couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Suddenly she thought of something and said quickly, "By the way, we have a class reunion this weekend. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Why don't you come over and join us?" "Okay, I'll go over when I'm free," Yang Chen said. Lu Mei blushed and said, "Well, add me on WeChat and I'll send you the specific address and time for the party." Yang Chen nodded and added the other party's WeChat. Lu Mei was excited. Although she was not a materialistic woman, that was because she did not have enough money. If someone really threw 1 billion yuan in front of her, her two long white legs would become soft into an M shape. Besides, with Yang Chen's peerless and stern face that made women scream, it was hard for Lu Mei not to fall for him. I heard that he is still unmarried, even though he has 2 children, but she doesn't mind at all. At this moment, Yang Chen exuded a dazzling golden light in her eyes. From a distance, Ling Wei saw Yang Chen talking and laughing with the girl, and she felt inexplicably jealous. Could it be that I am interested in him? Stop. Ling Wei, you are a face chaser, wake up. Although he is handsome, rich and a father now, he is just a gigolo kept by a rich woman. Is such a man worthy of you? As she was far away, Ling Wei did not hear what just happened. She shook her head and collected her thoughts. Seeing that Yang Chen was about to leave, he quickly followed him. I followed him and came to a corner and found that the person was gone. Are you looking for me? Ling Wei was startled by the sudden sound in her ear. As soon as Ling Wei turned around, she was pushed against the wall by Yang Chen. What are you going to do? Ling Wei's heart was beating fast. Up close, this guy looks even more handsome. Yang Chen took off Ling Wei's sunglasses and said, I didn't expect you to have such a quirk, liking to stalk people. What's going on? How did his voice become so magnetic? Ling Wei blushed and her heart beat so fast that she didn't dare to look at Yang Chen directly. She turned her face away and pretended to be calm. Well, I was just passing by. Oh? Really? This is the men's restroom. Don't think I don't know. You've been following me since I left the kindergarten. Could it be that? Yang Chen paused for a moment, then suddenly leaned closer and said, Are you the legendary perverted nympho? The smell of male hormones immediately rushed to the tip of Ling Wei's nose, and she felt that the deer in her heart was about to break through the wall of her heart. What's going on? This magnetic voice is so damn charming. And that handsome face. Ling Wei felt like she couldn't hold it anymore, so she pushed Yang Chen away and said, You're the pervert, your whole family is perverted. Just scold me, don't scold the child as well. Yang Chen frowned. You still have the nerve to mention the child, Yang Chen. I thought you were a man of integrity, but I didn't expect you to be such a wimp. You are so shameless, how will the child look at you in the future? Ling Wei scolded. Yang Chen frowned, Why are you cursing right away? Ling Wei raised her head and declared war. What's wrong with me scolding you, Yang Chen? I'm telling you, I will never allow my 2 children to have a father like you. No matter who the financial backer behind you is, no matter what means you use, I'm not afraid. The children are mine, and I will definitely snatch them back from you. Yang Chen was speechless, and said, Ling Wei, don't you think it's ridiculous to say this? You abandoned those 2 children 5 years ago. Now you tell me that the children are yours. That's too shameless. Also, you'd better not do anything radical to take the children away from me, otherwise. Otherwise, what? Humph. Yang Chen, let me tell you, I, Ling Wei, have never been afraid in all these years. Ling Wei said, then pushed Yang Chen away, put on sunglasses and left. However, shortly after the 2 left, a man in a baseball cap walked out of the bathroom. He picked up the camera in his hand, with a sly smile on his face. Chapter 12 I Can't Help Myself. Seeing Ling Wei leave, Yang Chen shook his head and prepared to go to the bank. The system just prompted that the bank needs to go through the boss's share change procedures and asked him to come over and sign. Open the virtual screen, which shows company name XX Bank Group. Registered capital, 800 billion renminbi. Address, Jiangchun Yangfu Jin Huaxia Building. Yang Chen glanced at the address and drove there. When I arrived at the bank, I found that there were a lot of people there today, and the line was almost reaching the door. As soon as Yang Chen entered the bank, everyone's attention was attracted by him. Especially women, their eyes are like searchlights. Wherever Yang Chen walked, his eyes followed. Imagine a man who is 2 to the power of n more handsome than Daniel Wu walking down the street. Can you not look at him? Of course not. I wish I could take a few more glances. Yang Chen was very distressed. Ever since he took the beauty pill, he had been shining wherever he went. At this moment, a female bank employee walked towards Yang Chen, her face slightly red, and asked, Hello, sir. What business do you need? I came here to sign. Yang Chen said. Signature? The female bank clerk looked puzzled. Yes, your manager Zhang Jing knows. Yang Chen replied. An ugly man next to him curled his lips and said, TSK, you are showing off. This is purely due to male jealousy. There's no way around it. Being handsome and rich will attract jealousy wherever you go. Of course Yang Chen chose to ignore such a boring person. Okay, please follow me to the general manager's office first, said the female bank clerk with a smile. Although she doesn't know if this is true or not, as a grassroots employee, she can always provide service with a smile no matter what kind of person she faces. In fact, when facing good-looking people, people are always willing to smile back. The ugly man next to him was unhappy because he was a VLP client. Why was there no bank lady to greet him when he came to the bank? The most hateful thing is that the girls at the bank never smile so sweetly when facing him. Wait. The ugly man blocked their way, pointed at Yang Chen, and asked, Why does he get special treatment? As soon as the words fell, a group of people were immediately dissatisfied and protested. That's right, that's why he doesn't have to queue. You can tell by appearance that I judge people. When I came here, no one came to ask me what business I wanted to do. Being handsome is great. Being handsome brings you privileges. Alas, what kind of world is this now? If you are ugly, you will not be welcomed at the bank. At a glance, those who were making a fuss were all a group of ugly men. Why can't he get special treatment? He is the new chairman of the bank. At this time, a woman in a black business suit came over. The pair of long legs wrapped in thin black stockings immediately attracted many men. This woman is not only beautiful in appearance, but also has a hot body. Her breasts are about to burst out, as if they will burst the 2 buttons of her white shirt in the next second. Such a storm. Yang Chen recognized it at a glance. ISNT, this is 36E female secretary? All customers with over 100 million yuan in savings in my bank can go to the second floor to handle their business. If anyone here has that number, you can come with me to the second floor. Zhang Jing said. As soon as these words were spoken, the person who was chattering earlier suddenly stopped talking. Saving over 100 million? They would like to. Seeing that no one was talking, Zhang Jing smiled at Yang Chen and said, Boss, let's go. Just because you have money is great, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? The ugly man was extremely unhappy. Jealousy had completely changed his appearance. Yang Chen ignored him and went up to the manager's office on the second floor. Finally, Zhang Jing met her new boss. Handsome. It's so handsome. Just as she guessed, her boss was not only handsome, but also had a noble and cold temperament. It would be a lie for Zhang Jing to say she wasn't moved by such a young, wealthy, and godlike figure. My heart is about to burst. Zhang Jing hinted to herself to stay calm. It was fine just now, but now facing Yang Chen's face up close, she still couldn't help blushing and her heart beating. It was really hard to stay calm inside. Seeing Zhang Jing staring at him with an infatuated look. Secretary Zhang, can you come back to your senses? Yang Chen asked. Zhang Jing suddenly came to her senses and said awkwardly. Excuse me, boss, you are so handsome. Thank you, you are not the first person to say this to me. Yang Chen said. Seeing Yang Chen's indifferent expression, Zhang Jing didn't dare to neglect and quickly got into work mode. He took out a contract, presented it to Yang Chen with both hands, and said respectfully. Boss, this is the bank boss's shareholding change contract, please sign it. Yang Chen didn't even bother to look at it. He picked up the pen beside him and signed his name with a few strokes. Congratulations, boss. From now on, XX Bank is your personal asset. Zhang Jing said with a smile. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Yang Chen said. Wait, boss. Zhang Jing's face flushed, she straightened her proud breasts, and said coquettishly. Boss, don't you need Zhang Jing to provide you with personal service? Yang Chen glanced at him and said, I don't lack women, what I lack is a good secretary with outstanding abilities. Zhang Jing was stunned for a moment, then said seriously, I understand, boss, Zhang Jing will not let you down. Looking at Yang Chen's receding back, Zhang Jing couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. At this moment, she has fallen deeply in love with this man and cannot extricate herself. Chapter 13. My father's name is Hao Gang. After leaving the bank, Yang Chen went to the Royal Court International Hotel. Lu Mei sent him a message last night and the party was booked at this 5-star hotel. Yang Chen came to the private room for the party, and as soon as he entered the door, everyone was shocked. A sharp-eyed classmate recognized Yang Chen, but was unsure, so he asked, Are you Yang Chen? Yang Chen nodded and said with a smile, Everyone, long time no see. As soon as these words came out, the male students present exclaimed. Fuck, it's really Yang Chen. Oh my god, how come you become even more handsome? Oh my god. There were not many female classmates present, and when they saw Yang Chen, they couldn't take their eyes away. So cool. Even more handsome than the stars on TV. As the saying goes, there are a few flowers among a sea of green, but when you look down you see they are all frogs. However, after Yang Chen came, he made a comparison. Oh no. All the frogs turned into toads. Not long after Yang Chen entered the room, he was surrounded by his female classmates and asked for their WeChat. After Yang Chen's plastic surgery, he has become even more popular. The person who said this was Hao Shuai, the rich second generation in the class. On the side, Hao Shuai's lackey Lin Dehai chimed in. After all, if you make a living by your face, rich women won't like it if you don't make it look better. As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of laughter, and everyone looked at Yang Chen with a different look in their eyes. It's just a joke. Yang Chen is so generous, I hope you won't mind. Lin Dahai said. Yang Chen's good friend, as well as his good roommates Su Feng and Wang Xiao, couldn't bear to watch it any longer. Hey, you bully my kid Chen, if I don't protect him now, when will I protect him? Oh my, Lin Dahai, I haven't seen you for such a long time. How come you have a foul mouth and a pair of serval legs? Su Feng said sarcastically, then smiled and said, it's just a joke, don't mind it. Lin Dahai was pissed in his heart, but he smiled. Yes, it's just a joke, let's have fun together. Yang Chen, come on, let's sit over there. As they spoke, the three of them sat at the last table. The last table was in the corner, with only Yang Chen and the other three sitting there. It was deserted, but that didn't stop the three of them from chatting animatedly. Yang Chen patted the two men's shoulders. Even though he was always aloof, when he saw his good brothers of many years, he couldn't help but joked. He is indeed a good son to his father. When he saw his father was in trouble, he immediately came to rescue him. Su Feng curled his lips and said, TSK, we are just trying to protect our cubs, son of a bitch, hurry up and thank daddy. Why didn't I see Liang coming? Yang Chen asked. Alas, his family went bankrupt and the news has made headlines in all major news outlets. How can he have the energy to come to the class reunion now? Wang Xiao said. I don't know what his parents were thinking when they named him Liang. Now the family property is gone before it even reaches his generation, said Su Feng. Let us not talk about this anymore. Hey, Yang Chen, quickly tell me where you got your face done. You can introduce yourself to someone else and ask Su Fafeng to get it done as well. He said he is too ugly and no one wants him. Wang Xiao said. You, old Wang next door, it's you who wants to do it, don't involve me. I'm a handsome man and don't need it. Su Feng said. I didn't have plastic surgery. Yang Chen said. I don't believe you. Wang Xiao said with a mean look on his face. My dear son, don't hide anything from your father. I really didn't have any plastic surgery, I just exercised every day and it just came naturally. Yang Chen made up a story, he couldn't say that he took a beauty pill. Who would believe it if I told them? Really? Just exercise? So amazing? Su Feng couldn't believe it, could exercise improve one's appearance? At this time, the big yellow chicken Wang Xiao spoke up and said, you don't understand this. This kind of exercise is not that kind of exercise. What kind of exercise is this? It's so mysterious. Su Feng was confused. TSK, look at me, then look at Yang Chen, you'll know why we become more and more handsome. Wang Xiao asked. Who knows you? Su Feng said disdainfully. Su Fafeng, no wonder you are getting uglier and uglier. You are nearly 30 years old and still a virgin. A man without the nourishment of a woman is just a shriveled piece of wood, and you are not only a shriveled piece of wood, but also rotten. Wang Xiao said. Puff. Yang Chen just took a sip of water and almost spit it all out. You rotten sister, old Wang next door, believe it or not, I can break your wood with my foot that can cut off your offspring. Su Feng said angrily. What wood? What are you talking about? You look so happy. A pleasant voice came. The three of them looked up and saw that it was the goddess of the class, Lu Mei. Su Feng blushed so much that he dared not say a word. He lowered his head and held the cup like a quail, completely losing his previous arrogance. Su Feng is such a blockhead. He's still single after so long since graduation. Wang Xiao said with a smile. Lu Mei sat down directly on the seat next to Yang Chen and said with a smile, I'll sit here, do you guys mind? How could that be? You sitting here is simply the icing on the cake. Wang Xiao said. Here I come. Yang Chen greeted calmly. Lu Mei said and nodded with a blushing face. She was late because of work, and as soon as she arrived, she looked for Yang Chen. When he saw Yang Chen, he walked straight over and forgot to greet his classmates. TSK. Wang Xiao nudged Yang Chen with his elbow, winked and said, You too could it be? After these words were spoken, Lu Mei's face turned even redder. Su Feng couldn't help but tighten his grip on the cup. What are you thinking about? We are all old classmates, don't talk nonsense. Yang Chen said openly. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Su Feng likes Lu Mei, and he doesn't want to compete with his brothers for the woman. The most important thing is that Yang Chen has no feelings for her. Lu Mei couldn't help feeling a little disappointed after hearing this. At this time, Hao Shuai came over and almost drooled when he saw Lu Mei. This woman is getting more and more exciting as she gets older. After not seeing you for a few years, you have become more mature and beautiful. Hey, Mei, why are you sitting with a bunch of poor people? Come on, come to my table. As he said that, Hao Shuai reached out to pull Lu Mei away. Lu Mei dodged the outstretched claws and refused. I'll just sit here. Hao Shuai immediately frowned. Beside him, the lackey Lin Dahai saw that his master was unhappy and immediately said, Sister Mei, how can you sit here? You are the big sister in the real estate sales industry. You have one order's worth over 100 million yuan. The commission alone is over 1 million. You are a rich and beautiful woman. How can you sit in a corner? As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. Su Feng was even more shocked, and couldn't help feeling even more inferior. I am becoming less and less worthy of the goddess. Lu Mei snorted coldly and said, There's no need to be particular about where you sit. That's right. Handsome Hao is the richest person here, followed by you. You should sit next to Handsome Hao. Lin Dahai gestured. Lin Dahai, if you say that, I can even sit on Hao Shuai's head. Yang Chen sneered. Hao Shuai said angrily, You are nothing but a hammer sitting on my head. Yang Chen, you are so arrogant. How dare you talk to Handsome Hao like that? Who do you think you are? Lin Dahai said arrogantly. Yang Chen has spent hundreds of millions of dollars on me. In terms of financial resources, he is more than capable of suppressing Hao Shuai. Lu Mei said. Suddenly, everyone present was shocked. Are you saying that Yang Chen is the buyer worth hundreds of millions? Su Feng asked in surprise. Yes, that big order was given to me by Yang Chen. Lu Mei said. Lu Mei, are you kidding me? Wang Xiao couldn't believe it. How could he not know Yang Chen's conditions? This guy was penniless and an orphan. He almost couldn't even support his children. However, they had no idea that after 3 days of separation, this Yang Chen was no longer the same Yang Chen. Lu Mei, even if you like Yang Chen, there is no need to praise him like this. He looks like a pretty boy, and his money must have been given to him by some rich woman. This kind of person is really a disgrace to men. Hao Shuai looked disdainful. Lu Mei's face became hot and she blushed. What I said is true, believe it or not. That's right, Sister Mei, a man like my handsome brother Hao, who is handsome, elegant, upright, and earns money with his own hands, is the one you should consider. Lin Dahai said. Hey, Lin Dahai, are you really blind or just pretending? With his ugly appearance, does he deserve to be described as handsome and elegant? Wang Xiao was speechless. What? I am worthy of it. I am called manly. Before Hao Shuai finished speaking, the hotel manager came in and interrupted. Excuse me, everyone. We have to clear the place. Clear the place? Clear what place? I haven't finished my meal yet. Who dares to clear the place? The hotel manager looked apologetic and said. Sorry, a guest has reserved the entire place for you. We apologize for the inconvenience. At the same time, our hotel will compensate you accordingly. The female students present were unhappy and complained. How can this be? You're kicking people out before they've even finished their meal. That's right, this isn't bullying. Really? Whoever booked this hotel is so unreliable. Hey, isn't that the one who said he was manly? Hao Shuai couldn't hold back his expression anymore and said angrily. Who the hell wants compensation? I'm not short of money. I'm booking the whole place today. I'll double the amount the other party offers. Let that guy get out of here. This. The hotel manager looked embarrassed. Why, are you worried that I can't afford it? As he spoke, Hao Shuai waved at Lin Dahai. Lin Dahai understood and immediately opened the briefcase. Hao Shuai then took out stacks of banknotes and slammed them into the hotel manager's hands, saying, Look, is this money enough? Is it enough? 10,000 per stack. The hotel manager held 5 stacks in his hands, and everyone present was stunned by Hao Shuai's generosity. Especially the female classmates. Somehow, they felt that Hao Shuai exuded a strong masculinity, and he didn't look ugly anymore, and was even a little bit handsome. The girls whispered. Hey, look at Hao Shuai, he's quite manly. Looking back, it's true. I never realized he was so manly before. He was poor before, but now that he's rich he looks really different. To be honest, it's better to be practical when looking for a partner. Don't just look at the face. The face can't be used to make a living. You see, when something goes wrong, the men in the class are like quails. Who is as courageous as Hao Shuai? That's right, that's right. The boys present couldn't help but roll their eyes. TSK, these women are so damn realistic. Although the hotel manager was greedy for money and had a little more smile on his face, he still looked embarrassed. It's enough, but... Seeing that the female classmates were all looking at him with admiration, Hao Shuai straightened his back and said, "But what, Hao, my money is not money. No, it's just that the other party is very powerful and I'm afraid of you." The hotel manager hesitated to speak. Everyone understands what it means, the other party is someone you can't afford to offend. Just then, a waiter came in and said, "Manager, that customer wants everyone to be cleared within 3 minutes, otherwise he will come and kick everyone out. What do you think we should do?" "Forget it, Hao Shuai, let's just go, or go to another hotel," Lu Mei said. Some people present were afraid of trouble and were ready to leave the table. Hey, you try to be so pretentious, but you fail at the critical moment. Hao Shuai was the first to disagree. After embarrassing himself in front of the goddess, Hao Shuai will never want to eat swan meat again. What are you afraid of? There is no one in Jiangcheng that I, Hao Shuai, can't afford to offend. Everyone stay calm, eat and drink. I, Hao Shuai, will take care of anything that happens," Hao Shuai said boldly. Lin Dahai on the side also quickly comforted him. Yes, everyone sit down. What are you afraid of? Handsome Hao is here." With the reassurance, everyone calmed down. Seeing that the other party had sent someone to urge them, the hotel manager advised, "My dear guest, I advise you to let everyone go." "Fuck you, I'm not afraid of a fuck. Go tell that guy my dad's name is Hao Gang, and tell him to get out of here right away if he knows what's good for him. I'm someone he can't afford to mess with," said Hao Shuai. Seeing that the hotel manager was still standing there, Lin Dahai urged him, "Go ahead, what are you doing standing there?" The hotel manager had no choice but to leave. Seeing Hao Shuai being so arrogant, Wang Xiao couldn't help but sneer and reminded him, "Humph, there are always people who are better than you. You are so arrogant, don't get yourself into trouble." "Fuck you, I, Hao Shuai, am really not afraid. You probably don't know who my father is. The big shots in Jiangcheng have to call me master when they see me. If the other party comes over and sees me, they have to call me daddy." Hao Shuai puffed out his chest and boasted. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was kicked open with a bang. A man in a black suit walked in, followed by several thugs. Among them, there was a burly man nearly 2 meters tall standing next to him, looking ferocious. "Fuck. Whoever's dad is called Hao Gang, get out here." Chapter 14. You are very weak. The man in the suit spoke, and everyone was silent. No one dared to say anything. I'll say it again, whose father is called Hao Gang? Otherwise, don't blame me for hurting innocent people. As soon as the man in the suit finished speaking, the burly man kicked the chair next to him, and the chair fell apart immediately, scaring the girls to scream. At this time, everyone looked at Hao Shuai at the same time. "You, what are you looking at me for?" Hao Shuai asked knowingly, but suddenly he felt his neck tighten and was carried in front of Wu Jie by the burly man like a chicken. "Tisk, he's so damn ugly. You're really brave. I was at the door just now and heard someone say that if they saw him, they would call him dad. That person must be you?" Wu Jie asked. Hao Shuai's legs were shaking badly, but he was still trying to save face, so he said with trembling courage, "Yes, so what? I'm telling you, if you dare to touch me, my dad." Bang! A slap as big as Kuei Fan instantly hit Hao Shuai's face. Hao Shuai flew up into the air and fell heavily to the ground. Then he was picked up again by the strong man like a chicken. At this time, Hao Shuai's face was swollen and his nose was bleeding. He looked extremely embarrassed. "Open your eyes and see clearly, how dare you mess with the second young master of the Wu family in Jiangcheng," the sturdy man said disdainfully. Everyone present gasped. Jiangcheng Wu family? Oh my god. It's the Wu family, the largest family in Jiangcheng. Hao Shuai is done for. He has offended such a big Buddha. Who made him so arrogant? He thought he was a big shot just because his father had some money. That's right. Anyone who dares to mess with the Wu family is courting death. Hao Shuai can only wish for the best. Hao Shuai was about to faint, but when he heard the other party's name, he didn't dare to faint anymore. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Mr. Wu, I am too short-sighted. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Please, forgive me. Wu Jie stepped on Hao Shuai's shoulder and said, For a nouveau riche like your father, it's really a disaster to have a son like you. Your father's Hao gang is probably useless now. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man was dragged in, his face bruised and swollen like a pig's head. This person looks familiar. Hao Shuai took a closer look and realized that this was his father. Dad! Dad! Hao Shuai cried and crawled towards his father. It's really cruel. Wu Jie sighed, and then said something that made everyone in the audience shudder. Sink the river. It's disgusting to watch. The men started to take action. Hao Shuai kept shouting for mercy, and when he saw Lin Dahai, he said excitedly, Dahai, please save me. Didn't you say that we brothers should share the same difficulties? Please save me. Lin Dahai immediately turned his face away and said, Bullshit, who is your brother? A guy like you who doesn't know his place deserves to be punished, bah. Everyone, please save me. People around Hao Shuai looked at him for help. Everyone present turned their faces away, especially Lin Dahai, who wished he could bury himself, fearing that Hao Shuai would call him again and Wu Jie would hold a grudge against him. Just as Hao Shuai and his son were about to be dragged away, Lu Mei gritted her teeth and stood up, asking timidly, Wait, you've already taught them a lesson, can you please let them go? The moment he saw Lu Mei, Wu Jie's eyes lit up. Then he saw Yang Chen standing beside him, and his stunning handsomeness instantly caught his eyes and struck Wu Jie's chest. This guy is too handsome, even more handsome than me. Wu Jie's chest suddenly ignited with a nameless anger, and he said with a fake smile, It's not impossible to let them go. Hao Shuai seemed to have grasped the last straw and shamelessly said, Mr. Wu, she is my girlfriend. I haven't touched her yet. She is very clean. As long as you spare my life, you can do whatever you want with her. Hao Shuai, you are so shameless, you. Before Lu Mei finished speaking, Hao Shuai interrupted her. Mei, I know you hate me, hate that I won't marry you. How can I marry you if you don't even give yourself to me? But this time, as long as you can make young Master Wu happy and let him release me, I will go back and marry you immediately. Everyone present was stunned. What kind of person is this? How can he be so shameless? Lu Mei was so angry that she could hardly speak. She must be mentally ill to beg for such a person. Wu Jie pointed at Lu Mei's table and said, Stay at your table. The ladies can play with me, and the men can play with my big brother. I'll let them go. Then I should say no. Yang Chen said. He, do you think you have the right to say no? Wu Jie said. Then, the sturdy man walked towards Yang Chen and the other two, staring at Yang Chen intently, with a sinister laugh coming out of his mouth. Wang Zhao's anus suddenly tightened, and he said, It's over, this is a giant chicken. Ah? How do you know that? I can't see it. Su Feng looked at Wang Zhao with strange eyes, You wouldn't? Get out of here. I'm straighter than steel. Be careful, you virgin. Chicken men love your type the most. Wang Zhao reminded. Sure enough, the sturdy man first set his eyes on Su Feng and walked towards him. Su Feng's heart suddenly rose to his throat and he was puzzled. He is the least noticeable among the three. Why is he targeted first? Is it because he is a virgin? Also, how does the other party know that I am still a beast? Seeing the burly man getting closer, Su Feng got goosebumps. Then, a giant as big as a mountain stood in front of him and stretched out his hand to him. Not sure if he was afraid or just frightened, Su Feng forgot what to do. At this moment, his mind was filled with the image of withered chrysanthemums and wounds all over the ground. With a snap, Yang Chen slapped away the evil claws that were reaching out to Su Feng. Oh, you are very brave, you dared to attack me. The sturdy man said. He rubbed the place where Yang Chen had hit him, and actually felt a pain as if his bones were broken. Stay away from my friends, you troublemaker. Yang Chen said. As soon as these words came out, everyone present gasped. Trouble stirrer? You are really too brave to say such words. Su Feng suddenly became anxious and said. Yang Chen, you're crazy. If you make him angry, not only will our chrysanthemums be in danger, we might even lose our lives here. As expected, the strong man became furious and said, "Boy, you are looking for death." Then, the fist as big as a casserole was swung towards Yang Chen. "It's over, it's over." Wang Xiao didn't dare to look, he covered his eyes with one hand, his heart filled with despair. After a long time, Wang Xiao didn't hear the expected scream, so he opened his eyes. Boy, guess what he saw? Yang Chen actually grasped the strong man's fist with one hand, and the other party still looked in pain. It's my turn now. Chapter 15, 10 billion heaven and earth coins. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen punched the other person in the chest. Suddenly, the strong man as big as a mountain was blown away. With a bang, the whole person fell into the wall in a big letter shape. Everyone in the audience was so surprised that their mouths formed an O shape, big enough to fit an egg. Wu Jie gasped, and the thugs behind him couldn't help but take a step back. Is this man a devil? Oh my god, this is so awesome. Wang Xiao was shocked and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Awesome, this is what a real man is. Su Feng wiped the cold sweat from his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, our chrysanthemums are saved. The girls present went crazy. How could they not be moved by this kind of man who was full of strength and male hormones? Lu Mei on the side looked at Yang Chen with admiration, her heartbeat speeding up uncontrollably. To be honest, Yang Chen never wanted to show off. But the other party was too bullying, so he had to take action. In this case, he simply laid his cards on the table and said bluntly, I don't want to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. I advise you not to be too extreme in doing things. Although Wu Jie was shocked, he was not someone who would give in easily. He sneered. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have some skills. This is my territory. I can do whatever I want. Who are you to dare to teach me a lesson? As they were talking, a large group of bodyguards in black rushed into the box, and the door was also crowded with people. Your territory? The hotel is owned by your family? Yang Chen asked. That's right. I'm the largest shareholder here. It's not your turn to act tough on my territory. Wu Jie said. In that case, I'll buy this hotel. Yang Chen said calmly. Just then, a fat, big-eared middle-aged man walked in with a group of security guards. Among them, the fat middle-aged man with big ears had the words General Manager written on his chest. As soon as he entered the door, he mocked Yang Chen. Oh, you are so arrogant. Do you know how much this 5-star hotel is worth? 1 billion. This is a lot of money that a nobody like you can't earn in your lifetime. Then, the general manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded to Wu Jie. Master Jie, my subordinates are not very good at seeing you, and they didn't know you were coming. They also didn't understand your rules. I'm really sorry that this terrible thing happened. Wu Jie snorted coldly. I hate to have too many people around when I eat. You could have left, but you not only ruined my mood, but also injured my people. Today, none of you are allowed to leave. Kneel down and apologize, otherwise I will make sure you don't survive in Jiangcheng. Master Jie is wise. The general manager kept complimenting him, and then said to Yang Chen. Did you hear me? Kneel down quickly, or you won't even know how you died. The people present were shocked. This is not just talk, the largest family in Jiangcheng controls the economic lifeline of Jiangcheng. One word from the other party can really make you unable to survive in Jiangcheng, or even make you disappear without anyone noticing. The arms were unable to twist the thighs, and some people's bones became weak and they fell to their knees with a plop. Gradually, most people knelt down, except for Yang Chen and the other 4, who were still standing upright. Wang Zhao's legs were a little weak, and he was about to bend his knees and rub his legs when Su Feng said, Why, you have to kneel too. Bullshit, my knees are only for heaven, earth, and my parents. I'm tired of standing, can't I just sit for a while? As he said this, he sat down on the chair. Wang Xiao felt a little guilty and almost knelt down. At this time, some people who were kneeling down felt resentful and complained. Why are you 4 being so stubborn? Kneel down quickly. If you don't want to live anymore, don't let this cause trouble for us. It's all your fault, Yang Chen. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? You've caused everyone to suffer together. That's right, isn't it just to play with Master Jie and the others? After the fun, everyone will be fine. How great is that? Why do you have to go and bring bad luck upon yourself? Master Jia, it was Yang Chen who hurt your people. You should go and settle the score with him. You are so magnanimous and spared us. Everyone pointed the finger at Yang Chen, including Hao Shuai, the instigator. You four are pretty tough, especially you. Wu Jia pointed at Yang Chen and mocked. Damn, you're even more pretentious than me. It was you who said you wanted to buy this hotel, so why don't we make a bet? If you buy this hotel for 1 billion today, I will kneel down and call you daddy. If you can't do it, then leave your 2 legs and crawl out by yourself. You are making things difficult for him. 10 billion, he can't even support his children. Where does the money come from? Wang Xiao curled his lips and said sarcastically. He felt that he couldn't escape anyway, so he just turned up the volume of verbal attacks and taunts to the maximum. Yang Chen smiled and said, Okay, I hope you don't regret it. I, Wu Jia, speak with a sharp tongue, but... Wu Jia smiled disdainfully and said, Now this hotel is not for sale for 1 billion, but for 2 billion. That's what I said. Even if you sell it for 100 million, he can't afford it, let alone 10 billion. He can burn 10 billion Tianditan Ming coins for you. Wang Xiao said venomously again. Seeing Wu Jia's face turn blue and the corners of his mouth twitching, Su Feng hurriedly said. Shut up, old Wang, you think the matter is not big enough. It's not up to you to decide whether you can afford it or not. Yang Chen hasn't even spoken yet. Okay, 2 billion. Yang Chen stopped talking nonsense, picked up his phone, called his secretary Zhang Jing, and quickly issued an order to purchase the hotel. Chapter 16 Sorry, I don't like being a dad. As soon as Yang Chen said this, the other people who were kneeling immediately became unhappy. At this time, they were still pretending to be cool. They all angrily scolded. Damn it, he really killed me. My knees are really hurting now. Why don't I just kneel down? Why bother with so much effort? Yang Chen, if you want to save face, don't drag us down to suffer. The 4 of you want to die, but we don't kneel down quickly. That's right, the 4 of you don't want to drag us down with you. Kneel down. Su Feng really looked down on this group of people who were on both sides and cursed. Bah, you are a bunch of wimps, you deserve to die on your knees. Having said that, seeing Yang Chen looking so leisurely, Wang Xiao said anxiously. Hey, Yang Chen, have you thought of a solution? You can't just sit there and wait. I have already asked someone to handle the acquisition of the hotel, don't worry. Yang Chen said. Wang Xiao couldn't believe it and asked, Fuck, did you really spend 2 billion to buy this hotel? Yeah. Yang Chen nodded. Stop it, Yang Chen, how is this possible? That's 2 billion. Why don't you call the police? Wait a little longer, it will take some time to acquire the hotel. Yang Chen said. 20 billion is a small amount of money, but Yang Chen, I think you're about to float out of the universe. Su Feng said sourly. Okay, if you really spend 2 billion to buy this hotel, I, Wang Xiao, will only recognize you, Yang Chen, as my father from now on. Wang Xiao said. Su Feng patted Wang Xiao on the shoulder and said, How about I give you 100 billion and you recognize me as your grandfather? Wang Xiao let go of Su Feng's hand and said irritably. Go away. Who cares about your Zimbabwean currency? You still have the heart to joke at this hour. At this moment, Yang Chen received a system notification tone. Ding, host consumption detected, randomly triggering a 10-fold rebate reward. At this time, the mobile phone also prompted that 20 billion had been deposited into the bank card. It seems that the hotel has been bought. Yang Chen sighed. While feeling bored, he also felt that Secretary Zhang Jing was very efficient. Yang Chen was very satisfied with this, but he realized that he seemed to have been tricked by the system. How come the 100-fold rebate reward for consumption was reduced to 10 times? After asking the system, I realized that the consumption rebate reward is triggered randomly. Sometimes it may be 100 times, 10 times, or even 1,000 times, etc. It all depends on your luck. Soon, the hotel manager and Zhang Jing came in. Zhang Jing, wearing an exquisite beige uniform suit, highlights her already curvy figure even more, and her long wavy hair pinned to the side highlights her charm. Wang Zhao's eyes immediately lit up. This is a fucking fairy. Isn't this the goddess in his dream that he has been pursuing? There is no doubt that the moment he saw Zhang Jing, the prodigal Wang Zhao's heart was instantly shot into a hornet's nest by Cupid's arrow. Zhang Jing bowed to Yang Chen, her eyes full of admiration yet respect, and said, Mr. Yang, everything is done. Yang Chen nodded, and then said to Wu Jia, I have already bought the hotel. You can fulfill your bet now. Master Jia, be careful, there might be fraud. Don't make a bunch of fake documents to fool us. The general manager reminded. You think I'm a pig? Why do you need to tell me that? Wu Jia naturally knew that acquiring a large 5-star hotel in 10 minutes was undoubtedly a fantasy. Moreover, 2 billion is a huge sum of money that not everyone can come up with easily. Even if it is his father, it will take him a long time to raise the money. This hotel is indeed under Mr. Yang's name. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. Here are the transfer documents. As she spoke, Zhang Jing took out the document. When Wu Jia saw the official seal on the document, he was stunned. It was the family seal that he was very familiar with. This family seal cannot be fake because no one dares to forge it. Wu Jia couldn't believe that this woman could bypass his father and directly negotiate with the head of the family to purchase the hotel. At this moment, Wu Jia's cell phone rang. When he answered the phone, he heard his father yelling. You beast, who did you offend outside? Did you know that the family has taken back my shares in the Royal Court Hotel? Those are shares worth 1 billion yuan. Wu Jia, no matter what you did, you must apologize to them respectfully and ask for their forgiveness. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I will break your legs with my own hands and drive you out of the family. Wu Jia hung up the phone. At this time, his back was covered in cold sweat and his legs were so weak that he could hardly stand. He didn't expect the other party to be so capable. With just a wave of his hand, he caused heavy losses to his family. Then, Wu Jia bowed 90 degrees to Yang Chen and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Yang, I'm really sorry. Today, I, a fool, was blind and didn't recognize the great man. I offended you. I will take my people away now. If you have any instructions in the future, just give me a call and I, Wu Jia, will definitely do it for you. Everyone present was stunned. The second young master of the Wu family actually apologized to Yang Chen, and his attitude became so servile. Could it be that Yang Chen really spent 2 billion to buy the hotel? As soon as Wu Jia finished speaking, he wanted to leave with his tail between his legs. Etc. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen stopped him and said with a smile, I'm willing to accept the loss. Young Master Wu, you won't forget it so quickly, right? Wu Jia's expression froze, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he thought to himself that there was no escape. From childhood to adulthood, when has he ever suffered such a great humiliation? However, his father and the entire family can't afford to offend this man, so what can he do? There was a thud and Wu Jia fell to his knees, kowtowed 3 times. There was no sign of dissatisfaction on his face, and he even had a fawning smile like a servile man. Everyone had already been petrified by shock. Seeing Yang Chen remain silent, Wu Jia thought it was over. Just as he was about to stand up and escape from this humiliating place, Wang Xiao curled his lips and said, Master Wang, do you have a bad memory or are you doing it on purpose? I remember the bet was to kowtow and call me daddy, right? Yes, hurry up and call, our brother Chen is waiting. Su Feng also urged. Although these two guys were also shocked by Yang Chen's change of identity, they were still best friends, and helping their buddies to step on talents was the most important thing. Wu Jia suddenly felt like crying inside in his heart, thinking that the situation was stronger than him, so he had to accept the defeat. Dad! He just knelt down and shouted a word in his throat. Bang! Yang Chen kicked him in the face without any warning, just blocking his mouth. In an instant, Wu Jia flew into the white wall not far away, became the companion of the big chicken man next to him, and fainted. Yang Chen just shook his head and said, Sorry, I don't like being a dad. Chapter 17 The Pot Fried. The whole audience was shocked. The hotel general manager quickly tried to curry favor with Yang Chen, saying, Chairman Yang, you are such an amazing person. This hotel is worth a lot of money. Look at you. You bought it with just one sentence. The person kneeling on the ground was shocked. Yang Chen really spent 2 billion to buy the most luxurious hotel in Jiangcheng. Look, the general manager has changed his name to chairman. Yang Chen looked at the fat-headed and big-eared pug in front of him, and couldn't help but feel annoyed, and said, You're fired. The general manager's knees suddenly weakened, he knelt down and slapped himself in the face, saying, Mr. Yang, I am a dog who looks down on others and has no vision. Please forgive me. Before he could finish his words, he was dragged away by the security guard. I say, how long are you going to kneel? Wang Xiao was puzzled. Was he unable to stand up after kneeling for so long? It's not that they couldn't stand up, but everyone was so shocked that they forgot to stand up. The seemingly ordinary Yang Chen, except for his handsome appearance, of course is actually a super wealthy man with a net worth of over 10 billion. It was really like a bolt from the blue. Coming back to their senses, the people who were kneeling stood up one after another and flattered Yang Chen. Yang Chen is really amazing, otherwise, we don't know how long we'll have to kneel. That's right, Yang Chen is our savior. Not to mention his kind heart, his wealth and power are something that no one can learn. Just now, he bought a 10 billion hotel without blinking an eye. That's right. Now Yang Chen is the most promising person in our class. What is tall, rich and handsome? Look at Yang Chen, this is tall, rich and handsome. Even a grown man like me can't help but be moved when he sees him. What Yang Chen? Can we call him Yang Chen? Call him Brother Chen. The lackey Lin Dahai instantly turned into a pug, shaking his head and wagging his tail at Yang Chen and said, Brother Chen, you don't know that after what happened just now, my admiration for you is like a surging river. Before he could finish his words, Lin Dahai was kicked away by Hao Shuai. Bah, what the hell, stealing my lines. Hao Shuai had a look of disdain on his face, and then he nodded and bowed to Yang Chen. Brother Chen, you are the lifesaver of my father and me. I was wrong before, I looked down on you, but now it is different. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the river and the water of the Yellow River, which is unstoppable. He. Yang Chen's face was full of black lines. Su Feng couldn't stand it anymore and said sarcastically, I really want to put up a big mirror and let you guys look at your ugly faces. You were the ones who scolded Yang Chen the most harshly before, but now that he is rich, you start to flatter him shamelessly. After these words were spoken, the thin-skinned person blushed with shame. Thick-skinned, hey, don't take it seriously at all, just flatter however you want. For example, Lin Dahai, whose face is thicker than a city wall, said bluntly. This is not flattery, this is the real truth from the heart. Yang Chen didn't want to hear any of these compliments. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let's just leave it at that for today. Go back to your own homes and find your own mothers. Wang Xiao said. Seeing that no one wanted to leave, Su Feng said bluntly. Hurry up and go. What? Are you waiting for Yang Chen to give you money? If he gives you money, would you be embarrassed to take it? Why is Su Feng nicknamed Su Fafeng? This guy has a sharp tongue and the words he says can drive people crazy. Having said that, everyone had no choice but to leave. At this time, Lu Mei truly witnessed Yang Chen's financial strength. The 100 million before and the 2 billion now told her that she was not worthy of Yang Chen at all. She knew that she was not bad looking, but compared to Zhang Jing, who was standing next to Yang Chen, she couldn't help but feel inferior. At this time, Zhang Jing had bewitched the playboy Wang Xiao so much that he seemed to have lost his soul. Wang Xiao stared at Zhang Jing and almost drooled. What is sexy and charming? What does it mean to have charming eyes? What does it mean to be charming? Isn't that the person in front of me? Beauty, my name is Wang Xiao, I'm very happy. I'm sorry, I'm not happy. Before Wang Xiao finished greeting, Zhang Jing directly ignored him and hinted to Yang Chen. Mr. Yang, do you have any other instructions? Zhang Jing looked blushing and shy, and felt like she was having a heart attack every time she saw Yang Chen. Her heart was beating non-stop. Nothing, you can leave first. Yang Chen said. On. Zhang Jing retreated resentfully. As soon as Zhang Jing left, Wang Xiao immediately hugged Yang Chen's thigh and said, Dad, I'm your long-lost son. My own son is still in kindergarten. Yang Chen said. It doesn't matter if we're not relatives. I, Wang Xiao, always keep my word. From now on, I'm your father. Oh, no, from now on, you're my father and I'm your brother. Wang Xiao patted his chest and said. Yang Chen was speechless. What a messed up relationship this is. I think Yang Chen should just be your grandfather. Hey, Yang Chen, please do me the honor of calling him your grandson and see if he agrees. Su Feng joked. Get lost. Wang Xiao looked disgusted, and then asked Yang Chen seriously. Hey, that was your secretary just now, right? Are you in a serious relationship with your secretary? Son of a bitch, your father has always been a serious person, tell me whether our relationship is serious or not. Yang Chen said. When Wang Xiao heard this, he immediately said in a sly voice. Hee, as the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family. Introduce her to me. Okay. Yang Chen responded. He readily gave Zhang Jing's cell phone number to Wang Xiao, and the boy was so happy that he called him dad several times. Although he knew that this kid was destined to fail. I say, aren't you curious? Su Feng asked. What are you curious about? Wang Xiao asked. I'm curious why your father suddenly became so rich. Su Feng said. Suddenly, Wang Xiao patted Yang Chen's shoulder with a look of regret. Alas, Yang Chen, life may be hard, but there are some things that you should cherish. Tell me honestly, have you sold out your chrysanthemum? Get lost. Yang Chen really wanted to kick this wanderer Xiao away. In fact, Yang Chen knew that this was how it was between brothers. Some things would become alienated if you talked about them too much, so it would be better to just make a joke and laugh it off. There is no estrangement or gap, the feelings are still the same, and the brothers are real brothers. Yang Chen, I'll go back first. Seeing that she was left out, Lu Mei felt embarrassed to stay any longer. I. The silly Su Feng wanted to strike up a conversation with Lu Mei several times, but he didn't have the courage to speak when the words came to his lips. Now that he saw that the other person was about to leave, he was so anxious that he stuttered. Let Su Feng take you there. This guy just happens to be going the same way as you. Yang Chen said. Yes, let me take you there. Su Feng said hurriedly. Although she felt a little disappointed, Lu Mei gave Yang Chen face and nodded in agreement. Then the two of them left together, followed by Wang Xiao. In the early morning, Yang Chen was woken up by the phone. With sleepy eyes, he pressed the answer button, and immediately a burst of curses came from the phone. Yang Chen, you are such a despicable villain. Not only do you have no moral principles, but your character is also extremely low. You actually recorded what I said yesterday and sold it to the paparazzi. You psycho. After saying that, Yang Chen hung up the phone and continued to fall asleep. At this moment, Ling Wei was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. This must be what he did. Otherwise, why would he hang up on her? He must be guilty. Early this morning she was awakened by a call from her agent sister Ling, saying that someone had revealed that she not only gave birth to a child out of wedlock, but also abandoned her husband and child. In addition, the whistleblower released the recordings, and they are now spreading like wildfire on the internet. Ling Wei now doesn't dare to surf the internet or watch TV, and she doesn't even dare to open her favorite Douyin app. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ling Wei opened the door and saw that it was her agent's sister Ling. As soon as Sister Ling entered the room, she started to scold him. Ling Wei, are you stupid? You have been in the entertainment industry for a long time. Don't you know what you can and cannot say? I'm sorry, Sister Ling, I will find a way to solve this problem myself. Ling Wei said apologetically. Sister Ling said angrily. Oh, you still have to find a way. Do you know how serious the consequences of being labeled as an abandoned child are? Look at what you have become on the internet now. You are scolded by everyone, saying that you are cold-blooded, corrupt, and inhumane. Even your fans are calling you out of the entertainment industry. Now no PR company dares to take your work. What can you do? Even gods can't save you now. Then, he threw a document in front of Ling Wei and said, Look at the liquidated damages you have to pay, and the movie you invested in that's about to be released has been banned by the theaters. Ling Wei, I can't help you. You'd better take care of yourself. Then he left without looking back. Ling Wei silently picked up the documents on the ground, and at this moment, her cell phone rang. The phone screen showed an incoming call from her mother. Ling Wei was like a puppet without a soul. She pressed the answer button. Wei, is what they said on TV true? What's going on? How can you be so shameless that you have an affair with a man and even give birth to a child? People on the internet are calling for you to be banned. If you are banned, how will your brother pay his monthly mortgage and car loan? What about the family expenses? I just bought a villa for your brother recently, and the down payment hasn't been paid in full yet. Hey, say something, are you mute? Tears slid down her cheeks, hitting the documents like pearls. In the empty living room, Ling Wei sat dejectedly on the cold floor. It was summer, but she felt very cold. I had to curl up and hug myself tightly with both hands. Yang Chen was making breakfast when suddenly a scream came from the living room. Dad, come over here quickly, something big has happened. Wait a moment. Yang Chen was frying eggs and couldn't tea leave for a while. At this time, Fatty ran over happily, grabbed Yang Chen's clothes and walked towards the living room. Hurry up, rake the ground, there are no birds. Pang Pang said anxiously. Yang Chen was pulled into the living room and saw that the TV was broadcasting important entertainment news. The host said. Recently, it was revealed that popular actress Ling Wei had a child out of wedlock 5 years ago and then abandoned the child. With a click, the TV screen went black. Yang Chen put down the remote control and said, "Child, stop being so gossipy. Go have breakfast." The atmosphere at the dinner table was too quiet. Seeing Yang Chen eating breakfast calmly and leisurely, Mimi couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Dad, aren't you worried?" "What are you worried about?" Yang Chen asked. Seeing that his father didn't care about it, Mimi became anxious. "Look, she's on the news, and the situation is serious, Dad. We don't need to worry about this, just eat well," Yang Chen said. Fatty looked like a curious baby and asked innocently, "Papa, what is an abandoned child?" Yang Chen's heart was gripped for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Actors are people who act in plays." "Oh, so that's it." Fatty seemed to understand, grabbed a bun and stuffed it into his mouth, muttering, "Mama is an actor, bastard, many people on TV are talking about Mama. It's okay. Celebrities always like others to discuss themselves. Eat quickly, or you'll be late. I heard that there are big chicken legs in the kindergarten lunch today," Yang Chen said. "Great." Pang Pang cheered and twisted his butt and said, "Big chicken legs. Pang Pang loves big chicken legs the most." "Fatty, you're a pig, you only know how to eat." Mimi was speechless. She had such a bad teammate. Mimi secretly glanced at Yang Chen and said deliberately, "Alas, poor mom, she must be crying under the quilt now. You're a little kid with a big heart." Yang Chen knew Mimi's little thoughts, so he pinched her little face and said, "You, a little kid, don't need to worry about adults' affairs." "Tisk," said Meow Meow. After sending the two children to kindergarten, Yang Chen remembered the call from Ling Wei early this morning. "So I picked up my phone, opened Weibo and searched for news about her. My goodness, the entire page is filled with her, and the topic of her abandoning her husband and children has exploded." Chapter 18, Exposed to the Internet. Yang Chen clicked on the comments of netizens and saw a lot of curses. "What pure and innocent girl. Pa. She must be a slut. She looks innocent on the outside, but she must be a promiscuous person on the inside, otherwise how could she get pregnant before marriage? Let's not talk about the pregnancy before marriage, the main point is that she abandoned her husband and child. It's disgusting that she could do such a thing as abandoning her child. Alas, poor child, he has such an unscrupulous mother. I hope this incident will not have any impact on the child. I don't dare to respond until now. I must be feeling guilty. The recording has been released, it's already proven, what's the point of responding? Such unscrupulous artists should be banned directly. That's right, you abandoned your child for 5 years and still want to get him back. You are so shameless. Get out of the entertainment industry. If verified, such unscrupulous artists should be strictly prohibited from the entertainment industry, put on the blacklist, and banned from the entire industry. They are such fucking scumbags. The following comments were all calling for Ling Wei to get out of the entertainment industry, and some even at the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television to ban Ling Wei. From this we can see that many of them are led by internet trolls. There is only one goal, to completely ban Ling Wei. Alas, this is retribution. Yang Chen sighed. No wonder that woman started cursing so early in the morning. Could it be that she thought of herself as a whistleblower? How stupid. At this time, a little person appeared in Yang Chen's mind, wearing a halo and white clothes, with the look of a saint, and whispered in his ear. "Chen, you are the child's mother after all, go and take a look." Yang Chen flicked his fingers. Yamat butterfly. The poor guy was flung away in an instant, and only a shrill scream was heard. He, Yang Chen, never acted like a bootlicker. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding, it is detected that the host's wife is in danger of life. Choice 1, go quickly to rescue people. Reward, pampering your wife is worth 300,000 points. Choice 2, just ignore it and find another one after that cruel woman dies. Reward, a crystal coffin and a stepmother who looks beautiful but has a vicious heart. Wife. Yang Chen was a little confused, and suddenly thought of something, and said hurriedly. System, help me find Ling Wei's address. Huatsuan Happy Apartment Building 3 Unit 1 Room 502. Isn't this the urban village where he lived before? How could Ling Wei be in that kind of place? I can't care about so many things, saving lives is the most important thing. Yang Chen stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the destination at high speed. Soon, Yang Chen arrived at Ling Wei's residence. The door was tightly closed. Time was running out, so Yang Chen couldn't care less. He kicked the door and it opened with a bang. Suddenly, a strong smell of alcohol hit me in the face. Looking around, there were beer cans everywhere, and Ling Wei was lying on the floor of the living room with a box of medicine next to her. Yang Chen picked up the medicine box and took a look. Shocked, all the pills inside were gone. Needless to say, it must have been swallowed by this woman. He really doesn't want to live anymore. Sinus is the most terrible sleeping pill. It is extremely effective and should be taken with alcohol. It seems like he is in a hurry to go to the underworld to have a chat with the king of hell. It would be too late to call 120, so Yang Chen didn't hesitate and used a simple and rough method to induce vomiting with his fingers. Soon, Ling Wei vomited. However, Yang Chen suffered the consequences. Ling Wei vomited all over him, and his body was covered with vomit, accompanied by a smell of rotten wine, which almost made him pass out. Seeing Ling Wei spit out all the medicine, Yang Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then patted Ling Wei's flushed face and called out, "Hey, wake up, Ling Wei, wake up." However, the other party was still unconscious. Yang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly let Ling Wei lie down. Suddenly his face turned red. Only then did he notice that Ling Wei was wearing only a loose white shirt, and he looked down. She's not wearing anything underneath. A pair of long white legs. Yang Chen quickly shifted his gaze, then he quickly sat astride Ling Wei and began performing CPR. With his hands pressed, Yang Chen felt like he was pressing on a ball of cotton. Soft, spongy, and elastic. She wasn't wearing that. Now is not the time to worry about this. Yang Chen pressed for a long time, but Ling Wei still didn't move, so he immediately performed artificial respiration on Ling Wei. Finally, the person under me woke up. Looking at Yang Chen's silly smile, Ling Wei drunkenly said, Handsome guy, who are you? You are so handsome, you are the most handsome man I have ever seen." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully saving his wife and gaining 300,000 points of wife-loving value. Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, "You're lucky." Then he picked up Ling Wei and walked towards the bathroom. "Where are we going?" Ling Wei said in a daze. "Let me give you a shower," Yang Chen said. Coming to the bathroom, Yang Chen put Ling Wei on the bathtub, handed the shower head to her, and said, "Wash it yourself and call me when you're done." Just as he was about to leave, Ling Wei grabbed his arms around his neck and wouldn't let go. Yang Chen wanted to push Ling Wei's hand away, but unexpectedly, she hugged him even tighter. "Don't go, I feel so bad, everyone scolds me, they all hate me, woo woo. I don't want to abandon my children, I love them so much, I regret it so much. Yang Chen is the most annoying, you're stealing my child, why?" As she spoke, Ling Wei hugged Yang Chen and burst into tears. Yang Chen remained silent and watched her cry silently. Ling Wei was crying when she suddenly pushed Yang Chen away, her eyes were hazy with drunkenness, she pinched her nose, and said disdainfully, "Hey, you stink, so dirty. Woman, I stink so badly because of you." Yang Chen said unhappily. "Is it because of me?" Ling Wei pointed at herself with a silly look on her face. "I'm sorry, it's dirty, let me help you, take off your clothes." Then he reached out to take off Yang Chen's clothes. "Okay, stop making trouble," Yang Chen shouted. "I want tea." Ling Wei pouted, pulled Yang Chen's clothes hard, and with a swish sound, the clothes were torn open. Wow, these 8 abdominal muscles and that charming mermaid line immediately made the drunk cat Ling Wei fall in love with him. Wow, so sexy. Suddenly feeling her throat a little dry, Ling Wei couldn't help licking her lips. "Wow, so solid," Ling Wei exclaimed and couldn't help but grab it hard. "Okay, stop making trouble." Yang Chen brushed away Ling Wei's dirty hands. "TSK, you stingy guy." Ling Wei pouted in dissatisfaction, then lowered her head to look at herself and said with a smile, Mine is bigger than yours. Do you want to see?" "Stop making trouble," Yang Chen shouted. How could Ling Wei, a drunkard, obey obediently? Without saying a word, she lifted up her shirt and said in a silly manner, Look, I didn't lie to you. Suddenly, a song suddenly came to Yang Chen's mind. Look at this bowl, it's big and round. Look at this bowl, it's big and round. Look at this bowl, it's big and round. Damn it, why does it always say this? Yang Chen quickly washed the two of them clean in a few strokes. If they continued like this, things that shouldn't have happened would happen. As expected, after getting drunk, Ling Wei was extremely dishonest, and without saying a word, she threw Yang Chen to the ground. Chapter 19. Is this a dream? The next day, Ling Wei opened her eyes and was mesmerized by the handsome face in front of her. How can there be such good-looking people in this world? This face is like a work of art. Has she had plastic surgery? Curious baby Ling Wei couldn't help but reach out and touch Yang Chen's face. Seeing that the other party didn't move, she touched it again. Wow, this skin is so smooth and delicate. I kept touching it and became addicted to it. At this moment, Yang Chen opened his eyes, a cold light flashed, and said, Woman, have you touched enough? Who touched you? Ling Wei quickly withdrew her hand and was stunned. Wait, didn't she swallow a lot of pills last night? Why is she lying in the same bed with him? Is she dreaming? Ling Wei couldn't help but pinch herself. Ouch! It hurts. Suddenly she felt a chill on her body. Ling Wei lifted the quilt and looked down. Her face immediately turned as red as a cooked shrimp. Ah, where are her clothes? Ah! Hooligan! Ling Wei kicked Yang Chen. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen turned over and knocked her onto the bed. I'm a hooligan? Yang Chen smiled, his voice full of magnetism and laziness. You probably don't know how wild you were last night. Wild? Could it be that? What did you do to me last night? Ling Wei asked angrily. Why? You want to know? How about we do it again? Yang Chen leaned closer, his voice full of sexiness and charm. Ling Wei looked at the person in front of her and couldn't stop blushing and her heart beating fast. How can you be so handsome? Stop. Ling Wei, you are a face chaser, wake up. Ling Wei suddenly came to her senses and struggled, You bastard. Let me go. I don't know which drunken cat was pestering me last night. Now that I'm full and satisfied, I'm turning my back on you, huh? Yang Chen pinched Ling Wei's chin, his voice was extremely charming. You are talking nonsense. Ling Wei blushed, her originally fair face was red as blood. Did we really do that last night? What do you think? Yang Chen stood up, took a step with his long legs, came to the closet, and put on his clothes in front of Ling Wei. Strong abdominal muscles and charming mermaid line. This figure and body lines are comparable to those of the world's top male models. Ling Wei was fascinated by what she saw, and suddenly felt that she had not suffered any loss last night. Seeing Ling Wei looking at him infatuatedly, Yang Chen teased. Why, didn't you see enough last night? Yang Chen, you're a hooligan. Ling Wei became angry and picked up a pillow and threw it at Yang Chen. Yang Chen flashed and dodged quickly. You'd better explain to me what happened last night. Ling Wei said angrily. What's there to explain? What should have happened has happened, and what shouldn't have happened has also happened. The child will wake up soon. You'd better get dressed first. I'm going to make breakfast for the child now. Also, don't do stupid things in the future. I don't want my child to be sad because of you. After saying that, Yang Chen left the room. Asshole Yang Chen, what do you care? Ling Wei angrily punched the pillow with her little fist. After a while, the door opened. Pang Pang hid behind the door, quietly poked out his little head, and looked at Ling Wei timidly with his big, blinking eyes. Ling Wei waved at him and said with a smile, Baby, come in quickly. Then, Ling Wei heard a little girl's scolding voice coming from behind the door. Fatty, don't disturb Mommy's rest. Daddy said Mommy was very tired from working so hard last night. Let her rest for a while. When Ling Wei heard this, her face turned red. Bastard Yang Chen, how could you say this to a child? What does it mean that she is so tired from working so hard? I didn't disturb Mama's rest. Fatty quickly explained, pushing the door open and saying, Sister, look, Mommy is awake. Seeing the two chubby little cuties, Ling Wei's heart melted and she said softly, It's okay, you all come in. When the two little guys heard this, they came in happily. Fatty looked at Ling Wei and said innocently, Mom, are you really our mother? Fatball, are you a pig? Why would our mom sleep in the same room with dad? Meow Meow explained. That's right. Mom came back last night and kept pestering Papa. She wouldn't let us sleep with Papa, saying she wanted to continue. As Pang Pang was talking, he couldn't remember the key words. Fatball, you pig, you can't even remember this. Meow Meow shook her head and continued. Mommy said she wants to continue hugging, kissing, and having sex. Oh my god. How could she say such a thing? Was it really her who took the initiative last night? Oh my god. How wild was she last night? Ling Wei blushed so much that she felt like smoke was coming out of her head. Yeah. Fatty nodded, and then asked curiously, Mom, what is pa? Ha, it's just clapping. Ling Wei explained awkwardly. Tisk, Fatty, you don't even understand this. Clapping your hands will make a clapping sound, right? Look. As he spoke, Meow Meow stretched out his two little paws and began to clap his hands. Pang Pang also started taking pictures. Pa. Pa. Then, the two little guys started playing You Clap, I Clap. Fatty asked innocently. Mom, did you guys play like this last night? Yes. Ling Wei smiled awkwardly. Now she really wanted to dig into the ground and bury herself. Alas, only you adults play such boring and childish games. Meow Meow was speechless. At this time, Pang Pang, whose head was filled with 100,000 whys, suddenly raised his head and asked very seriously. Mom, why did you close the door when you were playing the sex game, and why did you kick us out? Chapter 20 Only once a month. This. Oh my god, someone come save her. She really didn't know how to explain it. Just then, Yang Chen called for dinner. The fat boy's two little nostrils suddenly sniffed, and without saying hello, he ran out with his two little legs. It goes without saying that Dad will make beef burgers for breakfast today. Fatty loves burgers the most. Mom, you should come out and eat too. After saying that, Meow Meow also walked out of the room. Ling Wei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that the child would continue asking questions and she really couldn't handle it anymore. At the dining table, a family of 4 was having a warm breakfast. Today's breakfast is particularly rich, with fried steak, beef burgers, beef buns. The two little guys ate with great relish, especially Fatty, who had a burger in each hand and his mouth was full of oil. Seeing this, Ling Wei couldn't help but ask, Baby, do you guys eat such greasy food so early in the morning? Mom, today is an exception. Papa said he was too tired last night and needed to make up for it, so today's breakfast is extra rich. Meow Meow said. Puff. Yang Chen almost spit out a mouthful of porridge. Mimi, stop talking nonsense and eat quickly. Dad, you said it yourself. Just now when you were cooking, you said you almost broke your waist. Meow Meow said. Papa, you have to take care of your health. Pang Pang reminded kindly. Ahem, your dad is in good health, come and eat. Yang Chen said as if nothing had happened. Ling Wei was a little dazed. She hadn't had breakfast like this for a long time. The family was talking and laughing, the children were innocent and cute, and the husband. Ling Wei couldn't help but look at Yang Chen, thinking of this morning, and last night even though she didn't have much impression, she couldn't help but blush and her heart beat fast. In fact, he is a very nice person. He can cook, take care of children, and is responsible and capable. The key is that he is handsome, and not just ordinary handsome, but the kind of handsome that is stunningly handsome. Thinking of this, Ling Wei suddenly felt that Yang Chen was quite suitable to be her husband. Noticing the gazes from the side, Yang Chen looked towards Ling Wei, and their eyes met. Ling Wei's face flushed and she quickly turned her face away, pretending to eat breakfast as if nothing had happened. At this time, Yang Chen said, You are in the center of public opinion right now. The room in the village in the city is not a good place to live. You should stay here. At least you can be with your 2 children. Yes, Mom, please stay. My brother and I miss you so much every day. Meme said. Mom, Pang Pang misses you so much. Pang Pang said coquettishly. After hearing this, Ling Wei felt warm at heart and said, Okay, Mom will stay with you for a while. When Mimi Pang Pang heard this, his face was full of disappointment. Fatty was so sad that he didn't even want to eat the delicious hamburger. Seeing that the children were unhappy, Ling Wei quickly asked, What's wrong? Are you unhappy that your mother is staying? Happy, but Mimi and Fatty want Mommy to stay with us. Mimi said. Always? Ling Wei was a little embarrassed. After all, she and Yang Chen were not even a couple, so how could she stay with him forever? Mom, you don't like me and my brother, so you don't want to stay here. As she spoke, tears of grievance began to well up in Mimi's eyes. When Pang Pang saw that his sister was about to cry, he pouted and said pitifully, Mom, if you don't like something about Pang Pang, just tell me. Pang Pang can change. Mom, please don't leave me and my sister. Ling Wei's heart was broken when she heard this. She quickly went over and hugged her daughter and son in her arms, saying, How could Mom not like you? You are the apple of my eye. I love you the most. I dream of staying with you. In that case, Mommy will stay here forever, okay? Mimi looked at Ling Wei with tears in her eyes, and it seemed that if she didn't agree, the tears would fall down. Fatty grabbed the corner of Ling Wei's clothes and said pitifully, Mom, stay here, don't leave. Don't leave. Mom will never leave you and will always stay with you. Ling Wei hugged the two children tightly in her arms, shedding tears of regret. How could she have the heart to reject her two lovely children? She felt so sorry for them. For her dream of becoming a star, she owes her children too much. Thinking of last night, Ling Wei wanted to slap herself twice. She was too selfish and neglected her two children. If she really left, her two children would be so sad and upset, and it would be a pain that they would never be able to heal in their lifetime. Fortunately, she is still alive. She didn't lose everything, she still had her child, who was the most precious treasure in her life. That's great, yeah. Meme and Pang Pang cheered immediately, and the two little guys happily smacked Ling Wei on the face. Ling Wei burst into laughter, and the haze in her heart disappeared. Old Father Yang Chen watched this heartwarming scene with great interest. Early this morning, Yang Chen discovered that the two little guys were secretly rehearsing in the room, performing an earth-shattering and tragic tear-jerking scene. There is only one goal, to do everything possible to keep Ling Wei. There is no doubt that they succeeded. At this time, Mimi was giving him a look of victory. Maybe she was too happy, and she couldn't help but secretly make a yes sign to him. TSK, this little drama queen is even better at acting than her mother. It is simply better than the original. At this time, Fatty couldn't help but whisper in Mimi's ear, Sister, remember my big chicken drumstick? Mimi replied quietly, I know. Seeing the two little guys whispering to each other, Ling Wei asked curiously, Is there any little secret that Mommy shouldn't know? Big Mouth Fatty couldn't help but say, Mom, my sister said she would reward me with a big chicken leg because Fatty is good at. Good at what? Ling Wei asked. Mimi quickly covered Fatty's big mouth and laughed. He's a big eater, always asking me to take him to McDonald's to eat chicken drumsticks, right, Fatty? Hearing the warning and threat in his sister's tone, Fatty nodded quickly. So that's how it is, Pang Pang. If you like, Mom can take you there every day. Ling Wei said. Hearing this, Yang Chen frowned and said, Don't spoil the child too much. Pang Pang's round body can't eat too much junk food. It's none of your business. Ling Wei said. Mom, Papa is right. Pang Pang can only go to McDonald's once a month. If he eats too much, he will turn into a fat pig. Meow Meow said. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Only once a month. Fatty was dissatisfied. What, do you have any objection? Yang Chen gave him a look, his meaning was very clear, any more babble will get you nowhere. Fatty understood and quickly shook his head. No, Papa's decision is great. Then he said to Ling Wei, Mom, Pang Pang should not be greedy. Just eat at McDonald's once a month. Ling Wei was somewhat dissatisfied with Yang Chen's intimidation, but she didn't show it. After all, it was related to the child's health, so she touched the fat ball's little head and said softly, You are so good, Pang Pang. Mommy will listen to you and take you there when you get home from school. Fatty happily kissed Ling Wei on the face again and said coquettishly, Mom, you are the best. Suddenly feeling that she had neglected her daughter, Mimi, Ling Wei asked. Mimi, you, tell Mom what you want. Mimi shook her head and said sensibly and obediently, Mimi doesn't want anything. As long as Mommy stays by my side, Mimi will be very happy. When Ling Wei heard this, she felt even more guilty and said, My dear, Mom knows. At this time, Yang Chen also realized it. How much his two children longed for their mother to be around. The lack of maternal love since childhood makes them feel insecure. After getting the long-awaited maternal love, she is extremely afraid of losing it, so Mia repeatedly emphasizes. She just wants her mother to stay with her. Yang Chen once thought that he was capable of playing the role of a father and also fulfilling the responsibilities of a mother. But he was wrong, the children always needed a mother. There are some things that he, as a father, cannot give, but Ling Wei, as a mother, can. Since you've decided to stay, I'll send the kids to school later. You can wash the dishes at home. The floor at home is also dirty, remember to mop it. Yang Chen said. You want me to wash dishes and mop the floor? Ling Wei was confused. After all, she is a famous star in the country. She has never been involved in domestic affairs, and she has always been the one who orders others around, never being ordered around by others. This Yang Chen was so good, he treated her like a nanny. In this family, we can raise dogs, cats, and children, but we cannot raise a lazy and greedy woman. Yang Chen said calmly. Who says I'm lazy? It's just housework, I'll do it. Ling Wei said. Mom, don't be angry. Papa said that because he doesn't want you to become a lazy pig. Look at Pang Pang, he only eats and doesn't work, and he has become a little fat pig. Meme said. No. Pang Pang was unhappy when he heard it and said with his round belly. Mom, do I look like a little fat pig? Oh, come to think of it, it does look a bit like it, but it's not a little fat pig, it's a cute little pig. Ling Wei said with a smile. Hee hee, I'm so happy when Mom praises me for being cute. Pang Pang's face is full of happiness. Yang Chen discovered that ever since Ling Wei came, the child's face was always filled with a happy smile. After all, children need their mothers. After hanging out with Ling Wei for a while, the two little ones were going to kindergarten. Before leaving, Fatty repeatedly told Ling Wei to wait for him after school and then go to McDonald's together. After getting Ling Wei's 3 willing consents, Fatty went out happily. When arriving at the kindergarten, Yang Chen would personally send the two children to the kindergarten as usual. Little did they know that they had been targeted by the paparazzi. At this time, the paparazzi Zhuo Mei had already quietly hidden near the kindergarten. Seeing Yang Chen and the two children get out of the car, Zhuo Mei set up her short gun and kept taking pictures. Zhuo Mei has been in the industry for 5 years and is considered a veteran paparazzi. Her snapshot skills are top-notch in the paparazzi world. In just a few minutes, she had captured the complete faces of both children. Yang Chen was only photographed once, and it was a blurry side profile photo. Zhuo Mei was flipping through the photos she had just taken, and when she saw Yang Chen's profile photo, she was stunned. So special and handsome. Although the photo is a bit blurry, it does not affect the handsomeness of the character at all. Instead, it has a hazy beauty. Just this side view is enough to charm thousands of girls. And Zhuo Mei soon became one of these thousands of girls. Wow, so handsome. He's so handsome just from the side. How handsome he must be from the front. Zhuo Mei exclaimed. At this moment, she was so engrossed in looking at the photos that she was completely unaware that there was someone next to her. Are you talking about me? The sudden sound startled Zhuo Mei and almost caused her to drop her camera. What a psycho! Zhuo Mei yelled angrily and hugged the guy she was eating with tightly. When I turned around, I was stunned. Chapter 21 Secret Photography. What did she see? A face that is at least 10 times more handsome than Daniel Wu. Zhuo Mei was stunned. How can there be such a handsome man in the world? What a handsome man! Ha! Wait, this guy looks familiar? Before she could react, the camera in her hand was snatched away. Give me back my camera. Zhuo Mei jumped to get the camera back, but she was too short to reach it. Yang Chen felt that this shorty was too annoying, so he put one hand on her head to push her away, and held the camera with the other hand to browse the photos. When Yang Chen saw the photo of Mimi and Pang Pang, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he said, Who asked you to take these pictures? At first he thought that this short and fat girl was a perverted nympho who liked to follow and secretly take pictures of handsome guys, and that he was being targeted by her. However, things were not as simple as he thought. What do you care? Give the camera back to me. Zhuo Mei said coldly, and immediately attacked Yang Chen. But the next second, she was strangled. This man. She couldn't even exert the slightest bit of strength. I only heard the other party's voice as cold as an ice cellar, saying, Why are you taking pictures of my kids? You better tell the truth or else. Zhuo Mei was immediately lifted up, and the hand on her neck gradually increased in strength. I said. Zhuo Mei said with difficulty. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen let go and looked at the woman who was lying on the ground coughing violently. He was cold as ice and had no mercy at all. Because of her, he violated his bottom line. His children are his bottom line, no one can touch them. Zhuo Mei lay on the ground and looked up at the man in front of her. So strong. Zhuo Mei finally understood what it meant to be overpowering by force of imposing manner. Even though she was a black belt in Taekwondo, she knew very well that in front of this man, her skills were nothing but mediocre. Her neck was now burning and painful. Since the hard approach doesn't work, try the soft approach. Suddenly, Zhuo Mei burst into tears. Wu, I am a woman after all, how can you treat me like this? Just ask me questions, can't you be gentler? Wu. Zhuo Mei said miserably. Yang Chen's cold eyes flashed, and he said, if you don't want to break your neck, you'd better confess quickly. I don't have much patience. Zhuo Mei's hair stood on end instantly, and she quickly told him everything. Popular studio. At this time, Zhuo Jian, the country's top paparazzi, sat in front of his computer, opened his Weibo account, and happily wrote the following. I have nothing to do, so I'm going to reveal another huge piece of news today. Then I pressed the enter key, and in less than a minute, the comments section had already reached 99 plus. Oh my god, brother Jian has some explosive news again, wait and see. The last time Ling Wei's big news was blown up, what surprises will there be this time? I'm looking forward to it. I'm really curious, maybe it has something to do with the melon from last time. I guess it's pretty close. The most discussed topic online right now is the man Ling Wei abandoned. Could it be that he really found that man? My brother is awesome. He is indeed the #1 paparazzi in the country. I guess brother Jian has dug up everything about his ancestors. Brother Jian is awesome. I can't wait any longer. Cut the melon quickly. If you have the guts, dig out Ling Wei's child. If you can, I'll call you daddy. Are you still human? Ling Wei is miserable enough, and you still want to harm her child. In less than 10 minutes, the comments section had already reached 999 plus. There are good and bad comments. Most of them are just waiting to watch the show, and some are cursing while watching the show. Zhuo Jian was accustomed to those comments cursing him and just laughed them off. Soon, his Weibo post became a hot topic. Zhuo Jian looked at the computer screen and smiled with satisfaction. This is exactly the kind of popularity and this is exactly the kind of effect he wants. The more people watch, the more money he makes. Not long ago, he made a full 100 million just because of Ling Wei's big scandal. This time, the melon is even bigger than the last time. I wonder how much money I can make. Zhuo Jian was thinking happily when suddenly there was a bang and the door was kicked open. An 8-foot-tall, handsome man walked in, holding a petite woman in his hands. Looking closely, isn't this his sister Zhuo Mei? What's going on? Someone caught you? Although Zhuo Jian was greedy for money and did many despicable things, he treated his own sister with all his heart. Seeing his sister being held in someone's hand, Zhuo Jian broke out in a cold sweat, but he still adjusted the frame of his glasses as steady as an old dog. Brother, let's talk it over nicely. Let the man go first. There's no need to be so violent. Brother, save me, this guy is a devil. Zhuo Mei struggled. Are you Zhuo Jian? Yang Chen asked. Yes, it's me. May I ask your name? Zhuo Jian asked with a smile. You don't deserve to know my name. Yang Chen said coldly. Then he pushed the short guy next to him in front of him and said, how dare you let someone follow me and my child and secretly take pictures of me? Oh, it turns out that the man abandoned by Ling Wei came to the door. Zhuo Jian understood, and looking at the man in front of him, he couldn't help but marvel at his good looks. That incredibly handsome face is even more handsome than Daniel Wu. He punches Louis Koo and kicks Edison Chen. He is so handsome that there is no one like him before and there will never be anyone like him again. It is no exaggeration to say that this appearance can beat all the male stars in the entertainment industry. Zhuo Jian walked over to his sister and asked quietly, did you take the photo? I took the photos, but he deleted them all. Zhuo Mei said helplessly. You are so stupid. Zhuo Jian said angrily. Not long ago, the sponsor ordered that photos of Ling Wei's child and the child's biological father be provided to create greater public pressure, so as to completely ban Ling Wei and make it difficult for her to make a comeback in the entertainment industry. If the deal is done, you can get another 100 million. Now, not only did we lose the wife, but we also lost our army. Not only was the huge sum of money gone, but the original owner even came looking for him. Zhuo Mei touched her neck and said with a distressed look, "Brother, this is not my fault." At this time, Zhuo Jian noticed the pinch marks on his sister's neck and asked quickly, "What's wrong with your neck?" "It was him who pinched you, brother. You better be careful. Don't be fooled by his decent appearance. He can be very ruthless when he hits you," Zhuo Mei said angrily. Zhuo Jian suppressed his anger and said, "Brother, we are just trying to make a living. There is no need to be so cruel to a woman. It's already good enough that I didn't break her neck." Yang Chen said calmly, "Young man, I advise you not to be so arrogant." Zhuo Jian clapped his hands, and then a large group of paparazzi rushed in with murderous intent. With so many people, Zhuo Mei was no longer afraid. "Brother, beat him up for me. Destroy him." Zhuo Jian gave an order, and his men rushed forward immediately. Chapter 22. Tell me how much money you want to give me as a fortune. However, after a burst of muffled sounds of punches and kicks, the paparazzi who had been full of murderous intent before were now lying all over the office, screaming in pain. "I'm so shocked." Zhuo Jian and his sister were both stunned. Is this guy still human? In less than a minute, more than a dozen people were knocked down. Yang Chen walked up to Zhuo Jian and grabbed him by the collar. "Brother, calm down. How can violence solve the problem? Let's sit down and talk. We can talk it out." Zhuo Jian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and urged Zhuo Mei. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pour tea for this handsome guy." Oh. Zhuo Mei responded repeatedly and hurried to serve tea and water. Zhuo Jian quickly invited Yang Chen into the VIP room. "The tea is ready at this time." Zhuo Jian respectfully poured a cup of tea for Yang Chen and said, "Brother, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. Please don't bear grudges." Yang Chen leisurely sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said, "Don't try to get close to me. Tell me who ordered you to do this." Zhuo Jian smiled and said, "Brother, you are really joking. We paparazzi do this kind of work. We don't take orders from anyone." However, Zhuo Mei, who had seen Yang Chen's powerful methods, looked nervous and advised, "Brother, please tell me quickly, otherwise." "Shut up. After all, I'm your brother and have seen the world. Are you afraid that he will eat me?" Zhuo Jian scolded. "Very good, I gave you a chance." Yang Chen immediately stood up and approached Zhuo Jian step by step. Zhuo Jian was not tall, less than 1.7 meters tall, and Yang Chen was 2 heads taller than him. His cold and powerful aura made him look much shorter. "Hey, don't mess around. I'm telling you, there are surveillance cameras here," Zhuo Mei warned. However, the next second, Zhuo Jian was lifted up, his feet off the ground, but he still looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of heat. He adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "Brother, it's useless to scare me like this. People in our line of work have long been keeping their heads on the line. Besides, I have professional ethics. I take money from people to help them get rid of disasters. Everyone understands this principle. Please don't embarrass me." Hearing this, Yang Chen let go and said, "You're pretty tough. Paparazzi like you who make a living by digging into other people's privacy are just looking for money. Tell me, how much money will it take to be my exclusive lucky charm?" Brother, I always feel like you are scolding me, but I have no evidence, and this has nothing to do with money. This is about my professional ethics. I can't ruin my reputation as the #1 paparazzi in the country," Zhuo Jian said proudly. "No more nonsense, I will pay you 10 times whatever amount the other party gives you," Yang Chen said. 10 times? Brother, don't say I didn't remind you, this amount of money multiplied by 10 is a huge sum of money, which most people can't afford. Even Superman Lee may not be willing to spend this money. Left sword. At this time, Zhuo Mei whispered in his ear, "Brother, he is not an ordinary person. His car is very valuable, worth more than 10 million. Zhuo Jian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Anyone who could afford a luxury car worth tens of millions must be very wealthy, so he pretended to say to Zhuo Mei, "So what? That customer offered 80 million. He said he wanted 10 times that. Can he come up with 800 million? Yang Chen understood in his heart, and said coldly, "I'll give you 1 billion yuan to settle everything." I don't want any more comments about me and my family to appear on the internet. Wait, how many billions did you just say? Zhuo Jian wondered if he had heard it wrongly. The other party actually mentioned an astronomical price. 1 billion. Yang Chen said. Zhuo Jian looked unconvinced and said, "Young man, don't be too pretentious. You'll get struck by lightning if you act too pretentious. 1 billion is a huge sum of money. Can you come up with it?" He would never believe that Yang Chen could come up with so much money. After all, this was an astronomical sum of money. When Li Chaoren's son was kidnapped, he spent half a day collecting money and barely came up with 1 billion yuan. Yang Chen snorted coldly and said, "Give me your bank account number." "Okay, if you can really come up with this amount of money, I, Zhuo, will kneel down and become your fortune." Zhuo Jian said this and then gave his bank account number. "I spent 1 billion to buy the number 1 Wankai in China, and I didn't lose anything. I don't know if you can afford it." Then Yang Chen called Zhang Jing and asked her to transfer the money to this account. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't seem to be bragging, Zhuo Mei pulled Zhuo Jian aside and said, "Brother, he wouldn't really give you so much money, would he? If so, would you really be his dog?" "My silly sister, 1 billion is a sum we can never earn in 8 lifetimes. If he really transfers the money to me, I would be happy to work like a cow or a horse, not to mention a dog." As soon as he finished speaking, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Zhuo Jian took it out, opened it and almost fainted. It was a text message notification from the bank, indicating that someone had transferred 2 billion into his card. Brother, he really gave 1 billion. My God, he is so rich. Zhuo Mei also saw it, her face flushed with excitement, and then asked, "But brother, do you really want to be his fortune?" Chapter 23 Wang Cai's younger brother. However, Zhuo Jian said nothing. He adjusted his glasses with a serious expression and walked resolutely in front of Yang Chen. With a plop sound, he knelt down, prostrated himself, and shouted "woof woof woof" 3 times willingly. "Boss, no, master." Zhuo Jian raised his head and said seriously, "Master, from today on, I, Zhuo Jian, will be your personal guardian of wealth. I will expose the explosive gossip of whoever you ask me to expose, I will discredit whoever you ask me to discredit, I will clean whoever you ask me to clean, even a piece of black coal, I can clean it into white. In short, from now on, I, Zhuo Jian, will serve you at your service, I will obey your orders, and I will work like a cow or a horse for you without any complaints. Speak human language." Yang Chen said. He, from now on you will be my boss, and I will be your Wankai little brother." Zhuo Jian nodded and bowed. "Well, you've received the money, now what's next?" I understand. Boss, please rest assured. I promise to clear your wife's affairs completely, and there won't be any negative comments about you and your family on the internet in the future." Zhuo Jian promised. "My wife?" Yang Chen frowned. Ms. Lingwei, isn't she? Zhuo Jian saw that Yang Chen's expression was not right, and quickly shut up. Oops, too excited. Zhuo Jian wanted to slap himself twice, he was really talking about something that was not relevant. "She?" Yang Chen nodded and said, "I guess so." "That's right, boss. Fortunately, you came in time, otherwise it would be difficult for my sister-in-law to turn things around in the future. You may not know that my sister-in-law has a mortal enemy who wants to torture my sister-in-law to death. The previous scandal of my sister-in-law was caused by her." In order to show his sincerity, Zhuo Jian revealed a little information but did not say who it was, so as not to violate his professional ethics. Hearing this, Yang Chen frowned slightly. Lingwei's affair caused a sensation in the city, and it turned out that someone was behind it. Very good, since you actually made a move on his woman, don't blame him for being rude. I don't want that person to appear in the entertainment industry in the future, understand? Yang Chen said. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Jian patted his chest and said, "Boss, don't worry, I will do this for you properly and beautifully. Okay, my secretary will come over later to sign the contract with you. To be more precise, it should be called a contract of sale. Do you have any objection?" Yang Chen said calmly. No, how could that be? Besides, this is as it should be." "That's good." After saying that, Yang Chen stood up and left. Zhuo Jian bowed and nodded as he escorted him out the door. "Boss, have a safe trip." Seeing Yang Chen walking away, Zhuo Mei couldn't help but sarcastically said, "Brother, you really are a lucky guy. You know shit. This is called professional ethics, your brother." Zhuo Jian said. Professional ethics, aren't you afraid of offending our last customer? Behind her stands a top boss in the entertainment industry. Can you afford to offend her? If I'm afraid of everything, I won't do this job. Besides, that top boss is probably not as powerful as our boss. Look at how generous our boss is. No one in the country can compare to him. Besides, in today's society, the rich are not necessarily the boss, but the richest ones can make you call them daddy. Do you believe it? I believe you. Just now you almost called me daddy when you knelt down. Brother, you were so humble just now, like a dog. Look, you didn't understand what I just said. Our boss spent $2 billion. You can imagine how powerful the power behind him is. In front of him, that big boss in the entertainment industry is just a small figure at best. That's right. Our boss is so rich. He is definitely a powerful person. Zuomei suddenly realized and patted Zuo Jian on the shoulder. Brother, you have found a great person. Zuo Jian crossed his arms and said proudly, then tell me whether I am doing the right thing by being a dog. Yes, that's right. I say, brother, it's not an exaggeration for you to be a bootlicker in front of our boss. Zuomei said disdainfully. That's right. Zuo Jian said proudly. On the other hand, when Ling Wei was doing housework at home, she suddenly received a call from her agent Sister Ling. Ling Wei pressed the answer button and heard Sister Ling on the other end of the phone say happily, Wei Wei, that's great. A top boss in the industry said he is willing to help you. He particularly appreciates female celebrities like you who don't rely on their looks but on their talent and ability. He has even organized all the resources for you. You should come out and meet him as soon as possible. To put it bluntly, if a big shot takes a fancy to you, hurry up and come out to keep him company. If you can make him happy, maybe you can turn things around. Ling Wei understood what he said, so she politely refused. Sister Ling, I want to be quiet recently. I want to put my work aside for a while, so I won't go over there. In fact, she already had a grudge against Sister Ling. She had told her to fend for herself at the beginning, but now she came to her on her own initiative. It was impossible for her not to be cautious. Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, Ling Wei absolutely does not believe in the nonsense that pie will fall from the sky. What big guys, they are all devils who eat people without leaving any bones. Sister Ling, who had already become a wise woman, knew what Ling Wei was thinking, so she advised. Wei Wei, I know what you're worried about. We just want to meet and have a meal. I'm at the dinner party right now. I tell you, there are many big directors here. Come over quickly. Ling Wei refused again, saying, forget it. I'm not going. Wei Wei, please don't. This is a golden opportunity. You know, there will be a big production soon, and the leading actress hasn't been decided yet. With so many big directors here, you have to come out and socialize. Maybe you'll have a chance to turn things around. Seeing that there was no response from the other end of the phone, Sister Ling became anxious and continued to say earnestly, Oh, Auntie, have you forgotten that you still owe hundreds of millions of foreign debts? Even if you are not anxious, I am anxious for you. I have worked hard to train you. I pity your talent and genius, so I am anxious for you. Think about it, you have worked hard for so many years and paid so much, are you willing to let yourself fall directly from the first line to the 18th line? Okay, I'll go over there. Ling Wei said. Sister Ling was immediately delighted and said, Great, come quickly. The dining location is in room 808 of the Royal Court International Hotel. I'll be waiting for you there. After saying that, Ling Wei hung up the phone, disguised herself and went out. On the other side, Sister Ling excitedly said to the big boss next to her, Boss Zhang, she agreed to come. Well, not bad. Zheng Dawei picked up the cigar and nodded with satisfaction. Just then, a woman rushed in angrily. Sister Suna! Sister Ling exclaimed, and then slapped her hard in the face. Bitch, how dare you secretly pimp for my man behind my back? Suna said angrily. What are you doing? Zheng Dawei scolded and signaled Sister Ling to leave first. Sister Ling covered her face and walked out. Suna hugged Zheng Dawei's arm and kept rubbing the weapon against him. Her eyes were full of tears and she looked very aggrieved. She said, Honey, you don't want me anymore, how can you go behind my back to find that bitch Ling Wei? You know I hate her the most. Zheng Dawei frowned, but still couldn't help but hold this warm and fragrant jade in his arms and comforted her. I'm just playing around. How can a woman who has given birth to a child compare to you? After all, you followed me with your pure body. How could I possibly treat you unfairly? Suna whispered in Zheng Daoi's ear. You still have a conscience. If that's the case, you can help me take some nude photos of that bitch. Huh? Are you ordering me to do something? Zheng Dawei was a little dissatisfied. How dare I, dear? I am thinking of you. I will take some nude photos of Ling Wei and she will listen to you obediently in the future. When you are tired of playing with her, I will post the photos online and she will never be able to make a name for herself in the circle again. Honey, you know that bitch and I are incompatible. I must be in the circle and she must not be. I want to trample her under my feet and make her unable to stand up for the rest of her life. Please help me. Suna pleaded pitifully. Didn't I pay you to have someone discredit her before? How come my 100 million was wasted? Zheng Dawei asked. Oh, dear, you don't know. I heard that Ling Wei is going to spend a lot of money to whitewash herself recently. We can't just sit there and wait for death, otherwise one day she will make a comeback and your 100 million will be wasted. Suna said. Zheng Dawei frowned when he heard this. He spent a lot of money to support the woman in front of him. At the beginning, he had fallen in love with Ling Wei and wanted her to be his mistress. But Ling Wei was already a big shot in the circle at that time. She looked down on him and criticized him harshly in a veiled way. Zheng Dawei had always held a grudge against Ling Wei, so he promoted Suna, an actress of the same type as Ling Wei, and tried every means to suppress Ling Wei. Not long ago, he spent 100 million yuan to dig up some negative information about Ling Wei and spread it online. He thought he would put Ling Wei to death this time, but he didn't expect that she was quite capable and actually wanted to make a comeback. Humph, not only do we have to take photos, we have to take videos too. Let's see how she turns things around then. Zheng Dawei said viciously. That's great, dear. Suna hugged Zheng Dawei excitedly and kissed him, saying coquettishly. My dear, you have to make a promise. You are just playing around. You can't fall in love with that little bitch Ling Wei. Looking at the coquettish look of the woman in front of him, Zheng Dawei smiled and said. Well, don't worry, you are my favorite sweetheart. Upon hearing this, Suna squatted down sensibly, and then shook her head in an indescribable way. At this moment, Zheng Dawei's mind was full of Ling Wei. In less than 3 seconds, he was in the sky. Suna rolled her eyes inwardly, her discontent expression fleeting. She wiped the corners of her mouth, stood up, hugged Zheng Dawei's neck and flattered him. My dear, you are so amazing. I want to be the leading actress in the recent movie you invested in. Okay. I'll have someone arrange it when the time comes. You go back first. Zheng Dawei said with satisfaction. Immediately, Suna left with a smile on her face. At this time, Sister Ling came in with a white box, handed it to Zheng Dawei and said. Boss Zheng, are you satisfied with these? Zheng Dawei opened it and took a look, then smiled in an obscene and cruel way. What a pure and innocent goddess. Bullshit. Ling Wei, I'm going to make you kneel down under me and sing conquer. Chapter 24, Great Pang Spreads Its Wings. As soon as Ling Wei entered the private room, she knew she had been cheated. There was no dinner party at all. There was only a short, fat, greasy, bald guy who looked like a sweet potato. At this moment, Zheng Dawei almost drooled when he saw Ling Wei. She is worthy of being the leader of the pure and innocent girls. She is as beautiful as a fairy even without makeup. She is totally not in the same league as women like Suna who rely on pretending. Miss Ling Wei, do you still remember me? Zheng Dawei asked with a smile. Hee, Boss Zheng, you really used a good trick to trick me here. What do you want from me? Ling Wei said coldly. TSK, Miss Ling, don't be so serious. I'm looking for you for something serious. I recently invested in a big movie, but the female lead hasn't been decided yet. I wonder if Miss Ling is interested. Zheng Dawei said. I'm surrounded by scandals right now, but Boss Zheng gave me such an important role. Aren't you afraid that I'll ruin your big production? Ling Wei asked. You don't know, this movie was tailor-made for you to whitewash yourself. I've also set your salary, 100 million, how about it? Zheng Dawei tempted. When Ling Wei heard this, she couldn't help but feel moved. 100 million. It was a timely help for her who was heavily in debt. However, she didn't believe that such a big toad could jump along the street. Boss Shang, thank you for your kindness. I don't want to make a movie for the time being. Having said that, Ling Wei turned around and was about to leave. Zheng Dawei quickly stopped him and said, "Hey, don't go yet, Ling Wei. I really admire your acting talent. I know you've been in a bad mood recently because of the scandal. Also, the funding chain for the movie you raised was cut off some time ago, and you still owe a lot of debts. How about this? I'll invest 1 billion in you. How about that?" Ling Wei sneered, "Boss Zhang, you're taking care of me like this, it's not just because you value my talent. I'm a businessman. After all, I've helped you so much, so it's not too much to ask you for some reward." As he spoke, Zheng Dawei handed the white box to Ling Wei, with a malicious look on his face. "This is the gift I carefully selected for you. As long as you exchange it for me, I will immediately transfer 1 billion to your account." Ling Wei opened the box suspiciously and her pupils immediately contracted. A set of bright red lace bra and tea-back panties. There is also a transparent Japanese miniskirt school uniform and black fishnet stockings. "Get out!" Ling Wei angrily threw the box at Zheng Dawei's face, then turned around and left. When she arrived at the door, she found that it was locked. "Little beauty, don't go." Zheng Dawei walked over and wanted to hug Ling Wei from behind. "Get out of here!" Ling Wei quickly turned around and pushed him away, picked up her bag and started smashing it at him. Zheng Dawei screamed when he was hit and immediately grabbed the bag angrily, pulled it away with force, threw the bag away, and said angrily, "Bitch, if you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. I tried my best to persuade you but you didn't want to do it, but you still forced me to do it by force." After saying that, Dapeng spread his wings and pounced towards Ling Wei. Although he looked like a short and fat guy, Ling Wei was not afraid of him. She picked up her high heels and hit him directly on the big potato head. "You bitch, no one has ever dared to hit me since I was a child, and you dare to hit me." Zheng Dawei covered his head with his hands, looking angry, and then his anger turned into a smile, with a silver sword on his face. "But I like you like this." As he spoke, he continued to spread his wings and pounced towards Ling Wei. Ling Wei got goosebumps all over her body and quickly dodged. "Don't come over here." "What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" You're asking even though you already know the answer, huh? Zheng Dawei rubbed his hands and smiled in an extremely obscene manner. "Don't come over here. If you come over here, I'll call for help," Ling Wei said. Zheng Dawei had a stern look on his face, and said as he took off his clothes, "You can scream as much as you want, and no one will care about you even if you scream your throat out." Ling Wei pointed her high heels at him and threatened, "If you come over here again, I'll smash your head open." "Believe me, of course I don't believe you, but the more you do this, the more I like you. Ever since we parted last time, my heart feels like it's been scratched by a cat. I miss you so much." Soon, Zheng Dawei stripped himself naked, leaving only his shorts on his body, patted his fat body, and smiled with a silver sword on his face. "Come on, don't show mercy to me, whip me hard, hit me hard, come and satisfy me." Ling Wei was forced into a corner by him and was about to use the kick that would cut off her family and grandchildren. Suddenly, with a bang, the tightly closed door suddenly flew in and slammed into the wall. Zheng Dawei was so frightened that he was stunned. Before he could react, a man who was 2 heads taller than him walked up to him. Without saying a word, she slapped him in the face with a slap as big as a fan. Zheng Dawei was immediately beaten so hard that he spun several times on the spot, and his brain completely crashed. Yang Chen was furious at this moment. On his way back, he suddenly received a prompt from the system saying that Ling Wei was being molested and coerced. After getting the address, he rushed here quickly. Unexpectedly, he had just bought this hotel not long ago. Ding! The host domineeringly protects his wife and gains 30,000 points of wife-loving value. Trigger invisible reward, a philosophy attraction charm, stored in the system space. Philosophy attractor, it can emit a fatal attraction to chicken guys, and make the user fall deeply into philosophy and unable to extricate themselves. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled. This is good stuff. Zheng Dawei's head was slapped and made a buzzing sound. Half of his face was swollen and there were a few teeth in his mouth. He immediately got angry, spat out a mouthful of blood, and said viciously, "Fuck you, do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I will cut off your legs." Yang Chen directly kicked his pot-bellied belly with his knee. With a thump, Zheng Dawei fell to his knees, holding his stomach, his face full of pain. Seeing that Yang Chen was about to attack again, Zheng Dawei quickly begged for mercy, "Please spare my life, man. You have to give me a reason if you want to hit me. She. Yang Chen pointed at Ling Wei beside him. She's my woman. After hearing this, Ling Wei was stunned. He said I was his woman. His woman. At this moment, Yang Chen looked both domineering and handsome in her eyes. Ling Wei was immediately pierced through the heart by Cupid's arrow, and her inner deer was so excited that it almost broke through the wall of her heart. I really don't know about that. Zheng Dawei looked innocent. When Yang Chen saw the clothes scattered on the ground, his expression suddenly darkened. What's wrong with these clothes? This. Zheng Dawei stammered and didn't dare to say it out loud. Ling Wei quickly ran to Yang Chen's side and accused. He forced me to wear that dress just now, and I didn't want to, so he wanted to force me. Yang Chen raised his fists and clenched them, only to hear crackling sounds coming from the bones of his fists. Zheng Dawei was so frightened that his hairs all over his body started to tremble. He said quickly. No, my good man, those clothes are mine. They are my clothes. In that case, put on this dress. Yang Chen said. Ah? Zheng Dawei was confused. Chapter 25 Philosophical Attractor. How can a grown man like him wear such clothes? So shameful. Yang Chen glared coldly. I wear it. Zheng Dawei hurriedly said, and just put the lace on. At this moment, someone from the hotel came. Thinking that someone was causing trouble, the hotel manager brought a group of security guards over. When the hotel manager saw Zheng Dawei kneeling on the ground, he immediately panicked. This is a distinguished guest of the hotel. Boss Zhang, are you okay? The hotel manager hurried over to help him up, looking indignant. How dare you bully our boss Zhang? Zheng Dawei saw someone coming to the hotel, so he tore off his lace underwear and threw it at Yang Chen viciously, cursing. I'm wearing a fucking panty, you little bastard. I'm going to kill you, manager. Tie this guy up for me. I'm going to give him a good beating. Yang Chen, what should we do? Seeing that the other party had more people and more power, Ling Wei couldn't help but lean towards Yang Chen, holding his arms tightly with both hands. Don't worry, it's okay. Yang Chen patted Ling Wei's hand to comfort her. Hearing the voice, the hotel manager looked at Yang Chen. His face suddenly turned pale. He recognized Yang Chen, the mysterious boss. Seeing that the hotel manager did not move, Zheng Dawei immediately said angrily. Why, I can't order you around, damn it, I spend millions a year in your hotel, a bunch of rubbish. Look at how your hotel treats guests, letting a pervert break into my room, not only beat me up without any reason, but also strip me naked, and force me to wear this perverted clothes to humiliate me. I tell you, if your hotel doesn't teach this guy a lesson, I'll make you pay for it. When the hotel manager heard this, his face suddenly darkened. He is a smart man. Once he sees the situation inside and the big boss's expression, how could he not understand? Everyone, did you hear what Boss Zhang said? Asked the hotel manager. I heard it. The security guard said in unison, and then walked towards Yang Chen aggressively. Boy, you are looking for death. You dare to hit me. Don't you see who I am? Just wait and see how I will deal with you and your woman. Zheng Dawei's face was full of pride as he held up the silver sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the security guards immediately grabbed Zheng Dawei. What are you doing? Didn't you hear me clearly? I asked you to deal with that brat, not me. Zheng Dawei struggled. The hotel manager smiled politely and said. Excuse me, Boss Zhang. The brat you're talking about is our boss. We don't have the guts to deal with our boss. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help Boss Zhang put on his clothes. Soon, Zheng Dawei was forced to wear the red lace thong and the sexy transparent Japanese school uniform. Since he is short and fat, he looks funny and ridiculous in it, and with his belly full of fat, the effect is extremely eye-catching. Especially his pair of short, fat, furry legs, which are so stunning when put on fishnet stockings that even a 24K titanium dog's eyes would be blinded. Ling Wei turned her face away and dared not look directly at it, it was too hot for the eyes. Boss, are you satisfied with this? The hotel manager asked respectfully. Yang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Ling Wei chuckled, it looks like a big sweet potato covered in a red plastic bag. Some security guards couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. What the hell? Zheng Dawei was so angry that he said to Yang Chen viciously. You better not fall into my hands, brat, or I'll make your life worse than death. Oh, really? Yang Chen walked in front of him, and just as he raised his hand, the other party backed away in fear. What are you going to do? Zheng Dawei asked nervously. Yang Chen slapped Zhang Dawei on the chest, and the prepared philosophy attraction talisman was immediately attached, and the talisman was quickly absorbed. Only Yang Chen could see all of this, throw him directly into the corridor. Boss, this is not a good idea. I'm afraid it will affect other guests in the hotel. The hotel manager said worriedly. When the time comes, you can catch him and deal with him however you want. Yang Chen said. The hotel manager understood very well that this was going to ruin Zhang's reputation, so he winked at the security guards. The security guard immediately threw Zhang Dawei out like a fat pig. Good luck to you. Yang Chen looked at Zhang Dawei with interest and smiled, then took Ling Wei away. There were people coming and going in the corridor, and a few girls screamed when they saw Zhang Dawei in strange clothes. Ah, pervert, pervert, someone come here. Security, security, come quickly, there's a pervert. The security guard picked up his baton and kept chasing him. Zhang Dawei covered his face and ran away desperately, looking very embarrassed. As he ran, he found his way into a room. As soon as he entered, he was stunned. There are two grown men on the bed, what's going on? Dressed like a wrestler, wrestling in the hotel, what kind of hobby is this? The two people on the bed looked at Zhang Dawei at the same time, and their eyes lit up immediately. Chapter 26, No Escape from J. Zhang Dawei smiled apologetically and said, Excuse me, brothers. I'm going to borrow a place to hide. You guys continue and don't worry about me. At this time, a man wearing a black mask walked towards Zhang Dawei. Zhang Dawei took a closer look and suddenly felt that the man looked familiar. He looked like someone in his circle. Tong Dawei. Yes. It's Tong Dawei. Dawei? Is that you? What are you doing here with a grown man? Zhang Dawei asked. Davi? No, my name is Dark. The masked man smiled evilly, looked at Zhang Dawei's round and plump buttocks, and licked the corner of his mouth. Smekta, my little cutie, you are dressed so sexy. Another blond muscular foreign man walked up to Zhang Dawei, reached out and touched his fat chest, and teased. Hey, man, you are so hot, my name is Billy. Then he continued in broken Chinese. You can call me King Billy. Cutie. The straight man Zhang Dawei finally realized who he had met. Oh my goodness, two muscular guys. The most terrifying thing is the way they look at me. It was a look of greed for prey. How could Zhang Dawei not understand this kind of look? That's how he looks at those beautiful women. In the circle, he had heard about many gay things, but he had never seen such a scene. To be honest, he felt really disgusting. Zhang Dawei got goosebumps all over his body and said quickly. Hey, hello, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll leave first. After saying that, he ran away. But the next second, he was caught. Don't run, little cutie, come and play together. Dak said with a sinister smile. And King Billy was even more excited. Don't be shy, let's play a fun game together. No, let me go, you disgusting bastards. Zhang Dawei struggled desperately. Even though he was fat, how could a piece of fat resist two muscular guys who were almost 2 heads taller than him? Please, let me go. Look at me, I'm fat and ugly, and very disgusting. Zhang Dawei quickly made fun of himself in order to gain a chance of survival. However, he was disappointed. Dak looked at Zhang Dawei with a greedy look on his face and said, No. You are so charming. We like you very much. And King Billy had a sinister smile on his face. Help! Zhang Dawei was ruthlessly dragged into the darkness, followed by bursts of shrill screams from the room. Poor Zhang Dawei cried so miserably. He screamed all night long, but no one came to save him even after his throat was broken. The next morning, after the two chicken guys fell asleep, Zhang Dawei finally escaped and came out of the room holding his burning butt. Poor her, a straight woman like her, after a night of torture, she now dares not even walk with her back straight. His original clothes were torn into pieces, so he had no choice but to wear their black belt wrestling suit. In order to avoid being recognized, he also put on a black mask. As for the black collar covered with iron spikes around his neck, he was forced to wear it last night and now he can't untie it even if he wants to. Damn it, what a sin I have committed. It must be that stinky boy's fault, damn it, I will make him pay the price. Zhang Dawei cursed as he walked with difficulty. Suddenly he heard someone coming in the corridor. Brother Jia, please don't do that. Brother Jia, please don't do that. The thin Wei was forcibly dragged forward by Brother Jia. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the man's iron grip. Be good. Listen to me. Brother Jia turned around and shouted. Zheng Dawei wanted to quicken his steps, but his anus was still in pain and it was difficult for him to move forward, and there was no corner to hide. Soon, Wei spotted the man in strange clothes in front of him and said, Brother Jia, look at that man. He looks so weird. When Brother Jia saw it, he immediately broke into an incredible smile. What do you know, little kid? Go away and go wherever you want. Upon hearing this, Wei immediately ran away. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyeballs. Zheng Dawei cursed. However, Brother Jia was not angry at all, but walked forward politely and greeted him. Hello, my name is Ajay, and everyone who knows me calls me Brother Jia. You look like you need help. It's none of your business. Get out of my way. Zheng Dawei cursed. Brother Jia followed him relentlessly, quickly took off his coat and put it on Zheng Dawei, saying, Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. I often help people who are in trouble outside. Get lost, you bastard, be careful or I'll give you a big slap in the face. Zheng Dawei now feels irritated when he sees men. He couldn't bear to think back on what happened last night. What made him most ashamed was that he was actually in pain and happy at the same time. He, Zheng Dawei, is a grown man. Everyone in his circle knows that he hates gay sex to the extreme. But now he actually feels happy about it. What was even more terrifying was that the feeling was still lingering in his body and he kept ruminating on it. Zheng Dawei is going crazy. Damn it, what I like is women. Zheng Dawei was so angry that he pulled his wand in excitement and quickly covered the painful area. Brother Jia looked at Zheng Dawei and gave him a mysterious smile. This little one has a hot temper, which is really likable. You must be injured, and you look very tired. How about this, do you want to go to my room to rest? My room is very big, and I'm alone. There are food, drinks, and even wine in it. Brother Jia said. At this moment, suddenly several people in front of me started chatting. Hey, what do you think the boss was thinking? Why not just teach that Zheng a lesson? Why did he dress him up like a ghost and put him in the hotel, letting us play a cat and mouse game? I really don't understand. That's right. It really exhausts us. The world of the rich is really hard to understand. What's there to not understand? The big boss wants Zheng to be ruined. Our 5-star hotel is full of well-known people, and Zheng is also a well-known person. If he is seen and recognized, who will not stab him in the back? Rich people love face the most. This kind of humiliation is more painful than killing him directly. Hey, what you said is true. Look at the clothes that Zhang wore yesterday. I almost laughed to death. Hey, you know what, even though the Zhang guy is ugly, he looks pretty plump in that outfit. It makes me want to pick up a stick and stab him in the ass. Really? Damn it. That fat pig made us tired all night. Let's catch him and rape him with a baton. The footsteps are getting closer. Zheng Dawei's anus tightened when he heard this, and he was terrified. He was so frightened that he quickly grabbed Brother Jia and said, Come on, take me to your room and hide. Okay. Brother Jia adjusted his glasses and gave a malicious smile. Wei, who was hiding nearby, couldn't help but sigh when he saw the strangely dressed man and Brother Jia enter the room. Hey, if he enters that room, he might not be able to escape from Jay. Chapter 27, Can't Escape Jia. How wonderful. Zheng Dawei took a sip of wine, sighed, and patted Brother Jia on the shoulder. Brother, thanks to you, I was able to escape. When I escape, I will definitely repay you. Okay, come on, drink more wine. As he spoke, Brother Jia continued to pour wine for Zheng Dawei. Zheng Dawei burped, patted his chest and said, I, Zheng Dawei, own 5 performing arts companies and have countless performing arts resources. I am considered a big shot in the entertainment industry. If you want to make your debut, I will definitely help you and package you into the most popular star. Hey, forget about being a celebrity. Look at me, I don't even look suitable for the role. Let's not talk about that anymore. Come on, drink more. Brother Jia continued to pour Zheng Dawei another glass of wine. Judging from your accent, are you from Taiwan? Zheng Dawei asked. Yeah, I brought my younger brother here to travel. My younger brother is very willful and always goes against me. He was with me just now, but now I don't know where he went crazy. Come on, drink. Brother Jia said. Zheng Dawei took the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Perhaps because of the alcohol, he suddenly started to cry. Brother, do you know what I went through last night? It was simply a nightmare. No, it was simply hell, the 18th level of hell. So horrible. What did you go through last night? Tell me, I can enlighten you. Brother Jia comforted. Alas. Zheng Dawei sighed, wiped his tears, and said, No more, there's nothing to say. But you look very sad. Just talk about it. You'll feel better if you say it out. Brother Jia said. Last night I. Zheng Dawei couldn't continue speaking right after he opened his mouth and started crying again. He wanted to say it, but it was too difficult to say it. When I think about last night, it was like I was walking through hell. He is a grown man, but if you can't open your mouth, forget it. Brother Jia approached Zheng Dawei and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Everyone has their pains. Take me for example. My younger brother, Awei, is the one that gives me the most headaches. I obviously love him, but he always wants to escape from me and never understands my good intentions. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Come on, drink. Drinking can help you forget those unhappy things. After saying that, Brother Jia poured wine for Zheng Dawei. Unexpectedly, Zheng Dawei snatched the bottle directly and gulped down the whole bottle. Ah! So cool! So fucking cool! Zheng Dawei wiped the corner of his mouth and shouted, More wine, keep going. Okay, drink it. I have plenty of wine here. Brother Jia smiled and continued to open a bottle for him. Looking at the other party drinking heavily and looking drunk, he couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth. Ah! It feels so good. Zheng Dawei finished another bottle. Brother Jia smiled, his eyes were malicious, You look quite brave. Nonsense, I'm super brave. When I was young, I could finish 3 bottles of white wine by myself. Zheng Dawei looked drunk and touched his stomach. Hey, is there anything to eat? I used up too much energy last night, and drinking alone won't fill me up. Yes, I have some bread here. If you are hungry, take it and fill your stomach first. As he said that, Brother Jia opened the bag, which was full of bread. Zheng Dawei was also very hungry. He took the bread and started to eat it voraciously. He ate several pieces before he burped. However, he was still not satisfied. The bread is not good at all. It would be better if there was some meat. Young man, please help me order some takeout. When I get out, I will return the money to you, 10 times the price. I'm sorry, I don't know how to order takeout here. Brother Jia looked apologetic, then patted Zheng Dawei's thigh and couldn't help but pinch it. Do you really want to eat meat? But your meat is quite firm. Zheng Dawei was drunk and didn't pay attention to the other party's little movements. He burped and said, Nonsense, I just want to eat meat now. I'm so strong because of eating meat. Is that so? Then do you want to eat duck butt? Zheng Dawei asked maliciously. Roast duck? You want to eat it? No, hurry up. I'm dying of cravings. Zheng Dawei said. Then come here, I'll take you to eat duck. Brother Jia said. Let's go eat roast duck, said Zheng Dawei. Brother Jia helped the drunk Zheng Dawei to the bed. Zheng Dawei sat on the bed and said drunkenly, Where's the roast duck? Where is the roast duck? Brother Jia smiled and said with a lewd look on his face, Don't worry, before that, I have something good to show you. Why is it so troublesome? What's the point of eating roast duck? Zheng Dawei said impatiently. Then, Brother Jia took out a notebook and opened it. You are so smart, Kong, this is a good thing, this is eating duck buttocks, Kong quickly. What? Zheng Dawei drunkenly opened his squinting eyes. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked. When he looked, he was immediately frightened and all his drunkenness disappeared. Dake and King Billy. The 2 men in the computer were the 2 whorish guys who tortured him last night. What do you mean? Zheng Dawei said in a trembling voice. It's over. Could he have met a perverted whore again? This luck is almost like winning the lottery. It seems like you don't understand anything at all. Brother Jia said with a smile. What the hell? Get out of here. Zheng Dawei cursed. He wanted to get up, But after the torture of last night and the effect of alcohol, he was weaker than a flower and fell on the bed with just a slight push from Brother Jia. What do you want to do? Zheng Dawei said tremblingly. What do you want to do? Of course, do something that makes you happy? Brother Jia smiled in a lewd way. Oh God, I know I was wrong, please forgive me, Zheng Dawei pleaded. He wished this was a dream. However, Brother Jia had already come over, with a silver sword on his face. Excuse me, I'm kidding. You dress like this just to seduce people. Come, let me see how you've grown. As he said that, Brother Jia started to make some moves. Get away and don't touch me. Zheng Dawei slapped the other person's hoof away. Be good and let me take a look. Brother Jia shouted coldly. Fuck you, you perverted whore. If you dare to touch me, I'll find someone to castrate you. Zheng Dawei cursed. Oh, you're quite stubborn. As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Jia took off his glasses, removed the seal, and said coldly like a tyrant. I told you, let me have some rest. Get out of here, you pervert. Zheng Dawei vowed to hold his ground until the end. Finally, Brother Jia couldn't stand it anymore and punched him. Zheng Dawei was immediately knocked down onto the bed. Then Brother Jia took off his t-shirt, revealing his fat body, and approached Zheng Dawei with a fierce look on his face. Get out of here, don't come over here, no, no. In the end, Zheng Dawei still couldn't escape Jia. Poor Zheng Dawei, the chrysanthemums are in pain and the ground is covered with wounds. He lay in bed, in agony. Poor Zheng Dawei, after a day and a night of torture, he, who was originally a fat and straight man, had undergone strange changes. He became tolerant and accepted it helplessly. Afterwards, Jie Gu looked satisfied. Looking at Zheng Dawei, who was leaning against the corner of the bed and wrapped tightly in a quilt, he threatened. Remember this is a secret between you and me. If you dare to tell anyone else, I'll post your photos and videos online. You're a well-known person, you don't want to lose face, do you? Zheng Dawei burst into tears, feeling that this scene was familiar. Didn't he use this method to force women who were unwilling to obey him? Now, he felt the same way. He finally realized how hateful he was in the past. He is simply a fighter among scum and a devil among villains. At this moment, he silently shed tears of regret. Chapter 28: Coaxing People. After Ling Wei came back, she was in a depressed mood and kept hiding in her room and refused to come out. Only when the two children came to see her did she force a smile. Children are so sensitive that they could tell that their mother was unhappy a long time ago. Seeing their mother like this, the two little guys felt sad. At the dining table, a family of 3 was having lunch. Without their mom around, the two little ones couldn't enjoy their food. Yang Chen seemed like nothing had happened, he just ate and drank as usual. Seeing this, Mimi said dissatisfiedly. Dad, you are so heartless. Don't you know that mom is in a bad mood? You should think of a solution. That's right, Papa, look at mommy at McDonald's last night. There were so many delicious fried chicken burgers, but she didn't even eat a single bite. If Pang Pang is sad, she won't be able to eat anything either. Mommy must be sad, Papa, you have to help her. Fatty said. Today is the weekend, Yang Chen is helpless. The two children noticed something was wrong with Ling Wei early in the morning and started to come over and bother him. What else can he do? That stupid woman, she just ran to the door on her own. Every failure makes you wiser. I will use my brain when encountering problems in the future. She is an adult and can enlighten herself. We don't need to worry about her. Yang Chen said. However, as soon as these words came out, Meow Meow immediately criticized. Dad, you are simply a fighter among steel straight men. Mom is like this now, so she needs you to comfort her, care about her, and enlighten her. Women are very fragile and need to be watered with love. Dad, it's no wonder you were single for so long. Anyway, I will never look for a straight man like you in the future. No matter how handsome you are, it's useless to live with a wooden lump. Wow, sister is so amazing, she actually knows so much. Fatty had a look of admiration on his face, and then said to Yang Chen. Papa, sister is right. It's you who is wrong. You two little brats. Yang Chen said with a smile. He has been both a father and a mother over the years, but he couldn't resist Ling Wei's sugar-coated bullets and a meal at McDonald's. Dad, she is your woman. You have to be aware of this. Go and coax mom. Meme urged. Go quickly, Papa said Pang Pang. Inside the room, the curtains were closed and it was pitch black. Ling Wei curled up on the bed, hugging her legs. At this moment, she was in a very complicated mood, even a little depressed. She, Ling Wei, was originally a famous star. She used to be praised by everyone. But now, everyone is shouting and cursing. A fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. This is the cruelty of the entertainment industry. Sister Ling, the person she once trusted the most, not only turned against her immediately after she got into trouble, she even deceived her and almost made her become someone else's plaything. Fortunately, Yang Chen came over, otherwise she would have really fallen into the abyss and there would be no recovery. Yang Chen. When she thought of this man, Ling Wei's dead heart finally began to ripple. Thinking of every little thing between the two of them, the ripples turned into turbulent waves. This man who always makes him blush and his heart beat fast. As she thought about it, Ling Wei couldn't help but smile. With a click, the door opened. Yang Chen was pushed in by the two little guys. Dad, please comfort Mama. Meow Meow winked playfully and then closed the door. Ling Wei looked at Yang Chen, feeling a little bit of anticipation. However, I heard him say coldly, "Don't draw the curtains in broad daylight." With a swish, Yang Chen opened the curtains without hesitation. Don't always emit depressive electromagnetic waves at home. You have seriously affected the children's mood. The dazzling sunlight made Ling Wei, who had lived in darkness for a long time, unable to open her eyes, so she lifted the quilt to cover herself. Bastard Yang Chen. Stinky Yang Chen. Even though I know that someone is in a bad mood, I still don't try to comfort them. Ling Wei couldn't help but sulk. Get up. Yang Chen urged. Seeing that the other party was wrapped up like a silkworm, motionless, Yang Chen pulled the quilt hard. What are you doing? I want to sleep. Ling Wei said angrily. Get up and eat. Yang Chen said. Perhaps the tone was a little harsh. Ling Wei, who was already fragile, had red eyes after hearing it, and said angrily, No, I'm not hungry. Yang Chen could tell that Ling Wei was crying, so he pulled the quilt away without saying a word. Ling Wei immediately sat up in anger, her face flushed like a pink apple due to anger, her eyes were watery, and she looked so pitiful. She said aggrievedly. Just eat, why are you so rude? Can't you be a little gentler? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen knocked the angry little woman onto the bed. You, what are you going to do? Ling Wei said with a blushing face. My daughter is right. Women need love. I see that you are in need of love right now. Yang Chen said, while his scallion white fingertips wandered across Ling Wei's fair cheek. Although the two of them had had a few intimate encounters, she couldn't resist the damn charm of this man. Not only is he handsome, he's also damn charming and alluring. Ling Wei felt like her heart was about to explode, her face turned red as a pig's liver, and she said. Who said I lack love? Oh, really? Yang Chen smiled, his magnetic voice was full of temptation. At this moment, the fingertips came to the pink lips that looked like peach blossoms. Yang Chen slowly moved closer. Ling Wei slowly closed her eyes. Their lips are just inches apart. Chapter 29 I Want a Little Brother. Just as their lips touched, the door opened. Pang Pang ran in excitedly, Dad and Mom, let's go. When Meme saw her father and mother on the bed, she pulled her brother out without saying a word. Before leaving, he said, Dad, you guys continue, we will take care of dinner ourselves. With a bang, the door was closed. These two little brats. Yang Chen said with a smile. It's all your fault. The kids saw us. It's so embarrassing. Get up now. Ling Wei stretched out her hand and tried to push Yang Chen away, but she couldn't move him no matter how hard she pushed. Yang Chen smiled and said, What is there to be shy about? Children don't understand anything. Don't you want to feel my gentleness? Come on, let us continue. You're so annoying. Get out of here. Ling Wei said coquettishly. Then get up and eat well. I know you feel bad after what you've been through. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Hearing this, Ling Wei's heart warmed up, and she hugged the man who had protected her from the wind and rain tightly, and said with emotion. Thank you, Yang Chen. Ahem, if you don't let go, I really can't bear it anymore. Yang Chen said with a forbearing look. Suddenly, Ling Wei realized something, and immediately pushed Yang Chen away, blushing and saying. Yang Chen, you stinky hooligan. If you don't get up, I'll be a real hooligan. Outside the door, Pang Pang was so anxious that he almost cried. Sister, Daddy and Mommy are fighting, let's go in and stop them from hitting Mommy. Having said that, he wanted to rush in again. Mimi quickly grabbed Pang Pang and said, Stupid, Mom and Dad are not fighting, let's not go in and disturb them. When Fatty heard that it wasn't a fight, he heaved a sigh of relief and asked curiously, If it's not fighting, then what is it? You're just a kid, don't ask too many questions. Meow Meow said. Tisk, sister, you are also a child, okay? Fatty looked dissatisfied, and then he flattered him and asked, Sister, you are the smartest and know everything. Tell me quickly. Fatty is very curious. After a round of flattery, Mimi could only whisper in his ear, I'm telling you, Mom and Dad are creating a villain. Creating a villain? Sister, what is a villain? Pang Pang looked confused. Mimi was speechless. How come her younger brother was nothing like her? He was as stupid as a pig. A little person is a little baby. We were babies when we were very young. Meow Meow explained. Fatty suddenly understood and said, Sister, I understand. This means we will have brothers and sisters soon. Yeah. Mimi nodded and patted his chubby little head. You are teachable. Fortunately, you are not too stupid. Fatty Ball said excitedly, That's great, Fatty can be the big brother, hee hee. You are the second brother, and I am the eldest sister. No, I should say I am the eldest sister. Mimi put her hands on her hips and couldn't help laughing when she thought about the group of little brothers and sisters following her in the future. Great, Pang Pang is the second brother, Pang Pang wants to be the second brother, hee hee. Fat Ball jumped and jumped happily. At this time, Yang Chen and Ling Wei came out. Seeing the two children so excited, Ling Wei was a little confused. What's wrong with the children? Glad to see you go out. Yang Chen said. At this time, Fatty ran over, circled around Yang Chen and Ling Wei, looked around, and asked, Dad, Mom, where is the little man you made? Take it out quickly. Fatty wants to see the little man, and the little man wants to call Fatty second brother. Mimi's heart skipped a beat. Oops. I forgot to tell Fatty Ball to stop talking nonsense. What makes a little man? Ling Wei suddenly realized it and her face turned as red as an apple. Who taught you to say this? Yang Chen asked. Fatty Ball looked honest and well-behaved, and said, My sister said that you and Mama were making a little man, and asked me not to disturb him. She also said that the little man would call me second brother in the future. Yang Chen immediately popped his head onto Mimi's little head, and said, Mimi, you are not allowed to watch those TV series anymore. Mom Mimi pouted and threw herself into Ling Wei's arms with a wronged look on her face. Dad hit me. Ling Wei quickly hugged her daughter and comforted her. Baby, be good. If you don't want to watch TV series, you can watch something else, such as cartoons or documentaries. I listened to my mom, not my dad. Mimi hugged Ling Wei's neck and pouted. Ling Wei couldn't help but smacked her lips and said, My dear daughter, you are so good. Come on, let's go eat with Mom. After saying that, he took his daughter and left. At this time, Fatty stood in front of Yang Chen and said eagerly, Papa, I want a villain. Don't worry about your mom going, your dad can't do anything about it. Yang Chen said. Mom is busy eating, but Papa is free. Hurry and give it to Fatty. Fatty wants to be the second brother. Fatty said. Yang Chen pinched his son's chubby little face and said, You still want to be the second brother? I think you want to be a second-rate guy. Fatty Ball burst into tears and cried. Wow, Fatty wants a little man, Fatty wants brothers and sisters, Fatty wants to be a big brother, whoa. Yang Chen was now in a headache. He didn't expect that his son, who had always been honest and well-behaved, would be so stubborn. Yang Chen quickly picked up his son and said, Good boy, let me tell you, you can't rush this, okay? No, I should call you little man, little baby. A little baby has to stay in the mother's belly for 10 months before it can come out, so you have to wait patiently. When Pang Pang heard this, he wiped his tears and said, Does Mama have a baby in her belly now? This. It was difficult for Yang Chen to answer, and he couldn't lie to the child. Yang Chen found it strange. His son sometimes looked dull, but when he asked questions he was always able to get to the point. Could it be that he is wise but appears foolish? Seeing his father hesitating for a long time, Pang Pang started to feel sad again. No one could understand how he wanted to be a brother. He wanted to have a little brother following him. just like he followed his sister. After having a little brother, the sister no longer ordered him to do work, but instead ordered the little brother to do the work. Most importantly, he can also order his little brother around. This way Pang Pang won't be so tired. He wanted a little brother so badly. It will happen sooner or later, don't worry. Yang Chen said. Then when is sooner or later? Asked Fatty. Yang Chen looked at Ling Wei beside him, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. If your mother is willing to cooperate, it will be done soon. Immediately, Pang Pang broke free from Yang Chen's embrace and ran to Ling Wei with his two chubby legs, saying innocently, Mom, you have to cooperate with Papa to make a little man and give Pang Pang a little brother as soon as possible. Puff. The soup in Ling Wei's mouth suddenly sprayed out. Fatty, you are so persistent. Meow Meow said speechlessly. Ahem, Fatty, this mother. Before Ling Wei finished speaking, Yang Chen hurriedly whispered in her ear. Comfort your son, otherwise he will cry his eyes out. Can this matter be coaxed? Ling Wei whispered. Don't worry, he will forget it soon. Yang Chen said. Mom, don't you want to give birth to a little brother for Pang Pang? Pang Pang's eyes immediately turned red, and he pursed his lips and was about to burst into tears the next second. How could I not be willing? Mom will try her best. Ling Wei said helplessly. Then it has to be quick. It would be best if the baby was born tomorrow, said Pang Pang. You think it's a hen laying eggs? It will take at least a year to give birth to a baby. Meow Meow said. How long is a year? Pang Pang looked confused. Just wait until you are 4 years old. Meow Meow said. Okay, Pang Pang understands. Mom, eat quickly, and then go back to the room with Papa to make a little man. Pang Pang said. Puff. The hot soup in her mouth spurted out again, and this time it almost choked Ling Wei to death. After Ling Wei finished her meal, Pang Pang hurriedly pushed her and Yang Chen into the room and closed the door. In the room, Ling Wei was embarrassed for a while Yang Chen lay on the bed carefree as if nothing had happened. Don't worry, Fatty will forget about it after a while. Yang Chen said. It's all your fault for telling the child all those nonsense. Ling Wei said. Suddenly, Yang Chen pulled Ling Wei into his arms and said. Actually, Chubby's suggestion is pretty good, what do you think? Stop it. Ling Wei looked shy and her heart was beating wildly. Chapter 30 Sister Winter Melon. Suddenly, with a bang, the door was opened again. Ling Wei quickly pushed Yang Chen away. Fatty came running in again and said. Dad, Mom, don't make trouble today. Take Pang Pang to the water park. He just saw an advertisement for a water park on TV. It looked super fun, and most importantly, there was a super big hamburger restaurant in it. Meow Meow, who was standing by the door, shook her head inside. Fatty, you are born to be a big light bulb. The family of 4 came to the Mallard Water Park, which is known as the largest water park in Asia, fully equipped. As soon as Yang Chen got out of the car, he alertly noticed someone following him. Without saying a word, he walked directly to the bushes beside him and pulled out a petite woman. Let me go now. Zuomei was held by the scruff of the neck like a chick and struggled constantly. You are so brave, Shorty, to follow me. Are you so stubborn that you want to be twisted? Yang Chen said in a cold voice, and as he spoke, the strength in his hands increased. Boss, please spare me. I came here for a mission. It's not to follow you. It's Suna. I came here to dig up some dirt on her. Zuomei quickly explained. Hearing this, Yang Chen let go and frowned. Suna? Why is she here? Really? You don't show any mercy to women at all. Zuomei touched the back of her neck, which was a little painful, and muttered something quietly. When she saw Yang Chen's look coming over, she quickly said. Boss, this is what happened. I don't know what happened recently, but Zhang Dawei suddenly lost interest in women and started to play philosophy. Naturally, Suna was dumped. But this woman is amazing. She hooked up with the son of the owner of this water park. Isn't it opening today? She also came here. When Yang Chen heard this, he frowned and said. It's been so long, and you still haven't dealt with that woman. Humph, am I saying that you are inefficient, or are you useless? Boss, you don't know how powerful that woman, Suna, is. She has bewitched that young man so much that he has spent a fortune on her and has completely wiped out all the explosive information that my brother revealed about her on the internet. Zuomei explained. She is quite capable, but this cannot cover up the fact that you are incompetent. Yang Chen said. Boss, I don't like what you said. We are professionals. We are not just boasting about being the best paparazzi in the country. This time, I have found Suna's weak spot and revealed some shocking news about her, which will make her unable to recover from the entertainment industry forever. Zuomei suddenly said mysteriously. Boss, I heard that the young man that Suna hooked up with is really good at having fun. There is a small high Tian Shangyan in this water park, which ordinary people cannot enter. It is said that this time, Suna will be the main character of the feast. This is really explosive news. Do you know the specific location where the High Tian feast is held? Yang Chen asked. This. I have to go in and look for it. Wait, boss, you are not here to attend the High Tian Shangyan. Suddenly, Zuomei looked at Yang Chen with a strange look, and then her face was full of expectation. How about boss, take me in? Yang Chen shot a cold look over. Zuomei's hair stood on end and she smiled apologetically. Boss, I'm joking. How could a righteous, tall, handsome man like you participate in such vulgar activities? That's absolutely impossible. Come in with me. Yang Chen said. Zuomei's heart skipped a beat. She really guessed it right, rich people like that. TSK, the boss is so hypocritical. At this moment, Ling Wei, who was dressed in disguise, came over with 2 children. Seeing Zuomei beside her, she asked. Yang Chen, who is this little girl? She's an employee of the company. There are many people in the garden, so I asked her to come over and help take care of the 2 children. Yang Chen said. Zuomei has been a paparazzi for many years and is also a person with a keen eye. She immediately greeted enthusiastically. Hello, boss lady. My name is Zuomei. I can take care of children. Please leave the children to me and have fun with the boss. Thank you very much. Ling Wei responded politely, and then said to the child. Baby, say hello to your sister. Hello, sister. Neem and Pang Pang said in unison. The 2 children's sweet voices immediately melted Zuomei's heart. It's so cute. The skin is pink and tender. I had only observed her from a distance before, but now that I see her up close, she is simply too adorable. Hello, my little cuties. Zuomei responded with a perverted look on her face. Hey, Mom, this woman looks so weird. Pang Pang hugged Ling Wei's thighs tightly and said. Indeed, it looks stupid, said Meow Meow. Well. Zuomei suddenly felt that these 2 little brats were not cute at all. Baby, you can't say that about others. Ling Wei scolded softly. When the 2 little guys heard this, they nodded obediently and said to Zuomei, I'm sorry. It's okay, cutie. Zuomei was captured by the 2 little guys, and she immediately produced 2 lollipops from her hands and gave one to each of them. Fatty, who had never seen the world, was stunned. He took the candy and said, Wow, big sister, you are so awesome. Although Meow Meow looked disdainful of this little trick, she still politely took the candy. Okay, let us go into the garden. Yang Chen said. Zuomei took the initiative to hold the hands of the 2 children and walked in front. Fatball likes this big sister who can turn into a lollipop very much, and the reason why Meme cooperates so well is mainly because she wants dad and mom to have some private time of their own. Ling Wei looked at Zuomei's small body and couldn't help but feel a little worried, so she whispered to Yang Chen. Yang Chen, your employee looks so small, like a little lowly. Can she take care of the child? She is not young anymore. Even though she looks like a short and fat girl, she is almost 30 years old. She has a baby face so she looks young. Don't worry, she is born to take care of children. Yang Chen said. At this time, Pang Pang licked the candy and asked in confusion, Big sister, why did Papa call you Shorty? He. Zuomei smiled awkwardly. She couldn't say that it was because she was short. Fatty, are you a pig? She is called Shorty because she is short. Meow Meow said. As soon as these words came out, Zuomei felt as if thousands of arrows were piercing her heart, hitting her sore spot. Oh, I understand. Fatty nodded, and then said. Big sister, why are you so short? Is there any need to ask? It must be caused by not eating well when I was a child. Meow Meow said. I see. Fortunately, Fatty ate well. Fatty patted his chest and then said to Mimi. Sister, you have to eat well too, or you'll become short and fat like your elder sister. Don't worry, fatty. I will definitely grow up to be tall and beautiful like my mom in the future. Meme said confidently. There is a saying, children speak without restraint. But at this moment, Zuomei was deeply hurt by the child's words. But what can she do? She can't argue with the child. It's all because of her sharp-tongued boss, who gave her an ugly nickname that hurts her heart. Suddenly, Fatty said innocently, Big sister, from now on I will call you Shorty sister. Puff. Zuomei was about to vomit blood. Damage point critical hit. No, little fat boy. Shorty is an insult. If you call me like that, it's like insulting your big sister. Good children should not swear. Zuomei explained patiently. Yeah. Big sister is right. Then Pang Pang will call you Sister Wintermelon from now on. Pang Pang said. Well. Sister Wintermelon. 1,000 horses were galloping through Zuomei's heart. Well, Fatty, your suggestion is good, I like it. Mimi nodded, and then said to Zuomei, Hey, Wintermelon, I want some more candy. No, if you eat too much sugar you might get worms in your teeth. Zuomei said speechlessly. As expected of being the largest water park in Asia, it was packed with people. Men wear swimming trunks and women wear bikinis. There are all kinds of body shapes, some of which are quite pleasing to the eye. Yes, epsilon equals omicron, alas, it's hard to describe, it's unbearable to look at. Of course, there are also those with great figures. For example, Zuomei, who had just changed into her swimsuit, couldn't hide the turbulent waves in front of her even though she was wearing a swimsuit that looked like an elementary school student's. Even Yang Chen couldn't help but glance at her. Ha, I didn't expect he was not tall. I expected he was quite tall. When the innocent fatty saw her, he exclaimed. Wow, Sister Wintermelon, why is your front bulging so high? Are there two big buns hidden inside? The sound was a bit loud and immediately attracted the attention of many men. Zuomei blushed and quickly covered her front, saying, Little fatty, keep your voice down and don't say such things. At this time, Ling Wei came out wearing a bikini. Wow, Mama, you're so beautiful. Mimi looked at her mother with little hearts in her eyes. Her mother was so beautiful. When Yang Chen saw Ling Wei at this moment, his heart was immediately moved. She has fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, a curvy figure and a slim waist. Although Ling Wei was wearing a sunscreen mask and sunglasses on her face, it still couldn't conceal the charm she exuded. At this time, Pang Pang ran over and hugged Ling Wei's long legs, raised his head and said coquettishly, Mom, you are so pretty. I saw Pang Pang wearing a pair of little yellow duck swimming trunks, revealing his round belly. He looked so honest and cute that people couldn't let go of him. Ling Wei quickly picked up her son and said softly, You are dressed very cutely today, little darling. Mom, yours is the same size as Sister Wintermelon's. Hey, there's no steamed bun inside. Fatty pointed at the hemlock in front of Ling Wei, as if he had suddenly realized something, and then asked. Mom, why do you and Sister Donghua have so much flesh here, but my sister and I don't? Chapter 31 Water Park. This. Ling Wei was extremely embarrassed. Her son is usually honest and well-behaved, but once he becomes curious, the questions he asks really catch her off guard. Get down here, little bastard. Yang Chen looked a little unhappy, and hugged his son down. Yang Chen, what's wrong with you? Ling Wei was a little confused. He was fine just now, how come he changed his expression as soon as he turned around? Yang Chen was very annoyed at this moment. Does this stupid woman know how eye-catching she is? She has such a great figure. It is a perfect existence. It makes women jealous and men unable to walk after seeing it. Even Zuomei, with her voluptuous figure, couldn't help but feel inferior when she saw Ling Wei's figure. Yang Chen looked around, and saw that they were all wolves staring at Ling Wei with shining eyes. Without saying anything, he took off his t-shirt and said in a very forceful tone that would not allow rejection. Put it on, right now. It turns out he was jealous. Ling Wei blushed and shyly took the clothes and put them on. The t-shirt could only barely cover Ling Wei's buttocks, but her long legs were still clearly visible, and the overall look was sexy in a unique way, which made Yang Chen frown. He regretted bringing her to the water park. At this time, Yang Chen didn't notice it at all. As soon as he took off his shirt, he immediately radiated charm and radiance. Strong and muscular chest muscles, 8 abdominal muscles like ice cubes, sexy and 3-dimensional mermaid lines. Zuomei blushed and her heart beat fast. This guy is really a gorgeous guy. Wow, with this figure, I think he can charm all the women in the audience. As expected, the eyes of the group of women nearby lit up when they saw Yang Chen, and they discussed. Oh my god, that guy is so handsome, is he a model? So handsome. The men in the water park are either fat or skinny. He is simply a beautiful sight in the park. What should I do? I really want to ask him for his WeChat. Forget it. Don't you see he has a wife and kids? Look at his wife's figure, she's obviously a top-notch beauty. Let's not even think about it. We can only admire such a top-notch handsome guy from afar. Hey, why do handsome guys get married young, but ugly guys are everywhere? At this time, a beautiful girl with long wavy hair and a great figure said. So what if we're married? Men are always treacherous. Just wait and see. I will definitely get this handsome guy's WeChat and ask him out for fun. Sure, Ingzi, you're no worse looking than his wife, you can definitely do it. That's right. Being able to date a man like this is like finding a treasure. Look at his body. I wonder how good he is in bed. At this moment, they saw Yang Chen walking away alone, and they all encouraged him. Go, Ingzi, show off your charm. We are counting on you. Come on, take down this super handsome guy. Go! 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 Oomph, you all watch carefully. Ingzi fixed her wavy hair, adjusted her burgundy bikini, and then walked towards Yang Chen with her slender waist twisted. Yang Chen didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. His other roommate, Liang. At this time, he was dressed as a park lifeguard, patrolling back and forth in the children's water park area. Seeing Yang Chen, Liang looked a little embarrassed, but he also took the initiative to greet him. Yang Chen, I almost didn't recognize you. Damn, how come you're more handsome than when you were in college? Seeing his good brother from the past, Yang Chen said happily, Liang, long time no see. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Liang smiled bitterly. His family's bankruptcy had long been known to everyone, and he didn't hide it. What are you talking about? Are we still good brothers? Yang Chen said. Let's not say such depressing words. By the way, I didn't go to the last class reunion. How are Wang Xiao and Su Feng these days? Liang asked. Everything is fine. Yang Chen said. At this time, Miao ran over, pulled Yang Chen's hand, and said. Dad, go play with mommy. My brother and I will play in the children's water park. Don't worry, Dongguo is here. Mom, go play with Papa. Pang will listen to Sister Wintermelon. Fatty said obediently. The two little guys are so big now. Liang sighed. The last time I saw Yang Chen's child, he was still a breastfeeding baby. Call me uncle. Yang Chen said. Hello, uncle. The two little guys said in unison. Who is this? Ling Wei asked curiously. Hello, sister-in-law, I am Yang Chen's college classmate and roommate. Liang said. Hearing the word sister-in-law, Ling Wei's face flushed and she politely replied, hello. By the way, Yang Chen, I'm in charge of this area, you and your wife can go and have fun without worry. Liang said. Boss, just go and have fun with the boss lady, I will take care of them. Zhuo Mei said. When Liang saw Zhuo Mei, his heart was immediately moved. How could there be such a petite and cute girl in this world? Ling Wei, who was standing by, was still a little worried. How can this be possible? Don't worry, sister-in-law, I'm here to watch over you. Liang said. Boss lady, you can go and play with the boss without worry, and leave the children to us. Zhuo Mei said. Okay, remember to watch the kids, otherwise. As soon as she heard the boss speak, Zhuo Mei said quickly. Don't worry, boss. I promise I will never let the children out of my sight and will absolutely ensure their safety. Hey, Dad, why are you so long-winded? Let's go. Mom, go quickly. The two children urged and kept pushing Yang Chen and Ling Wei. The kids are chasing us away, let's go. As he said that, Yang Chen pulled Ling Wei away from the children's area. Ling Wei was always worried about the child. She looked back every few steps and said with a worried look on her face. Yang Chen, is this okay? Give the child to Zhuo Mei, she is a black belt in Taekwondo. Yang Chen said. Long before, he had asked Zhang Jing to investigate Zhuo Jian and his sister thoroughly. When he knew that the shorty had this skill, he was quite surprised. But what can Black Belt do? He is still a weakling in front of him. Okay. Hearing this, Ling Wei felt a little relieved. As soon as the two of them left, Pang Pang and Meme took Zhuo Mei to the hamburger shop, leaving Liang Liang aside. Poor Liang Liang hasn't even said hello to the girl he likes. As soon as he arrived at the hamburger shop, Pang Pang ordered a lot of food and prepared to have a big meal. If it weren't for Mimi's urging, Zhuo Mei's wallet would be empty. After the three of them had eaten and drunk their fill, they returned to the children's area. On the other hand, Yang Chen is a man who likes to play the most exciting game. So the two of them went to the most exciting project in the park, the super loudspeaker. The project was extremely popular and there were long queues. As for Yang Chen, it was impossible for him to queue up. He has money, so he must have bought a VDLP ticket. Even so, this project requires a group of 4 people to play, and Yang Chen and Ling Wei only have 2 people. At this time, a beautiful woman came to chat with me. "Handsome guy, I'm alone, can I team up with you guys?" This person was Ingzi. She seized the opportunity and determined that the other party would not refuse. As expected, Yang Chen glanced at her and said to express his agreement. "Thank you, handsome guy," Ingzi said with a smile. "Ha, you are really cool." But she didn't mind. After all, the other man's wife was around, and she had to pretend in front of his wife. Ling Wei frowned, she smelled the scent of green tea. At this time, someone else came to chat with me. This man had yellow hair, a sallow complexion, and was as thin as a bamboo pole. He had been eyeing Ling Wei for a long time. When he saw the opportunity, he ran over and said with a smile, "Brother, you guys are still short of 1 person, right? I'm alone, so why don't we form a team?" While speaking, he quickly glanced at Ling Wei. Oh my god, this figure is amazing. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Even a mask could not hide her radiance. The skin is as white and tender as tofu. Huang Mao is very vulgar inside, but he appears serious and never looks away. Therefore, Yang Chen agreed to let him join the team. And Ingzi couldn't help but look at Yang Chen. There's no way, he's just too handsome. He looks very handsome from a distance, and even more handsome up close, the kind of handsome that makes women want to scream. When she got on the hovercraft, she deliberately sprained her ankle and fell towards Yang Chen. She thought the other party would catch her naturally, but what she didn't expect was that Yang Chen actually dodged. She immediately threw herself into Huang Mao's arms. Chapter 32: Domineering Protection of Wife. The warm and soft girl threw herself into his arms, and Huang Mao didn't want to let go. He grinned with joy, showing his yellow teeth, and said, "Hey, beautiful lady, are you okay?" As he said this, he started to act inappropriately and took advantage of the other person. A foul smell hit her face. Ingzi frowned and struggled, saying unhappily, "Hurry up and let go. Where are you touching?" Huang Mao let go and said quickly, "Beauty, please don't slander me. If I hadn't caught you, you would have fallen into the pipe." "Who slandered you?" "You just touched me," Ingzi said angrily. "Big sister, where did I touch you? You were the one who threw yourself at me. I haven't sued you for molesting me yet." "Really, what kind of person is this? You take my kindness for granted," the yellow-haired man retorted. Ingzi was so angry that her teeth itched. She turned to Yang Chen with a wronged look on her face and said, "Handsome guy, you saw it just now, right? He hugged me and started touching me." I thought the other party would speak for her, but unexpectedly Yang Chen said with a cold face, "I'm sorry, I didn't see it." Yang Chen indeed didn't see it, all his attention was on Ling Wei. Just now he noticed that Ling Wei looked a little strange and her face was pale, so he turned around and asked about her condition. This is also why he dodged when Ingzi fell. At this time, the staff member said impatiently, "Are you guys still going to play? If not, get off the stage. There are a lot of people waiting behind you." Yang Chen looked at Ling Wei and said, "If you're scared, then we won't play." "It's okay, I'm not scared. It's just my first time playing and I'm a little nervous," Ling Wei said. "Let's play." "Why not? Beauty, don't be afraid. It's very exciting." "You will know after playing it once," said the yellow-haired man. Ingzi didn't expect that she would end up losing more than she gained. She hadn't even hooked up with the handsome guy yet, so she endured the humiliation and stayed. The 4 of them got on the hovercraft and sat in a circle facing each other. Yang Chen was concerned about Huang Mao and sat next to him. Ling Wei sat opposite Huang Mao. Huang Mao looked at Ling Wei in front of him, and his heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, itching extremely. It's so tender and white. He wanted to pounce on him right now, but he couldn't eat the hot tofu in a hurry. Besides, this woman's man doesn't look easy to mess with. Wait a minute, then he will be able to eat tofu properly. The hovercraft was gradually pulled higher. Yingzi pretended to be very scared, and pretended to grab Yang Chen's hand accidentally. Yang Chen frowned, and ruthlessly shook him off. Yingzi looked embarrassed but pitiful and said, "Handsome, I'm sorry, I'm just too scared." "If you're scared, just hold on to the handle tightly," Yang Chen said coldly. Yingzi was choked for a moment and fell into doubt. Is she not attractive enough? Or is the other party too ruthless? The yellow-haired man said with a playful smile. "Hey, beautiful lady, if you are scared, just hold my hand." "No need," Yingzi said angrily. Ling Wei's fingers turned white as she gripped the handle so tightly because of fear. "Don't be afraid, take a deep breath." Yang Chen patted her hand and comforted her softly. Ling Wei nodded, took a few deep breaths, and indeed felt a little more relaxed. Yingzi, who was standing by, couldn't help but feel jealous when she saw this. Damn man, he gives all his tenderness to his woman. The more he does this, the more fascinating he becomes. No, she must get this man. Soon, the hovercraft was pulled to the highest point. With a whoosh moment, the hovercraft rushed down rapidly. Speed and passion come immediately. Ling Wei was so scared that she closed her eyes and screamed. Then the hovercraft arrived at the buffer zone and its speed slowly slowed down. The next second, the hovercraft arrived at the bend, and next would be another high-speed section. When Huang Mao saw the opportunity, his evil soul burned fiercely and he immediately transformed into a hungry wolf. Using inertia, he let go of the handle and pounced towards Ling Wei. I thought I would naturally pin the woman down, but in such a fast and dangerous situation, most people were too busy taking care of themselves to pay any attention to such a small accident. But he was disappointed. The moment he pounced on Ling Wei, suddenly a foot pressed against his chest and he was stunned. Under such rapid inertia, the man was still able to move freely. The handsome man who made people angry said coldly, "You are looking for death." As soon as he finished speaking, a scream of awe was heard, and the yellow-haired man was kicked out. Now Huang Mao was in a miserable situation and fell into the pipe. The water flow in the pipe was very fast, and without the protection of the hovercraft, I lost my balance and rushed around in the pipe. Poor him, his yellow-haired head was hitting the pipe uncontrollably with a bang 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 sound, like a hammer hitting a drum, and he screamed. On the other side, Yingzi was also shocked. At this time, the hovercraft was missing one person and suddenly lost its balance. The three of them were in danger of being thrown out at any time. Ling Wei and Yingzi screamed in fear. Yang Chen quickly sat between the two seats and stabilized the hovercraft. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief immediately. Looking at the steady man in front of them, the little deer in their hearts seemed to be equipped with a small motor, almost breaking through the walls of their hearts. Ah! This is damn charming. The more Ling Wei looked at Yang Chen, the more she loved him, as if this love was quietly being imprinted into her bones. And Yingzi was really drooling at Yang Chen. Damn, she finally met the perfect man. This time, I'll never let go of what I've set my eyes on. The yellow-haired man who was kicked away quickly reached the finish line. He was not sitting on the hovercraft, and the feeling of weightlessness of falling 3,000 feet almost cost him his life. Huang Mao spat out a mouthful of water and said angrily, "Fuck it, if I don't take revenge, I'm not called Huang Mao." Soon, the hovercraft reached the finish line. When the staff saw the three people on the boat got down safely, they were stunned. At this time, Huang Mao pointed at Yang Chen and said to the staff, "It was him. This guy kicked me off the boat." With a slap was slapped hard on the yellow-haired face. Ling Wei immediately turned into a hot pepper and said domineeringly to protect her husband, "Asshole, you took advantage of me and now you bite my husband. Believe it or not, I will slap you in the face until your teeth are all over the floor." Looking at the angry Ling Wei in front of him, Yang Chen smiled. "I thought she was a delicate little woman who couldn't take care of herself, but I didn't expect that when she got angry, she turned out to be a devilish little pepper. It's too cute." The yellow-haired man was stunned by the slap, and his face was burning with pain. He immediately reacted, "You stinky bitch, how dare you hit me?" As he said this, he raised his hand and was about to swing towards Ling Wei. However, the next second, his hand was tightly grasped by Yang Chen. The force was enough to crush his bones. Ah, let go, my hand is going to break. Huang Mao begged repeatedly, please spare my life, brother. I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have had any dirty thoughts about your wife. Get lost. Yang Chen kicked him more than 10 meters away. The yellow-haired man lay on the ground miserably, crying out in pain. At this time, Ingzi said, you stinky hooligan, you just took advantage of me, you deserve it. The onlookers accused Huang Mao. He has shifty eyes and a lecherous look. It's obvious that he's not a good person. That's right, it's really shameless. It's not just shameless, it's downright shameless. This guy is a repeat offender. I just saw him taking advantage of the chaos to touch other girls. Bah, you bastard, get out of here now. Get lost now. Huang Mao was lying on the ground and being pointed at by everyone, and he was very angry. He staggered to his feet, glared at Yang Chen fiercely, and cursed in his heart, stinky boy, just wait for me. The onlookers dispersed one after another. Engzi looked shy, and bowed to Yang Chen to thank him. Handsome guy, thank you so much for teaching that bastard a lesson for me. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen didn't even look at her, and directly hugged Ling Wei and left. Engzi looked up and was immediately stunned. Damn, where are the people? Chapter 33 Believe it or not expose you. What did you call me just now? Yang Chen asked. Ling Wei looked confused. What? Haven't I always called you Yang Chen? Really? I just heard you call me old what? Yang Chen continued to ask. Only then did Ling Wei remember and her face turned red with embarrassment. I was so angry when I was cursing just now that I accidentally called him husband. Oh my god. She actually called Yang Chen hubby. Ling Wei just felt very anxious, her face was as red as a tomato, she laughed and said. Old, what? Old Yang. This title suits you very well. Ha ha. Oh? That's not what you called me that night. Ling Wei suddenly turned her head away, her heart beating wildly, and pointed to the right, pretending to be calm. Hey, Yang Chen, let's go play over there. Yang Chen looked in the direction Ling Wei pointed. Okay, let's go. Soon, the two came to another amusement area, where the project was called Go with the Waves. Grabbing the swimming ring, Ling Wei happily walked into the swimming pool like a child, and Yang Chen followed closely behind her. This swimming pool is not an ordinary swimming pool, it creates waves all the time. The waves are big and small, and people can go with the flow by putting on a swimming ring. The most exciting thing is that when big waves come, you may be blown away by the waves. Ling Wei had a lot of fun, completely letting herself go and laughing like a child. Yang Chen followed closely beside her, holding onto the handle of her swimming ring tightly, fearing that the two of them would be separated by the huge waves. Just then, a dark-skinned man set his eyes on Ling Wei. Look at the women in the swimming pool, they are of all heights, weights and shapes, but some of them are average-looking or have ugly figures. Only her, Ling Wei. Oh my god, this is a goddess descending from heaven. Look at this white and smooth skin, it must be made of tofu. And the pair in the front, their bodies are so fucking rough. Hei Pai's eyes lit up, and he pretended to approach Ling Wei casually. Then his feet in the water started to get restless and he wanted to rub the other person with his feet. Yang Chen noticed this wretched black-skinned guy, and used the waves to push Ling Wei away. Fuck, it's almost there. Hype was annoyed for a while, then hurriedly followed. At this time, Hei Pai finally got close to Ling Wei. Just when he was about to take advantage of her, suddenly, a huge wave came. Yang Chen held onto Ling Wei's swimming ring tightly, and the two of them were swept up by the huge waves, along with Hei Pai who was following beside them. Ling Wei screamed excitedly. She hasn't let herself go like this in a long time. The moment she was washed away by the waves, she felt like a bird about to fly into the sky. Carefree and free, it feels so comfortable. At this moment, Yang Chen kicked towards Hype. All that was heard was a scream of awe, and Hei Pai flew out with 3 bloody and rotten yellow teeth. After the big wave, there was calm. Suddenly, Ling Wei approached Yang Chen and said, Yang Chen, thank you, I haven't been this happy in a long time. Yang Chen smiled, and whispered in her ear, if you really want to thank me, you can do it in the evening. When Ling Wei heard this, she pushed Yang Chen away and said with a look of shame and anger, Can't you say something else? You just act like a hooligan. Although she said this, Ling Wei felt sweet in her heart. The two of them seemed to be becoming more and more like a couple. The two walked towards the children's playground area. At this time, Ling Wei looked shy and said, "Yang Chen, I actually found that you are quite good." Give out nice guy cards? Yang Chen asked. No, I mean you are a good person. Not only a good father, but also a good man and husband in the future. Ling Wei said with a slightly blushing face. In fact, she was thinking that she wanted to be with him. She wanted him to be her husband and she to be his wife. But as a girl, she was too embarrassed to say this. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen suddenly became a straight man and said in a nonchalant manner, "Oh, you got a bargain." Ling Wei's face suddenly turned black. This guy really doesn't know how to be humble. Hype stumbled to the meeting point, where Huang Mao had been waiting for him for a long time. Seeing Hype's miserable state, Huang Mao asked hurriedly, "Hype, what's wrong with you? Did someone give you a beating?" "Oh, don't mention it. I just met a troublemaker." Hype covered his aching chest and asked, "Hey, how are you doing over there? Did you meet any good stuff?" "Yes, I met two. One of them, damn, was as beautiful as a fairy even with a mask on. Her skin was so smooth, there's a saying, her skin was as white as cream." Huang Mao said. "Hey, what you're talking about looks a lot like a beauty I met. Is she the one wearing a mask, with very fair skin and a nice curvy figure?" Hype asked. Yes, and there is a man following her, right?" said the yellow-haired man. "Yes, it was that guy who kicked me and sent me flying. Now I'm in pain all over. Brother, me too. I was even worse off. I was playing with the big trumpet and he kicked me off the boat. I almost drowned. Fuck it, we need revenge and give that brat a good beating. Hey, do you still remember what that kid Jian looked like? I was only looking at the girls at the time and didn't notice what he looked like. I remember, damn it, I remember him even when he turned to ash. He was so damn handsome, so handsome that I wanted to cut his face with a knife. To be honest, I have never seen such a handsome man in my life. He is so handsome that it makes both humans and gods angry. Come here." The black-skinned man waved to the yellow-haired man. The yellow-haired man put his ear close, clapped his hands while listening, and said, "Great, Hype, your move is ruthless, but I like it. That brat will be made to suffer a fate worse than death, ha." On the other side, Zuomei and her two little ones were having a great time in the children's area. Although Zuomei is petite, she has a great figure. At this moment, she was playing water volleyball with two little ones. That jumping and skipping, that scene, wow. Two big white rabbits are jumping around, they are extremely cute and eye-catching. There were parents with children all around, both boys and girls. Because of his wife and children, the man had the desire but not the courage to do anything, and only dared to take a few secret glances. Ah! Not far away, a woman in the swimming pool let out a terrified scream. Zuomei looked over there and saw a fat boy with a silly face hugging the girl and shouting, "Mom, Mom." The woman struggled desperately, but she was no match for the fat boy's strong hands and arms, and he took advantage of her. Suddenly the fat boy let go and pretended to be silly and said, "Hey, you're not my mom." "Hey, sorry, I got the wrong person." The woman was so frightened that she pushed him away, covered her chest and cursed. "You bastard, who is your mother? You are crazy." At this time, a middle-aged woman came over angrily. Hey, who are you scolding? What did my son do to you?" When the obese boy saw his mother coming, he immediately said aggrievedly, "Mom, I thought that auntie was you, so I came over and hugged her. I apologized to her, but she still scolded me. This is blatant nonsense. One is a young woman with a good figure. The fat boy's mother is a middle-aged woman with a lot of loose fat on her body. Even a blind man can tell the difference, let alone him who has eyes." He actually said that he had recognized the wrong person. Anyone with a brain knew that the fat boy was talking nonsense. However, the middle-aged woman didn't care. How could her baby be wrong? Today she protected her child to the end. "Good boy, baby." The middle-aged woman touched the fat boy's head lovingly and said, "Mom will seek justice for you." "What do you mean by accidentally? He just touched me." Before the woman finished speaking, she was interrupted by the middle-aged woman. "Bullshit, my child is very well behaved, how could he do such a thing? Even if he did, he is still a child, what does he know? It must have been an accident. Besides, why are you fussing over a child? There are so many people here, it's normal for some inadvertent physical contact. If you care so much, don't play here and don't dress like this. There are so many styles of swimsuits, but you wear them as if you're not wearing anything. You've exposed a lot of things that shouldn't be exposed. You're obviously an indecent girl. You're really shameless. However, in fact, her son is already 18 years old, but he is short and has a childish face, looking like a little child. The middle-aged woman was almost 40 when she gave birth to such a precious son. Although he is 18 years old now, she still treats him like her sweetheart. You. The woman was so angry that tears came out. Not only was he taken advantage of, but he was also insulted like this. However, the middle-aged woman continued to chatter. What do you mean by you? Are you trying to extort money? Humph, I've seen many shameless girls like you. Get out of here right now. If you slander my son again, I will expose you online. You've gone too far. Your son was wrong in the first place. Not only did he make excuses, he also insulted me. The woman cried. More and more people gathered around. At this time, the middle-aged woman shouted to the people around her. Everyone, come here and judge for yourself. A grown-up girl bullied a little kid and even said that my kid took advantage of her. Look, she can even say such things. The kid just accidentally touched her, and she's still being rude even after he apologized. The onlookers said. Oh, you're just a kid, what do you know? He's already apologized, so just let it go. That's right, why bother with a child? Don't be so petty. You are a grown-up girl, please be more generous. The child has apologized for his mistakes, which means he is still a good child. Forgive him. Yes, little girl, you shouldn't slander such a good child. Children's hearts are very fragile. He didn't mean it. Just forgive him. That's right, let's make a big deal out of a small matter. Besides, it's not a big deal. Seeing everyone trying to persuade her, the woman felt angry and aggrieved, and left crying with her face covered. Zuomei and the two little ones were not nosy people, so they just watched from a distance. At this time, Pang Pang asked, Sister Donghua, can children be forgiven for anything they do? Of course not. Anyone who does bad things must be punished, no matter who they are. Zuomei said. Fatty looked puzzled and said. Sister Wintermelon, that fat brother was wrong. Why didn't he receive any punishment? Instead, the sister who was hurt is crying? That's because the time for punishment has not yet come. Zuomei said. Fatty asked again. But it's very strange. It's obviously the fat brother who was wrong, so why are everyone trying to persuade the injured older sister? Meow Meow said, do you even need to ask this? They are all blind. There is a swear word like this. Oh, yes, they are all saintly bitches. Mimi, although I don't agree with you using bad language, your analogy is very correct. There are always some people who advise you to be more magnanimous without understanding anything. You should stay away from them, understand? Mimi and Fatty scratched their heads and asked in unison, why? When lightning strikes them, you will be implicated as well. Zuomei said. Fatty seemed to understand and said, then stay away from them from now on. Fatty, don't get struck by lightning. Mimi nodded thoughtfully and said. Donghua, I didn't expect you to know so much. I'm really impressed by you. Really? Then just call me sister instead of calling me Wintermelon all day long. Zuomei said. Tisk, I don't want it. Wintermelon suits you very well. Meme said mischievously. Really? Zuomei was helpless. At this time, the middle-aged woman had fought a victorious battle. She was very proud and held her chest high like a victorious old hen. She said to her fat son, be good, baby, go play by yourself. Mommy is going to buy something. If you need anything, just call me loudly. Okay? The obese boy nodded obediently and continued to look for his target. Soon, he set his sights on Zuomei. At this time, after Zuomei finished explaining the truth to Fatty Mimi, the two little ones ran to slide. As a bodyguard, Zuomei of course stood aside to watch over them. The fat boy almost drooled when he saw Zuomei's pair of luxurious 3060 headlights, and quietly walked behind Zuomei. At this time, Yang Chen and Ling Wei came back. Zuomei keenly noticed that a pair of malicious hands were attacking her from behind. Ling Wei saw a fat boy with bad intentions behind Zuomei and was about to warn him. But Zuomei grabbed the attacking pig's claws without saying a word and threw him over her shoulder. With a bang, a heavy human bomb fell into the swimming pool, and the water splashed everywhere. Chapter 34, Just Don't Be Cowardly. Ling Wei was shocked. That fat boy probably weighs over 100 pounds. Zuomei, such a petite girl, threw him to the ground so easily. Yang Chen's reaction was calm. He knew that Zuomei was quite capable. Liang, who was standing not far away, was extremely excited. In his eyes, Zuomei is simply the little Barbie in his mind. This little person is not only extremely cute, but also has such strong explosive power. This made his heart beat fast. He even thought how great it would be if he was the one who was thrown down. It's over, it's over. Ever since he met Zuomei, his masochistic tendencies have become more and more obvious. What does this mean? He has fallen in love. Realizing what he meant, Liang didn't have time to be dazed and ran over quickly. You little bastard, you are tired of living, and you dare to take advantage of me. Zuomei put her hands on her waist with an angry look on her face, and when she saw Yang Chen, Ling Wei, and the others coming over, she immediately greeted them with a smile. Boss lady, you are back. Dad, Mom, you're back. Immediately, the two little guys ran over excitedly. Pang hugged Ling Wei and said coquettishly, Mom, Pang missed you so much. Pang is very good and obedient. And Mimi looked proud. She doesn't need to act like a spoiled brat or anything like that. Ling Wei caressed her lovely son and daughter lovingly and said, Mom knows that you are all my good babies. At this time, Fatty pointed at the fat boy in the water and said, Mom, this fat brother is very mean. He just bullied his sister and now wants to come over and bully Sister Wintermelon. The fat boy stumbled to his feet and immediately burst into tears. Ooh, Mom, someone hit me, oh. Fatty stretched out two little fingers to scratch his face and said, It's really shameful that you're still crying at this age. Pang is a strong little man and never cries. Fatty, you don't understand. This is called a giant baby. Today I'll let you see it. Meow said. When the fat boy heard others say this to him, he howled even louder, calling for his mother while howling. Zuomei was annoyed, raised her fist, and said viciously, You're already this big, but you're still not weaned. If you keep crying, I'll beat you so hard that even your mother won't recognize you. Don't think I don't know you. You're pretending to be stupid and trying to take advantage of girls. Do you think it's so easy to take advantage of me? Humph, you won't be so lucky this time when you meet me. You, what do you want to do? I'm still a child, you can't bully a child, woo. The fat boy was so scared that he hugged his chest and trembled. Kid, I specialize in dealing with naughty kids. Zuomei said. At this moment, the fat boy's mother, a middle-aged woman, sprinted over at a 100-meter sprint. Before she arrived, she started howling. Oh, my baby, who the hell bullied you? Seeing his mother coming, the fat boy was no longer timid and pointed at Zuomei and said, It was her. She just lifted me up and threw me into the water. When the middle-aged woman heard this, her heart trembled. She hugged the fat boy and kept looking at him, saying, Oh, my baby, did you fall down? Let me see if you feel any pain. The fat boy immediately pouted and said, Mom, I feel pain everywhere. This hurts, that hurts. This scene of loving mother and filial son made Zuomei want to vomit. The middle-aged woman looked at Yang Chen and the others and complained. You guys, my son fell like this, and you didn't help him. You watched him die without helping him. Do you have any conscience or morals? TSK, your son's obscene behavior is something that anyone who encounters him would have to slap him in the face. I'm already lucky that I didn't beat your son into a pig's head. Zuomei said bluntly. You little slut. The middle-aged woman pointed at Zuomei's nose, gritting her teeth. You must pay for my son's medical expenses, and apologize to my son, right now. Seeing this, Ling Wei on the side looked at Yang Chen worriedly and said, What should we do, Yang Chen, do you want to help Zuomei? No need, she can handle it herself. Yang Chen said. At this time, Liang ran over and said, Hey, auntie, why are you so arrogant? He is your son. Shut up. This is my business. You don't need to interrupt. Zuomei shouted. Liang fell silent immediately, but was secretly delighted inwardly. So domineering. I like. Compensation? Sure. I'll compensate you 100 million. Before she finished speaking, the middle-aged woman's eyes widened when she heard that it was 100 million. She stretched out her hands and said quickly, "You're smart, hurry up and give me the money. Why rush? I'll burn it for you at the crossroads tonight," Zhuomei said. "You little bitch, I'm going to tear your stinky mouth apart." The middle-aged woman almost vomited blood and raised her hand as if to hit Zhuomei. Unexpectedly, Zhuomei shouted, "Everyone come and see, someone is bullying an innocent girl." Zhuomei deliberately rubbed her face red, covered her face, and cried, "Auntie, I was wrong. I shouldn't have resisted. I should have stood still and let your son take advantage of me. It's all my fault, boo-hoo." Zhuomei acted very well, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, looking so pitiful. More and more people gathered around, and seeing a petite and weak woman being bullied like this, they all started pointing fingers at the middle-aged woman and her son. Fuck, why are they this stupid mother and son again? This aunt is so fierce and arrogant that she actually bullies a little girl. What's going on this time? Why is that little girl crying so pitifully? Didn't you hear what the little girl said? Just because she didn't take advantage of her son, the old woman slapped the little girl. Wow, they are such bad people. Look at how cute the little girl's face is. She was slapped like this by this old woman. It's all red. This mother and son don't look like good people at first glance, especially the old woman. I've seen her before. Her mouth is like a machine gun, swearing and not letting anyone off. It is said that loving mothers often spoil their children. Look at how this old woman spoiled her child. He is still young and doesn't learn to be a good person. He is so clumsy and takes advantage of girls. What's even more hateful is that he even laid hands on a little girl. The middle-aged woman's face turned pale and blue when she heard this. Don't be fooled by this little bitch. It was her who bullied my son first. This woman actually lifted my son up and threw him headfirst into the water. Tell me, who is right? When everyone heard this, some people burst into laughter. Auntie, your ability to wrongly accuse someone is too far-fetched. How could such a little girl lift up your fat son? Hey, you know what, I just saw this little girl throw this fat guy into the water. Oh my, this little girl is incredible. That's her fault. How could she throw someone into the water for no reason? It must have been painful. When the middle-aged woman heard that the wind had changed direction, she immediately said unmercifully, "That's right. My son fell and it hurt all over. I was so sad." Who is Zhuomei? A veteran paparazzi. The best at changing the direction of public opinion. So, she pretended to be well-behaved and aggrieved and said, "I was wrong. I told Brother Pighead not to play wrestling, but he forced me to play." When everyone heard this, they all said, "Oh, it's normal for children to bump into each other while playing. As a mother, please be more magnanimous." That's right. Besides, it was your son who was at fault first. He tried to take advantage of the little girl under the pretext of wrestling. Fortunately, the little girl was quite capable. Otherwise, he would have been like the girl just now and would have suffered in silence. They are all children. Forget it. Let's make a big deal out of a small matter. That's right, big sister, you've eaten a few decades more rice than the little girl. As an adult, you should be more generous and stop being so petty. The middle-aged woman was not happy when she heard this. She was never one to suffer a loss, so she said, "You are all blind. Don't you see that the thing in front of that little bitch is bigger than a ball? She doesn't look like a child at all." Everyone was scolded and became angry. Children nowadays have good nutrition. Why do you only allow your son to develop early and grow up like a pig? You don't allow others to develop well. Haven't you seen that Japan is full of baby-faced girls? Ahem. That's right, she's really petty and won't tolerate anyone saying anything bad about her. I think she is just jealous that the little girl's thing is bigger than hers. She is jealous, otherwise why would she keep calling her a little bitch? His son probably took advantage of other girls because his mother was so young. The middle-aged woman was so angry that she yelled, "You all shut up." Unexpectedly, her silly son pointed at her chest and suddenly said, "Mom's is too small." Then, pointing at Zhuomei, he said something even more explosive, "Hers is bigger than Mom's. I like to touch hers." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Oh, how shameless. He is so young, but he is such a pervert. What will happen when he grows up? Good fellow, even though you are young, you are still a bit sleazy. Tisk, TSK, I guess his mom didn't wean him off yet. It seems so. It's just a bad habit that adults have spoiled me. Isn't it? I guess the little girl was really molested by this fat boy before. Didn't his mother say that children don't know much? Look, he knows everything. He can even tell the difference between big and small. The middle-aged woman was irritating and even turned the tables, saying, "What are you talking about? My son doesn't know anything. It must be this little bitch who seduced him. Look at her. She looks like this at such a young age, and she's dressed like this." At this time, Liang couldn't bear it anymore and said, "What are you wearing? People who come to the water park have to wear swimsuits. Besides, they dress more conservatively than you do. Who would care about your son like this?" Someone in the crowd echoed, "Young man, you are right. You said that children don't understand, but adults should understand. You only know how to give birth but not how to teach. The child you gave birth to will bring harm to others." That's right, take your son home and discipline him. Go home quickly and don't embarrass yourself here. It's none of your business. I don't need you to tell me what to do. The middle-aged woman put her hands on her hips and roared, then pointed at Zhuame with a vicious look. "Little bitch, don't be so cocky. I have hundreds of thousands of fans on Douyin. I will expose you online and let everyone see your ugly and hypocritical face." "Wow, I'm so scared, please don't expose me online." Zhuame pretended to be extremely scared. Everyone drove the mother and son away. "Just wait for me, little bitch." The middle-aged woman glared at Zhuame fiercely, took out her cell phone and started the live broadcast. Chapter 35, Comparing Internet Exposure with Me. My dear family members, I am Sister Fengfeng. I suddenly started a live broadcast today because I encountered something that was very heartbreaking. In broad daylight, my orphan and widow were bullied. The middle-aged woman, Sister Fengfeng, was so sad that she could hardly continue speaking. Although Sister Fengfeng has an ugly face in real life, in front of the camera, she transforms into a beautiful young woman with lingering charm. Soon, people came to the live broadcast room and asked about my well-being. "Sister Fengfeng, what's wrong?" "Wow, Sister Fengfeng has a great figure. Look at her outfit. Are you going to the water park?" "Xiao Fengfeng, don't be sad, we support you." What kind of atmosphere is this now? I hate people bullying orphans and widows the most. Sister Fengfeng, who bullied you? Tell us and we'll help you vent your anger. Sister Fengfeng, don't be afraid. We are here for you. We are all your family. Sister Fengfeng, don't cry, tell us quickly, who bullied you? Thank you, my family and my babies. It's great to have you. Sister Fengfeng looked touched, and as she spoke, she turned the camera towards Zhuame. It was her. Not only did she beat my son, she also cursed us with a rude look on her face, saying that she would burn money for us at the crossroads at night. There was an uproar in the live broadcast room. How can you be so vicious at such a young age? Yes, she is still so arrogant. It's only because Sister Fengfeng is kind. If it were me, I would have slapped her in the face. Little Feitsong is so pitiful. Sister Fengfeng, where is his injury? Is it serious? Poor Sister Fengfeng, she raised her son all by herself. The orphan and the widow were bullied like this by a little girl. Alas, it's just that Sister Fengfeng is too kind and easy to talk to. That's right. This is how the world works. Good people are often bullied and ridden upon. Hey, why did I see one side of the little girl's face was red? Did she get beaten? Look carefully, it's true. Did Sister Fengfeng hit someone? No way, Sister Fengfeng is such a kind person, how could she do that? Even rabbits bite when they are angry. It must be that the other party has gone too far. At this time, Sister Fengfeng was in tears, but in the camera she looked like a tearful girl. My dear family members, you know me well. You know me best. I am Fengfeng, such a kind person. How could I do that to a little girl? You don't know how good she is at acting. She pretends to be an innocent girl in front of everyone to make everyone side with her. My son is so pitiful. He was beaten by her and his whole body was in pain. You all know that my son Xiao Feitsong was born with low intelligence. He didn't even touch her, but she slandered him and beat him. Isn't this bullying a disabled person? Besides, my son has the IQ of a 5-year-old. He is very innocent and simple. He doesn't understand anything. When he is bullied, he can only cry for his mother. Poor my weak and kind son who can't take care of himself. The brainless fans in the live broadcast room didn't care about right or wrong, they were all a bunch of Saint Seiya, and they all said indignantly, "This is really too much, Sister Funfang, let her apologize to you and your son." That's right, Sister Funfang, don't be a coward, be tough and ask her to apologize. This is bullying of a mentally retarded person. This is intolerable. Sister Funfang, you really should give her a few slaps in the face. That's right. Even at such a young age, his heart is extremely vicious. Sister Funfang, don't be sad. We will find her for you and help you spread this message so that this vicious person will be killed immediately. That's it, let the whole society take a good look at this ugly face. Sister Funfang, please turn the camera towards her so that we can see her face clearly. When Sister Funfang saw this, she was secretly delighted, thinking that she had finally achieved her goal. That's what she wanted, to make this little bitch socially dead and make her regret provoking someone she shouldn't have provoked. Humph, you little bitch, how dare you bully my son? My dear family, this isn't a good idea. Social death seems a bit too much. While saying this, Sister Funfang kept the camera fixed on Zuomei. Little girl, you'd better apologize obediently, but my family and babies think you've gone too far. You should kneel down and apologize. If you know what's best for you, kneel down quickly. Watch out, my family and babies will dox you and make you socially dead. TSK, you want to compete with me in online exposure, right? Just wait. Zuomei had a look of disdain on her face and did not dodge the camera. He picked up his phone, called his paparazzi, and said domineeringly, "There's an old lady exposing me online, saying she wants me to be socially dead. Oh, by the way, I'll send you the video. You know what to do, right? I want her to have a good taste of what it's like to be exposed online." The so-called video, Zuomei had already secretly recorded the scene of the fat boy taking advantage of the girl, and Sister Funfang swearing fiercely. As a veteran paparazzi, how could she not be meticulous? After hanging up the phone, the leading paparazzi of Fingxing Studio stood up, flicked his cigarette butt, and said lightly, "Let me tell you something. Miss is being exposed online and threatened. This bullying has come directly to us. I don't care about the other party's background. In one word, I will beat them to death." Understood. A dozen paparazzi were furious. Then, the keyboard started clacking and he began to work smoothly. Look, how arrogant this woman is. She's so hateful. She doesn't care about her family and babies at all. Sister Funfang cried. This is so abominable. Dear family members, remember this face. Let's start to hunt her down. Okay, let her bully the orphans and widows with such an arrogant attitude. That's right. She should be taught a painful lesson at such a young age. I've seen this woman before. She seems to be a paparazzi. Wow, so he's a dog. No wonder he's so despicable. I hate paparazzi the most. Look at my dog beating stick. I'll hit her and she'll bark. Great. Even Hong Qigong has come out. I am so sorry for my disrespect. Sister Funfang was in a very good mood as she looked at the comments in the live broadcast room. She knew that she would be able to kill that little bitch soon. Taking advantage of her good mood, she took her mobile phone and started to play the victim with her mentally retarded son, and even shamelessly deceived her family members into giving gifts. My dear family members, you have seen how arrogant that girl is. How can there be such a person in this world? My heart is broken. It is not easy for a weak woman like me to raise a son, but why did I have to encounter such a thing? At this time, her son Xiao Feizong looked well behaved and said, Don't be sad, Zong will set off rockets for you, bayu. Baby, mom knows you are a good kid. Do you want to see the rockets in your phone and let your uncles and aunties set them off for you? Okay? Sister Funfang asked. Xiao Feizong said that he was mentally retarded, but actually he was not stupid. He had been trained by his mother a long time ago to be very smart, and his brain was extremely bright. He just said with a simple face, I like it, but Xiao Feizong likes Che more. Look, my silly son, my family, if life hadn't put too much pressure on us, I wouldn't want to say this in front of the camera. This month, in order to treat Xiao Feizong, our family has been unable to make ends meet. Little Feizong is such a good child. He received so many injections during treatment, but he didn't shed a single tear because he was afraid that I would feel bad. My family and baby, I hope you can lend a helping hand to us. We don't need a big rocket or a luxury car, just a little love will do. Sister Fanfong looked so miserable that I felt sorry for her. The saintly people in the live broadcast room were overwhelmed with sympathy. They all felt that the mother and son were so pitiful and offered their love. Especially the guy at the top of the list. His cat was eating instant noodles in his rental house, and his rocket car was swishing out, with a note saying, "Sister Fanfong, come on, I love you, and I want to be the man behind you." Sister Fanfong was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Brother Bangda, thank you for your kindness." Suddenly, a group of uninvited guests entered the live broadcast room and started to yell. "You're so poor that you can't even afford to eat, but you still have money to go to the water park. How shameless. I hate online beggars the most. They are so pretentious. I'm at the water park. This woman is a middle-aged woman. She's actually fat and ugly. Don't be fooled. Wow, this beauty filter is amazing, it can turn a sow into Diochan. I know this mother and son. I was also at the water park." The son pretended to be stupid and tried to take advantage of a girl. In the end, he met a tough guy and got beaten up. The woman was so angry that she didn't think she was right and scolded the girl. Now she has the nerve to cry out for injustice here. There is no doubt that this group of tourists are Zwanmayas paparazzi and water army. Fanfong's crazy fans were not happy about this and started to complain. Don't talk nonsense. Sister Fanfong is such a gentle person. How could she do such a thing? That's right. Little Fatesong is so well behaved. What does he know as a kid? He definitely didn't mean it. Sister Fanfong is such a kind woman. She used to be weak and couldn't take care of herself, but after having a son, she became strong as a mother. It's normal. Ha, there are many people like this on the internet who try to distort the facts and cover up the truth. Families, don't be fooled by them. That's right. We support Sister Fanfong as always. Come on, Sister Fanfong. Come on. The paparazzi and the internet naval forces couldn't help but marvel that an ordinary, plain-looking middle-aged woman could cultivate so many loyal and crazy fans. It was really amazing. It was estimated that this woman must have spread chicken soup a lot to deceive people. In fact, these crazy fans are all men, and they are all bewitched by Sister Fanfong's beauty. In front of the camera, Sister Fanfong packaged herself as a virtuous and kind woman, acting like a caring older sister, and bewitched those ignorant and stupid men. Seeing her fans speaking for her, Sister Fanfong was touched and said, "Thank you for the support from all the families. Thank you so much, my family and babies." Even so, this is nothing in front of professional paparazzi, who all said, "You have all been deceived. The video has been released, but you still believe the mother and son's distortion of the facts." That's right. Douyin has been flooded with messages, but they are still acting as Saint Seiya in the live broadcast room, thinking that they are fighting against violence and protecting the good. In fact, they are just idiots. They are all idiots. I've watched the video. Sister Fanfong is just an ugly fat woman. She's really good at scolding people. It's made me realize what it means to be unreasonable and unforgiving. Poor little girl, she was almost killed by someone who didn't take the video. Soon, the internet trolls stepped up their firepower and flooded Sister Fanfong's live broadcast room with messages. Sister Fanfong panicked. She quickly opened Douyin and, as expected, the video of her son touching girls and the ugly scene of her swearing at others became a hot topic, with hundreds of thousands of likes. She returned to the live broadcast room again, and her brainless fans turned black one after another. Of course, there were also some water army curses. What fragrance! I thought she was a beautiful young woman with charm. Damn, she's just a fat woman with several layers of fat on her belly. Forget it, I'll unfollow her. I didn't expect your face to be so ugly. I'll unfollow you and never see you again. You can only know a person's face but not his heart. I was blind at the beginning. You have to compensate me for my love. At first I was attracted by your inner beauty and thought you were a kind and caring big sister, but I didn't expect that you are not only ugly but also ugly at heart. I'm unfollowing you. Ugly fat woman, give me back my previous reward. As the saying goes, like dragons give birth to dragons, like phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and like mice give birth to mice, all can dig holes. Look at little Fatesong, he is still so young but still doesn't learn well. It must be because his mother didn't teach him well. Those videos of Xiao Feizong being well behaved and obedient were probably staged. Not only did they trick us into giving likes, they also often went live to trick us into giving gifts. Especially the top brother on the list, seeing that his goddess had turned into a sow, he was so angry that he threw the instant noodles and said directly on WeChat, "You fat bitch, you cheated me of my heart and my money. I ate so many instant noodles for you. Pay me back now." The live broadcast room went haywire. My dear family members, please listen to my explanation. Sister Funfang accidentally turned off the beauty filter in a panic. That huge fat face instantly made fans even more excited. Wow, the monster has revealed its true face. Ugh, I feel like throwing up when I think about how I called her baby before. Don't throw up, brother. You just called her babe and I was miserable. I used to call her wife and made a vow to her. Ugh, the past is too hard to recall. Pay me back, you fat bitch. You cheated me out of so much money, hundreds of thousands. This person is the top guy on the list. The worst is the number one guy on the list. For a fat woman, the poor guy ate countless instant noodles, but the Diaochan he got in return was a sow. She says every day that her son is a child, but in fact, her son is already 18 years old. Based on his previous actions, he can be held civilly liable. This fat woman complains about being poor every day, but she is actually rich. She is a landlady and has 10 houses at home that she collects rent from. You don't know, this fat woman is very powerful. She got a house after getting a divorce. She must have done too many evil things and gave birth to a mentally retarded son. As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room exploded again. At this time, the Water Army increased their firepower and directly revealed the real names and home addresses of the mother and son, and the live broadcast room was immediately filled with curses. Sister Funfang was completely panicked. She quickly turned off the live broadcast and said to Zuomei with gritted teeth, "You did all this? Yeah, how does it feel to be exposed online?" Zuomei said, "You." Sister Funfang pointed at Zuomei and gritted her teeth, wishing she could break her bones into pieces. This is called karma. It goes around and around. Remember that female doctor you exposed online 2 years ago? Because of your random slander and rumors, she committed suicide to prove her innocence. Soon this matter will be exposed again. You better take care of yourself. Zuomei Dao. Sister Funfang suddenly lost her soul and fell to the ground, muttering, "It's over. It's all over." Chapter 36: The Ultimate Green Tea Secret. Afterwards, the evil deeds of the mother and son quickly became popular on the entire internet, and the mother and son were scolded by netizens, like rats crossing the street, and everyone wanted to beat them. 2 years ago, Sister Funfang was exposed for spreading rumors and slandering a female doctor. Soon, she was prosecuted by the court and sentenced to 3 years in prison. Her giant baby son was sent to a relative's home for foster care. When he saw the pretty daughter of his relative, he became eager to commit thievery. He molested a girl and was later discovered by his relatives. He was beaten into a pig's head and taken to the police station, where he was detained for 15 days. After returning, the relative still had some kindness and couldn't bear to drive this mentally retarded giant baby out to the streets, so he locked him up in a pigsty. Of course, this is all a story for later. Humph, that is quite a powerful method. Yang Chen said. Zuomei immediately laughed and said, "Hey, boss, thank you for the compliment." Liang turned into a little fanboy and licked her. "Xiaomei, you are amazing." With just a few words, everyone spoke up for you and made that old lady furious. That's right. I'm a senior media professional. If I don't make good use of my expertise, then all the skills I've learned over the years would have been wasted. Zuomei looked proud and then said to Liang in dissatisfaction, "I just told you not to talk. Aren't you afraid that the lady will complain about you and make you lose your job? She actually cares about me." Liang's face flushed, his heart was beating wildly. He chuckled and said, "Just lose it, and find it later." What a fool. Zuomei said. Afterwards, everything was calm. Yang Chen and Ling Wei played with the two children for quite a while. Meme and Pang also fully felt how happy it was to be surrounded by the love of their parents. During the break, Mimi and Pang asked for ice cream. Originally, this job should have been done by the short guy, but there were too many people in the store. People who are short and petite are not only easy to be taken advantage of, but also easily pushed out by others. So Yang Chen had no choice but to come over. At this time, Yang Chen was queuing in the canteen. At this time, a beautiful woman in a burgundy bikini walked over, attracting the attention of many men. This person is Ingzi. When she saw Yang Chen, her green tea heart began to beat again. Hey, handsome guy, it's you. Ingzi took the initiative to greet Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen glanced at her and said nothing. Ingzi thought Yang Chen didn't remember her, and said unwillingly. Handsome, I was on a team with you when we played Super Trumpet before. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen just said coldly, and then didn't want to pay attention to her. Despite the other party's cold attitude, Ingzi still persisted and said coquettishly. Handsome, can I get in front of you? Yang Chen didn't even look at her, and said coldly, no. Ingzi was suddenly embarrassed. After all, she is a great beauty, but they didn't even give her any face. The most infuriating thing was that he didn't even look at her. Handsome guy, don't be so cold. They are in a hurry, so just let them queue in front of you, okay? Ingzi pleaded pitifully. Didn't your parents teach you not to cut in line when others are lining up? Yang Chen said coldly. Ingzi was extremely embarrassed. It's like I've encountered a steel plate. But she couldn't back down, she had already made her promise, and her sisters were still watching her. I don't want to cut in line. I'm really in a hurry. Please, please. Ingzi said pitifully and coquettishly. Yang Chen remained indifferent. It's too much that he didn't even give any face even though the beautiful girl begged like this. The ugly fat man standing behind Yang Chen couldn't stand it anymore and said, Beauty, stand in front of me. Get out of here. I must have lost my mind to rank ahead of you, the ugly fat guy. Ingzi thought so in her heart, but said. That's not very nice. After all, you're cutting in line. How about you give up your seat to me, brother? The word brother was soft and sweet. The ugly fat man immediately blushed and nodded. Okay, you take this and I'll rearrange it. Finally, Ingzi lined up behind Yang Chen. She looked at the broad back of the man in front of her, and the faintly visible back muscles, and couldn't help blushing and her heart beating fast. She had an urge to hug him tightly. Ingzi patted Yang Chen on the back and said, Handsome guy, my name is Ingzi, add me on WeChat, I'll be back when I'm free. Before he could finish his words, a popsicle was suddenly stuffed into his mouth. Ingzi was confused. What the hell is going on? Treat me to an ice lolly? What's even more special is that it has matcha flavor. The instigator, Yang Chen, glanced at her coldly and said. Shut up, you're so annoying. Also, your mouth stinks, don't talk to me. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. No matter how thick-skinned Ingzi was, she could not withstand such humiliation. She became angry and cursed the man asshole and fled the scene. The main reason Yang Chen did this was because some women were too annoying. This was a warning to others, and some girls who were eager to try and chat up Yang Chen suddenly became timid. No matter how stunningly handsome they are, even the sexy goddess Marilyn Monroe can't hold back this kind of sharp-tongued and straight man. Ordinary women like them are better off just watching him. Afterwards, Yang Chen, as if nothing had happened, took the ice cream he had bought and left. However, when they returned to the child, there were still quite a few bold girls who were dazzled by Yang Chen's handsomeness coming over, and they even approached Yang Chen in front of Ling Wei, but they were all driven away by Yang Chen's venomous tongue. Ling Wei saw it all and was happy in her heart. She suddenly felt that the man in front of her, although sometimes unromantic, was definitely a great man who was loyal to his partner. Thinking of this, the more Ling Wei looked at Yang Chen, the more she liked him. And those men who wanted to come and chat up Ling Wei. Sorry, they didn't dare to come over at all. They were scared away by Yang Chen's murderous eyes. Zhuo Mei couldn't help but complain. TSK, boss, you are such a venomous tongue, all the slutty bitches have to stay away from you. If you come to our studio as a venomous commentator, your popularity will definitely be amazing. Fatty on the side licked his ice cream and said innocently, Baba, what is a flirtatious bitch? You don't even understand this. You're a bad woman who wants to steal dad away. Meow Meow said. Ling Wei frowned when she heard this and said, Zhuo Mei, don't say bad things in front of the children in the future. Yang Chen immediately shot a cold look towards Zhuo Mei. Zhuo Mei felt the back of her neck tighten and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Madam Boss, I promise not to say anything inappropriate for children in the future. On the other side, when the girls saw Ingzi coming back with a downcast face, they knew that the handsome guy had failed. But they are still very curious, why wouldn't handsome guys like to drink such a charming top-grade green tea like Ingzi? They were all fake sisters, some of them even gloated over the misfortune, saying, Ingzi, you weren't rejected, were you? That shouldn't be the case. Aren't you known as the queen of pulling weeds with ruthlessness? How come you met someone who didn't fall for your tricks? Oh, how could that be? Maybe Ingzi is playing hard to get. She is the kind of person who will make sure a man doesn't get away once she makes a move. How could there be a man she can't seduce? That's true. However, looking at her current situation, she must have been rejected. He must be a man who dotes on his wife, otherwise why would he reject a beauty like Ingzi? Hey, Ingzi, why did he reject you? Logically speaking, you are no better than his wife. Who said I was rejected? Ingzi was angry and annoyed. She couldn't say that it was because others disliked her bad breath. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she became, and the angrier she became. How could she have bad breath? She brushes her teeth every day, okay. It is said that the more setbacks you encounter, the braver you become. She is a top-notch green tea girl, how could she be defeated by such a small setback? Besides, every man she likes will fall under her spell. She would never allow any man to escape her clutches. Ingzi was in a daze, determined to take down Yang Chen. She looked at Yang Chen with a curled mouth, and smiled coldly, looking determined to win. She has to use her ultimate green tea secret skills. Chapter 37. You're so rude. So she took out the breath freshener from her bag, sprayed it, put on some red lipstick, twisted her waist, and set off again. Ingzi pretended to pass by Yang Chen accidentally and fell on him on purpose. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen flashed and she immediately fell on her back. Zhuo Mei sighed speechlessly. Alas, here comes another one. Ingzi rubbed her sore buttocks and saw two cute little kids standing in front of her. She said, "Oh, what a lovely little baby, so cute, baby, can you help me up? I fell and it hurts so much." Unexpectedly, Pang Pang licked the ice cream, pointed at Ingzi, and said innocently, "Sister Wintermelon, look, the coquettish bitch is here again." Mimi said with a little dissatisfaction, "Dad, why do you have to be so handsome? You just flirt with other girls all day long." Ingzi immediately suffered a critical hit. Damn, these two little brats are not cute at all. He is the same character as his father, both of them are sharp-tongued. Zhuo Mei quickly covered Chubby's mouth and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, the child is talking nonsense." Pang Pang Meme, you can't talk like that. Apologize to that sister quickly. Ling Wei said. Ingzi acted as if she didn't care and said against her will, "It's okay, the child didn't mean it, don't take it to heart. I'm talking to you." Yang Chen glanced at Ingzi and snorted coldly, "You're really persistent. You've already disturbed my family. I don't understand what you are saying." Ingzi pretended to be stupid. Yang Chen frowned and said disdainfully, "No matter how much breath freshener you spray, it can't cover up the stench in your mouth. Please leave immediately and don't let my wife and children get fumed." Ling Wei was about to persuade Yang Chen not to get angry, but when she heard the word wife, her face immediately turned red, her heart started beating non-stop, and she completely forgot all the words of persuasion. "You." Ingzi was so angry that she was shaking. She pointed at Yang Chen and said angrily, "You are really too much. What did I do to you? Why do you say that to me? Miss, I advise you to leave quickly. My boss is really fed up with you women today. Go quickly, or there will be even more unpleasant words waiting for you." Zhuo Mei advised kindly. "I'm not leaving." Ingzi was angry, pointing at Yang Chen and said, "You must apologize to me, or I will make you pay." Yang Chen just spat out a word coldly, "Get lost. This guy is not a straight man at all, he's simply a transformer." Ingzi became angry and began to slander Yang Chen. "You just touched me, and not only did you not apologize to me, but you were also so arrogant and domineering. You are really despicable. Hey, I just taught a lesson to an old witch who turned the tables on others, and now here comes a female witch who talks nonsense." Zhuo Mei could no longer bear it, and immediately protected her master, cursing. "Hey, are you annoying? How come you can't flirt with someone but you start to slander me? If you keep talking, I'll broadcast it to everyone and tell them that you not only have a foul mouth, but also a foul face. You're shameless. Get out of here now. You are bullying me." Ingzi was so angry that she was speechless. Suddenly, Yang Chen said, "Stop talking, you have a foul mouth." Ingzi suddenly went crazy. More and more people gathered around, and they kept saying that she had a foul mouth. "How can you curse at me like that? I didn't do anything to you, woo woo." Ingzi immediately showed her true green tea character and started crying. Her tears were like pear blossoms in the rain, looking so pitiful. Some men couldn't stand it anymore and accused Yang Chen. "Boy, are you a man? Bullying a weak woman. That's right. You're a grown man, but you start by calling someone a foul-mouthed person. Is that how you do things? Beauty, don't cry, we will seek justice for you. Hey, you, hurry up and apologize to the girl." Zhua Mei was immediately displeased when she heard this, and said to protect her master. "I'm telling you guys, are you annoying? This woman came here to bother my boss and disturb his family, and we couldn't get her to leave. She just whined a few times, and you were subdued and spoke well of her. I'm telling you guys, you just like this kind of green tea fairy, who can make you dizzy with just a few words of coquettish voice." At this time, some aunties who were watching the fun began to chime in. "What the girl said is right. I just saw her deliberately falling down in front of that boy. I didn't expect that the boy ignored her and fell on his back. Isn't this the foul-mouthed girl from the canteen? She was pestering that boy before, so why is she here to get scolded again? This boy is really something, he speaks so rudely. You don't know, girls nowadays are not well educated. They already have wives and children. The boy is already tired of her, but he still comes here shamelessly. No wonder people call her shameless. That's right, she has such a coquettish look on her face. No wonder a bunch of stinky men are on her side. Go away now. You should have some dignity at such a young age." After hearing this, Ingzi couldn't stay any longer and left in shame. Ingzi was so angry that she ran to an empty corner to vent her anger. "Stinky man, you said my mouth stinks, but you are the one who stinks, your whole family has stinky mouths." Ingzi cursed while pulling the bright roses blooming nearby. Suddenly, a big hand holding a white cloth covered her mouth and nose, and soon she fainted. At this time, the yellow-haired and black-skinned man came over. "Who?" The man immediately became alert and quickly hugged the unconscious Ingzi into his arms, pretending that they were very close. "Brother Hu, it's us, Huang Mao and Hype." The two men nodded and bowed. Hype smiled and said, "You are busy. You are just talking nonsense, why don't you come over and help carry this woman to the secret room? The young masters are still waiting." Brother Hu said. Huang Mao recognized Ingzi at a glance and said with some disdain, "Brother Hu, I know this woman. She's pretty, but she has a foul mouth. I'm afraid if we carry her over, it will ruin the fun of the young masters. These prey were all designated by the young masters. No matter whether they smell bad or smell good, I'm telling you two bastards, you're wandering around everywhere. Have you found the prey?" Brother Hu said. "Oh, Brother Hu, we found her. We met a peerless beauty in the garden. She has a curvaceous figure and skin as white and tender as tofu, but..." Hype seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. Brother Hu immediately became impatient, "But what? Her man is very strong. He can knock people away with one punch. Hey Pai and I were beaten badly by him. Look at the wounds on our faces." Hype said with a look of misery on his face. "You are more likely to cause trouble than to help. You lead them to the haunted house, and then I will stop the man and you can tie up the woman." Brother Hu said. "Okay. As long as Brother Hu takes action, their plan will be half successful." Huang Mao and Hype left with joy on their faces. Brother Hu carried Ingzi away, leaving a field of bright red flowers on the ground. Chapter 38, Apply Sunscreen. On the other side, in the secret room. The world inside is full of decadence and extravagance, and is filled with laughter that makes people blush. Brother Hu carried the hunted woman inside with a calm expression. This is the grand banquet hosted by his young master and his friends. On the main seat, his young master was hugging a stunning beauty. This woman was Suna, wearing a swimsuit that was not suitable for children. She pointed at the surveillance screen in front of her and said, "Mr. Lin, look, isn't this woman Ling Wei?" "Oh, really?" Lin Wei took a closer look, licked his lips and said, "Nice figure, but it doesn't look like her." When the noblemen around heard this, they immediately became interested. They left their female companions and gathered in front of the screen, saying, "Wow, Wei Ge, this body is super awesome. With a mask on, I can't see her face clearly, and I don't know whether she is beautiful or ugly. It doesn't matter if she's beautiful or ugly, as long as she has a good figure, that's enough. You are so hungry that you don't care about what you eat. Your taste is too low. What is our purpose? We only want to play with beauties with the best figures and looks, right, Wei Gu? That's right, don't tie it back and take off the mask to show your buck teeth. It's really disgusting. She has such a great figure. Look at her fair skin. She must be pretty good looking. At this time, Suna said, "This young man, she is the famous Ling Wei, you can't recognize her? It seems that her disguise skills are quite good, and she fooled you all." "Hey, did Miss Su recognize you?" A young man was staring at Suna with lustful eyes. If Lin Wei wasn't behind her, he would have wanted to kill her right now. "I can recognize her even if she turned into ashes, Mr. Lin. You have to help her get revenge. It was her who hurt me so much a while ago." Suna cried pitifully. "That's enough." Lin Wei was a little impatient. Suna didn't dare to say anything. Although the man in front of her was younger and more handsome than her previous sponsors, he had an unpredictable personality and extremely perverted hobbies, which made her suffer a lot. If she hadn't been bullied by Ling Wei, she wouldn't have clung to such a perverted financial sponsor. Ling Wei. Suna stared at the screen with a malicious look in her eyes and said, "Mr. Lin, you've seen Ling Wei. She has an extraordinary figure. The point is that she is better at playing than me and has more tricks than me." Lin Wei stared at Ling Wei in front of the screen with a playful look in his eyes and said, "Ahu, tie this woman up for me and let her play with me and my brothers." When the young masters heard this, they all said excitedly, "Brother Wei is wise. Let's have a big party and have some fun with this innocent actress. I heard that she had given birth to a child. I guess there aren't many pure ones. It's good to have given birth to a child. I like beautiful young women. Hey, that shorty next to her looks pretty good, let's tie her up too. Wow, this guy is less than 1.5 meters tall. 1.5 meters? TSK, with such rough seas, it would be a good idea to tie her up." At this time, Lin Wei gave the order and said, "Ahu, did you hear that? My brother has already placed the order for the prey. Let's act quickly." "Yes, young master." Ahu nodded and walked out. At this time, Ingzi was still dazed and was a little sober. Suddenly, a fat young man with a sinister smile came towards her, holding a kind of intoxicating red wine in his hand, ready to give it to his prey. So he opened her mouth and was about to pour the liquid into her when he frowned and cursed. "Fuck, this woman's mouth is so stinky, bah, come, throw her out quickly." So, Ingzi was thrown out without mercy. She never thought that it was her foul mouth that saved her and allowed her to escape from these demons. Huang Mao and Hype dressed up like clowns and were about to leave when Brother Hu arrived. "Hey, Brother Hu, can you recognize us when we dress like this?" Huang Mao said with a smile. "Hey, you're so frivolous all day long, but you can't help with the work at all." Brother Hu irritably pulled out the curly hair on Huang Mao's head. His current boss, Lin Wei, is generous but has a brutal temper and is petty. He had just been told that his prey had been thrown out, which meant that not only would his salary be deducted, but he would also have to suffer physical pain after the party. No, he must atone for his mistakes. "We are just about to go out," Huang Mao muttered softly. Immediately, a slap as big as a sunflower fan came towards him. The yellow-haired boy was smart and dodged it quickly. Hype was the one who suffered the most. He was slapped hard on the face, and his head was buzzing. He covered his face and said miserably, "Brother Tiger, you slapped the wrong person. Stop the fucking chatter." Brother Hu raised his hand and said viciously. The black-skinned man shrank his head like a quail, looking very timid. At this time, Huang Mao licked his face and said, "Brother Tiger, calm down. We will definitely help you this time and help you hunt a beautiful woman in one fell swoop." After giving him a slap, Brother Hu's anger subsided a lot. The plan has changed this time. The young masters have set their sights on two more women, these two. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and opened the photo. Brother Hu, the tall one is the peerless beauty we talked about. The short one seems to be in the same group with her. Hei Pai said, covering his face. "That's easy, just tie them both up together," said Brother Hu. "Okay, let's proceed according to the plan," asked Huang Mao. Brother Hu said and the two of them left after disguising themselves. At this time, Ling Wei and Zhuo Mei were resting in the shade, while Yang Chen was playing with the two little guys nearby. "Madam, let me put some sunscreen on you." Zhuo Mei, who had nothing to do, looked enthusiastic. She took out the sunscreen and asked Ling Wei to lie down. "No. No thanks. Ling Wei said politely. Come on, boss lady, don't be polite to me. You have such fair and tender skin. You can't let it get sunburned, or the boss will be so distressed. Zuomei squeezed the sunscreen on her hands and immediately applied it to Ling Wei's skin. Boss, I know how to apply sunscreen. I'll give you a small massage at the same time. Ling Wei originally wanted to refuse, but Zuomei's technique was really good, and after only a few minutes, she felt so comfortable that she felt sleepy. Wow, boss lady, your skin is so smooth, it feels like silk. Zuomei exclaimed. Really? Your mouth is really good at talking. Ling Wei narrowed her eyes, looking very enjoyable. Madam, I'm not trying to flatter you. Sometimes I really feel like your skin is peeled from an eggshell, just like cooked egg whites, but more pink and tender than egg whites. Zuomei said that it was a real pleasure to have her small hands sliding across her fair skin. Ling Wei hummed, feeling so comfortable that she was about to fall asleep. Oh, the boss is so lucky. Zuomei sighed. Before she knew it, she was addicted. She even began to feel moved. After all, Ling Wei is so charming and full of temptation. It was just a simple physical contact, but Zuomei suddenly blushed and her heart started beating fast, and she suddenly had the thought, I wish I were a man. Suddenly, a little man with devil horns jumped out and whispered in Zuomei's ear. It doesn't matter if you're not a man. I mean, are you attracted to me? Zuomei nodded as if possessed. That's right, if you feel like it, just take action. You're a woman, so it's easier for you to take action. Look, you're taking advantage of her right now, but she doesn't react. You can go even further. The devil villain is evil. It can be even more extreme. You can go even further. Even more outrageous. That's too much. Too much. Before she knew it, Zuomei stretched out her little hand dizzily and reached out to. Chapter 39, One Punch Blast. Zuomei seemed possessed, and felt as if many evil spirits appeared around her and kept repeating these words over and over again. Suddenly, Zuomei's mind flashed with the cold look of Yang Chen when he looked at her. All of a sudden, all the evil spirits in her mind disappeared. She felt a slight chill on her neck, and she became sober. Oh my god, why is she starting to develop abnormally? She doesn't want her neck to be twisted into a knot by her boss. When Huang Mao and Hype came over and saw the scene, they almost had nosebleeds. In fact, there was nothing inappropriate between Ling Wei and Zuomei, it was just that Zuomei's face was red and her expression was a bit like that of a nymphomaniac. This made the yellow-haired and black-skinned people who were reading the film have their minds blown, and they immediately thought about lesbian things. Huang Mao, look quickly. Hype said excitedly. I saw it. Damn it. He applied sunscreen in such a fancy way. Huang Mao wiped his nose, thinking it was snot, but when he looked down, he saw it was red. Hurry up and tie them up. Let's have some fun first. What about Brother Hu? Asked Hei Pai. You are stupid. Let Brother Hu have a taste first, then we can do this or that. The yellow-haired man said obscenely. Ah, let's eat the leftovers again. Hei Pai said. What? Can you beat Brother Hu? Don't you see that his fist is bigger than your head, said the yellow-haired man. Okay. Hype looked helpless. Hurry up and take action, stop procrastinating. The yellow-haired man urged. Two people walked up, and the yellow-haired one smiled and handed over the flyer, saying, Two beauties, are you interested in visiting the haunted house? It's very exciting. Wow, Madam Landlord, there's a haunted house here. How about we go there together? Zuomei took the flyer with excitement. She is most interested in this kind of exciting game. She stayed in the children's area of the water park all day and was so bored that she was about to burst into bubbles. At this time Ling Wei was awakened, and when she looked up she saw two clowns with strange and heavy makeup. It's quite interesting, but it's not a good idea for two girls like us to go, Ling Wei said. Don't be afraid, there are professional staff inside to protect you. And now the haunted house is holding a scary activity. Those who succeed in the challenge will be rewarded with rich and exquisite gifts. Hei Pai tempted. Zuomei became even more interested when she heard this. A haunted house? Sounds like a good place to stay. Coincidentally, Yang Chen came back at this time. Boss, you're back. Zuomei greeted him enthusiastically, but she was panicking inside. Because just now, she actually had evil thoughts about his woman. God help me, don't let the boss find out. Yang Chen didn't even look at her, his eyes coldly staring at the two clowns in front of him. The yellow-haired and black-skinned people were frightened by the stare. The yellow-haired guy pushed the black-skinned guy, who gained courage and said in a trembling voice, "If you're interested, come to the haunted house." After saying that, the two of them ran away in shame. What kind of haunted house is this? Is it fun? Sister Winter Melon, I want to see it. Pang Pang took the haunted house flyer from Zuomei's hand, and when he saw the horrifying picture on it, he was so scared that he threw it on the ground, hugged Yang Chen's thigh and trembled. Wow, there are so many scary monsters. Fatty, don't go to the haunted house. What a coward. It's all fake. Mimi looked disdainful, but didn't dare to look at the flyers on the ground. After all, children are afraid of ghosts. Ling Wei quickly picked up Pang Pang and comforted him, "Be good, don't be afraid, they are all fake. Baby, those monsters are just people pretending to be monsters." Pang Pang, you are a boy. Manly men should be braver. How can you protect me and Mom in the future if you continue like this? Meow Meow said. That's right. Pang Pang immediately broke free from Ling Wei's arms, ran to the flyer and stepped on it several times. Then he put his hands on his waist and acted like a little man. Pang Pang wants to protect Mom and sister. Pang Pang is not afraid of monsters. Little Fatty is great. Zuomei raised her thumbs up in praise, trying her best to ignore the cold look from her boss. At this moment, Zuomei was trembling inside. I'm done for. I guess the boss won tea find out. Want to go to the haunted house? Yang Chen asked. Ding. Zuomei immediately became interested and said, I want to go, boss. Do you want to team up with me? Did I ask you? Your current task is to take good care of the child for me. Yang Chen said coldly. Oh. Zuomei looked disappointed and took the hands of Pang Pang and Mamie. Come on, Pang Pang and Mamie, let's go to the slide. The two little guys were sensible and left obediently with Zuomei. How about it, do you want to go? Yang Chen asked again. Ling Wei nodded. It feels very exciting. Zuomei asked me to go with her, but I'm a little scared. You won't be afraid as long as I'm here. Let us go. Yang Chen said. The two came to the haunted house, but found that there was no one inside. It was cold and dark. Coupled with the terrifying and creepy environment inside, Ling Wei couldn't help but lean on Yang Chen. If you're afraid, just hold my hand. Yang Chen said. At this moment, Ling Wei very obediently held onto Yang Chen's strong arm. Strange, didn't they say they were going to hold an event? Why is there no one here? Humph, I think the event is fake, but the ghost is real. Yang Chen said. He smelled a conspiracy. In the monitoring room, Huang Mao and Hype were surprised and happy when they saw Yang Chen and Ling Wei. Damn it, I knew this guy would follow us, said the yellow-haired man. So what if he's here? Brother, who is here? After we deal with this guy, we can enjoy ourselves. Hey Pai smiled sinisterly. Fuck you, turn on the sound equipment quickly and scare these two guys first, said the yellow-haired man. Suddenly there was a sound coming from the darkness, like the sound of nails scratching on wooden boards. Ling Wei's hair stood on end when she heard this. She hugged Yang Chen's arm tightly and said, Don't scare me, Yang Chen, I don't want to play anymore, let's go out. If you are so timid, then go back. Yang Chen said. However, with a bang, the ghost gate suddenly closed tightly, followed by the clown's creepy chuckle. That's good now. We can't go back. Yang Chen said. What should I do, Yang Chen? I'm so scared, I don't want to play anymore. Ling Wei was about to cry. It was her first time to go to a haunted house, and she didn't expect it to be so scary. If she had known, she wouldn't have come. Don't be afraid, someone is playing tricks on you, close your eyes and follow me closely. Yang Chen said. Ling Wei nodded, and the two continued walking forward. Dim lights and creepy ghost cries and laughter. Ling Wei didn't dare to open her eyes. Suddenly, a head flew over. Yang Chen didn't hesitate and punched it to pieces, and cotton was scattered all over the ground. But Huang Mao and Hype in the monitoring room were shocked. Wow, Hype, did you see that? That guy blew up the head with one punch. If it was a real head, the brain would have popped out. Fuck, this is One Punch Man, he's simply not human. Huang Mao, I think we have provoked the wrong people, why don't we let them go? At this time, Hype was a little scared. He had truly experienced the other party's real ability. It's time now, why are you being cowardly? This is a task assigned by the young master, do you dare not accept it? Look at this woman, is she fair and tender? Such a woman is more attractive than the female college students we have slept with before. You don't have to do it if you want to. You just guard the door and Brother Hu and I will play, said the yellow-haired man. Hypeon was emboldened and said, Who said I was a coward? I was just making a suggestion. Why hasn't Brother Tiger come out yet? He's dithering. That kid isn't afraid of these things. Hey, Brother Tiger is here. Ha, this kid is in big trouble. Brother Hu, come on, give this kid a good beating. Damn it, I'm going to kick him later to avenge myself. The yellow-haired man said angrily. One kick is enough, damn it, I'm going to beat this little bastard's face into a pig's head. Damn it, it's okay that he's more handsome than me, but he's so much more handsome than me. Hype said. Hype, you are right. When the time comes, let's beat him together as brothers. Just hit his face. Damn, I get angry when I see his face. I hate it most when someone is more handsome than me, said Huang Mao. Then hurry up, let's go and beat that brat up so bad that he won't even recognize his mother, and then we'll play with his woman in front of him. Hype said cunningly. It's so fucking cheap, but I like it. The yellow-haired man laughed. With that, the two of them left the monitoring room. At this moment, Ling Wei's entire body was pressed against Yang Chen, as if this made her feel less afraid and more secure. Yang Chen, can you find the exit? Ling Wei asked. No need to look for it, it's easy to get out. Suddenly, a low voice came from the darkness. Yang Chen, who is talking over there? Ling Wei asked nervously. Don't be afraid. Yang Chen patted Ling Wei's hand to comfort her. A sturdy man walked out of the darkness, staring at Ling Wei with burning eyes, and said, The women stay, the men can go. This person is Brother Hu. Oh, that I should say no. Yang Chen said. Ling Wei leaned closer to Yang Chen, and looked warily at the man in front of her who had ill intentions. This is not up to you. It's your fault that your woman is being targeted. Since you won't cooperate, I can only use force. As he spoke, Brother Tiger raised his fist, which was bigger than a casserole, and attacked Yang Chen. Yang Chen's figure flashed quickly. Brother Hu was shocked. My punching speed is not slow. This kid actually managed to dodge his punch. Yang Chen curled the corners of his mouth coldly, suddenly stretched out his hand to grab the other person's head, and pressed it hard to the ground. With a bang, the ground shook and a deep pit as big as a wash basin appeared in its place. Chapter 40, Scared to Death. As Huang Mao and Hype came out, they happened to see this scene and were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. They thought that Brother Hu could easily deal with that brat, and then they could just sit back and reap the benefits. However, they miscalculated. The tall and strong Brother Hu was knocked out by the opponent with just one move. At this time, Brother Hu fell to the ground, as soft as noodles, and could not be more dead. Ling Wei was even more shocked. She didn't expect her man to be so strong. Ding! The host is extremely protective of his wife, triggering the invisible reward, which rewards him with a physique that is immune to all poisons. Immune to all poisons? I was so stupid that I drank poison by myself. After receiving the reward notification from the system, Yang Chen showed disdain, TSK, another useless thing. At this time, Yang Chen noticed the yellow-haired and black-skinned man, and turned to Ling Wei and said, Be good, turn around and close your eyes. There are some things you can't see. Ling Wei did as she was told. She knew that everything Yang Chen did was to protect her. The only thing she could do now was not to let herself hold him back. At this time, Huang Mao and Hype were already frightened out of their wits. They were hugging each other and trembling. Hype, damn it, hurry up and leave, what are you doing standing there? I want to go too. My legs won't work. Why don't you go? Fuck you, my legs are weak, fuck you, you peed, you soaked my feet? Yellow hair, he is coming. So it was you two who were causing trouble. Yang Chen said in a cold voice, his eyes were as cold as a sword that pierced through people's hearts. It wasn't us, it was Brother Hu, the big guy who forced us. We are also innocent. Before he finished speaking, Yang Chen kicked him directly in the kneecaps. Only two crackling sounds were heard, which were the sounds of bones breaking. The yellow-haired man fell heavily to his knees on the ground with a thud, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. Ling Wei looked on in fear and couldn't help but called out, Yang Chen. If you're afraid, just turn around. Yang Chen said. Ling Wei nodded and turned away without saying a word. Seeing Yang Chen as cold-blooded and bloodthirsty eyes, Huang Mao quickly begged for mercy with great pain. Brother, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Really, it was brother who forced me to do it. With a click, Yang Chen directly broke his arm. Ah! Huang Mao was so painful that he was dumbfounded and roared at Yang Chen. You bastard, I already said I was forced. Noisy. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen grabbed the back of the other person's head with his 5 fingers, and then violently slammed it to the ground. With a loud bang, the ground instantly sank into a deep hole as big as a face. Huang Mao suddenly fell silent. The black guy next to him was so scared that he was shaking all over like a sieve, and beads of cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead. Yang Chen glanced at him. The guy immediately foamed at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Yang Chen thought he was pretending to be dead, so he sniffed his breath. Finally, I lost my temper. A good person was frightened to death. After dealing with these 3 mischievous guys, Yang Chen smoothly took Ling Wei out of the haunted house. Daddy and Mommy are back. Pang Pang ran over, hugged Ling Wei's thighs, and looked coquettish. Mom, I'm hungry. Let's go to McDonald's. Okay, baby. Ling Wei touched her son's little head, feeling a lingering fear about the haunted house. She didn't know whether the 3 men were dead or alive. This is not important. What is important is that after this incident, she realized that Yang Chen is a rare man. He is absolutely capable of protecting himself and his children. If it weren't for Yang Chen, he might have been in deep danger. Dad, how is it? Is the haunted house fun? Asked Meow Meow. Well, it's quite interesting. Yang Chen said. Did you encounter any ghosts in there? What did they look like? Were they scary? Pang Pang asked curiously. Not scary, they were all dealt with by my dad with 1 punch. Yang Chen said with a relaxed look. Wow, Papa, you are so awesome. Pang Pang said with admiration. TSK, Dad, you're bragging again. You must have beaten up the staff. Meow Meow said. Baby, you can't say that. How could Daddy hit anyone randomly? Daddy's fists are used to deal with bad guys. Your daddy is really powerful. Ling Wei looked at Yang Chen tenderly, her eyes full of admiration. Seeing this, Zuomei felt a little jealous and said unhappily. Hey, boss, I have to go to work. If I don't go, everyone will leave and I won't be able to dig up dirt on them. Have you found out the location? Yang Chen asked. Liang gave me some information, and I know where that place is. Boss, do you think I can get away as a temporary babysitter? Zuomei said cautiously. Well, go ahead. Yang Chen responded. Okay, boss, I will definitely not let you down this time. I promise to complete the task beautifully. After saying that, Zuomei left. Ling Wei looked at the small figure going away and said worriedly. Yang Chen, will it be dangerous for her to be alone? Who knows? What happens next is her own business. Yang Chen said. Inside the secret room, Lin Wei was furious. With a bang, a table full of fine wine was overturned by his kick. Fuck, trash, all of you are a bunch of trash. His subordinates just reported to him that the 3 men he sent out hunting, namely Ahu, Huang Mao and Hei Pai, were beaten into the intensive care unit of the hospital. Suddenly, the whole audience fell silent. At this time, Suna came up to him and said in a coquettish manner, Mr. Lin, calm down and be careful. With a slap, Lin Wei slapped her irritably, get out of here, I'm really annoyed now. Suna's pretty face, which was as big as a palm, suddenly turned half red. Mr. Lin, what's wrong? What happened to make you so angry? Someone asked. Lin Wei took a puff of his cigarette angrily and said, damn it, Ling Wei's people beat my people into the intensive care unit. Suddenly, everyone present was shocked and said, fuck, Weigo, are you saying that Ahu was beaten into the intensive care unit by that guy? No way. Ahu is tall and strong, with a broad back and strong waist, as strong as a bear. He could have beaten that guy into the intensive care unit. He is so bold that he dares to fight even Viagra's people. That guy is so skilled, he must be from a prominent family. Bullshit, no matter how powerful you are just a little brother in front of Wei Go. That's right. In my opinion, you're not even worthy of carrying Viagra's shoes. Stop flattering me. Brother Wei, with Ling Wei having someone like Hao by her side, can we brothers still play together? That's right. We agreed to kidnap this famous star Ling Wei and throw a party for the brothers. The brothers are looking forward to it. You can't pour cold water on us. At this time, Suna covered her burning face. She was angry but dared not say anything to Lin Wei. But she transferred all her hatred onto Ling Wei. It was Ling Wei who made her suffer all this. She must make Ling Wei miserable and ruin her reputation. At this moment, Suna saw Zuomei wandering around the entrance of the secret room from the surveillance screen, and she quickly reminded him. Mr. Lin, look, isn't this the short and fat girl next to Ling Wei? She must be Ling Wei's assistant. Bring her in, and then we can coerce Ling Wei. Lin Wei looked at a small figure on the surveillance screen, leaned back on the sofa, hugged Suna, exhaled a puff of smoke, and smiled. Ha, everyone, someone has come to our door. Let's have something more interesting than a party later. Chapter 41 Threat. Zuomei found the secret room and was now crouching in a secluded corner. It's a bit funny to say that the entrance to the secret room is hidden behind an inconspicuous beverage vending machine. But the question is, how is she going to get in? Suddenly, Zuomei noticed someone behind her. The moment the other person reached out to pat her shoulder, she threw the other person to the ground in an instant with her shoulder. With a bang, the other party wailed, "Ah, my waist." Lian? Zuomei quickly helped him up. Why did you come here? I'm just worried that you might be in danger. Ouch, my waist feels like it's going to break. Liang held his waist and said in pain. Who told you to follow me silently? I thought you were a bad guy. Zuomei said. Seeing that Zuomei didn't care about his injuries, Liang felt even more uncomfortable and kept crying out, holding his waist. Seeing this, Zuomei said apologetically, I'm sorry, how are you okay? It's over. If anything happens to my lower body, you will be responsible. Liang said. What does your second half of life have to do with me? It's inexplicable. Zuomei said. How come it doesn't matter? Don't you know that the waist is very important to men? Hurting a man's waist means ruining his happiness, ahem, so you have to be responsible for my happiness. Liang said. I don't understand what you are saying. If you have nothing to do, please leave and don't disturb me while I work. Zuomei said. As soon as these words came out, Liang's heart started beating fast. I can't understand such straightforward words. What a simple, pure and innocent girl she must be. Liang, who was once a rich second generation, had picked countless flowers from among thousands of flowers, but those women said on the surface that they appreciated his talent, but in fact they were all greedy for his money and family background. Ever since the family fell into decline, the ugly faces of those women were fully revealed, and they drew a line between themselves and him without saying a word. But Zuomei was different. In his eyes, she was like a pure and lovely little daisy. The more he looked at her, the more he loved her. Xiaomei, you are so cute. Liang exclaimed. What he said is nonsense. This guy must be mentally ill. What a fool. Zuomei looked disgusted. Just then, the vending machine door opened and a waiter came out pushing a cart. Zuomei seized the opportunity and slipped in at lightning speed just before the door closed. By the time Liang reacted, the door had already been closed. Oh no, Zuomei will definitely be discovered if she rushes in so recklessly. No, I have to go find Yang Chen for help immediately. Thinking of this, Liang hurriedly ran to find Yang Chen. As expected, as soon as Zuomei entered, she found herself like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Welcome little beauty to join our party. Lin Wei clapped his hands, and immediately a group of half-naked and wretched guys surrounded Zuomei. At this moment, Zuomei was like a little lamb running into a wolf's den. As long as Lin Wei gives the order, Zuomei will be torn to pieces by this pack of wolves. Although Zuomei was quite courageous, she was a little scared in this situation, so she pretended to be stupid and said, Hey, sorry everyone, I went to the wrong place. Please make way. I'll be out for a while and you guys can continue. You can come as you please, and leave as you please. You treat this place like a hotel. At this time, a fat man spoke, staring at Zuomei with a greedy look. It's okay if you want to go out. Just play with us guys first. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced towards Zuomei. Zuomei didn't dodge and kicked the opponent directly in the crotch. With a thump, the fat man fell to his knees in pain, covering his sore spot. His face turned red as he stared at Zhuo fiercely. "You little bitch." Before she finished her words, Zhuo kicked the fat man in the face. Suddenly, two of the fat man's teeth flew out of his mouth, his body tilted, and he fell to the ground. Zhuo eyes were fierce. Anyone who comes closer will end up worse than him. Seeing this, the young men around were so scared that they took a step back. Fuck, this woman is a ruthless person. Fuck, he's so tough. He knocked the fat cow down in just 2 moves. She looks like a baby with a big face, and I thought she was harmless, petite, weak and easy to be pushed down. Damn, she knocked one down before we even started. Could it be that Wei Ji's 3 henchmen were sent to the intensive care unit by her? Fuck, I guess Ahu was knocked down by her. Damn, her fighting power is amazing. You are not a man at all. The other person is less than 1.5 meters tall. What a coward. If you can do it, go ahead. Can't you see that he is a martial artist? If you want to go to the intensive care unit, go ahead and fuck her. Go ahead. They were all a bunch of spineless people who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. They were not capable of wielding a 3-inch knife. Moreover, they all thought that Ahu and the other 2 were badly beaten by Zhuo, so they pushed and hid from each other, and no one dared to approach Zhuo. Interesting, little beauty, you are quite skilled. We need to get a group of professionals to play with you. Lin Wei clapped his hands, and immediately a group of security guards rushed forward. Although Zhuo was very skilled, she knocked down several people. But she was outnumbered and was soon captured. Let me go. If you dare to do anything to me, be careful or my boss will take care of you all. Zhuo said. Seeing Zhuo being so arrogant, the young masters around her said, "Oh my, I'm so scared. Damn it, you're still so stubborn even after all this. You need to be disciplined. What are you waiting for? Come on, guys. Why are you in such a hurry?" Wei Guo has said that this girl is a bait and cannot be touched for the time being. Liang rushed to find Yang Chen, panting and said, "Yang Chen, Xiaomei. What's wrong with Xiaomei? Is she in danger?" Ling Wei looked worried. Liang shook his head, then nodded. "What do you mean? I'm so anxious. What happened to Zhuo?" Ling Wei said anxiously. Liang finally caught his breath and said quickly, "Yang Chen, Xiaomei ran into the secret room alone. It's too dangerous. Let us go there quickly, otherwise who knows what dangerous things might happen." "It's okay, she can handle it," Yang Chen said calmly. "No, Yang Chen, you don't know how dangerous the situation in there is for Zhuo. The women who were carried in came out disabled. There are only beasts in there, and they were all torn to pieces by them," Liang said hurriedly. At this moment, Yang Chen's phone rang, and the caller ID showed it was Zhuo. I pressed the answer button, but a male voice came from the other end. "Hello, Miss Ling Wei, your assistant accidentally broke into my party. I am a very hospitable person, so I kept her here. I really want to invite you to the party. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that my friends are eyeing your assistant very much. I am a cultured person, but my friends are not. They are bastards, beasts, and animals. Who knows what they will do to your friend? You don't have to come over. I will return the assistant to you the next day, but I don't know what she will look like by then. I will only give you 5 minutes to think about it." Yang Chen frowned and hung up the phone. Liang looked anxious. "How is it? What did Zhuo say?" "Stupid woman, Ling Wei, put on my clothes and take the child away immediately," Yang Chen said. "Yang Chen, you don't care about Xiaomei anymore? What happened to her?" Liang was as anxious as an ant on hot pan. "I won die for now," Yang Chen said. Then he called Zhang Jing and asked her to bring someone to escort Ling Wei and the others away. As soon as Ling Wei heard the situation, she knew something had happened and quickly took the child to the locker room to change clothes. Soon, Ling Wei changed into Yang Chen's clothes and put on a wig, and she seemed like a different person. "Mom, why are we in such a hurry to go back? Why doesn't Dad come with us?" "Mommy, Pang still wants to play, or his sister Donghua," asked the 2 children. "Be good, baby. Daddy has something to take care of. Let's go home first," Ling Wei comforted. Soon, Zhang Jing came over with a dozen bodyguards in the car. After watching Ling Wei and the children get into the car and leave safely, Yang Chen said to Liang, "Let's go, take me to the secret room." Chapter 42, Tearing the Alloy Door. Inside the secret room. At this time, Zhuo was tied to a chair and was still safe, but only temporarily. The young men around her stared at her with drooling eyes. How's it going, Mr. Lin? Can Ling Wei come over? If you don't come, we'll just use this little one to satisfy our cravings. Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't there other women? Those kidnapped ones are almost worn out, and this one in front of you is fresh. You don't play with the good ones, but play with the broken ones. What's wrong with you? Let's satisfy our cravings first. We are all so excited and impatient. Wei Ge, give me a definite answer. Will she come or not? Lin Wei was not sure either, and the damn woman hung up the phone without saying a word. Why are you in such a hurry? Ling Wei will definitely come. She has a shortcoming. To put it nicely, she is too kind. To put it bluntly, she is a saintly bitch. Young masters, please be patient and wait. She will definitely come. Su Na said. As soon as these words were spoken, the young men calmed down. Some of them couldn't wait and picked up the girls next to them, and several of them started to play together. Those poor girls who were kidnapped were like dolls, being manipulated and tortured, but with happy expressions of ecstasy on their faces. A bunch of beasts. Zhuo Mei looked resentful. Hee hee, what do you think? Look at these beasts in human clothing. Once they take off their clothes, they release their nature. If it weren't for what I said just now, you would have been torn into pieces long ago. Su Na said. Then I really have to thank you. Zhuo Mei rolled her eyes. Hee hee, if you listen to me, I promise you can get out safely. Tell me, why did your boss Ling Wei send you here? Su Na said. I was just curious and accidentally came in here. Zhuo Mei said. Did she ask you to come here and dig up some dirt on me? Su Na asked. TSK, you know everything just by using your but, why are you still asking me? Zhuo Mei said. Pa. A slap hit Zhuo Mei's face hard. Bitch, listen to me, you have to take the next few slaps for Ling Wei. Su Na said viciously. Then he raised his hand and slapped Zhuo Mei on the face. Finally, her hands were tired, and Su Na shook her sore wrists, her face full of relief. 9. Zhuo Mei murmured with her head down. What did you say? Su Na asked. Zhuo Mei raised her head, her cheeks were red and swollen, and there was blood on the corners of her mouth. She looked at Su Na with sharp eyes and said. 9 slaps. I remember them. Bang. Another slap landed on Zhuo Mei's face. I'll give you another one, so that you can have 10 in total. Ha, you little bitch. When Ling Wei comes over, you two will be played till there's nothing left. Oh. Su Na said with a smug look on her face. Hey, Wei Ge, why are there 2 men standing at the entrance? Suddenly, someone looked at the surveillance screen and said. At this time, the young masters gathered around. Damn it, that guy is pretty handsome, let him come in and play. Fuck, you're a man of both sexes, stay away from me and stop staring at me. Get lost, who cares about your rotten ass? By the way, this guy is really handsome. Damn, I hate people who are more handsome than me. Lin Wei stared at the handsome man on the screen. For some reason, he felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. On the screen, Yang Chen pretended to push the vending machine open. At this time, all the young masters said. What is he doing? He's not trying to push the vending machine away. What a fool! The vending machine is welded shut, and he has become a powerful warrior. He's mentally ill, idiot. If he can open the door with his bare hands, I will eat the bottle. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. On the screen, they saw the man who was so handsome that it made the world cry. He just stretched out his hand and pushed the vending machine, and it flew out. Fuck, this is not a human being. Hey, didn't you say you were going to eat the wine bottle? Look, they pushed the vending machine away. Hurry up and swallow it in one gulp. Fuck you, there's an alloy steel door outside, can he open it with his bare hands? Damn it. Look. He's really going to hit the steel plate with his fist. Brother Wei, who is he? Where did he come from? When did we provoke him? At this moment, Zhuo Mei snorted coldly, smiled and said, You are done, my boss is here. Isn't your boss Ling Wei? Su Na asked. Who said my boss is Ling Wei? My boss is Ling Wei's husband. Zhuo Mei said. This is the husband who came to visit. They are not afraid of ordinary people, but they were a little scared of this one. They watched helplessly as the guy gave a light push and a vending machine weighing several hundred kilograms flew out. How about, Wei Ge, let's release the person? Lin Wei felt a little scared, but he pretended to be calm and said, Bullshit, we still have his men in our hands. What the hell, the alloy door is more than half a meter thick, even the Barrett can't penetrate it. I want to see how capable he is. With a bang, a bulge suddenly appeared on the 1-foot thick alloy door. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a fist mark as big as a casserole. Before the people inside could react, there were a few bang, bang, bang sounds, and several fist marks appeared on the door. With the naked eye, a crack appeared on the alloy door, and then there was no movement. Everyone inside was shocked. Oh my god, this is a monster. Wei Ge, why don't we withdraw? Get out of here, the door isn't even broken, you're as cowardly as a turtle. Are you blind? This guy can even dent alloy steel plates. If he gets in, he'll tear your hands off. You are the one who is blind. Did you see that the door was not broken? You are a coward. Are you still a man? That's right. There are 20 of us here. We can crush him to death. Why should we be afraid of him, right, Wei Ge? No matter how good your kung fu is, you're still afraid of a kitchen knife. Let's get some weapons. A kitchen knife? A kitchen knife can break it into 2 pieces. Anyway, I am scared. Wei Ge, what do you think I should do? Lin Wei calmly took a puff of his cigar, his eyes fixed on the door. Why panic? He can't get in. I told you, even a Barrett can't penetrate this door, let alone. Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden loud bang and a foot-thick steel door flew in and slammed heavily into the wall. A man so handsome that it shocked the world and made the gods weep walked in and said in a cold voice, I heard that someone is looking for my woman. It was not until today that Zhuo Mei witnessed Yang Chen's true strength. At this moment, she was so shocked that she forgot to call for help. She was completely conquered by Yang Chen's domineering aura. The boss is so handsome. The people present couldn't help but take a few steps back and looked at Lin Wei at the same time. At this time, Lin Wei straightened his chest, trying to remain calm as much as possible, and smiled awkwardly. Oh, it's like this, I'm a fan of Ms. Ling Wei, I just want to invite her over for a few drinks, I don't have any other purpose, please don't misunderstand me. While speaking, he didn't even dare to look Yang Chen in the eye, and the hand holding the cigar couldn't stop shaking. Damn, this man is so scary. So that's how it is. Yang Chen looked around and understood. The Hai Tian Grand Feast is worthy of its reputation. A real beast in human clothing. The young masters around him suddenly felt their hair stand on end, and they all said, Yes, that's what I mean. I just want to treat Miss Ling Wei to a few drinks. I have no other intentions. That's right, I'm also a fan of Ms. Ling Wei. I respect her so much that I don't dare to have the slightest improper thoughts about her. Me too. Miss Ling Wei is a goddess in my mind. I can only admire her from afar. I can only admire her from afar, he. Me too. I just want to buy Miss Ling Wei a few drinks to show my respect. Stop talking nonsense and hand over Zhuo Mei quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude to you. Liang Liang said. Hey, isn't this the eldest son of the Liang group? Why is he wearing the clothes of the garden staff? Don't you know? His family is bankrupt, and now he can only work outside to earn money. Wow, I'm so down and out. Bah, just let him go if you say so. He is just a bat sticking feathers into chickens. Who the hell does he think he is? Does he have the right to speak? Look at him, hiding behind others and pretending to be powerful. That's right, he's as cowardly as a turtle. The young masters looked at Liang Liang and whispered to each other, their eyes full of contempt. Who the hell are you? Do you have the right to speak? Lin Wei said. Liang Liang was both angry and furious, and felt extremely aggrieved. Yang Chen glanced at Lin Wei coldly, and said, Let him go. I will definitely let them go, but not only did you injure my people before, but now you're tearing up our group. I, Lin Wei, am a well-known person after all. It won't look good if this gets out. Lin Wei said. Yang Chen smiled and said, I won't care about these things when I die. Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat. He was absolutely sure that this guy would kill him without hesitation, so he said repeatedly, Brother, we are all civilized people, don't fight and kill each other. Besides, killing me will only bring harm to you. How about this? Let's have a drink and write off the unpleasant things that happened today. Lin Wei's palms were sweating, fearing that Yang Chen would not agree. After all, the other party was able to tear apart the alloy steel door with his bare hands. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen just glanced at him and did not say anything to refuse, but nodded in agreement. Then, the waiter brought 2 glasses of wine, one of which was served in an oversized wine glass. This oversized cup is like a fish tank, you can keep several fish in it. Lin Wei picked up the small cup and drank it all, then turned the glass upside down to show that there was not a drop left, and said, "It's your turn." "Yang Chen, he is bullying me," Liang Liang said, unconvinced. However, Yang Chen picked up the oversized wine glass without saying a word and drank it in one gulp. Seeing this, Lin Wei showed a sly smile. He put something powerful in this wine. If you drink it all, even gods can't save you. Chapter 43, Immune to all poisons. Of course Yang Chen knew that there was something wrong with the wine, he just wanted to test the effect of being immune to all poisons. As expected, the effect was amazing. After Yang Chen finished his cup, he was still full of energy. Lin Wei was shocked. An ordinary person would pass out after a few sips, but this guy finished a whole cup like nothing happened. This is a fucking monster. Yang Chen stared at Lin Wei with cold eyes. Brother, you have a good alcohol tolerance. Lin Wei smiled awkwardly and then shouted. Why don't you let him go now? At this time, Zhuo Mei returned to Yang Chen pitifully and said apologetically. I'm sorry, boss. I screwed up. Liang Liang saw Zhuo Mei's cute little face was swollen like a monkey's butt and said distressfully. Xiao Mei, what's wrong with your face? Who hit you? Hey, don't ask. I'm so annoyed. Zhuo Mei looked impatient. She is finished. The boss won't even look at her. She has no chance of getting a job in the future. The 3 were about to leave, but their way was blocked. Why, you want to see how hard my boss's fist is, right? Zhuo Mei said. Don't get me wrong, it's like this, young Master Lin is a warm and hospitable person, he wants Boss Yang to have a few drinks with his friends before leaving. At this time, Suna, who was observing from the side, spoke. At this moment, she was deeply attracted to Yang Chen. This man is so charming. Not only is he incredibly handsome, but he is also full of primitive and amazing masculine power. But what is infuriating is that this man is actually Ling Wei S. Why is God so unfair? All the good things were given to Ling Wei, while I met those dirty and perverted people. No, I want to take him away from Ling Wei. Suna put on a coquettish look, trying to attract Yang Chen's attention. However, Yang Chen was too lazy to even glance at her. That's right, brother. My friend hasn't had this wine with you yet. Don't leave in a hurry. It won't be too late to leave after you finish drinking it. Lin Wei said with a smile, he naturally wouldn't let Yang Chen and the others leave so easily. Although it is unclear why the other party gave up using force to resolve the issue, once you have fallen into the trap, there is no way of escaping. This time, he wanted to torture Yang Chen to death. So, he signaled with his eyes and asked someone to add a lot of strong stuff into the wine. Yang Chen glanced at him and smiled, but with a bit of cruelty and coldness. Okay, you guys have a few drinks, and I'll take over. Puff. Zhuo Mei was about to vomit blood and said, Boss, are you crazy? No matter how good you are at drinking, can you beat 20 of them by yourself? Yang Chen, you're too reckless. Drinking like this will make you vomit blood. Liang Liang said. All the young masters smiled. You know, they took hangover medicine beforehand. Even if Yang Chen's alcohol tolerance is strong, how many can he drink by himself? Such an arrogant guy, I'll probably drink him to death. Soon, 20 glasses of foreign wine were placed in front of Yang Chen. Come on, let's have a cup each, you have 20 cups, and then we'll drink it all first. Lin Wei said. Gudong. Lin Wei and his 20 companions raised their glasses and quickly drank them all. Yang Chen picked up the wine and started drinking without saying a word, and finished 20 glasses of wine in an instant. After drinking it, his expression was normal, without any change. Lin Wei and the others' expressions changed. Damn, it's okay to drink like this. This wine has been spiked with ingredients, but why does it taste like water? Could the ingredients have expired? Lin Wei secretly took a small sip and immediately felt dizzy. Damn, it's not expired. You really can drink a lot, Boss Yang, let's continue. Lin Wei continued to ask people to fill up their glasses. He wanted to see how long this guy could last. In the second round, Yang Chen drank 20 glasses of wine, but he was still like nothing had happened. In the third round, Yang Chen was just like drinking water, and he was still full of energy. Everyone was stunned. It's boring to drink from a cup, just drink from the bottle. Yang Chen said. This was exactly what Lin Wei wanted, and he said happily. Okay, but we'll each have one bottle, and you'll have to drink 20. Okay. Yang Chen said. But then they regretted it. By the sixth round, Lin Wei and his men couldn't bear it anymore. They were all drunk, their faces were red, they were dizzy, and they all passed out. However, Yang Chen became more energetic the more he drank, as if nothing had happened. No, I can't drink anymore. This guy is a monster. My liver hurts from drinking so much, but he's fine. No more playing, I can't afford to play anymore. Ugh. At this time, Lin Wei could no longer tell the directions and he had no choice but to admit defeat. No more drinking, brother. Go away. I respect you as a man. That one tea work. If you say you don't want to drink, then don't drink. You still owe me dozens of bottles in total. Yang Chen said. No, I can't drink anymore, vomit. Lin Wei lay on the sofa and vomited continuously. Yang Chen didn't listen to him, picked up a bottle of wine, and poured it directly into Lin Wei's mouth. Gulp gulp. The wine was poured in. That feeling is something Lin Wei will never forget in his life. Finally finished a bottle. Lin Wei thought he had escaped, but he didn't expect Yang Chen to fill him with another bottle. Have mercy, big brother. Don't force me to drink anymore. My stomach will explode. Lin Wei wailed. Yang Chen ignored him and continued to drink, gulping down 5 bottles in total. Until Lin Wei's eyes rolled back and foam came out of his mouth. He thought this nightmare was finally over, but with a sharp explosion, Yang Chen suddenly crushed the wine bottle, and the sharp pieces of the bottle, along with the turbid wine, penetrated deeply into Lin Wei's throat. Suddenly, Lin Wei's mouth was full of blood, piercing pain spread throughout his nerves, beads of sweat the size of beans soaked his back, and the drunkenness was washed away. Just as he was about to let out a shrill cry, he was knocked unconscious by Yang Chen's punch. When he stood up, he was given a free kick that could kill him. Although Lin Wei fainted, his face still instinctively showed a painful expression. Zhuo Mei and Liang Liang were both stunned. Yang Chen was too violent. What are you standing there for? Fill them with all the wine that has been spiked with ingredients. Yang Chen said. Oh. Zhuo Mei and Liang Liang began to feed those young masters wine with added ingredients. At this time, Suna was hiding in the corner and shivering. His backer was easily defeated by that man. Fortunately, she did not join the drinking war, otherwise she would have drunk until she vomited blood. But at this moment, someone is looking for her to settle the score. Liang Liang, come here and let her kneel down. Zhuo Mei shouted. At this time, Liang Liang had already turned into Zhuo Mei's bootlicker, and would immediately execute whatever Zhuo Mei said without saying a word. Soon, Suna was clamped by Liang Liang and knelt on the ground, but she tried to seduce him with a coquettish look. Little brother, please be gentle, it hurts me. Liang Liang hates such vulgar women the most. Even if the other party is a beautiful female star like Suna, he will not show any sympathy to her. Be careful or I'll break your hand. As he spoke, he increased the force on his hands. Suna screamed in pain, which made Liang Liang blush. Oh, your sister, shut up. You're acting like you're moaning in bed. What are you talking about? Zhuo Mei said in annoyance. You, what are you going to do? Suna raised her head, with arrogance on her face but actually panicking inside. You really enjoyed beating me just now. Zhuo Mei said. Suna said stubbornly, so what? I'm telling you, don't touch me. Be careful of Master Lin. Before she finished her words, Zhuo Mei gave her a left hook without saying a word. Suna covered her burning and painful face with a look of disbelief. You dared to hit me, and hit my face, do you believe it? Bang! Another right hook. Suna covered her face on both sides, not daring to be stubborn, and said timidly. Don't hit me. I was wrong. If you hit me in the face again, I'll be crippled. Auntie, please be merciful. I still rely on my face to make a living. Hurry up and drink the wine yourself. Zhuo Mei held out an oversized wine glass to her. No, I don't want to drink this wine. Suna was terrified. She had tasted the power of this wine with spices. Just a small cup could turn a beautiful girl into a superstar from an island country, and a gentleman into a silver devil. After drinking a big glass, you will go crazy. It's okay if you don't drink it, but you slapped me 10 times before. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I apologize to you. Suna said quickly. If an apology is useful, why do we need the police? It's too late to say it. I don't accept your apology. After saying that, Zuomei rolled up her sleeves. What are you going to do? Suna said tremblingly. Although Zuomei was small, she was very strong. Without saying a word, she pried open her mouth and poured wine into her mouth. With a puff, Suna sprayed all the wine onto Zuomei's face and laughed. Ha, you deserve it, cough cough cough. If you don't accept my toast, then you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. Liang, go away. Zuomei said. Upon hearing this, Liang immediately stepped aside. Zuomei attacked instantly, using left hook, right hook, upper hook, and lower hook to attack Suna in turn. Suna was beaten so hard that she was dizzy and her nose, which she had just had surgery on, was crooked. Stop hitting me, I was wrong. Suna wailed. Too late. Zuomei kicked over with a whirlwind kick, knocking Suna unconscious instantly. When Suna woke up, she saw an extremely terrifying scene. All the young men in the secret room went crazy and were dancing like crazy. A dozen grown men actually started playing a trained philosophy. Even the battle-hardened Suna found this scene offensive. All the young masters were immersed in a life of drunkenness and debauchery. At this time, Suna had not been discovered yet and was preparing to leave stealthily. Suddenly there was a loud clang and Suna accidentally knocked over a wine bottle. Everyone looked towards her. The scene was like a group of hungry wolves finally meeting a sheep. Hey, woman, there's a woman. Hey, don't go, come and play together. Hey, come here, let's have fun together. Come on, happy. At this time, all the young masters had already lost their minds and pounced on Suna like wild beasts in heat. No, help! Poor Suna screamed at the top of her lungs, but no one came to save her. She could only be slaughtered like tender meat on a chopping board. All these scenes were captured by the pinhole camera installed by Zuomei. Not long after, the news of a famous and innocent actress fighting against many men made headlines. From then on, Suna was completely finished. She couldn't make it in her own country, so her company, in order to squeeze out the last bit of value from her, sent her to Japan to film a romantic action movie. As for Lin Wei and his cronies, they were caught by the police in a mob, and more than a dozen innocent women were victimized. The circumstances were extremely bad, and they were all sentenced to more than 10 years in prison. Chapter 44: Feeding Dog Food. After leaving the water park, Yang Chen returned home, opened the door, and saw Ling Wei sitting on the sofa, like a little wife waiting for her husband to come back. You're back. Is Zuomei okay? Ling Wei asked. She was wearing a white shirt at this time. The shirt was his, and she wore it as pajamas. It seemed a little big on her, just covering her hips. The casual and homely outfit became a different kind of temptation in Yang Chen's eyes. It's okay, where's the child? Yang Chen said. Ling Wei smelled a strong smell of alcohol on him and said, The child is asleep, go and wash him. At this moment, her fair and flawless skin was faintly blushing, and she was a feast for the eyes. Yeah. Yang Chen nodded, but his eyes were fixed on Ling Wei, like a hunter staring at his prey. Feeling Yang Chen's gaze, Ling Wei blushed and her heart beat fast. I'll get you a glass of honey water to sober you up. Just as she was about to flee, the next second, Yang Chen picked her up. Ah! Ling Wei screamed, and quickly covered her mouth for fear of waking the child, and whispered. What are you doing? Put me down. Take a shower. Yang Chen said. After saying that, he walked into the bathroom with his long legs. Ling Wei's heart was beating fast. Although the two had had negative distance intimacy, it was always when she was drunk. But this time, she was awake. Sky. Suddenly, Ling Wei felt a hot stream flowing out of her nose and was about to wipe it away with her hand. Yang Chen grabbed her hand and gently wiped her nose with his thumb. You're having a nosebleed. What are you thinking about, huh? The voice was charming and frivolous, and Ling Wei felt that the deer in her heart was about to break through the wall of her heart. The handsome face slowly approached her and she closed her eyes shyly. Then she found something extra in her hand. Could it be that? What are you standing there for? Help me wipe my back. Yang Chen said. Ling Wei opened her eyes and saw that what she had in her hand was a bar of soap. You let me come in and rub your back? Ling Wei said angrily. What do you think? Yang Chen said. Yang Chen, you bastard. Ling Wei was so angry that she threw the soap at him and said, I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. Then he turned and left angrily. The next second, she was picked up by the waist. Her waist is so slender that one can just hold it in one hand. Yang Chen was afraid that if he used a little force on his arms, he would hurt her, so the force he used to restrain her was cleverly just right. Ling Wei angrily slapped Yang Chen's arm. Let me go, bastard. What are you doing? Before Ling Wei could even open her mouth, Yang Chen brought her into a world that was not suitable for children. In the early morning, Ling Wei lay limply on the bed, completely without any strength left in her body. She no longer dared to provoke this monster Yang Chen, and it was not until the afternoon that she regained her strength. When she got up, Ling Wei saw Yang Chen and the two children packing their clothes. Mom, get up. Meow Meow said. Seeing Ling Wei, Pang Pang happily threw himself into her arms and complained. Mom, you slept for a long time and didn't even get up to accompany Chubby. Fatty, Mommy was very tired after accompanying Daddy last night. You better be good. Meow Meow said. When Ling Wei heard this, her face turned red like an apple. Mom, get up earlier in the future. However, this depends on Yang Chen's performance tonight. To be honest, she was really exhausted last night. Why is sleeping so tiring? Pang Pang didn't understand and looked like a curious baby. Daddy, what did you do to Mommy last night to make her so tired? Children shouldn't ask so many questions about adult matters. Yang Chen rubbed his son's little head, and then said to Ling Wei. The food is in the kitchen. Oh. Ling Wei responded and hurried into the kitchen. She just felt her face getting hot, she didn't dare to look directly at Yang Chen. As soon as she saw him, the madness of last night emerged in her mind. The food in the pot was still hot, and there was a pot of hot chicken soup next to it. Smelling the delicious aroma, Ling Wei's stomach couldn't help but growl. Sitting at the dining table, Ling Wei ate too quickly because she was so hungry that she almost choked herself, so she drank some chicken soup. At this time, the greedy cat Pang Pang came over, lay down in front of the dining table, swallowed his saliva, and his blinking eyes were full of desire. Mom, is the chicken soup delicious? It smells delicious. Come, baby, have a sip. Mommy will get you a chicken leg. As she said that, Ling Wei picked up the chicken leg from the bowl and gave it to her son. However, Fatty shook his head and said, Pang Pang can't eat it. Dad said it's for Mama's body. Ling Wei felt warm in her heart. I originally thought Yang Chen was a cold-faced straight man, but I didn't expect that he also had such a considerate and warm side. It's okay, baby. There's still a lot of chicken soup left, and Mom can't finish it all by herself. Come, eat it. Ling Wei said gently. Fatty looked towards the living room and saw that his father was not there. He quickly took the chicken leg and ran into the kitchen. Then, he poked his little head out and said, Mom, keep watch for me. Tell me when Dad comes. Ling Wei smiled and said, I know, just eat it without worry. At this moment, Yang Chen came over and asked, We are moving today, do you have anything to pack? No. No. Ling Wei blushed. Yang Chen saw that Ling Wei's bowl was empty, so he took the bowl and prepared to go into the kitchen to lick the rice. Wait, Yang Chen. Ling Wei shouted hurriedly, I'm full. Drink more soup to replenish your body. After saying that, Yang Chen walked into the kitchen. When the little fat boy, who was chewing a chicken leg, heard his mother's announcement, he immediately hid the chicken leg behind him and turned around and said, Hey, Daddy. What are you doing here? Yang Chen asked. I'll come over. Pang Pang hesitated for a long time, and suddenly an idea came to him, I'll come over to serve soup to Mama. You ate it secretly. Yang Chen said. No, Daddy, Fatty would never do such a thing. Fatty shook his head, but what he didn't know was that the chicken shreds between his front teeth betrayed him. Yang Chen held out the bowl, take it out. Fatty returned the chicken leg to the bowl with a wrong look on his face and said pitifully, Mama gave it to me, Dad, please don't confiscate Fatty's chicken drumstick, okay? Ling Wei, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore and advised. Yang Chen, if the child wants to eat, just give it to him. There's still some in the pot. Besides, I can't finish it all by myself. He has already eaten it. This soup contains donkey-hide gelatin, and he is still too young to eat it. As he said that, Yang Chen filled another bowl of soup and handed it to Ling Wei. Drink it, you are too weak. I didn't. Ling Wei's face was anxious. She is not vain. Be good, drink it. Yang Chen said. The slightly doting tone made Ling Wei a little dazed. Yang Chen is a little different today. What exactly is different? More gentle. More considerate. Even more charming. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Ling Wei's face was flushed at this moment. Even if Yang Chen gave her poison to drink, she would be happy to do so. She nodded, took the bowl, and drank the chicken soup without saying a word. Let's go, Fatty. At this time, Meow Meow came over and took her brother away. Fatty's chicken leg. Fatty looked back reluctantly. Looking at the greasy look on her parents' faces, Meow Meow sighed and said, Forget about the chicken legs. We do have dog food, but we are still children. Eating too much will cause indigestion. Sister, we don't have a dog at home. Pang Pang said innocently. Chapter 45 Why are you looking at me? The two little guys were happy and excited to move into their new home. Their new home is so big. It is more than 10 times bigger than my previous home. The two siblings ran up and down the villa, preparing to choose their own rooms. Fatty ran to Yang Chen excitedly and said, Dad, there are so many rooms. Fatty wants to take turns living in them. Fatty, aren't you afraid of the dark? Asked Mimi. Pang Pang rubbed his index finger awkwardly. Then sister, Pang Pang will live in the same room with you. No. Meow Meow said seriously. Chubby, there are differences between men and women. We have grown up and cannot sleep in the same room. Oh, okay then. Pang Pang was somewhat helpless, and then said to Ling Wei, Mom, Pang Pang will sleep in the same room with you, okay? Just as Ling Wei was about to speak, Yang Chen interrupted her, Your mother sleeps in the same room with me. Who said I'm going to sleep in the same room with you? Ling Wei said blushing. Mom, you should sleep in the same room with Dad. The parents of the children in the kindergarten all sleep together. Meow Meow said. That's indeed the case. Fatty nodded. But there are also parents who sleep separately. Ling Wei said. Mom, that's because the couple has a bad relationship and they hate each other. I have a classmate whose parents slept separately. Later her parents divorced. She was so pitiful. Her father married her a stepmother who abused her every day. Mom, do you hate Dad? Meme said. When Pang Pang heard this, he immediately hugged Ling Wei's thigh and said, Mom, please don't hate Daddy. Pang Pang doesn't want a stepmother. Stepmothers are scary. How could Mom hate Dad? Ling Wei said. In that case, you will live in the same room with Dad. I will live in the room to your right, and Pang Pang will live in the room to your left. Meow Meow clapped her hands. I don't want to. I want to live in the same room with Mommy, said Pang Pang. Chubby, you are a big boy now, you need to be brave. If you continue like this, you will become a mama's boy. Mimi looked very disappointed. When your classmates in kindergarten find out, I'll see if they don't laugh at you and call you shameless. Fatty, your sister is right. Yang Chen said. But Pang Pang is afraid of the dark. Pang Pang looked aggrieved, then raised his head and looked at Ling Wei pitifully. Mom, the bed in your room is so big, isn't there any room for a little fat? Poor baby, Mommy. Before Ling Wei could finish her words, Yang Chen interrupted her and said, Don't spoil the child. It's time for him to be more independent. In fact, Yang Chen really didn't want the little brat to disturb their world of two. At this point, Ling Wei had no choice but to say, Baby, you've grown up and become a little man. You have to learn to sleep by yourself. When Pang Pang heard this, he pouted and was about to burst into tears. His elder sister Meow Meow whispered in his ear, Fatty, if you want a little brother or sister, just be a good boy and sleep by yourself. When Pang Pang heard this, his tears immediately stopped. For the sake of his little brother and sister, Pang Pang clenched his fists tightly and made up his mind, Mom, Pang Pang will sleep alone. Baby is awesome. Ling Wei said with relief. But then, Fatty said something shocking, You and Daddy have to give me little brothers and sisters. Hearing this, Yang Chen looked at Ling Wei and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Look, why are you looking at me? Ling Wei's face turned red to her ears. I think my son's suggestion is very good, what do you think? Yang Chen asked. I think the McDonald's would be a good choice tonight.
Ling Wei answered the question irrelevantly and changed the subject immediately. I want to eat the giant hand at McDonald's tonight.
When Pang Pang heard about McDonald's, he quickly raised his little fat paws. Me. Mom, Pang Pang wants to eat fried chicken legs, not spicy.
I heard that McDonald's has launched new varieties.
I want to try them. Meow Meow said. Come on, baby, let's go order takeout with mommy. After saying that, Ling Wei quickly fled with the two children.
In the evening, after Ling Wei put the two children to sleep, she returned to her room. At this time, Yang Chen was sitting on the bed looking at his phone. Ling Wei wanted to sleep in separate rooms, but she had promised the child and couldn't go back on her word.
Seeing Yang Chen's focused look, Ling Wei breathed a sigh of relief. He probably doesn't want it tonight. She is still a little tired today. After all, she was very physically exhausted last night and she hasn't fully recovered yet.
Ling Wei covered herself with a quilt, wrapped herself up like a cicada pupa, lay down on the bed, closed her eyes and prepared to have a good sleep. At this moment, Yang Chen came over.
What are you going to do? Ling Wei held the quilt tightly to prevent someone from attacking her. Seeing Ling Wei's nervous look, Yang Chen found it a little funny and said deliberately.
My son is urging me to have a brother or sister, and the country has also relaxed the 3-child policy.
Why don't you cooperate?
Ling Wei buried her head in the quilt, blushing and shyly said.
Can we not do it tonight? I haven't recovered yet. I'm still sore.
It hurts there, I'll give you a massage.
Yang Chen said considerately. No need, just rest for a few days. Ling Wei's face was as red as a tomato. This can't be used as a massage.
If you do, it will definitely cause great arousal.
She didn't want to be unable to get out of bed again the next day. Don't worry, I won't touch you tonight.
As he said that, Yang Chen began to massage Ling Wei's legs.
Looking at the man in front of her, Ling Wei asked curiously, Yang Chen, why are you so nice to me?
Yang Chen was silent for a while and said, because you gave me 2 lovely children.
Is it just because of this? Ling Wei asked again. Yeah. Yang Chen responded.
I never thought that he was nice to her just because she was the mother of his child.
Ling Wei couldn't help but feel disappointed.
She thought Yang Chen was attracted to her and liked her. After a moment of silence, Ling Wei was somewhat unwilling, so she mustered up her courage and said, Yang Chen, do you? With a click, the door was opened.
Pang Pang rushed in, crying loudly.
Ling Wei quickly got out of bed and saw a puddle of water in Chubby's crotch.
Oh my god, I peed my pants. Mom, Pang Pang didn't mean it. Pang Pang hugged Ling Wei's thighs and sobbed.
Yang Chen supported his forehead speechlessly, went to find another pair of pants for the child, and threw them in front of Fatty. Change your pants yourself. Ling Wei wanted to change her son's pants but was refused. In order to preserve his last bit of dignity, the little person wiped away his tears, sniffed and said, Mom, Pang Pang is a boy, don't look at him without permission. As he said this, he asked Ling Wei to turn around. Ling Wei thought her son was funny and cute, so she turned her back. It's changed, said Fatty. After you change, go back to sleep.
Yang Chen said.
However, Pang Pang stood in front of Ling Wei, with his head lowered and his little hands tightly grasping the corner of his clothes.
Seeing this, Ling Wei squatted down and asked softly, My dear, are you scared?
Pang Pang hugged Ling Wei and pouted aggrievedly, Mom, the room is so big, Pang Pang is so scared.
Don't be afraid, then you can sleep with mommy, okay?
Ling Wei comforted her gently.
Yeah.
Pang Pang nodded, hugged Ling Wei's neck and acted coquettishly, Pang Pang doesn't want brothers and sisters anymore, I will sleep with mommy from now on. His son never acts like this to him, but since Ling Wei came, the little guy has become more and more spoiled.
But he is a boy. Yang Chen couldn't bear it any longer, in fact, he was feeling a little jealous.
He picked up his son and laid him on the bed, only tonight.
I won't.
Pang Pang pursed his lips and looked at Ling Wei pitifully, Pang Pang will sleep with mom from now on.
If you don't agree, Dad will carry you out right now.
Yang Chen said with a serious face.
To be honest, Pang Pang is a little afraid of his father.
A father always has a kind of majesty in front of his son.
Daddy, no, Pang Pang, just be obedient and sleep for one night. Pang Pang said.
Well, let's go to sleep.
Yang Chen said. Chubby should sleep in the middle. As he said that, the little guy lay down directly in the middle of the big bed.
With his father on the left and his mother on the right, Pang Pang has an unprecedented sense of happiness and security. After turning off the lights, the little guy quickly fell into a sweet dream. With his son around, Yang Chen would be more obedient. Ling Wei thought so in her heart, and soon she felt sleepy and fell asleep. Yang Chen couldn't sleep, and the big light bulb in the middle made him feel uncomfortable. It seems I have to lock the door before sleeping from now on. On the other side, Mimi wrapped herself in the quilt, leaving a small gap to let fresh air in. As for why she did this, it was because she was also afraid. The room was too big and it was pitch dark. I always feel like a scary monster will jump out of the darkness. She turned on the light. She became even more scared after turning on the light. It was pitch dark outside and she always felt like there were ghosts staring at her. Meme had no choice but to turn off the light again and quickly wrapped herself in the quilt. She didn't even dare to sleep with her legs stretched out, for fear that a monster would grab her feet. It was stuffy and hot in the quilt, and Meme pouted in grievance. She is just a 5-year-old child, why should she make things difficult for herself? She wanted to sleep with her parents, but she was conflicted. If her younger brother knew about this, she would no longer have any dignity in front of him. Suddenly there was a loud clang and Mamie was so scared that her hair stood on end. She will never act like a grown-up in front of her brother again. Meme threw back the quilt and rushed out of the room, then carefully entered her parents' room. Yang Chen was sleeping in a daze, and suddenly he felt something crawling into the quilt. When he lifted the quilt, he saw a small ball, and it was his daughter Meme. Mimi touched his head, a little embarrassed. Dad, hey, let me stay overnight. Are you afraid too? Yang Chen asked. No, I was worried that Fatty had a bad sleeping posture, so I came here to supervise him. Mimi said stubbornly. Yang Chen found it a little funny. He didn't know who his daughter looked like. She was always so stubborn. Maybe it was because her mother was not around since she was a child, and in order to take care of her younger brother, she had to make herself look like a little adult. Yang Chen suddenly felt sorry for his daughter, and held her in the middle. You can tell me if you're afraid. You don't have to keep it in your heart. Mimi is a little scared. Mimi stretched out a little finger, with a stubborn look on her face, just a little. Okay, Dad gets it, go to sleep. Yang Chen covered his daughter with the quilt. Dad. Mimi called quietly. Please give me some face and don't tell your brother that I was here, okay? Meow Meow said. Got it, go to sleep. Yang Chen said. Looking at his brother who was sleeping soundly beside him, Mimi thought that he must get up early tomorrow and must not let Fatty know that he had sneaked into his parents' room. Chapter 46 Beauty Mask. The next day, Meme got up at daybreak. Mom and Dad are still sleeping soundly. And my younger brother Fatty sleeps like a lazy pig. Meow Meow returned to her room. It was already daybreak, and all the demons and monsters had already gone into hiding. Meme was no longer afraid and lay back in her little bed and took a nap. I don't know how long I slept. Pang Pang ran in and shouted, Sister, get up quickly, the sun is shining on you, but you will be late if you sleep any longer. Meme was woken up and had to get up. At the dining table, my fat brother asked, Sister, did you sleep alone last night? Of course. Mimi said a little guiltily. Then aren't you afraid? Fatty asked again. Tisk, there's nothing to be afraid of. I'm very brave. Meow Meow said. Sister, you are so awesome, can you lend some courage to Fatty? Fatty's face was full of admiration, then he lowered his head and poked his finger. Fatty will sleep alone from tonight. Fatty is afraid. I will give it back to you when the sun rises. Did you go to sleep with Mom and Dad last night? Meme asked knowingly. Yeah. Fatty nodded shamefully. Mimi patted her brother's shoulder and said, Fatty, you can't do this. You have to learn from your sister and be brave. Besides, courage is something you can't borrow. Okay then. Fatty looked depressed. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled and said to his daughter with respect, Chubby, be like your sister and be brave. Yes, Pang Pang, look how great sister is. Ling Wei praised. In fact, she knew her daughter had sneaked into the room last night. But after listening to the conversation between her daughter and Yang Chen, she pretended to know nothing. Children sometimes have a strong sense of self-esteem. But she also understood that the reason her daughter had such a personality was mostly due to her absence during her growth. Ling Wei couldn't help but feel guilty. She touched her daughter's head and said, Mimi is such a good child.
Hee hee, it's okay. Meow Meow blushed a little.
Seeing this, Pang Pang made up his mind again and said,
Pang Pang, you have to be like your sister from now on. From tonight on, you have to sleep alone.
However, at night, Pang Pang broke his promise again and rushed into his parents' room with a pout. But this time he behaved better and didn't wet his pants. Yang Chen and Ling Wei were just about to start an activity not suitable for children when their son suddenly barged in, creating an awkward situation.
Dad and Mom, what are you doing? Pang Pang asked curiously. Ha, ha, we are practicing wrestling.
Ling Wei said embarrassedly. Yang Chen was extremely unhappy, and without saying a word, he dragged his son out the door. With a click, the door was locked. Mimi came out and was about to sneak into her parents' room again, but she unexpectedly saw her brother standing at the door with a frustrated look on his face. When Pang Pang saw his sister Mei Mei, he said embarrassedly, Sister, Pang Pang still doesn't dare to sleep alone.
Daddy locked the door and wouldn't let me in. Meow Meow was helpless. Now, she can't get in. Ah. Meow Meow sighed and patted Fatty's shoulder. Come on, stay in my room tonight. Okay, hee hee. Pang Pang smiled happily, and then looked curious. By the way, sister, are you scared too, so you come here to find your parents? How is that possible? I came out because I was worried about you. Meow Meow said. Sister, you are so nice. Pang Pang said. That's right, you are my younger brother.
Meme said proudly. In order to prevent the children from attacking at night, Yang Chen rearranged the children's room and let the siblings sleep in the same room. From then on, the night attack incidents came to an end. On the weekend, the two little guys didn't ask to go out and play for the first time. Because there is a small indoor children's play area at home, the two little ones had a lot of fun playing in it. Ling Wei was accompanying the child. Inside the room, Yang Chen opened the virtual screen, which showed that his value as a nanny was 1.8 million points, while his value as a wife-loving person was 600,000 points.
With nothing to do, Yang Chen started playing the lottery.
Click the lottery button to consume 100,000 daddy points and the lottery begins. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a box of Pretty Lady facial mask. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a 100-fold critical strike, and I will reward you with 100 boxes of Pretty Lady masks. Pretty Girl Mask, a mask that can greatly improve a girl's appearance. An ugly girl can become a beauty can become a goddess, and a goddess can become a fairy. Note, boys should not use this, as it will cause serious feminization. Looking at the box of pink packaged facial masks in front of him, Yang Chen was speechless. All he took out were unnecessary things. Thinking that Ling Wei could use this mask, Yang Chen stored it in the space. System, can I draw a lottery for my wife-loving points? Yang Chen asked. Host, the wife-loving value cannot be used for the lottery. What's the use? Yang Chen asked. 1 million points of wife-loving value can be exchanged for a mysterious grand prize. Host, you are still 400,000 points away from loving your wife. Please continue to work hard. At this time, Yang Chen looked at his wealth value, which had reached more than 900 billion. It's too much money, we have to spend it. Yang Chen said. After saying that, he left the room and walked towards the play area. At this time, Ling Wei was browsing on her phone when suddenly a call came in. Looking at the familiar number, Ling Wei hesitated for a while, and finally pressed the answer button. Then a middle-aged woman's voice sounded on the phone. Hey, Ling Wei, where are you? Mom has been looking for you for a long time. Your brother's mortgage is almost overdue. Why don't you send the money back? I said that your scandal has been over for so long, you should be making money. Hey, say something, you dead girl, are you dead or alive? Don't worry, he's still alive. After saying that, Ling Wei hung up the phone. After a while, the phone rang again. When Ling Wei saw it was that number again, she hung up without saying a word. Soon, the number called again, and it sounded like a series of fatal calls. Ling Wei was straightforward and simply blocked the number. Then another number called, it was her father's. Ling Wei was too lazy to answer. What could her family want from her? They just wanted money. She hung up the phone and blocked her father and brother's numbers. Oh, not even a word of concern. Ling Wei smiled bitterly, feeling sad in her heart. Mom, why are you crying? Mamie came over and reached out her hand to wipe away her mother's tears. Mommy, be good. Don't cry. Don't cry. Mamie will hug you.
Ling Wei didn't even realize that she was crying.
Feeling her daughter's love, Ling Wei smiled and said,
Mom is not crying.
She just watched a funny video and laughed until tears came out.
Mom, you are lying. I didn't hear you laugh just now. Pang Pang was very unhappy when he saw you answered the phone. Pang Pang said, What's the matter?
At this time, Yang Chen walked over.
Dad, Mommy just cried. Meow Meow said. Yang Chen looked at his son, Have you been naughty? No, no.
Pang Pang waved his hands quickly. It was Mom who started crying after she answered the phone.
Dad, you don't know, Mommy's phone kept ringing just now. Someone must have said something bad to Mommy. Meow Meow said. What's going on? Yang Chen asked Ling Wei. It's okay, it's just some haters harassing me and saying some nasty things. Ling Wei said. Sister, what are black fans? Pang Pang asked curiously.
Black fans should be fans of black people.
Meow Meow said. There are black vermicelli? Oh, Fatty doesn't dare to eat it. Pang Pang looked disgusted, yet greedy, but if it is washed clean, Pang Pang can eat several bowls.
Ling Wei laughed and tapped her son's forehead, You little foodie.
Mom, Pang Pang is hungry.
Pang Pang patted his belly, I want to eat cross-bridge rice noodles, I want a super big bowl of it.
Mom, I want to eat cross-bridge rice noodles too.
I don't need a super big bowl, a regular bowl will do.
Meow Meow said. Okay, let's eat guoqiao rice noodles today. Let's go and order takeout. Ling Wei said. Let us go shopping. Don't stay at home and eat takeout all day. Yang Chen said.
When Pang Pang heard this, he immediately said excitedly, Great, Pang Pang will go to Yida Plaza to eat golden arches and cross-bridge rice noodles.
Chapter 47, Attracting Bees and Butterflies. A family of 4 arrived at Yida Plaza and were about to get off the bus. Wait.
Ling Wei pulled Yang Chen and took out the black framed glasses with no prescription that she had prepared in advance from her bag.
Put this on. What is this for? Yang Chen asked. I don't want to be stared at wherever I go. You're too eye-catching. Ling Wei said. Hee hee, Mom, you are jealous. Meow Meow laughed. No. No.
Ling Wei said blushing. At this time, the greedy cat Pang Pang said, Pang Pang also wants to eat vinegar.
When we eat the cross-bridge rice noodles later, Pang Pang wants to add some vinegar.
Fatty, you are such a pig.
You only think about eating. Meow Meow said.
Yang Chen smiled, picked up his glasses and put them on.
How come he's still so handsome with glasses on? Even the big black framed glasses can't hide his good looks.
Ling Wei was very distressed, and then took out a mask and asked Yang Chen to wear it.
Yang Chen did not refuse and put on the mask obediently. Only then did Ling Wei nodded with satisfaction, and then she put on glasses and a mask.
For fear of being recognized by others, she also bought herself a baseball cap.
Entering the mall, Yang Chen and Ling Wei each held a baby.
Both of them are tall, and although their faces cannot be seen, they look like a perfect couple when standing together, attracting many people's attention. When we arrived at the cross-bridge rice noodle restaurant that Pang Pang had been longing for, the greedy little cat Pang Pang directly ordered a super big bowl of cross-bridge rice noodles. The rice noodles are here, and it's truly a super big bowl.
The bowl is as big as my face. In fact, there is not much rice noodles in it, just a lot of soup. Fatty, you ordered such a big bowl, can you finish it? Meow Meow asked. Baby, Mommy will have one with you, okay? Ling Wei said.
Smelling the delicious cross-bridge rice noodles, Pang Pang held the bowl as big as his face and said, No, Pang Pang is so hungry now that he can eat a whole pig. Let me make it clear first, you are not allowed to waste food.
If you can't finish it, I'll leave the rest for you to eat. Yang Chen said. Got it, Daddy, Pang Pang will definitely eat it all.
As he said this, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating with a grunt.
It looked like a little piglet digging into a rice jar. Sure enough, the little pig Pang Pang really finished eating the rice noodles. Burp.
Pang Pang burped and patted his round belly.
Pang Pang doesn't want to eat rice noodles anymore. This appetite.
Ling Wei was very worried.
What if the child becomes too obese in the future? It's okay. I had the same appetite as him when I was a kid. It's inherited. Yang Chen said. Mom, don't worry. Fatty is growing now, so he needs to eat a lot. Fatty said. Hey, Fatty, you've grown taller, but you're growing sideways. Be careful that you may not be able to find a girlfriend when you grow up. Meow Meow said. Tisk, Pang Pang doesn't want to find a girlfriend. When Pang Pang grows up, he wants to marry Mama. Pang Pang said innocently.
Yang Chen immediately gave his son a slap on the face. You're wishful thinking.
Fatty, are you a pig?
Mommy is already with Daddy, you can't marry her.
Meow Meow said. No way? Pang Pang rubbed his little head and then whispered, since Mommy and Daddy are together, why don't they have a wedding?
When Ling Wei heard the word wedding, her face turned red.
What will their wedding be like? She never looked forward to marriage.
But since she met Yang Chen, she has been cared for and loved, and truly feels the warmth of home.
If I marry him, I will definitely be happy.
Because Dad is a big fool and hasn't proposed to Mom for such a long time.
Meow Meow reminded. Sister, what does a marriage proposal look like? Asked Pang Pang. Take Mom and Dad as an example.
To propose, Dad has to prepare a big diamond ring, a bouquet of roses, and then kneel down on one knee to ask Mom to marry him.
Mean made it clear again. Ling Wei couldn't help but look at Yang Chen.
When their eyes met, she blushed and her heart beat fast.
She quickly looked away. Yang Chen smiled, not a bad suggestion, but a bit outdated. Oh, is that so?
However, Pang Pang nodded thoughtfully, and then stretched out his hand to Yang Chen. Daddy, give me money.
What do you want the money for? Yang Chen asked. I want to buy a big diamond ring and roses, and Pang Pang wants to propose to Mama. Pang Pang said.
When the people around heard the little guy's childish talk, they all covered their mouths and laughed.
You bastard, you can't propose to your mother. Yang Chen said. Why not? Pang Pang loves Mama very much. Pang Pang said. Because your mother is your father. Yang Chen said. Hearing this, Ling Wei's face turned as red as a tomato. Is this a confession?
She looked at Yang Chen, her heart beating non-stop.
She wanted a more definitive answer. Then the god assist, little fatty, said, then what Dad means is that you love Mama too. Yeah. Yang Chen looked at Ling Wei and responded.
Ling Wei stood up in a flash and said, I need to go to the bathroom. Having said this, he fled.
Mommy is shy, said Pang Pang. You too. Yang Chen tapped the two little guys' heads. You are little but smart. TSK, Dad, it's your fault that you're so dull. Since you don't say anything, my brother and I have to speak for you. Anyway, hurry up and propose to Mommy. Meow Meow said. That's right, Dad, look at Mommy, she's so beautiful, aren't you afraid that someone will snatch her away? Pang Pang sees a lot of nasty men staring at Mommy. Pang Pang said.
You two little brats, there is no need for you to worry about it.
Yang Chen said.
At this time, Zuomei finally rushed over and stood in front of Yang Chen panting, Boss, I'm here, the road is too congested.
Sister Donghua, you are here. Pang Pang said excitedly. Hey, Winter Melon, why did you cut your hair like a mushroom? Meow Meow said. Zuomei's face was filled with black lines. This is all Yang Chen's fault.
When she received Yang Chen's message, she was having her hair cut. She wanted to have a beautiful short haircut, but when she saw the text message, Yang Chen gave her 15 minutes to get there. Her hair was cut in half, but she didn't care and asked teacher Tony to cut it directly. She came over with a mushroom-shaped haircut.
She was just angry but dared not say anything about it.
From now on, I'll call you Winter Melon and Mushroom Head Sister, said Pang Pang.
Well, this name is good. Meow Meow nodded.
Ha, little fatty, after not seeing you for so long, you're still so cute and plump.
Zuomei wanted to crush the other person's fat face.
Hee hee, Sister Winter Melon and Mushroom Head, you're still so short after not seeing you for so long.
Fatty said with a grin.
Puff. Zuomei was about to vomit blood. How come this little fat guy is even more sharp-tongued than before? When Ling Wei came back, she found that the two little ones were gone, so she asked, where are the children?
Zuomei is here, I asked her to take them shopping. Yang Chen said. Oh, then, where are we going?
Ling Wei said blushing.
Buy clothes and watch a movie. Yang Chen said. Yeah. Ling Wei nodded.
In the mall, two people walked shoulder to shoulder. Because of what Yang Chen said just now, Ling Wei felt a little uncomfortable being alone with him. This should be their first date. Thinking of this, Ling Wei's heart beat rapidly. Looking at Yang Chen's hand, she had a strong urge to hold his hand, but she just couldn't muster up the courage. Obviously, the two of them even had a child, but in front of Yang Chen, she always acted like a shy little girl. Even though Yang Chen was wearing a mask and glasses, it still couldn't hide his damn charm. Many girls couldn't help but stop and look back at him when they saw him while shopping. Ling Wei saw this and felt as if she had been fed several bottles of aged vinegar. A woman with a seductive look and sexy clothes walked towards him, and threw a seductive glance at Yang Chen, completely ignoring Ling Wei who was standing beside him. Ling Wei was furious, she glanced at Yang Chen with resentment, and muttered softly. Really? Even wearing a mask can attract bees and butterflies. Yang Chen held Ling Wei's hand tightly, and said, except for you, no one can seduce me. With just these simple words, Ling Wei felt as if she were fed honey. Chapter 48. Throw yourself into his arms. The two walked into the Bali family store. Ling Wei picked out a lot of clothes for Yang Chen. Yang Chen tried all these clothes. For others, clothes make the man, but Yang Chen is the opposite. Ling Wei had excellent taste in clothes, and coupled with Yang Chen's figure that was comparable to that of a male model, those clothes looked extremely good on Yang Chen. The salesgirl at the side saw Yang Chen's change of clothes, it was like watching a fashion show. How about it, which ones do you like? Ling Wei asked. I like everything you picked, pack them all up. Yang Chen said. The salesgirl flattered him happily upon hearing this. Sir, your wife has a good taste. The clothes she wears look really good on her. How about you pick a few pieces for her? No, there's no style I like here. Ling Wei said, and then asked Yang Chen to pay. High-end brand clothing stores offer door-to-door delivery services. Ling Wei asked the shopping guy to have the clothes delivered directly to Yang Chen's villa. Then the two of them left and went to the next store. Seeing Yueku, Ling Wei pulled Yang Chen in without hesitation. Yang Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that a big star like Ling Wei would also visit a civilian clothing store. Ling Wei went in, selected a few t-shirts and some pants, and then went into the fitting room. Yang Chen was waiting outside. During this time, many girls came over to chat with him, but he rejected them all with cold words. Ling Wei came out of the fitting room and asked Yang Chen, does it look good? She was wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of light blue jeans. Ling Wei is tall and has a good figure. The clothes were plain, but they looked particularly good on her. It looks good. Yang Chen nodded. Outside the fitting room, many men were waiting for their girlfriends to change clothes and come out. When they saw Ling Wei, they were all amazed. A woman came out of the fitting room next to Ling Wei after changing clothes. She saw that her boyfriend didn't even look at her, but was staring at Ling Wei. She was so angry that she grabbed her boyfriend's ears and wished she could pull his ears off. I'll try a few other pieces for you to see. Ling Wei said. No need to try, just buy them all. Yang Chen said. In fact, he was a little jealous. He doesn't want other men to always stare at his woman. In the end, Ling Wei only bought the set of clothes she tried on, spending just over 200 yuan in total. Yang Chen was somewhat dissatisfied with this. Are you saving money for me? No, I have a lot of clothes, so I just need to buy a few comfortable ones. Ling Wei said. As she walked, Ling Wei was attracted by a little white dress on the Chanel cabinet and couldn't help but take a few more glances at it. Do you like it? Yang Chen asked. I don't like it. It's too inconvenient to wear a skirt. Ling Wei said hypocritically. Yang Chen led her directly into the store. A beautiful shopping guide came up to us with a big smile on her face. Welcome to Chanel. Although the two of them were dressed very casually and wore masks, one could tell from their figures that they were definitely handsome men and beautiful women. Especially that man, he has extraordinary temperament and strong aura. The salesgirl had a sharp eye and could tell at a glance that these two people were definitely low-key wealthy people. Yang Chen pointed at the skirt on the cupboard and said, get a skirt of the right size and let her try it on. Upon hearing this, the salesgirl immediately took out a brand new little white dress. Ling Wei liked the dress very much, but she glanced at the price. Shockingly expensive. If it were in the past, she would have bought it without hesitation. But now, she couldn't be so arrogant. No need. I have a lot of skirts like this. I bought them before but never wore them and they were all hanging in the closet. And when I look closely, I don't really like this skirt. Ling Wei lied. In order to pay off her debts a long time ago, she put all her brand name clothes up for sale second hand. Now that she has no income, she can't afford to spend other people's money lavishly.
She didn't want Yang Chen to spend money.
When the saleslady at the side heard this, she immediately said, "Miss, we have a lot of new and beautiful skirts in our store. You have such a great figure, they will look great on you."
No.
Ling Wei was about to refuse. Yang Chen interrupted, "Just pack up all the new styles in the size she wears." When the salesgirl heard this, she immediately smiled.
Okay, sir, let me confirm with you again. The new models here include clothes, shoes, and bags. Are you sure you want to pack them all? Yeah. Yang Chen responded calmly and took out his bank card. There was a young couple not far away.
The girl saw them and was full of envy. She complained to her boyfriend. "Look at other people's boyfriends, they buy all the new models without saying anything. Look at you, I just want you to buy a bag, but you are still making excuses.
How dare you say that?
Such a small shoulder bag costs 50,000.
If I buy it for you, I will have to eat instant noodles for half a year," the man said. The woman immediately refused to listen and said, "I don't want to listen. If you don't buy it for me, it means you don't love me."
The man looked annoyed and walked away without saying a word, leaving the girl standing alone in the store.
Ling Wei couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Who would buy clothes like this? So she quickly said,
"Wait, Yang Chen, this is such a waste, and I haven't even tried on those clothes. What if they don't look good?"
"Nothing looks bad,"
Yang Chen said, with a slightly doting tone, "You look good in anything you wear." Ling Wei's heart was beating like thunder, and she blushed and said, "There's no need to buy them like this, I'll just pick a few that I like." Upon hearing that the big order was about to fly away, the shopping guide took the bank card from Yang Chen's hand tactfully and said quickly,
"Miss, look how good your boyfriend is to you. Your figure is better than our catwalk models.
You will definitely look great in the new styles in our store. Besides, beautiful clothes should be paired with beautiful shoes and bags to be perfect." Ling Wei wanted to speak, but Yang Chen waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and swipe your card."
"Yes, sir."
After saying this, the salesgirl hurried to the cashier, fearing that the customer would change his mind again the next second. When the bill came out, Ling Wei saw the amount and immediately felt pain in her heart. "Yang Chen, this is too extravagant."
"I'm happy to give it to you," Yang Chen said.
Ling Wei was helpless, but felt sweet inside.
Then, the two went to see a movie. They were watching a horror apocalyptic monster movie.
Ling Wei was on tenterhooks the whole time. From time to time, horrible monsters suddenly appeared in the camera, scaring her so much that she threw herself into Yang Chen's arms.
She was terribly frightened.
However, Yang Chen really enjoyed her sudden embrace.
"You're so timid.
If you're scared, then don't watch it,"
Yang Chen said.
Ling Wei shook her head. She longed for Yang Chen's embrace, which made her feel unprecedented satisfaction and peace of mind.
"Yang Chen,"
Ling Wei called him.
Have you ever?"
The movie reached its climax, where the protagonist picked up a machine gun and shot at the monster, interrupting Ling Wei's words.
Even after the movie ended, Ling Wei didn't muster up the courage to ask Yang Chen. Did he forgive her? Chapter 49. Yang Chen was proposed to?
Meme and Pang Pang are having a lot of fun in the game room of the shopping mall. At this moment, the two little guys are playing with claw machines. When Yang Chen and Ling Wei came over, Zuomei was holding several bags of dolls, all of which were bought by Mimi.
"Mom, look, I put them all up here." Mimi proudly showed her trophy to Ling Wei.
"Baby is so great,"
Ling Wei praised.
The fat kid at the side looked pitiful. "Mom, Fatty is so stupid, he can't even pick up one." Ling Wei touched Chubby's little head and said, "Chubby is not stupid, you're just not good at it."
"Really? Then what is Pang Pang good at?" asked Pang Pang. This. Ling Wei thought for a long time and didn't know how to answer. "Mom, Fatty is best at eating. He is a foodie," Meow Meow reminded. "That's true." Ling Wei nodded. "Boss and madam, if there is nothing else, can I leave first?" I want to go get my hair trimmed," Zuomei said. God knows how many strange looks she has endured. "Dad, Sister Wintermelon is so pitiful."
Many people laugh at her mushroom head,
Pang Pang said.
Seeing this, Yang Chen allowed her to leave. At this moment, Yang Chen received a call from his sister.
Yang Meng's voice on the phone was very anxious. "Brother, please come to the Starbucks in Yida Plaza as soon as possible." Something big has happened. What is going on? Were you detained for eating a free meal? Yang Chen asked. It's more serious than this, it's extremely urgent, come here quickly. Before he could finish his words, the phone was hung up. What's the matter? Ling Wei asked. You stay here and play with the kids. I'll be out for a while. Having said that, Yang Chen rushed to Xingbake. As soon as he entered the door, Yang Chen saw his sister waving at him excitedly. Brother, this way, this way. Yang Meng waved his hand, with a smile on his face as if he had picked up money. Yang Chen walked over to take a look, only to find that he had been fooled by his sister. There was a woman sitting opposite Yang Meng. Yang Chen had seen that woman before. She was the rich lady that Yang Meng had previously said she wanted to introduce to him. She looks good, but she's a size bigger in person than in the photo. The woman was wearing a Hanfu dress with a chest-length, double-breasted collar. Due to her plump figure, the headlights of the car looked very domineering. Seeing Yang Chen coming over, the woman lowered her head shyly. Yang Chen finally understood. With such a plump figure, no wonder her measurements are 36D. Come on, brother, let me introduce you to my good friend Lin Lin, a wealthy lady in the cosplay circle. You have seen her photos before. Yang Meng suddenly stopped talking and looked at Yang Chen with surprise. Hey, wait, brother, I haven't seen you for a while, how come you have become more handsome? Is this what you call an emergency? Yang Chen said. How can I not be anxious, brother? This is a matter of life and death. Lin Lin fell in love with you at first sight, and she was so attracted to you that she cried, made a fuss, and even threatened to commit suicide in front of me. She would do anything to see you. Yang Meng said. What are you talking about, Meng, you're so annoying. Lin Lin looked shy. How is it? Now that you have met my brother, are you satisfied with him? Yang Meng asked. Lin Lin looked at Yang Chen and nodded, a blush appeared on her fair face, satisfied, your brother is even more handsome than in the photo. That's right. My brother is not only handsome, but also very considerate and family-oriented. It will be a great success if you marry him. Yang Meng said. I've found the person. I'll go back first. After saying that, Yang Chen stood up and prepared to leave. Yang Meng hurriedly stopped Yang Chen, clasped her hands together, and pleaded in a low voice. Brother, please give me some face and leave later. Just think of it as having a cup of coffee with me. Please, please, please. Yang Chen had no choice but to return to his seat. Seeing this, Yang Meng smiled happily, brother, you are the best. At this moment, Lin Lin, who was originally shy, suddenly stood up and said to Yang Chen solemnly. I like you, please marry me. Yang Meng was startled and tugged at Lin Lin's sleeve. Lin Lin, you are too impatient. You will scare my brother away if you do this. I just like your brother so much, I couldn't help it. Lin Lin looked shy, and then said to Yang Chen again. I really mean it. I've liked you for a long time. Please marry me, okay? Facing the sudden proposal, Yang Chen looked indifferent, not good. Do you think I'm fat? If you don't like it, I'm willing to lose weight for you. I'll lose as much weight as you ask me to. Lin Lin said. Yang Chen didn't say anything. At this time Yang Meng couldn't help but said. Brother, everyone is willing to help you lose weight, so at least say something. Lin Lin is a little fat, but once she loses weight, she will definitely be a super beauty. She is a high-quality potential stock. It has nothing to do with this. Before Yang Chen finished speaking, Lin Lin hurriedly said. I know you don't like me, but I like you, that's all. As long as you are willing to marry me, I am willing to give you a dowry of 60 million, plus a single-family villa. The money is yours, and the villa is also in your name. When Yang Meng heard this, she wanted to pack up her brother and give him to the other party immediately. She said excitedly, brother, look how sincere he is. Yang Chen glanced at her, and Yang Meng didn't dare to speak. I'm not interested in these. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Yang Chen said. Wait. Lin Lin hurriedly stopped Yang Chen. This was the man of her dreams. How could she give up so easily? So, she took out a big diamond ring and said sincerely. Yang Chen, from what Yang Meng said, I know that you are a good man and a good father. I don't mind you having children. If you are willing to marry me, I cannot have children. I will treat your children as my own. I am willing to lose weight for you and become a good wife and mother for you. I will spend my whole life loving you and your children. Please let me be your wife." At this time, Ling Wei walked into Xingbake with her 2 children.
She brought her fat baby Mimi here to eat dessert and happened to see this scene. Ling Wei was stunned on the spot. Yang Chen was actually proposed to by another woman. "Mom, hurry over there, that fat woman is going to take Dad away." Having said that, Mimi quickly took Ling Wei's hand and walked over.
Yang Meng was stunned.
It was the first time she saw a woman propose to a man.
So awesome.
However, Yang Chen said indifferently, "No need, I already have a wife."
"Nanny. Brother, when did you get a wife? How come I didn't know?" Yang Meng was shocked. "You know now," Yang Chen said.
Lin Lin looked dejected when she heard this, but then she mustered up her courage and said,
"I don't mind. As long as you want, I can be your lover." Yang Meng just took a sip of coffee and it all came out with a puff. Ahem.
Almost choked her to death. At this time, Ling Wei came over and blurted out in a hurry,
"No, I don't agree."
Why do you disagree?
"Who are you?"
Lin Lin was furious.
"She is my wife." Yang Chen picked up the coffee and took a sip silently. Chapter 50. Who is this fat ant?
Lin Lin looked at Ling Wei in front of her and couldn't help feeling a little inferior. Ling Wei is tall, with fair skin, a curvy figure and a slim waist.
Despite wearing a mask, she still exudes charming charm. As for Lin Lin, she looked down at her slightly protruding belly and couldn't help but take a deep breath to shrink it. "Dad, who is this fat ant?" Meme asked. "Fat Auntie."
Lin Lin was petrified instantly. It turns out that she is not only fat but also old, and even the children call her auntie.
"Mom, this fat ant is so fat. She is as fat as 10 moms." Pang Pang continued to add insult to injury. Suddenly, Lin Lin's petrified heart broke into pieces in an instant. "You've gone too far."
Lin Lin covered her face and cried, then fled the scene sobbingly.
"Hey, hey, hey."
Yang Meng didn't have time to call out to Lin Lin, so he could only sigh helplessly.
"Hey, brother, you made me sad. It's all your fault, you 2 little brats."
"Aunt Meng, please don't introduce anyone to Daddy in the future."
"Daddy already has a mom," Pang Pang said. "Aunt, you are so mean. Pang Pang and I have a biological mother, and we don't want a stepmother." Meow Meow said. "My biological mom?"
Yang Meng looked at Ling Wei in shock, and then asked Yang Chen,
"Brother, is she really the biological mother of the 2 children?" "Yeah." Yang Chen nodded.
At this time, Ling Wei took off her mask and smiled slightly.
"Hello, my name is Ling Wei, and I'm the mother of 2 children.
Yang Meng rubbed his eyes in disbelief, stared at Ling Wei for a long while, and suddenly said in surprise,
"Are you that famous star?" Ling Wei smiled and nodded. "It used to be."
"Aunt, please speak softly, or you'll attract attention,"
Meow Meow reminded.
When Pang Pang saw someone looking over here, he said to Ling Wei, "Mom, put on your mask quickly."
Mom finally has a chance to rest, and he doesn't want her to be disturbed.
Ling Wei rubbed her son's little head and put on the mask obediently.
"Brother, are you 2 really together?"
Yang Meng still found it hard to believe. After all, this woman abandoned her child and walked away 5 years ago. How could his brother forgive her just like that?
"Yeah." Yang Chen took a sip of coffee. "So you forgive her?" Yang Meng asked.
Ling Wei's heart suddenly skipped a beat.
She looked at Yang Chen.
She also wanted to know the answer. Yang Chen glanced at Yang Meng. "Don't change the subject, you were so brave to trick me into coming here for a blind date.
How much did you charge her this time?" "Hee, brother, how could I possibly accept money?" Yang Meng touched his nose guiltily. "Aunt, you are lying. You must have taken money from them." At this time, Mimi was eating cake and some cream accidentally got on her face.
Seeing this, Ling Wei took out a tissue and carefully wiped it off for her daughter. When Pang Pang saw this, he deliberately smeared cream on his face and said coquettishly to Ling Wei, "Mom, there's some on Pong Pong's face, help him wipe it off."
"Come, let mommy wipe it for you."
Ling Wei smiled and gently wiped the cream off Pang Pang's face, her eyes full of pampering. Yang Meng's heart was touched, and she suddenly understood why her brother accepted this woman.
"Yang Meng, are you short of money recently?" Yang Chen asked. Ah.
Yang Meng reacted, lowered his head, and poked his fingers. I am really short of money.
The orphanage's expenses have increased recently, and I have no choice. Let us go back to the orphanage. Yang Chen said. When Yang Meng saw Yang Chen's car, she was so shocked that she could fit an egg in her mouth. Brother, is this car yours?
Well, get in the car.
Yang Chen said.
Yang Meng sat in the back seat of the car with the two little ones and asked quietly.
Mimi Pang Pang, is your dad being kept by your mom?
No, it's my dad who has always been the one supporting the family.
My mom only needs to be responsible for keeping me beautiful. Meow Meow said.
Oh, I thought your father was corrupted by money.
Yang Meng said. Pang Pang scratched his head, not understanding what was going on. Sister, what does that mean by keeping a mistress? It means that I'm only supported by one person. Meow Meow said. Yeah. Yang Meng nodded, you can understand it that way. Then aunt, please support me too. Pang Pang said innocently. My aunt is too poor to support a little foodie like you.
Yang Meng rubbed Chubby's little fat face. I feel like you're getting fatter again.
If you keep going like this, you'll become a big fat guy. Aunt, you don't know, since Mama came back, Pong Pong's appetite has become better.
Meow Meow patted her brother's belly with a worried look on her face. Fat ball, if you don't lose weight, you will really turn into a ball.
Fatty quickly covered his fat belly and said. When Pang Pang is in a good mood, his appetite will be good. Mom said that if you eat more, you will grow taller. The key is that you grow sideways. Meow Meow said.
Tisk, Mom said, I'm not fat, I'm just so cute that I'm swelling, said Pang Pang. Yang Meng smiled when she heard that. I used to be fat, timid, and low self-esteem. Now he is more lively and confident. It turns out that children with mothers are happy.
Soon, everyone arrived at the orphanage.
The orphanage had been built for decades. Ling Wei looked at the small yard in the old house and felt a little sad.
Did you grow up here? Yeah. Yang Chen nodded, I haven't been back for a while.
There were a dozen children playing in the yard, most of them were the same age as Meme and Pang Pang.
When they saw Yang Meng coming back, they all ran over happily. A little girl pointed at Meow Meow and Fatty and asked, Sister Meng, are they new friends?
They are my little nephews, Meme and Pang Pang.
Yang Meng said. Come on, let's go play. The little girl stretched out her hand and invited. Meow Meow and Fatty looked up at Yang Chen, as if asking for his opinion. Go ahead. Yang Chen said.
Then Meme and Pang Pang took the little girl's hands and joined the playing group.
Is this the first time for Mimi and Pang Pang to come here? Ling Wei asked. I'd been here once before. Yang Chen replied. At this time, a white-haired old lady walked over with a cane, looked at Yang Chen with a kind face and said. Child, you're back. Yang Meng hurried over to support the old Dean. Dean Mom, please slow down. Well, I'm back.
Yang Chen replied, with guilt in his eyes, sorry, it took me so long to come see you.
Don't say such rude words, kid. Suddenly the old lady looked at Ling Wei, who is this?
Ling Wei blushed a little and said, hello, I am Yang Chen's wife.
Well, she's a pretty girl.
The old dean looked at Ling Wei, nodded with satisfaction, and then said to Yang Chen.
Yang Chen, come with me. I have something to return to you. You stay here.
Yang Chen said to Ling Wei, and then helped the old dean walk into the house.
After seeing Yang Chen and the dean walking away, Yang Meng suddenly said. Do you know why my brother didn't bring Ba and Fatty here? Why? Ling Wei asked. They came once when Mimi and Pang Pang was 1 year old.
That time, they accidentally saw a child crying and looking for his mother.
Mimi and Pang Pang also started crying, shouting Mom, Mom while crying. After that, my brother never came again, but he often sent some money back. Yang Meng said. I'm sorry.
Ling Wei lowered her head, her voice choked.
You shouldn't have said that to me.
Yang Meng looked at the lively and cheerful Mimi and Pang Pang not far away, smiled with relief on her face, and said. Ling Wei, be nice to my brother.
Chapter 51 Life and Jade Pendant. Yang Chen, this is for you.
The old dean took out a wooden box from the drawer and handed it to Yang Chen with a slight tremor. Yang Chen opened it and saw a piece of red cloth inside. When he opened the red cloth, he found a simple jade pendant.
The jade pendant is white, translucent, and feels smooth and delicate to the touch. There is only a simple word Yang engraved on it. This is mutton fat, Jade. The old dean reminded. Yang Chen, I found you at the gate of the courtyard that year. I remember that it snowed heavily that year, and it was all white outside. The swaddling clothes that wrapped you were white. If you hadn't cried so loudly, I really wouldn't have found you. The old dean kept talking. You were so small back then, like a kitten in my arms. When I opened the swaddling clothes, I found that your umbilical cord hadn't even fallen off yet. Yang Chen, you are not an ordinary child. This piece of jade is enough to show that you are extraordinary. There is a piece of paper at the innermost part of the box. Open it and take a look. Yang Chen heard this, and there was indeed a piece of paper inside. More than 20 years had passed, and the paper had already turned yellow. There was only a simple sentence written on it. Looking for kind-hearted people to adopt the child. The child's name is Yang Chen. Looking at the things in front of him, Yang Chen felt no ripples in his heart. The old dean reached out and held Yang Chen's hand, and said earnestly, Child, don't blame your parents. They must have encountered some difficulties, so they had to leave you here. Yang Chen had heard this sentence many times since he was a child. Whenever the children in the orphanage asked the director why their parents didn't want them anymore, she would always say this. Yang Chen patted the old dean's hand to comfort him, I know. Suddenly, the old dean asked, Is the child's mother good to you? Yang Chen looked out the window. Outside the window, Ling Wei was playing with the children. A gentle breeze blew, ruffling her hair. A strand of hair brushed against her fair cheek. Her daughter helped her pin up her hair and said something to make her smile. Yang Chen smiled, She is very nice to me. At noon, Ling Wei made dumplings with the children. The children seemed very excited. After all, this is something they can only eat during the Chinese New Year. The dumpling fillings are a combination of meat and vegetables, with more vegetables and less meat, but it is enough to make the children salivate. Mom, aren't we going to eat meat today? Asked Pang Pang. Little greedy cat, there is meat in the dumpling filling. Yang Meng pinched the chubby little face, and immediately the little guy's face was covered with a lot of flour. Is there? Pang Pang took a closer look. This little guy loves meat, and when he saw a little bit of minced meat in the dumpling filling, he pouted in dissatisfaction. Aunt, you are so stingy. Ruru is so small, not enough for Pang Pang to eat. Little greedy cat, eat more vegetables. Eating too much meat is not good for you. Yang Meng said. Pang Pang doesn't like vegetarian dumplings. Auntie, can you give Pang Pang some meat filling? Pang Pang said pitifully. At this time, a child said, Don't eat too much meat. Leave some for the next meal. Once you finish it, there will be nothing left. Yang Meng touched her nose awkwardly, all the meat is used for dumpling stuffing. When my aunt has money, I will treat you to a meal. Hearing this, the children couldn't help but look a little lonely. This means that they won't have meat to eat for the next month. Ling Wei was very sad. The orphanage was so poor that they couldn't even afford meat. Okay, fatty, scoop the stuffing for me. If you keep making noises, I won't give you any. Meow Meow said. Pang Pang stuck out his tongue and said playfully, Hee, sister, Pang Pang will get to work now and stop talking. It was the first time for the two little guys to make dumplings, and they didn't look very good, but fortunately the filling didn't break when they were put into the pot. The dumplings are cooked, and the food tastes better when more people are around. Pang Pang, who had previously said that he didn't like vegetarian dumplings, actually finished 2 large bowls. Yang Meng was embarrassed and thought that it was a good thing there was no such big eater in the orphanage, otherwise he would have gone bankrupt from eating so much. The children in the orphanage ate the hot dumplings, feeling both happy and sad. I am happy that I have dumplings to eat now, but I am worried that I will have to eat potatoes and cabbage for every meal for the next month. After lunch, several large trucks came into the yard, led by a Bentley. The children all ran out curiously. When the big truck was opened, it was full of food, clothing, and daily necessities for the children. Yang Meng was shocked and said, Which rich man is here to show his love? A woman got out of the leading Bentley car. She was wearing an off-white professional suit, had a slim figure and a strong aura. This woman is Zhang Jing. After Zhang Jing received Yang Chen's call, she hurried to the orphanage. Seeing Yang Chen, Zhang Jing's face was filled with joy. However, after seeing Ling Wei beside Yang Chen, the joy on Zhang Jing's face turned into loneliness. But it was fleeting, and soon turned into a professional smile, and said respectfully to Yang Chen. Boss, I have arranged everything you asked.
Don't worry, I will definitely create the most comfortable and best environment for the children here.
Well, I'll leave this to you, Yang Chen said. Yang Meng looked at Yang Chen, confused. Brother, when did you become the boss?
A few months ago.
Are you rich then? How much money do you have? Well, a few 100 million.
When Yang Meng heard this, she fainted on the spot.
When she woke up, Yang Chen and his family had already returned.
And next to her was a bank card. The VR game console that Meme and Pang Pang bought in the mall was delivered to their door. Once the staff installed it, the two little guys played it so much that they forgot to eat and sleep, and Ling Wei also enjoyed it. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Yang Chen pulled out the power plug and the three of them calmed down. In the room, Ling Wei coaxed the two little ones to sleep.
Pang Pang was tired from playing today.
He lay down on the bed for a short while and fell asleep like a pig. Meme lay in Ling Wei's arms and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. She hugged Ling Wei tightly and said, "Mom, Mimi is very happy today, but also very sad."
Ling Wei gently stroked her back and asked softly with concern, "What's wrong? Why are you sad, baby?"
"Mom, a little kid in the orphanage asked me why Pang Pang and I have a father and a mother, but she doesn't."
Meme didn't know how to answer. Meme said. Ling Wei thought of those children and looked at Meme and Pang Pang with envy in her eyes.
In the eyes of children, parents are the most important. In this world, nothing can make children happier than the company of their parents.
Mom, you will always stay with me and my brother, right? Meow Meow asked.
Ling Wei felt a sharp pain in her heart. The child's inner trauma is always there, so even the slightest stimulation will make her anxious and worried.
Well, Mom will always be by your side.
Ling Wei kissed Mimi's forehead and said, "Go to sleep, baby." After hearing this, Mimi fell asleep peacefully. On the big bed in the master bedroom, Yang Chen lay comfortably and drew a lottery and won a nightmare capsule. Nightmare capsule lets you enter a virtual nightmare world while you are sleeping, randomly match nightmare maps, 5-star difficulty, and successfully pass the level to get a mysterious gift.
Chapter 52: The Extremely Cold Doomsday. Currently matching 2-player mode. Does the host want to activate the nightmare capsule? 2-player mode? At this time, Ling Wei walked in.
Yang Chen hooked his finger at her and said, "Come here." Looking at the man on the bed, Ling Wei's face flushed and her heart started beating fast.
Yang Chen, I'm a little tired today, can I? No, come here. I left something outside. I'll go get it.
Having said that, Ling Wei turned around and prepared to escape. Unexpectedly, the next second, Yang Chen hugged her up.
Ah!
The sudden leap startled Ling Wei. She quickly hugged Yang Chen's neck, and a blush appeared on her fair face.
You are too domineering. I've always been like this, you know that. Yang Chen gently placed Ling Wei on the bed. You, be gentler,
Ling Wei said with a red face. Yang Chen tapped the tip of her nose, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "Let's play a game tonight."
What game?
When Ling Wei heard this, her heart beat even faster.
Be good, close your eyes.
As he spoke, Yang Chen lay down on Ling Wei's left side and then held her hand. The number of players has been matched.
Host, do you want to open the nightmare capsule? Open.
Yang Chen woke up and found himself lying on the bed alone. The bedroom is still the same bedroom, and everything around it has not changed.
Has he entered the virtual world?
As I walked out of the room, a gust of cold air hit me in the face.
Yang Chen looked out the window, and snowflakes were actually falling outside.
It is impossible for it to snow in the real world in July.
There is no doubt that he has entered the nightmare world. Yang Chen looked around, but there was no trace of Ling Wei in the empty villa. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Host, welcome to the nightmare world. The current map is the extreme cold doomsday. The 7-day nightmare journey will be an unforgettable memory for you.
Today is the first day, the current temperature is -5 degrees Celsius. Please collect supplies and heating equipment as soon as possible, a super blizzard is coming.
Where's Ling Wei? Where is she? Yang Chen asked.
At this time, a virtual screen popped up, showing a map with a red dot on it. Host, your wife has been randomly assigned to another city. The red dot above is where your wife is, which is 150 kilometers away from here. There was no heating in the villa, and Yang Chen felt a biting cold. The temperature dropped too fast. In the kitchen, Yang Chen opened the refrigerator, and an unpleasant pungent smell hit him. The vegetables, fruits, and meat inside were all rotten. Yang Chen opened another layer of the refrigerator that was specially used to store snacks for the two children, and only found a few pieces of chocolate and a few packs of biscuits.
There were 2 bottles of mineral water in the refrigerator.
Yang Chen put them all into his backpack, then wrapped himself in a thick down jacket and went out. There was a layer of white snow on the ground. It was quiet all around, and the boots made a crunching sound as they stepped on the snow. The sunlight was a little dazzling, and Yang Chen felt that the surroundings were strangely quiet. He always felt like something was staring at him. The closer the garage is to the outdoors, the stronger this feeling becomes. Yang Chen pressed the switch of the garage door, and the garage door slowly rose. Suddenly there was a loud noise coming from inside, accompanied by screams.
This is definitely not a sound made by a human. With a bang, the garage door opened wide. Yang Chen saw clearly what was inside.
A man with a pale face and red eyes was hiding in a dark corner, grinning at him and yelling.
It would be better to say that he is a zombie than a human being. From the looks of it, I have arrived in the doomsday world, Yang Chen said.
The zombie tried to get close to Yang Chen, but it seemed to be afraid of the sunlight, so it hid in the shadows and wandered around, staring at Yang Chen like a hungry beast. Yang Chen didn't have time to waste with it, so he walked directly into the garage.
The zombies didn't expect that the food would be delivered to their door automatically.
As soon as they saw Yang Chen coming in, they pounced over at an extremely fast speed. But Yang Chen was even faster. He raised his leg and kicked it out of the door in an instant. The zombie fell heavily to the ground, and the sunlight shining on it made a crackling sound. The zombie lay on the ground screaming and tried to stand up.
Yang Chen stepped on the accelerator and ran over it. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a night demon.
Night demon? Not a zombie? Yang Chen asked.
Night demon, a human who has mutated after being infected by a virus. He is afraid of sunlight, hides during the day and comes out at night. He has extremely strong attack power.
Yang Chen frowned. He had to find Ling Wei as soon as possible.
The car drove into the city, which was deserted.
As soon as Yang Chen arrived in the city, his sports car ran out of gas.
Yang Chen had no choice but to get out of the car, as there happened to be a special police car parked on the side of the road. The car door was not closed. Yang Chen walked up and found that there were a lot of guns and ammunition inside. Yang Chen started the car, went to the gas station, filled the car with gas, and then picked up a few barrels of gasoline and diesel and put them in the trunk of the car. In the silent city, cars were speeding on the road, and the roar of the engines was particularly loud, as if awakening the monsters sleeping in the dark in the buildings on both sides. Yang Chen heard a howling sound. In the darkness, he saw several night demons ready to make a move. The snow was falling heavier and the air was becoming increasingly chilly.
The weather is so weird.
There were no thick clouds, but it was snowing heavily. The sun began to set.
Yang Chen stepped on the accelerator hard, and the car sped away quickly.
He began to feel a little regretful that he should not have brought Ling Wei into such a world. He must find Ling Wei before the sun sets.
Chapter 53 Woman, are you going to murder your husband?
There is a tunnel ahead, and it is pitch black inside, like the mouth of an abyss. Yang Chen stopped the car, turned on the headlights and shone them into the tunnel, and saw several black shadows running inside.
System, check the tunnel conditions.
Host, tunnel road condition inspection completed. The road ahead is clear. Warning, the night demons are dormant and gathering ahead. The gun mastery skill has been automatically unlocked.
Yang Chen stepped on the accelerator, and the car entered the tunnel at a high speed.
A night demon suddenly appeared in front of the vehicle, opening its mouth and howling at it.
With a bang, he was ruthlessly knocked away.
Yang Chen was driving very fast, and the roar of the car awakened the sleeping night demons around him. A large number of night demons began to chase the vehicle at a very fast speed, and some even climbed up the tunnel walls. Soon, a night demon caught up from the left, and immediately pounced on the car, holding onto the door tightly with both hands, facing the window, and roared at Yang Chen with bared teeth.
Ah!
Yang Chen turned the steering wheel violently, and the car body suddenly crashed into the wall, instantly smashing the night demon who was stealing the car into a meat pie. With a bang, something heavy fell on the roof of the car. Yang Chen picked up the pistol and fired several shots at the roof of the car.
The night demon on the roof of the car rolled down immediately. Night demons rushed over madly on both sides. Yang Chen held up his pistol and shot them in the head one by one.
After shooting and killing several night demons in succession, the gun soon ran out of bullets. Yang Chen stepped on the accelerator hard, and the car sped away rapidly, knocking away several night demons in front. More and more night demons caught up, some clung to the car, some lost their hold and rolled off the car, being mercilessly run over by the wheels. With a bang, a night demon jumped in front of the car, and roared at Yang Chen through the windshield. Yang Chen punched the windshield directly, and Yimo was hit hard in the face and fell to the ground, rolling several times. There are more and more night demons clinging to the car. Yang Chen saw the exit and stepped on the accelerator. Some of the night demons in the car saw the sunlight not far away and jumped out of the car regardless of the fast speed. Some extremely hungry night demons still clung to the car. Finally, the car rushed out of the tunnel. The night demon clinging to the car was instantly burned to death by the sunlight. Ling Wei was awakened by the cold. Looking at the old walls and outdated furnishings around her, she was a little overwhelmed. How did she return to her old house? Ling Wei was shivering from the cold. She opened the wardrobe, took out a military coat and put it on. The surroundings were eerily quiet, making Ling Wei feel very depressed. Yang Chen. Ling Wei walked into the living room and called out, but no one answered. There is a family photo hanging on the living room wall. The family photo includes her father, her mother, and her brother. Except her. Ling Wei glanced at the family photo and smiled bitterly. There was no place for her in this family from the beginning to the end. Suddenly, she heard a noise outside the door. Yang Chen, is that you? Ling Wei was about to open the door when a low roar was heard outside. Ling Wei took a few steps back unconsciously. Looking at the closed door, she felt a creepy feeling for some reason, and her subconscious was telling her not to open the door. Ling Wei walked lightly to the door and looked through the peephole. She immediately saw someone standing outside the door, roaring at her with his bloody mouth wide open. Roar! Ling Wei stepped back quickly. She could clearly see that the man's mouth was full of sharp fangs. And that pale face and red eyes. What kind of monster is this? This is definitely not a normal person. With a bang, the door was hit. Ling Wei quickly pushed the sofa next to her over to block the door, then ran to the kitchen to get a sharp knife. The door was banged loudly. Ling Wei held a sharp knife and faced the door vigilantly. With a loud bang, a big hole was knocked open in the door. The monster stuck its bloody head in, looking hideous and terrifying, and roared at Ling Wei. Ling Wei didn't hesitate and stabbed the monster's eyes with a knife. Ouch! The night demon screamed violently, seemingly in extreme pain, and the sound echoed throughout the entire building. The night demon roared angrily, but Ling Wei was not afraid at all. She gripped the handle of the knife tightly and twisted it violently, and the sound suddenly stopped. Seeing that the monster had stopped moving, Ling Wei quickly pushed the refrigerator from the kitchen over to hold the door shut. At this moment her heart was pounding wildly, and she heard that there were other monsters in the building. At this moment, it is roaring and howling, as if responding to its companions. Ling Wei quickly pushed the chairs and table to the door to block it. There were bursts of footsteps coming from the corridor, all coming towards her home. Ling Wei knew that those outside were definitely not human beings, but terrifying man-eating monsters. Ling Wei tried her best to block the large objects at the door. However, the door was banging against the wall and seemed about to collapse. Suddenly there was no sound outside, and Ling Wei hurriedly ran into the room and hid. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Ling Wei hid in the closet, holding the sharp knife tightly in her hand. The footsteps are getting closer. Suddenly, the closet door opened. Ling Wei closed her eyes and was about to stab out, but her wrist was grabbed. Woman, are you going to murder your husband? A familiar voice sounded in her ears. Ling Wei opened her eyes and saw that it was the person she had been thinking about. Yang Chen. Ling Wei hugged Yang Chen tightly, her tense nerves relaxed, and she burst into tears. Okay, stop crying. Yang Chen wiped away Ling Wei's tears and comforted her. You're bleeding. Ling Wei touched the wet blood on Yang Chen's body. Where are you injured? This is not my blood, it's someone else's. Where are the children? Where are our 2 children? Ling Wei asked anxiously. Don't worry, everything is safe. Let's leave here first and find a safe place again. After hearing what Yang Chen said, Ling Wei felt relieved and said immediately. I know where it's safe. The 2 of them went out of the door, and the bodies of the night demons were lying in a mess at the door. Ling Wei followed behind Yang Chen, feeling an indescribable sense of security. It was snowing heavily outside and the wind was getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 54 Weird Girlfriend.
It is already dusk, and the afterglow of the setting sun is shining on the city.
It is obviously a beautiful picture, but it also conceals a murderous intent. Yang Chen took Ling Wei into the car, and Ling Wei realized that the street outside was empty and deathly silent. The car was moving rapidly forward, and there were vehicles crashing into each other everywhere along the road. When passing some tall buildings, she saw pairs of scarlet eyes through the tall, bloody floor-to-ceiling windows.
When they saw her and Yang Chen, a gloomy and terrifying roar suddenly erupted in the entire building.
Some of them even wanted to rush out, but seemed afraid of the sunlight pouring on the edge of the floor-to-ceiling windows, so they could only watch them go away. Ling Wei had never seen such a scene before, but words like zombies and doomsday emerged in her blank mind. She had filmed apocalyptic zombie movies before and was very familiar with these scenes. But experiencing it personally still made her feel cold. Ling Wei felt like crying but had no tears.
How come when she woke up, it turned out to be the end of the world?
Soon, she brought Yang Chen to a villa area in the suburbs. Arriving outside a villa, Yang Chen was about to kick the door when he was stopped by Ling Wei. Ling Wei unlocked the door with her fingerprint, and the door of the villa opened automatically with a ding.
This is my best friend's home. She lives abroad all year round, and I come over to stay occasionally.
Ling Wei was about to go in when she was stopped by Yang Chen.
Wait, let me go in and take a look first.
Yang Chen went in to search, and after finding it safe, he let Ling Wei in. Unexpectedly, the decoration inside the villa is not magnificent, but simple and elegant everywhere, with cold colors.
There is a European-style fireplace in the center of the living room.
Yang Chen looked around and noticed that the glass inside and outside the villa was specially made to be bulletproof, and the door was also made of a special alloy.
He even found a secret button.
After pressing it, metal gates popped down one after another, covering all the doors, windows, entrances and exits, including the entire roof.
It's like a steel fortress. What does your bestie do? Yang Chen couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure either.
Ling Wei shook her head. Anyway, she's overseas all year round and doesn't come back very often in a year. Yang Chen nodded, and then the two of them found a basement with a password lock.
Ling Wei thought about it and used her birthday to open it.
It was very deep down there, more than 10 meters.
He picked up a flashlight and scanned the area. Even Yang Chen felt a little dizzy.
It is no exaggeration to say that it is like a small arsenal. Various metal shelves are filled with all kinds of firearms, with countless bullets, even grenades and rocket launchers.
Yang Chen turned around and gave Ling Wei a strange look, as if asking her, "Where did you get such an awesome bestie?" This is simply the Chinese version of the female Rambo played by Sylvester Stallone.
Ling Wei blushed and said, "She has been a tomboy since she was young and likes to play with guns, but I didn't expect that she would hide so many guns." The two of them came out of the basement and saw that the dusk outside was about to fade.
Yang Chen decisively activated the protection mode of the entire villa. There was no electricity in the house.
Although there was a small diesel generator, Yang Chen still gave up. It is impossible to cook without electricity, and there are no vegetables, meat, etc. After finding some candles and lighting them, Yang Chen took out some biscuits and chocolates, and the two of them quickly filled their stomachs. Ling Wei lost her appetite as she was very worried about the safety of her two children.
The two of them lay on the bed, clinging to each other.
There was no heating and it was so cold that Ling Wei covered herself with two thick quilts but was still shivering from the cold.
Yang Chen, what is going on? What happened outside? Why are those people outside acting like crazy?
Yang Chen saw Ling Wei's worry, tapped her forehead, and said, "Don't think too much about it, it's just a dream, just like those zombie disaster movies.
Just treat it as a nightmare." A nightmare?
Ling Wei pinched her cheek, tears almost coming out. "Shoo, it hurts so much, this dream is too real." The cold wind was howling outside and the night demons were roaring one after another, as if night was their time for revelry.
Ling Wei shrank into Yang Chen's arms in fear. "Yang Chen, have all those people outside turned into zombies?" "I guess so." "Are you scared?" Yang Chen asked.
"When I'm with you, I'm not afraid of anything,"
Ling Wei said. Yang Chen smiled. "You are quite brave. You were able to kill a night demon before I arrived. Either it dies or I die. Being afraid is useless.
Just pick up the kitchen knife and chop it directly,"
Ling Wei said. "Ah, Chio."
Ling Wei sneezed violently, wrapped herself tightly in the quilt and shivered. "It's so cold."
"I'll warm you up."
Yang Chen leaned closer and whispered in Ling Wei's ear, "Exercise and you won't be cold anymore."
Ling Wei's face flushed. "Don't make trouble. It's already this late. Save your energy. Besides, I'm so hungry now.
Yang Chen had no choice but to hold her tightly in his arms. Be good, go to sleep, I won't let you go hungry like this in the future. It was late at night and Ling Wei found it difficult to fall asleep. She could clearly hear the roars of night demons everywhere, and even the sound of them biting and chewing bones.
Ling Wei huddled tightly in Yang Chen's arms and fell asleep in a daze. The author has something to say. The author June would like to explain the update issue. The author June is a mother with a 1-year-old cub. The little guy is very naughty, and basically I can only find free time to write intermittently every day. In addition, the author June is not good at writing. Yes, I admit that I am the only one who can write 500 words in an hour covering my face. Thank you very much for your support. I want to say more. As long as I have time, the author June will definitely write more. By the way, the plot will take the sweet pet route later, and I want to write too many plots of pretending to be cool and slapping in the face. I will try my best to develop it in an interesting and imaginative direction. If you have any suggestions, please leave them in the comments. Thank you all again, thanks Omega. Chapter 55 Underground Supermarket.
The next morning, Yang Chen woke up and found Ling Wei nestling in his arms like a kitten. The temperature dropped significantly. Ling Wei was half asleep and half awake the whole night last night. It was so cold that she would be woken by the cold even if she fell asleep.
Morning, Yang Chen.
Ling Wei shuddered, and then her stomach began to growl.
You stay at home, I'll go out and find something to eat. Yang Chen said. I want to go with you. It's too cold at home and I can't stay alone. Ling Wei said. All right. The two of them dressed and prepared to set off. Press the button to release the protection, and the dazzling sunlight shines in. It was white outside the window and the snow had stopped. Yang Chen opened the door, and the biting cold air hit him in the face. Ling Wei shivered and pulled her scarf tightly to cover her mouth and nose. Looking at the SWAT car with broken windows outside the door, Ling Wei said. Yang Chen, let's change a car. We will freeze to death if we sit in this car. Does your bestie have a car? Yang Chen asked. Yes. Ling Wei took Yang Chen to the garage outside. When I opened the garage, I saw a black Hummer inside. Yang Chen looked at the tall Hummer in front of him and smiled slightly. Your best friend has a good eye. She likes this kind of large car. Ling Wei said. The two drove to the city. Many shops in the city were smashed and looted. Yang Chen and Ling Wei came to a small supermarket, and the shelves in the food section were empty. The goods were scattered all over the floor, and it was obvious that the supermarket had been looted. Yang Chen, there is a large supermarket not far away, let's go there and take a look. Ling Wei said. Let us take a look around here first. Yang Chen said. He would not consider going to a large supermarket unless it was absolutely necessary. There are too many dangers hidden in large supermarkets, and that is definitely where night demons gather and hibernate. The two left and came to a convenience store. As soon as she entered the door, Ling Wei was startled. The boss's body was lying on the cash register, with a hole in his head and signs of being bitten and torn on his body. Maybe it was because of the cold weather, she didn't smell anything particularly bad. Yang Chen searched everywhere, but still found nothing. Ling Wei found a can under the shelf. She got on the ground and tried to get the can out, but her arms were too short to reach it. Suddenly, the shelves were emptied. Ling Wei looked up and saw Yang Chen moving the heavy shelves away with his bare hands. Ling Wei picked up the can and said excitedly. Yang Chen, we have meat to eat. It's canned beef. The two of them finished their breakfast and searched several stores nearby, but they only found a few packets of biscuits and a pack of instant noodles that were about to expire. Yang Chen had no choice but to drive to that large supermarket with Ling Wei. Yang Chen, the food section of this supermarket is on the underground floor. Ling Wei couldn't help but look worried. Well, you stay here, I'll go down. Yang Chen said after thinking for a while. I'll tell you. If you follow me, you will only be a hindrance. Will you shoot? Yang Chen asked. Ling Wei nodded. I learned this when I was filming a movie before. Yang Chen, why don't we go to other local shops to have a look? It's too dangerous down there, I'm worried. Yang Chen put a pistol in Ling Wei's hand. There's nothing to worry about. Keep this for self-defense. Remember to stand in the sun and wait for me. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Yang Chen was fully armed, put on his bag and walked towards the main entrance of the mall.
On the underground floor, it was pitch black all around.
Yang Chen held a flashlight, walked quietly, and observed his surroundings vigilantly.
Coming to the fresh food area, Yang Chen discovered that all the vegetables inside were rotten, emitting a strong unpleasant smell. There were several gnawed corpses lying on the ground, with broken limbs and arms everywhere.
This is another lair of the night demon.
However, the strange thing is that until now, Yang Chen has not found the figure of night demon.
Suddenly, a drop of liquid dripped onto Yang Chen. Yang Chen looked up and saw a dense crowd of night demons lying on the ceiling.
The night demons were motionless, apparently in hibernation.
Yang Chen continued to walk in.
There were still several bags of candy on the shelves in the snack area.
Yang Chen carefully put it into his bag.
There were several cans of food on the shelf opposite, and Yang Chen put them all into his bag. When he picked up the last can, a rat with red eyes suddenly appeared and pounced on Yang Chen. Yang Chen drew his sword instantly and cut it off with one blow. Suddenly, several more mice came out. These mice were seen with bared fangs and red eyes, and they were not afraid of humans like ordinary mice at all.
Obviously, these rats had mutated and pounced on Yang Chen frantically.
Yang Chen was quick-eyed and quick-handed, swinging his sword to solve them one by one. However, unexpectedly, the slight smell of blood awakened the night demon on the ceiling. Warning: a large number of night demons have been awakened, please leave quickly. Yang Chen looked up and saw several sleeping night demons suddenly open their blood-red eyes and roared at him in a low voice.
Suddenly, a night demon pounced on him. Yang Chen swung the knife, separating the head and tail like cutting a watermelon.
When the night demon on the ceiling saw his companion being beheaded, he let out a huge roar and wail.
More and more night demons were awakened.
Several night demons pounced towards Yang Chen together, and Yang Chen quickly raised his gun and shot at them.
He is very good at shooting and can basically kill people with one shot. Plus, with his quick reaction, the night demon couldn't get close to him at all. Yang Chen fired his gun while quickly retreating towards the exit.
The night demon rushed over madly, and Yang Chen threw a grenade directly at him.
Chapter 56: Searching for Supplies. With a loud bang, the night demon's limbs were blown apart in an instant, and some were blown flying. Yang Chen discovered that these night demons were extremely bloodthirsty. No matter whether they are of the same species or not, they will pounce on the food as soon as they smell blood.
Many night demons stopped and ate the corpses of their own kind. Seeing this, Yang Chen threw a grenade directly at the crowded night demons. More and more night demons stopped and ate the corpses of their own kind. There were fewer night demons attacking Yang Chen, but their numbers were still large. Yang Chen fired his gun, and suddenly several night demons pounced on him from behind.
Yang Chen didn't even turn his head.
He held the gun in one hand and drew his sword with the other hand.
With a swish, the several night demons behind him were split into two. The number of night demons is increasing. Yang Chen retreated quickly and ran out of the underground floor.
A large number of night demons rushed out madly.
When they reached the first floor, some sunlight came in and some night demons retreated. Some of them were so hungry that they were still chasing after it desperately and madly.
Ling Wei was waiting outside anxiously. It was already noon and the sun was high in the sky. The sunlight shone on her, but she didn't feel any warmth at all.
Yang Chen had been in there for half an hour. Every minute and every second at this moment was a torment for her.
The sudden gunshots and explosions in the underground mall made Ling Wei terrified. Ling Wei held the gun tightly in her hand. She wanted to go in, but she stopped when she remembered Yang Chen's instructions.
Suddenly, a snowflake fell on Ling Wei's face.
Ling Wei looked up and saw that snow had started to fall again. There were no thick clouds, but heavy snow fell. Cold, strangely cold. As time passed, Ling Wei became more and more anxious. She even began to think that if anything happened to Yang Chen, she would just kill herself and never live in vain. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted in the supermarket. Ling Wei saw Yang Chen running towards the door, and behind him were thousands of densely packed night demons chasing him relentlessly at an extremely fast speed. And Yang Chen is faster. Ling Wei was terrified and couldn't help but shout, "Yang Chen, hurry up."
Finally, Yang Chen came out.
The sunlight shone outside the door, and thousands of night demons stopped in their tracks. However, a few night demons were unable to stop and fell into the sunlight area where they were burned to death. Ling Wei ran towards Yang Chen and hugged him tightly. "Yang Chen, Yang Chen."
Her body couldn't stop shaking.
She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid of losing him.
"Don't go to such dangerous places again."
Ling Wei buried her head tightly in his arms, feeling his heartbeat, as if only this could eliminate the fear she had just felt.
Well, I won go.
Yang Chen comforted her and then said,
We didn't find any supplies. Let's go look for them in the residential area.
Good. The two drove to a nearby community. During this time, Yang Chen picked up several barrels of gasoline at a nearby gas station. Fortunately, fuel was more plentiful in this world, otherwise it would be really difficult to move forward. After entering the community, Yang Chen and Ling Wei searched several households, but found almost nothing. At the last house, Ling Wei found a small bag of dog food. She felt helpless carrying the bag.
Yang Chen smiled, I guess you have a dog nose.
Hate it,
you are the one with the dog nose. Ling Wei said.
After saying that, she opened a room and was immediately stunned.
What's wrong? Yang Chen walked towards her and looked towards the room. It was a baby room.
The room is filled with various toys and dolls, and it is very warm.
The cot was empty.
Ling Wei sniffed and tried hard to hold back her tears. She missed Meow Meow and Pang Pang. Yang Chen saw through her thoughts and comforted her.
Don't worry, you never know when I'll wake up from the dream and be able to go back to be with the two little ones.
Yang Chen looked at the sun outside the window, it had already begun to set.
Search one more house, and then we'll go back. With a bang, the door opposite was kicked open by Yang Chen. The two of them walked in.
Yang Chen opened the refrigerator, which was filled with cola, soda, and various drinks.
But they are all expired.
When Ling Wei walked into the room, she saw the walls covered with pictures of various two-dimensional beautiful girls.
Full of otaku atmosphere.
Yang Chen searched and found several bags of French fries and several buckets of instant noodles. Suddenly, Ling Wei called him, her tone full of surprise, Yang Chen, come here quickly.
Yang Chen walked into the room, and Ling Wei handed him a notebook with an excited look on her face, look. The notebook reads. I know the world will end.
People say I'm crazy and they don't believe me, but I have a strong feeling that this world will become a living hell. I started to stockpile supplies. I have been doing this for nearly 2 months.
The end of the world is bound to happen. I went out to buy supplies today and was hit on by a beautiful woman.
This woman was a crazy woman. She was fine 1 second ago, and then she bit me suddenly. I felt my body become very strange.
I was very hungry, but I couldn't eat or drink. If I ate, I would vomit. What happened to me? The people outside are crazy, biting anyone they see. The end of the world has really happened. Ha, my premonition has come true. My body has become so strange. I am so hungry. I can't eat a single bite of the food I stored. I am so hungry. I really want to eat meat. Yang Chen, where do you think he put those supplies? Ling Wei asked. Chapter 57, Surprise. Yang Chen looked around and lifted up the tatami mat.
It was obvious that there was a wooden board in the middle that could be pulled apart. He pulled open the wooden board and looked inside, which was full of canned food, instant noodles, and compressed biscuits.
That's great, Yang Chen, we finally don't have to go hungry anymore.
Ling Wei said happily.
Yeah.
Yang Chen smiled, pack up your things, we have to leave quickly. The afterglow of the setting sun dimmed, and the two of them hurriedly packed as much stuff as possible into their backpacks. When the backpacks were full, Ling Wei simply packed them with bed sheets. Suddenly, the tightly closed toilet door opposite opened a crack, and a low roaring sound came from inside.
Yang Chen.
Ling Wei stared at the door opposite nervously. The door opened instantly, and a giant night demon appeared inside. It opened its bloody mouth and roared at Yang Chen and the others, as if it was angry that its things were plundered, but it was afraid of the afterglow of the setting sun, so it hid in the dark toilet and did not dare to move forward. Yang Chen raised his gun and shot him in the head.
Yang Chen, this night demon is even bigger than the ones we've seen before.
Ling Wei was a little frightened. He was a fat man when he was alive, which is what you call a fat otaku.
Yang Chen said. The two quickly packed up everything and left. When we returned to the villa, it was just getting dark.
Ling Wei was counting the supplies they had found today. She calculated that the food was enough to sustain the two of them for a month.
Ah, Chio. She sneezed and couldn't help shivering.
Yang Chen, there's a fire in the fireplace, why do I still feel cold?
There's not enough fuel. We need to collect more wood tomorrow. The temperature will drop even lower later. Yang Chen said.
The cans were frozen solid. Yang Chen opened 2 cans, placed them next to the fireplace to warm them up for a while, and handed them to Ling Wei.
Eat it, it's heated up.
Ling Wei picked up the spoon, scooped a mouthful, put it into her mouth, and sighed with enjoyment on her face.
It's delicious. I never thought canned food tasted so good before. Hearing this, Yang Chen heated up a few more cans.
Ling Wei was really hungry, so she ate as much as she could. She only felt full after eating 3 cans of meat. Ling Wei accidentally burped. She quickly covered her mouth and looked at Yang Chen awkwardly.
Yang Chen just smiled and said lovingly, "Little greedy cat."
As the night deepens, the air becomes colder, bone-chillingly cold. The 2 of them simply slept by the fireplace. Ling Wei huddled tightly in Yang Chen's arms, her feet were severely frozen.
She blushed and said, "Yang Chen, can you warm my feet? I'm so cold that I can't sleep. There is a way to quickly warm your whole body up. Do you want to try it?"
Looking at Ling Wei, who was shivering with cold, Yang Chen said.
"Really? You just love to act like a hooligan." Ling Wei's face flushed. Yang Chen stood up and took the initiative to hold Ling Wei in his arms. "So warm."
Ling Wei looked at Yang Chen's handsome face and smiled. "Yang Chen, thank you for being so kind to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen pulled Ling Wei's feet and pulled her into his arms. "Then repay me."
Ling Wei's heart was beating fast. How can I repay you? You know the answer, but you still ask." Yang Chen lifted the quilt and covered the 2 of them.
The fire in the fireplace was flickering slightly, casting an orange-yellow light on the living room. The wood in the fireplace was burning with a crackling sound. Ling Wei woke up and looked at the handsome face in front of her. She couldn't help but reach out and touch it, gently tracing his eyebrows and nose with her fingers.
She was so lucky to meet this man. "Woman, what are you doing?"
Yang Chen opened his eyes and looked at the woman in front of him with a smile. Ling Wei had already sensed it, and quickly moved away, blushing and saying, "Nothing." Suddenly, a gust of cold air rushed into the quilt.
Ling Wei shuddered, and couldn't help but move closer to Yang Chen. "Don't move."
Yang Chen hugged the restless little guy in his arms. "Be good and sleep for a while." As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes. Ling Wei really couldn't sleep. Thinking back to last night, her face turned red and her heart beat wildly. However, after a while, she felt sleepy. Perhaps she was too tired last night, and Ling Wei fell asleep again in a daze. It was almost noon when the 2 woke up. They quickly had lunch and prepared to go out. Yang Chen opened the door, and the snow had already covered half of the door. At this time, the system prompts. "Host, today's temperature has reached -50 degrees Celsius, and a bigger snowstorm is coming. Please collect materials and fuel as soon as possible." The 2 drove away to the suburbs and came to a forest.
"Yang Chen, what are we doing here?" Ling Wei asked. "Bring some wood back," Yang Chen said.
Looking at the tree as big as a bowl or plate, Ling Wei said with some difficulty.
"Yang Chen, we don't seem to have brought an axe to chop down trees." "No need." After saying that, Yang Chen walked to a big tree and broke it with a punch. Ling Wei was stunned. "Is this tree made of paper?" She clenched her fist and punched the tree. "It hurts so much."
Ling Wei covered her fist, almost crying in pain.
"What are you doing?" Yang Chen was speechless.
"I thought I was born with supernatural powers in my dreams like you." Ling Wei wanted to cry but had no tears.
"Fool," Yang Chen said.
"The snow was so thick that it almost reached my knees." Ling Wei was walking with difficulty on the snow, when suddenly she saw a few figures not far away. "When I got closer, I saw a few frozen night demons." At this time, Yang Chen walked over and said to Ling Wei,
"The weather is getting colder and colder. I guess those night demons won't dare to come out. Collect as much fuel wood as possible. When the weather gets colder, we can use the generator." "Yeah." Ling Wei nodded.
Suddenly, several deer jumped out of the jungle.
"Deer meat tonight."
Yang Chen took a sniper rifle from the car and lay on the ground, aiming at a deer in the distance. With a bang, the poor deer fell to the ground.
"Yang Chen, you are so amazing." Ling Wei excitedly ran towards the deer. "Oh!" A loud howl was heard. Ling Wei stepped back in fear.
A big grizzly bear rushed out of the jungle, staring at the sick deer lying in a pool of blood. The grizzly bear roared at Yang Chen and Ling Wei, declaring its sovereignty.
Yang Chen raised his gun and fired 2 shots in quick succession.
The grizzly bear fell to the ground instantly. Ling Wei was still a little frightened. Seeing Yang Chen walking towards the sick deer, she followed him.
Yang Chen took 4 deer legs.
Suddenly, the grizzly bear behind him stood up suddenly and waved its huge claws towards Yang Chen.
Yang Chen, be careful. Ling Wei shouted.
Yang Chen didn't even turn his head, he swung his knife with his backhand, and the bear's paw fell to the ground immediately. Then he turned quickly and fired several shots at the grizzly bear. With a bang, the clumsy grizzly bear fell to the ground, deader than dead. Yang Chen took off 4 bear paws and asked Ling Wei to move them to the car.
And he continued to collect wood.
Today was a great harvest. On the way back, Yang Chen went to the gas station and picked up several barrels of diesel. In the car, Ling Wei sneezed several times in succession and was shivering from the cold. Looking at her pale face, Yang Chen was a little worried. What's wrong?
It's okay, it might be the wind blowing just now. Ling Wei said. When we got back to the villa, the sun had not yet set.
Yang Chen started the generator and turned on the floor heating, and the room instantly became warm.
With electricity, Ling Wei began to cook today's ingredients.
She stewed a braised pork soup and made braised bear paws.
The two finally had a bite of hot food. Chapter 58 Mysterious Gift.
What surprised Yang Chen was that Ling Wei's cooking skills were pretty good, and the 2 dishes were quite tasty.
To be on the safe side, Yang Chen turned off the generator at night. After all, the loud noise will attract the night demon outside.
Ling Wei found that she was not in good condition and felt dizzy. Yang Chen also noticed her strangeness and touched her forehead, which was a little hot. Fortunately, I had taken all the medicines with me when I was collecting supplies.
Yang Chen fed Ling Wei some antipyretic medicine. After a while, she fell into a deep sleep.
However, the next day Ling Wei's fever did not go down, but she started coughing violently. Yang Chen began to worry, and stayed by Ling Wei's side the entire morning.
He only went out after settling Ling Wei down.
The weather is getting colder and colder, approaching -70°C.
When he went outside, Yang Chen saw several frozen night demons on the street.
The car was driving when it suddenly stalled and I had to work hard to start it. Yang Chen collected as much diesel fuel as possible and filled the car up before leaving. On the way back, the sky suddenly darkened, thick dark clouds were coming not far away, and a blizzard was coming.
Warning, super blizzard is coming.
Super blizzard is coming.
Yang Chen stepped on the accelerator and drove quickly.
Without the sunlight, the night demon came out. Yang Chen discovered that their movements had become slower, probably because their muscles had become stiff from the cold.
Huff, huff, huff.
The cold wind was howling, and a white hair wind was already blowing. The car windows were hit by the heavy snow, making a bang-bang sound, and then with a bang, something hit the roof of the car.
It actually started to hail.
Fortunately, the windshield is made of bulletproof material, otherwise it would have been smashed to pieces. The blizzard was getting stronger and stronger, and Yang Chen could hardly see the road ahead. Fortunately, he was not far from home. Looking at the howling snowstorm outside the window, Ling Wei was extremely anxious. She felt so tired and sleepy, but she didn't dare to fall asleep.
Finally, Yang Chen came back. At this time, he was covered with snow, like a snowman. Ling Wei's tense nerves finally relaxed.
The blizzard continued for the next few days.
Yang Chen couldn't go out at all.
The house was getting colder and colder, and even with the floor heating on, it still couldn't dispel the biting cold. Ling Wei slept longer and longer. Yang Chen was very worried and stayed by her side all the time. On the 7th day, the generator could no longer start because the diesel inside had frozen. The two of them gathered around the fireplace, leaning against each other, watching the wood crackling as it burned.
Ling Wei lay weakly in Yang Chen's arms and said, "Yang Chen, do you know? We were in the same school in high school."
"Ahem, you must have no impression of it, but I remember that day, the sun was shining brightly, and I saw you feeding a few kittens on the playground. You were always so aloof, but that day, I saw you smile.
After that, I often saw you on the playground.
Suddenly one day, you got into a fight with someone, and you beat that guy into a pig's head. But he deserved it, because he was the one who abused an animal.
Yang Chen, you were so handsome and cool back then.
Unfortunately, I was forced to drop out of school before I could confess my feelings to you.
I really don't have any impression,"
Yang Chen said, exhaling hot white air from his mouth.
"Later, I entered the entertainment industry.
I thought I would never have any contact with you in this life, until that day when I was drugged and fled into your room in a panic. You know, when I saw you lying drunk on the bed, I felt that I was so lucky. Yang Chen, I slept with you, I was willing, and I also gave birth to 2 children willingly.
As for later.
Ling Wei paused for a while when she spoke this.
Yang Chen listened quietly.
When he heard that she was drugged, he tightened his grip on her.
Yang Chen, I'm sorry, it doesn't matter if you don't forgive me. You don't have to compromise because of the child. Choose me. If you meet a better girl in the future. Stop talking nonsense and take a rest. This is not stupid, cough cough cough. Okay, stop talking.
The flame in the fireplace was getting smaller and smaller, and Yang Chen could clearly feel the coldness from Ling Wei.
Yang Chen. Do you love me? Yang Chen was silent.
After a while, he said, love. However, the person in his arms did not respond.
Hearing her gentle exhalation, Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Before hearing the answer she wanted, Ling Wei fell into a deep sleep. There are still 10 minutes until midnight.
The temperature dropped drastically, even Yang Chen was frozen unconscious.
The flames in the fireplace went out.
Yang Chen watched as the fire in front of him became increasingly blurry, but he was still holding on.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving the 7-day nightmare. You have unlocked a mysterious gift, you have obtained 100,000 loyal warriors.
As long as you give an order, they will unconditionally fight for you.
They are now hiding beside you and ready to be summoned by you at any time.
As soon as the voice fell, Yang Chen's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he fell into a deep sleep. The nightmare is over.
Ling Wei woke up at exactly midnight. She looked around and saw the bedroom she was familiar with. At this time, Yang Chen also woke up.
Yang Chen, are we still in the dream? Ling Wei asked. Already awake.
Just then, the 2 little guys pushed open the door and ran in.
Mom, Meow Meow had a nightmare, woo woo. Mom, Pang Pang is so scared.
The 2 little guys climbed onto the bed while crying, hugging Yang Chen and Ling Wei tightly. Ling Wei hugged the 2 little ones tightly, as if they were treasures that had been lost and found again.
Baby, Mommy misses you so much. Meow Meow wiped her tears and said pitifully.
Mom, I dreamed that I couldn't find you and Dad.
Wow, Pang Pang too. Pang Pang even dreamed that you were being chased by monsters. Wow.
Pang Pang cried with tears all over his face. Ling Wei wiped the tears of the 2 children with concern and comforted them softly.
Be good, don't cry, sleep with Mommy tonight. May I?
The 2 little guys raised their heads and looked at Yang Chen, looking as pitiful as they could be. Yang Chen rubbed the 2 little guys' heads and said with a smile.
Then let's sleep together. The author has something to say.
This plot is over, and everyone's complaints have been seen.
Some like it, and some don't.
It's impossible for the author to satisfy everyone, but I can say that the next plot is guaranteed to be exciting. The author's sword is already thirsty #nervousface#.
Probably no one has ever written this kind of plot. I look forward to it hhhh. Chapter 59 Happy Birthday.
Yang Chen was busy in the kitchen early in the morning.
Get up the dough, knead the dough, and roll it out.
There was chicken soup boiling in the pot, and the delicious smell immediately woke up the greedy little cat, Pang Pang. Pang Pang followed the smell to the kitchen, rubbed his hazy eyes, and saw his father taking the dough and pulling it into long noodles with a few hey sounds.
Wow, Dad, you are so awesome. Pang Pang said with admiration on his face.
Looking at his son who woke up early for the first time in his life, Yang Chen smiled and said, Go wake up Mom and Sister.
Okay.
With that, the little guy ran happily to the room, not forgetting to look back and say,
Daddy, Fatty wants a very big bowl. No. Afterwards, Yang Chen fried 2 poached eggs. Boil the noodles and put them into 2 bowls.
Pour the fragrant chicken soup on them and put the poached eggs on each bowl. Add a chicken leg to each bowl of noodles and sprinkle with some chopped green onions and coriander.
2 bowls of longevity noodles are ready.
At this time, the 2 little guys came running over and sat down at the dining table obediently.
Yang Chen served 2 big bowls of noodles to the 2 little guys and said, Happy birthday. Mimi looked at the bowl of noodles that was bigger than her face and said speechlessly, Thanks, Dad, but are you going to feed this to the pigs?
But Pang Pang had a very satisfied look on his face. Thank you Daddy. Pang Pang is very satisfied with this portion. Eat quickly, the noodles won't taste good if they clump together.
Yang Chen said.
It smells so good.
Ling Wei walked over.
Yang Chen served her a bowl of soup and some freshly steamed buns.
Pang Pang picked up the chicken leg and was about to eat it when he saw his sister put the chicken leg into his mother's bowl. Mom, eat it. Dad told me before that my birthday is your day of suffering. This chicken drumstick is for you to eat. Meow Meow said sensibly.
Seeing this, Pang Pang reluctantly handed the chicken leg to Ling Wei's bowl. Mom, you eat it. Ling Wei looked at the two sensible little guys and said with satisfaction.
Be good, darlings, eat. After you finish eating, Mom will give you a surprise.
She always keeps her two children's birthdays in her heart. She had prepared the gift long ago.
Hee hee, Mom, I won't be polite then.
As he spoke, Pang Pang picked up the chicken leg and started to chew on it, taking a bite of chicken leg and a mouthful of noodles, and he ate it with great relish.
But Mimi insisted that Ling Wei eat the chicken leg before she would eat the noodles in the bowl. After breakfast, Ling Wei took out the gifts she had prepared.
There were 10 gifts in total, 5 for each of the two little ones.
Yang Chen looked at the pile of gifts in front of him, a little puzzled. Why did you prepare so many?
Every year on my child's birthday, I prepare a gift that I didn't have the chance to give in previous years. Ling Wei looked at the two children, her eyes full of guilt.
The two little ones opened their presents excitedly. As they unpacked the things, the two little guys took out 2 identical small necklaces. There is a small diamond in the middle of the necklace, sparkling in the sunlight. Wow, it's so beautiful. Thank you, Mom. Meme couldn't let go of the diamond necklace.
Girls generally have no resistance to shiny things.
Thank you, Mom.
But Pang Pang was not very interested in this, as he felt it was not as delicious as the longevity noodles made by Baba.
Children are not suitable to wear these valuable items, Yang Chen said.
These 2 diamonds are made from the hair of the 2 little ones.
Meme's is pink, and Pong Pong's is blue, Ling Wei said. Mama, here it is. Mimi handed the necklace to Ling Wei. Help Mimi put it on. Okay, come here, baby.
Ling Wei squatted down and put the necklace on her daughter.
Mimi looked at herself in the mirror narcissistically for the first time.
It's so beautiful, Mommy.
Mimi likes this gift the most. Pang Pang, do you want to wear it? Mommy will help you, Ling Wei said.
No, it's weird for a boy to wear this.
It looks better on girls, Pang Pang said. Then keep it well. If you meet a girl you love in the future, give it to her, Ling Wei said.
Pang Pang pondered for a while and handed the necklace to Ling Wei. Mom, this is for you. You are Pang Pang's most beloved girl. When Ling Wei heard this, she felt her heart almost melted. She couldn't help but hugged Pang Pang in her arms, kissed his chubby little face, and said, You have a very sweet little mouth, but this gift is yours, and Mama can't accept it.
Mom, don't you want to be Pang Pong's most beloved girl? Pang Pang looked a little disappointed. I am willing. Of course I would. Mom will keep it for you temporarily, okay?
Ling Wei said softly. Pang Pang kissed Ling Wei on the face, and then acted coquettishly in her arms. Mom, you are the best, Pang Pang loves you the most. Yang Chen felt like he had a love rival, and couldn't help feeling jealous. He hugged Fatty down and said, Okay, stop pestering your mother.
Dad, you are so stingy. Fatty pouted. Fatty, you don't understand. Dad is jealous. Meow Meow said. Why is Daddy jealous? Pang Pang didn't understand and pouted with some dissatisfaction.
Pang Pang found that his father has become more and more stingy. In the past, Pang Pang had cake and McDonald's for his birthday, but now he is just given a bowl of chicken drumstick noodles to get rid of.
Fatty, how could Dad be such a stingy person? He must have made plans for today. First, he will take us to the zoo, and then we will have a steak buffet. Dad must have ordered a big cake for us and also prepared a mysterious big gift, right, Dad? Meow Meow laughed. Yeah. Yang Chen nodded, finding it a little funny. His daughter is always very cunning. It seems that she has already arranged today's itinerary.
When Pang Pang heard this, he hugged Yang Chen's thighs. Daddy, you're so nice, Pang Pang loves you the most.
A family of 4 drove to the zoo.
The 2 little guys have always wanted to come to the zoo, but Yang Chen didn't have the money or time before, so he only brought them here now. After entering the zoo, the 2 little guys jumped and danced excitedly.
Wow, sis, is that a giraffe? Fatty, that's an alpaca. Its neck is so short, how can it be a giraffe? Mimi said speechlessly. Its neck is pretty long too, it's easy to confuse Chubby. Fatty touched his little head, looked at the honest alpaca, and approached curiously. I wonder if it tastes good? Puff. The alpaca immediately spit in Fatty's face. Looking at his brother with a face full of drool, Mimi said helplessly, well, now it's your fault for being jealous of me. Wow, Mommy, the alpaca bullied me. Pang Pang quickly pounced on Ling Wei. Seeing his son's dirty appearance, Yang Chen picked him up and said, don't dirty your mother's clothes. Ling Wei felt a little sweet in her heart. Ever since she woke up from the dream, Yang Chen had become even more considerate to her. She took out a tissue and wiped the saliva off Fatty's face, and said with a smile, will you dare to covet small animals again in the future? I won't dare to do that again. Fatty will never dare to do that again. Fatty waved his hands quickly, then jumped out of Yang Chen's arms, and said to the alpaca, I'm sorry, Mr. Alpaca, I will never want to eat you again. The honest alpaca looked at Pang Pang with contempt, then turned around and faced Pang Pang with its butt. Mr. Alpaca doesn't accept Pong Pong's apology. Pang Pang was very sad. Chapter 60 I Want to Raise a Panda. The family walked to the hippo area. Fatty pointed at a big hippopotamus and said in amazement, wow, Dad and Mom, what a fat cow. Mimi covered her face and said speechlessly, fat ball, that's a hippopotamus. Sister, you are so amazing. You know so much. Pang Pang flattered. Hey, Fatty, read more books when you have time. I know you are lazy, but at least turn on the TV and watch Animal World. Meow Meow said. Fatty likes to watch food shows. Watching other shows makes him sleepy. Fatty said. Mean was helpless, his younger brother was simply a born foodie. At this time, two little hippos floated out of the water. The honest and cute little hippopotamus instantly melted the two little guys, Meme and Pang Pang. The two little guys looked at the chubby little hippo, their eyes full of little stars. Daddy, the little hippo is so cute. Pang Pang wants to raise one. Pang Pang said to Yang Chen. Well, Fatty, your suggestion is very good. Dad, what do you think? Mimi raised her head and said to Yang Chen. This can't be raised. Yang Chen said. Why not raise it? Pang Pang and my sister can take good care of it. Pang Pang said. Yeah, Dad, I know you are worried that Fatty can't take care of the small animal, but I can. Meme will feed it every day. Meme said. Baby, this is a national protected animal. We can't just raise it casually. Ling Wei explained patiently. Suddenly, a big hippopotamus on the shore swung its tail wildly. Mimi and Pang Pang were both shocked. They saw the hippo's little tail spinning like a fan, and the feces were thrown in all directions. That's amazing, sister. Did you see that? This is how a hippopotamus poops. Pang Pang exclaimed. Tisk, what's the fuss about? Meow Meow said that it was actually the first time she saw it. Sister, why do you think hippos poop like this? Pang Pang asked curiously. Is there any need to ask? He must be afraid that poop will get on his butt. Meow Meow said. Fatty was silent for a while, then said, Sister, do you think hippos also poop in this way? It should be. Meow Meow said. Then let's not keep a hippo. Pang Pang is afraid that he will be covered in poop from a hippo one day. Mimi patted Pong Pong's shoulder and said, Brother, I understand. Let's choose other small animals to raise. Fatty nodded, well, let's get an animal that doesn't poop. The two little guys' childish chatter instantly amused many of the tourists around them. After leaving the hippo area, Pang Pang finally saw the giraffes. Wow, sister, the giraffe's neck is so long, much longer than the alpaca's neck. Pang Pang exclaimed. That's right, otherwise why would it be called a giraffe, said Meow Meow. Looking at the tall giraffe, Pong Pong's mind was full of questions. Sister, why is the giraffe's neck so long? To eat the leaves on the top of the tree, said Ba. Why do we eat the leaves at the top of the tree? Is it because the leaves at the top of the tree are sweeter? Pang Pang asked curiously. Well, because the leaves at the top of the tree get plenty of sunlight, they grow sweeter and greener, said Meow Meow. I see. Giraffes are quite picky eaters, but Pang Pang is not. That's why Pang Pang grows very evenly. Pang Pang said. Mimi glanced at Fatty and nodded, yeah, it's true. It's as even as a ball. Ling Wei laughed when she heard that, baby, you guys are so cute. Pang Pang hugged Ling Wei's thighs, looked up and smiled. Mom, you are very cute too, otherwise you wouldn't have given birth to such a cute little girl like Chubby and sister. Ling Wei rubbed her son's chubby face and said, yes, a cute little fat ball. Yang Chen stood aside and watched his son act like a spoiled child. The jealousy in his heart unconsciously rose again. He said, let's go and have a look somewhere else. The ostrich area was not far away. When Pang Pang saw the big ostrich, he ran over excitedly. Wow, what a big chicken! Fatty looked at the huge ostrich, swallowed his saliva, pointed at the ostrich's leg and said, Dad, I want to eat a super large chicken leg. The tourists around burst into laughter when they heard this. Meow Meow covers her forehead. She doesn't want to acknowledge her pig-headed brother anymore. Baby, this is an ostrich. Ling Wei corrected with a smile. Hee, Fatty made a mistake again. Pang Pang touched his little head embarrassedly, and then his stomach started to growl. Pang Pang is hungry and wants to eat a super large chicken drumstick. Then let's go eat first. Yang Chen brought Ling Wei and the two children to the restaurant in the garden for dinner. And Pang Pang got to eat the super big chicken leg he had always dreamed of. The chicken leg was so big that he needed both of his little paws to hold it. Meow Meow was shocked when she saw the big chicken drumstick in front of her. Dad, is this an ostrich's leg? No, it's a turkey leg. After hearing this, Mimi took a bite with confidence. It tastes pretty good. The little pig, Fatty, picked up the turkey leg and started to chew it, and soon finished the big chicken leg. Ling Wei looked at her son's anxious look and said worriedly, eat slowly, baby. After eating, Fatty's mouth was full of oil and his little mouth was stuffed full. He said, Mom, it's delicious, better than the chicken drumsticks at McDonald's. In the end, the greedy little cat Pang Pang ate 3 big chicken legs and his little belly was full. After eating, you need to exercise to help digest the food. The family of 4 continued their stroll and arrived at the baby panda breeding park. Looking at the chubby baby panda through the glass window, the 2 little guys stood there motionless, not saying a word for a long time. Suddenly, the 2 little guys pointed at the baby panda inside and said to Yang Chen and Ling Wei in unison, I want to raise a baby panda. I can't support it. Yang Chen said. The originally well-behaved and sensible Mimi immediately hugged Yang Chen's thigh and said coquettishly, Daddy, Mimi wants a baby panda as a birthday present. Yang Chen knew that his daughter never liked to act like a spoiled brat, and she certainly wouldn't call him daddy. It seems that his daughter is really fascinated by that round little thing. Yang Chen picked up his daughter, smiled and said, Dad will find a way. Upon hearing this, Mimi kissed Yang Chen on the face for the first time, then hugged Yang Chen's neck and said coquettishly, Dad, you're the best. Seeing this, Pang Pang followed suit and hugged Yang Chen's thighs and said, Daddy, Pang Pang also wants a baby panda. You're dreaming, Daddy will give you a fart, okay? Yang Chen said mercilessly. When Pang Pang heard this, he immediately pouted and threw himself into Ling Wei's arms aggrievely, saying pitifully, Mom, Dad is so mean. Ling Wei was helpless about Yang Chen's preference for girls over boys, so she could only comfort her son. Daddy is just teasing you. Be good, baby. We can't raise a baby panda, okay? Why? The fat little eyes were full of doubts. If you take the baby panda away, the mother panda will be very sad. It will be difficult for the baby panda to grow up without the mother's care. Ling Wei said. When Mimi heard this, she quickly said, Then Mimi will not raise the panda baby. It is too pitiful for the panda baby to be without its mother. Although Pang Pang was very disappointed, he thought that if he was taken away by someone else, not only would his parents be sad, but he would also be very sad. But he really likes baby pandas, they are round and look as cute as him. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he said, Then let's buy the entire panda park. Chapter 61 Adopting a Baby Panda. Baby, this really isn't possible. Ling Wei said with difficulty. After all, it is a national treasure and cannot be bought with money. You can adopt it. Yang Chen pointed to the panda adoption notice posted not far away. That's great, Dad. Fatty and I are going to raise one each. Meme said excitedly. Okay. Yang Chen said lovingly. Dad, you're the best. I love you. Meow Meow said. Pang Pang was so happy that he immediately hugged Yang Chen's thigh and acted like a spoiled child. Daddy, you are the best daddy in the world. Pang Pang loves you the most. Yang Chen smiled,
feeling an indescribable sense of happiness in his heart. After finding the staff in the park, I learned that a pair of twin panda cubs, a boy and a girl, were born in the panda park not long ago, and they have not been named yet. It was a match made in heaven, and Yang Chen and his family just happened to meet each other.
Yang Chen went through the adoption procedures for the two little guys. Mia Mia adopted a female panda baby and named it Mia Bao. Pang Pang adopted the male panda baby and named him Pang Qiu.
Outside the panda nursery, two little guys were lying on the glass window looking at their adopted panda babies. Fatty looked at the bald panda cub in the incubator and felt a little regretful.
He said, "Daddy, it's so ugly, like a little mouse. Can you change it, Pang Pang?" "No," Yang Chen said.
The staff member next to him laughed and said, "Panda babies are premature, so they are very small when they are born and look like little mice, but they will become cuter and cuter as they grow up."
"Fat ball, the little cubs are obviously very cute, okay? Look, mine already has dark circles under its eyes," Mamie said. "Pong Pong's eye doesn't have any dark circles yet." Pang Pang felt a little disappointed.
"Don't worry, baby, the dark circles will grow out slowly,"
Ling Wei comforted.
"Sister, your baby looks bigger than my fat ball,"
Pang Pang said.
"Yeah, because mine is the older sister and yours is the younger brother,"
Meow Meow said. "Sister, can you exchange one with Pang Pang?" Pang Pang said.
He thought his sister was so cute, with dark hands and feet, dark circles under her eyes, and a bit of chubbiness. Unlike his one, which had pink skin, like a newborn mouse.
Mimi patted Pang Pang on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Fatball, you need to understand one thing, your brother is always your brother, and you can never change him." "Okay then." Pang Pang felt a little disappointed. "There's nothing I can do, after all he's my younger brother."
The staff seemed to see what was on Fatty's mind, and comforted him.
"Don't worry, little friend. Your little fat ball will become as cute as little Meebao. Let's wait patiently for it to grow up."
Looking at the pink panda cub in the incubator, Pang Pang touched the glass with his fingers, as if caressing the little cub inside, and said, "Little Pang Ball, you must grow up healthily." Suddenly, the little cub raised its head and cried out "ah" as if in response, and then cried out "ah" a few more times, as if to say, "Don't worry, I will grow up to be plump." "Mom, look, it talked to me,"
Pang Pang said excitedly.
"Yes, baby, it should understand what you said," Ling Wei said with a smile. Mimi looked at her panda cub, which was lying lazily in the incubator, only moving its little paws occasionally.
She sighed helplessly. "Ah, Meabao, you were so lazy." Suddenly, Pang Pang asked, "By the way, Dad and Mom, when are we going to bring the baby panda home?" "Little friend, you can't take the panda babies back home. They are too small and can't leave their mothers," the staff explained.
"Then let's take them back when they grow up," said Mamie.
"That won't work either," said the staff member. "But, haven't we already adopted it?" "Why don't you let us take it home?" asked Pang Pang.
"Yes, my dad paid you a lot of money, which means we have bought these two pandas.
Now that we have bought them, we can take them home," Meow Meow said.
The
staff was in a dilemma. Ling Wei explained.
"Baby, the baby pandas can only grow up healthily if they stay here, because they have their mothers and their friends here.
If you take them home, they will feel lonely and unhappy. Pang Pang understands. When Pang Pang is unhappy, he won't want to eat. It's the same with baby pandas, right, Mommy?" Pang Pang said.
"Yes, baby, you are so smart,"
Ling Wei said. Well, for the healthy growth of the baby panda, Fatty, let's not force it," Meow Meow said.
"Yeah, okay, sister."
Pang Pang nodded.
When the staff heard this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief and were glad that they did not encounter a naughty child.
Communicating with children is not an easy task. "Can we hug them then?" Meme and Pang Pang looked at the staff, the two little guys' big blinking eyes full of anticipation.
"These two panda babies are too small to be held yet, but you can hold the other panda babies," said the staff. After all, the other party spent a lot of money, so the request of holding a panda can still be met.
In the baby panda breeding area, Yang Chen's family of 4 put on blue transparent dust-proof suits and walked in.
There are more than a dozen baby pandas inside, round and soft, some of them have just learned to crawl. The two little guys, Meme and Pang Pang, were very excited, but they still held their parents' hands obediently and followed the staff's arrangements. Mimi and Pang Pang sat on chairs, and the staff held two baby pandas in their arms. Mimi nervously touched the small black and white ball in her arms, then hugged it.
After a while, the staff took the baby panda away. Pang Pang hugged the baby panda and couldn't help but give it a kiss.
Suddenly, he felt hot, and when he looked down, he found that the baby panda had pooped on him.
The staff quickly took the baby panda away. Wow, Fatty, you're so lucky. The baby panda got you a birthday present. Meow Meow said jokingly.
Fatty looked at the hot poop on his body and pursed his lips in grievance.
Woo woo woo, Fatty doesn't want panda poop as a gift. Immediately, the staff present burst into laughter.
Ling Wei looked at the cute baby panda and felt itchy to hug it for a while. Yang Chen was standing aside, and suddenly felt his trouser leg being pulled. He looked down and saw that a baby panda had grabbed his trouser leg and was climbing up his leg.
The panda baby hugged Yang Chen's thighs and climbed up, saying hey, hey.
The little guy didn't have enough strength, and fell down just after climbing up a little bit.
However, this little thing was not discouraged and continued to climb.
Later, when it couldn't climb up anymore, it simply hugged Yang Chen's thigh tightly and didn't move. Soon after, another baby panda crawled over. This little fellow was quite capable, and he slid along Yang Chen's thigh and crawled into Yang Chen's arms in less than 3 or 2 moves. Yang Chen looked at this chubby little fellow, his heart softened, and he hugged it. The little ball arched its back towards Yang Chen's arms, making a little baby sound, which instantly melted Yang Chen, a straight man.
Cute little guy,
Yang Chen said with a smile. Suddenly, Yang Chen felt another little thing crawling up from his thigh and from behind. This one was even more powerful. It climbed to the top of my head with a hey whoosh hey whoosh. Immediately afterwards, several more panda babies came over and grabbed Yang Chen's thighs. After a while, Yang Chen was covered with baby pandas.
Wow, Daddy, you have a panda on your body. Chapter 62 Bear Absorption.
Ling Wei chuckled. I didn't expect you have the physique to attract bears. The 2 little guys looked envious. Upon seeing this, the staff hurriedly took the little things off Yang Chen, but the little things were very uncooperative and kept pulling at Yang Chen and refusing to get off. Yang Chen was helpless. The small black and white balls on his body seemed to be very attached to him.
It's really strange.
This is the first time we encounter such a situation, the staff member said with a headache. And they discovered that all the panda babies clinging to Yang Chen were female. Seeing Yang Chen's exceptionally handsome face, they couldn't help but sigh at this man's damn male hormones. These little guys are absolutely obsessed with looks.
Wow, Dad, if we put you in the wild, will you attract giant pandas? Meme asked curiously. It looks like it might work,
Ling Wei said with a smile.
Dad, since the baby panda likes you so much, let's take you home, Pang Pang said happily. That won't work,
the staff member said quickly.
Why not? Look how much they like my dad. They don't even want to get off him, Pang Pang said.
The staff was helpless and had to resort to a trick. They took out a small steel plate and started knocking it, dong dong dong. Drink basins of milk, babies, come and drink basins of milk. Soon, the little ones lay down on their own with a hey 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 and ran towards the staff.
Oh, Dad, in the eyes of the baby pandas, you are not as good as bowls of milk. I thought you could take them home, Pang Pang said disappointedly. You're wishful thinking, Yang Chen said.
Okay, Fatty, even though you didn't get to take the baby panda away, you got a pile of panda poop, which is already a pretty good harvest, Meow Meow said.
Pang Pang doesn't want panda poop, Pang Pang wants a panda baby, Pang Pang said.
Ling Wei felt helpless about her son's persistence.
Let's go, Dad will buy it for you, Yang Chen said.
When Pang Pang heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Taking the 2 little guys to the panda souvenir shop, Yang Chen took a panda doll for each of them. The panda doll is designed to be extremely cute, with a naive look and is round like a ball.
Mimi couldn't let go of the panda doll and said, Dad, it's so cute. It's even rounder than a baby panda. But Pang Pang was a little dissatisfied. Daddy, it won't move. Only baby pandas can move. Who said it wouldn't move?
Yang Chen patted the panda doll's head, and the little thing cried ah ah and waved its little paws a few times.
That's not as cute as a real baby panda. Pang Pang wants a real baby panda, Pang Pang said. Fatty, I advise you to give up. Have you forgotten that the baby panda pooped on you? This panda doll is so good that it won't poop, Meow Meow said.
Pang Pang thought of the hot panda poop on his body just now, and shuddered suddenly, saying,
Sister, you are right.
It is better to have a panda doll that does not poop stinky.
Pang Pang wants this panda doll.
When Ling Wei heard this, she immediately felt relieved. She was really afraid that Pang Pang would throw a tantrum like other children, but fortunately, Meme, as an older sister, knew how to coax her younger brother. Looking at the well-behaved and sensible little girl in front of him, Yang Chen rubbed her little head and said, "Well done.
Dad, it's no big deal." Meow Meow said.
Ling Wei picked up her daughter and couldn't help but kiss her little face. "Baby, you are such a good sister."
Fatty nodded in agreement and said, "Sister is the best." To Fatty, sister is the best sister in the world. Ahem, Fatty, it's good that you know it. Meow Meow said blushingly.
After leaving the panda souvenir shop, the two little ones walked hand in hand, each holding a panda doll.
Yang Chen and Ling Wei followed behind them.
Ling Wei held Yang Chen's hand and looked at the quiet scenery around her. She felt an indescribable peace and tranquility in her heart. "Mom and Dad, hurry up, there's a giant panda ahead." The two little guys in front waved their hands hurriedly to urge them on.
Ling Wei smiled and said, "Here I come."
The two little guys couldn't wait any longer and hurried over to pull Yang Chen and Ling Wei forward.
"Mom and Dad, hurry up, or we won't be able to see the giant pandas." "Dad, hurry up, you're a snail." There were so many people coming to see the giant pandas that there were 3 layers inside and outside. The two little guys were short and couldn't see the giant panda inside, so they were very anxious. Yang Chen picked up his daughter, and Mimi finally had a feast for the eyes. "Mommy, Pang Pang can't see the giant panda, he wants a hug."
Ling Wei picked up her son, and the two of them could just barely see him.
Suddenly, Ling Wei and Pang Pang were picked up by Yang Chen. "Wow, Dad is so awesome!" Pang Pang exclaimed.
Everyone around was shocked and exclaimed at the young man's amazing arm strength. Not only did he hold his wife and son in one hand, he also held his daughter in the other.
"How is it, did you see it?" Yang Chen asked. "Put me down quickly, there are so many people watching me."
Ling Wei said blushing.
"Don't worry about them." Yang Chen said.
"That's right, Mom, don't care about other people's eyes, and this way Pang Pang can see the giant panda clearly."
Pang Pang said.
In the end, Ling Wei still felt sorry for Yang Chen and insisted on coming down, holding her son in her arms, and standing beside him.
"Dad, look at the giant panda on the tree. It has 2 baby pandas in its arms." Meme said excitedly. Pang Pang saw it too. "Mom, did you see it?" Pang Pang asked. "I see, baby." Ling Wei replied. "Sister, do you think the giant panda is mommy or daddy?" Pang Pang asked curiously. "It must be mama." "Why? Can't you see it feeding the baby panda?"
Pang Pang looked carefully and saw 2 panda babies struggling in the giant panda's arms. Then he rubbed his belly and said,
"Pang Pang is a little hungry. I wonder if panda milk tastes good." "Fatty, you are really a pig." Meow Meow said speechlessly.
Ling Wei pinched her son's little chubby face and said with a smile, "Ah, you little greedy pig, let's go eat later."
"Okay, Mom, Pang Pang wants to eat steak." Pang Pang said. "Okay, let's go to the steak buffet later." Ling Wei said. "Mom, why haven't I seen Panda Daddy for so long?" Pang Pang asked curiously. "Is there any need to ask?" "He must have gone out to find food." Meow Meow said. Fatty looked at the pandas on the tree and suddenly asked, "Sister, do you think the pandas will be happy being tied up like this?" "Sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm unhappy." Meow Meow said. "If Pang Pang is trapped like this, he will be very unhappy. But if Mom and Dad are around, Pang Pang won't care." Pang Pang said. "Me too. As long as I'm with Mom and Dad, it doesn't matter even if Mimi is trapped." Mimi said. "Silly child." Ling Wei couldn't help feeling a little sad. Parents are so important to their children. Mimi held Ling Wei's hand and said, "Mom, it's great to have you. This is the happiest birthday Mimi has ever had." So is Fatty. She must have saved the galaxy in her previous life. Ling Wei said with tears in her eyes, "Thank you, honey, thank you for choosing me to be your mother." Yang Chen looked at the 2 little guys in his arms and said, "Don't say such sentimental words, don't make Mom cry." "Oh, Dad, don't you understand? Love has to be expressed. My brother and I are expressing our love to Mom. Unlike you, you are not good at speaking and don't say anything." Meow Meow said. That's right, Dad, tell me quickly, do you love mommy or not? Pang Pang asked. The corners of Yang Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled and said, Need I say more? Ling Wei leaned on Yang Chen's shoulder, feeling indescribable happiness in her heart. Chapter 63, Garbage Cleaners. After a wonderful weekend, the two little ones are going to kindergarten again. Fatty was flirting with Ling Wei at the door, pouting and saying coquettishly, Mom, Pang Pang doesn't want to go to kindergarten. Pang Pang just wants to be with you. Be good, baby, come back and Mom will play with you again. Ling Wei said.
Yang Chen on the side couldn't stand it anymore, and ruthlessly picked up Pang Pang and took him away.
Ah, Mom, save me. Fatty wailed, and was soon stuffed into the car by Yang Chen. Ling Wei was both angry and amused by Yang Chen's simple and rude behavior. She knew that Yang Chen was jealous again. Mimi carried her small school bag and said to Ling Wei, Mom, Mimi is going to school. Go, baby. Ling Wei kissed her daughter. The little girl blushed and smiled, then skipped towards Yang Chen. Dad, wait for me. Only after watching Yang Chen driving away with the two little guys did Ling Wei return to the house. Having not cooked for a long time, Ling Wei planned to prepare a delicious lunch for Yang Chen. After a while, the doorbell rang. You're back so soon? Ling Wei went to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, the smile on her face disappeared instantly. She asked unhappily, Why are you here? You damn girl, I finally found you. In the living room, Ling Wei looked at her parents and brothers sitting on the sofa and said expressionlessly, It's no use for you to come to me. I'm bankrupt and I have no money to give you. His younger brother Ling Wei curled his lips in disbelief. Sister, look at what you are saying. You can afford to live in a villa like this without any money. You are kidding me. That's right. Look at how comfortable you live in this big house. Tell me honestly, how much money do you have? Asked Ling's mother. I really have no money. Didn't I give you most of my previous earnings? The last scandal has made me bankrupt. How many times do you want me to tell you before you believe me? Ling Wei said angrily. Ling Wei couldn't stand his sister's attitude and was about to curse her, but was stopped by a look from Ling's mother. Seeing that her daughter was angry, Ling's mother had to play the emotional card. My daughter, I don't want to force you, but your father and I really have no choice. You know, the girl your brother is looking for has a distinguished family background and is the daughter of a wealthy family. The girl can't get used to living in a small commercial house, so we had to buy a villa for your brother, which cost a lot of money. Now your father and I can't afford the loan. In addition, your brother is preparing to get married, but the gift the girl wants is too high. I have no choice but to come to you. Please help your brother. He is your real brother. You can sell the house I bought for him before. It can fetch several million, enough to pay off the loan. Ling Wei said. When Ling's mother heard this, she was immediately unhappy. How can we sell that house? Your father and I will rely on it for our retirement. Even if we sell it, what about the betrothal gift? The woman asked for 10 million yuan. Then don't get married. Ling Wei said. Ling's father slammed the table and angrily said, What are you talking about? Do you want your brother to be a bachelor for the rest of his life? Mr. Ling, don't get angry so easily. Talk to your daughter nicely. Ling's mother advised. Whatever. I have no money anyway. Ling Wei said. Father Ling pointed at Ling Wei and scolded, Look at this unfilial daughter. She is deliberately trying to cut off the incense of my Ling family. Okay, stop talking. Mother Ling slapped Father Ling's hand, glared at him, and whispered in his ear, If you continue like this, you won't get a dime later. Father Ling snorted, crossed his legs, and turned his face away, unwilling to look at his unfilial daughter again. Sister, you said you have no money, so how can you afford to live in such a luxurious villa? This villa is worth hundreds of millions. Ling Wei said. When Ling's mother heard this, she was even more certain that her daughter must have hidden some of her private money. All your scandals have been cleared up. Logically, someone should have asked you to film a movie. You keep saying that you have no money, so what's the matter with this house? The house is not mine. Ling Wei said unhappily. Sister, you are being kept by someone, right? Ling Wei said. Ling's mother's face suddenly drooped, and she said unhappily. You damn girl, do you still have any shame? You already had a bad reputation because of that scandal. Now, which rich man would dare to marry you?
Tell mom if you are being kept by someone else.
You can think whatever you want, I don't have any money. Ling Wei was too lazy to explain, they only cared about money anyway. Humph, you're bringing disgrace to our family. Father Ling snorted coldly without even looking at Ling Wei.
Mom, I don't have money, but her sponsor is rich. Look at this house, look at this decoration, her sponsor is definitely rich or noble.
I'm following such a sponsor, so we won't lose anything. Ling Wei whispered in Ling's mother's ear. Do you need to tell me that?
Ling's mother said angrily, then said to Ling Wei with a stern face.
In that case, ask your financier for 20 million. Give me the money and we'll leave. No money.
Ling Wei said coldly.
Ling's mother was immediately furious and yelled, Ling Wei, you damned girl, do you still have any conscience? Can't you help your brother? I have no conscience?
Ling Wei smiled bitterly.
Haven't I helped him enough?
5 years ago, in order to pay off his debts, I even abandoned my own children.
I worked day and night to take on acting jobs.
In the end, the debt was paid off and he was able to save his life.
Isn't that enough? You. Ling's mother was shocked.
She had never seen her daughter dare to lose her temper with them so much.
Not enough. You always feel it's not enough. He owes debts, I pay them back. He buys a house, I pay. He gets married, I pay. Money, money, money. What am I? An ATM or a money printing machine?
Ling Wei shouted angrily. Ling Wei didn't dare to say anything at this time, but he was still very annoyed with his sister.
How dare you talk about the child?
I thought the rumors were made up by reporters, but I didn't expect them to be true.
Look at you, you just threw the child away, and you came back to look for me. Aren't you destroying your future?
Besides, it's only natural for a sister to help her brother.
Why are you yelling here? Ling's mother retorted. Father Ling was also angry and scolded, you are an unfilial daughter. I shouldn't have given birth to you in the first place.
Ling Wei's heart was completely chilled.
How could she have such parents?
With a bang, the door slammed shut.
Ling Wei looked over and saw Yang Chen standing at the door with a gloomy face. He heard everything Ling Wei just said. Yang Chen, you're back.
Ling Wei smiled, trying her best to look more natural.
Seeing Yang Chen's handsome appearance, Ling's father and mother showed disdain.
They thought Yang Chen made a living by his looks, or to put it bluntly, he was a gigolo, so they didn't take him seriously at all. This pretty boy is good looking, but in their eyes, it is useless to be good looking without money. When Ling Wei saw Yang Chen, he felt very unhappy and said sarcastically.
Hey, sister, you've got a gigolo and you still say you don't have any money.
You were just trying to fool me and my parents with what you just said.
Ling Wei, what nonsense are you talking about? Ling Wei frowned. Am I wrong? Look at this pretty boy. He's the top girl in a nightclub. He must have spent a lot of money on it.
Ling Wei looked at Yang Chen with disdain and said rudely, Hey, pretty boy, how much money did my sister spend to support you?
Shut up, Ling Wei.
Ling Wei shouted angrily.
Enough, Ling Wei, how do you talk to your brother? Ling's mother shouted.
Yang Chen directly picked up the phone and dialed the security room number, saying, Send a few people over to my place. Ling Wei couldn't stand Yang Chen's arrogant attitude as a master, so he walked over and said,
Hey, pretty boy, who allowed you to use? Ling Wei, I told you to shut up, did you hear me?
Ling Wei was very angry. Ling Wei also got angry and yelled at Ling Wei, Didn't you hear me, Ling Wei? I've been very patient with you. Before he could finish his words, he was punched hard in the face.
How heavy is Yang Chen's punch?
Ling Wei fell to the ground, his face burning with pain and his head buzzing.
He wanted to speak, but he couldn't open his mouth. It seems like his face was broken.
Yang Chen has been very restrained, otherwise this guy would have died long ago.
Father Ling was extremely nervous when he saw this. He quickly ran over to help his son up and asked, Son, how are you? Where are you hurt?
Seeing her son being beaten, Ling's mother trembled with pain and immediately cried out, Oh, my son, my life. Ling Wei was upset and said to Ling's mother, Stop howling, and go.
You. Ling's mother pointed at Ling Wei and was so angry that her fingers were shaking and she couldn't speak.
At this time, a group of security guards came over. Security, it's him, he beat someone, he beat my son, quickly arrest him.
Mother Ling pointed at Yang Chen and said angrily. However, the security guards ignored her. The leading security captain said to Yang Chen respectfully, "Mr. Yang, what do you want me to do?" "Clean up the garbage, people," Yang Chen said coldly.
As soon as he finished speaking, Ling's father, Ling's mother and Ling Wei were thrown out. The three were driven out of the villa area, and Ling's mother kept cursing at the villa.
"Okay, it's important to send our son to the hospital right away." Father Ling looked at his son with concern.
"That damn girl has grown too powerful."
"Old Ling, let's go on TV and sue that damn girl," Ling's mother said angrily.
Suddenly, a van came speeding over, the door opened, and a group of big men in black got out. Before Ling's father and mother could speak, the three of them were covered by the mouth and nose by the big man in black, and their eyes went dark as they were dragged into the van.
The author has something to say.
Regarding the heroine's parents and brother, the author will make it clear in the next chapter, so don't worry.
Chapter 64, What Goes Around, Comes Around 1.
Ling Wei looked at Yang Chen, her face full of embarrassment and guilt. "Yang Chen, I didn't know my parents would come over, Before he finished speaking, Yang Chen hugged Ling Wei into his arms.
"Sorry."
He held the woman in his arms tightly, as if he wanted to embed her into his bones.
"I'm sorry, I found out too late." Yang Chen spoke again.
At this moment, he finally understood why Ling Wei had so cruelly abandoned her child. It was all because of her heartless parents and brother. He only now realized the pain and helplessness she had gone through over the past 5 years. How could she not miss her children, and the pain of missing them was painful. She herself silently carried everything and endured everything. Thinking of this, Yang Chen's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Ling Wei opened her mouth to speak, but for some reason no words came out, and tears fell from her eyes like raindrops. The grievances, forbearance, pain and helplessness of the past 5 years poured out in an instant, and she burst into tears, crying like a child.
"Yang Chen, don't say that. I was wrong.
I shouldn't have abandoned our child.
Everything is my fault." Ling Wei cried bitterly in Yang Chen's arms. She was really wrong.
All the mistakes were her fault. She regretted abandoning her own children to help her ungrateful brother, and shouldn't have satisfied her greedy and heartless parents again and again. "Don't cry, I will make them pay back for all the suffering you've gone through,"
Yang Chen said.
Ling Wei was tired of crying and fell asleep.
After calming Ling Wei down, Yang Chen summoned the system and asked, "System, did the assassins we sent out just now kidnap anyone?" "Host, the people have been kidnapped." "Do we need to make them disappear from the face of the earth?" "No need. Send them to the remote mountainous area," Yang Chen said.
Suddenly, a virtual screen popped up, showing a map with a red dot mark on it. "This place is known as the most impoverished area."
"Host, should we send the 3 people here?"
"Well, designate the people in this area as death squads, and keep a strict watch on the 3 of them. They are not allowed to leave this place for the rest of their lives,"
Yang Chen said. Received. The system starts sending instructions.
On the other side, the 3 members of the Ling family woke up one after another. When they opened their eyes, all they saw was a dilapidated earthen house. "What the hell is this place?" Ling's mother looked around and saw the yellow and uneven walls. The house was empty and there was not even a decent piece of furniture.
Father Ling opened the door, walked out and took a look, and almost fainted.
There are less hills everywhere, stretching as far as the eye can see.
A gust of wind blew, and suddenly the dust rolled up. Ling's mother was shocked and asked, "What's going on? Why are we in such a haunted place?"
At this time, a middle-aged woman with big shoulders and waist came over and said unhappily,
"When you wake up, get to work. Hurry up and follow me to the fields." Ling's mother couldn't stand this rural woman and said, "Hey, who are you? You come here and yell at us. Why should we work for you? Hey, you really don't know what's good for you."
The middle-aged woman put her hands on her hips and shouted, "Come out, everyone, take these 3 guys to the field for me." Although Ling Wei couldn't speak, he was still very arrogant. He pushed the middle-aged woman in front of him hard and raised his fist as if to hit her. Suddenly, the hand was grabbed. Ling Wei looked up and saw 5 tall men standing in front of him, staring at him ferociously.
"Son, this guy just tried to bully your mother. Give him a good beating."
As soon as the middle-aged woman finished speaking, her 5 sons immediately started punching and kicking Ling Wei.
Stop it, my son, oh, my son."
Ling's mother wanted to step forward, but was pushed away by one of the men and immediately fell flat on her face.
Sister, please talk nicely. Don't use violence. It may result in death.
Father Ling said hurriedly.
Then are you going to work? Asked the middle-aged woman. Let's do it. Ling's father and mother nodded quickly.
Okay, stop fighting and take them to the fields, said the middle-aged woman. Ling's father and mother quickly helped their son up and were driven to the field by 5 big men. Ling Wei stumbled as he walked, feeling as if his whole body was falling apart, with every part of his body aching. Ling's mother saw it all and felt heartbroken. Seeing her son's face covered in bruises and swellings, it felt like her flesh and blood was being dug out. The middle-aged woman pointed to a large piece of land and said, "Turn up all the potatoes in this field, pack them in bags and tie them up. If you can't finish the work before dark, you will suffer the consequences." Sister, there are only 3 of us working on these nearly 20 acres of land.
We will be exhausted to death, said Ling's father. Ling's father and mother were born in the countryside and did farm work.
Later, when their daughter became capable, they moved to the city and lived a good life there. This time they were forced to go back to their old ways, and the quantity was so heavy, which made them feel a little unhappy.
Yes, let's do this, sister. Please buy us a few tickets back to Jiangcheng. When we return, I will transfer a large sum of money to you. How about it?
My daughter is a big star and she is very rich,
Ling's mother said. However, the middle-aged woman didn't listen at all. You don't want to work, right? Keep hitting me.
As they spoke, the 5 big men started punching and kicking Ling Wei again.
Stop fighting, let's work now,
Ling's mother said hurriedly. The 3 of them hurried to the ground to dig potatoes.
Without any tools, they dug with their bare hands. De Zhuang, Er Zhuang, San Zhuang, keep an eye on them.
If they are lazy, beat them up. Watch them carefully and don't let them steal food, said the middle-aged woman.
Got it, Mom. The 3 big men nodded.
In a short while, the 3 of them were sweating profusely and their backs were sore from working.
Ling's mother couldn't bear it anymore.
She had never suffered such hardship in the countryside before. She had finally moved to the city to keep her hands white and tender, but now they were covered with scars.
I'm done with this. I'm so tired. My hands are almost useless. Father Ling couldn't bear it anymore.
He already had a bad back, and now it hurt so much that he couldn't even stand up straight.
Ling Wei was even worse off. He felt pain all over his body and was dizzy. He immediately gritted his teeth and pretended to faint. When he fainted, Ling's father and mother started crying again. The 3 supervisors didn't buy it at all.
Looking at Ling Wei lying on the ground like a salted fish, De Zhuang said directly, "It would be a waste of rice to save him, just bury him directly." At the eldest brother's command, the 2 younger brothers dug a hole on the spot. Pushing Ling's father and mother away, De Zhuang grabbed Ling Wei's feet and dragged him into the pit. Seeing that he was about to be dragged into the pit, Ling Wei suddenly jumped up and said incoherently,
"Brother, I'm not dead. I can still work. My mother asked you to play dead." De Zhuang kicked Ling Wei, followed by a round of punches and kicks.
"Listen carefully, old man. If you keep procrastinating, acting like a spoiled brat and being lazy, I will just beat your son to death and bury him.
Do you hear me?"
De Zhuang roared viciously. Ling's father and mother nodded quickly, fearing that their son had lost his life.
After being scolded, the 3 members of the Ling family finally became obedient and worked hard like a workhorse.
The 3 men were so hungry that their stomachs growled and their eyes were dizzy, but they did not dare to steal food for fear of being severely beaten. They worked until dark, and the 3 of them were sent back before they had finished 1/3 of the 20 acres of land. "I thought there would be something to eat when I got back, but there wasn't even anything to drink.
Sister, please give us something to eat. We are exhausted after a day's work and are starving to death," Ling's mother begged. At this time, Ling's mother no longer had the glamorous look she had before.
After a day in the sun, her originally fair face was sunburned and peeling. The middle-aged woman said pooh to her, "Useless thing, 3 people can't finish working 3 acres of land in a day, and you still have the nerve to ask for food, get lost."
Chapter 65, What Goes Around, Comes Around Too.
Seeing that Ling's mother came back empty-handed, Ling Wei said angrily,
"If you don't give me food, you just go and steal some potatoes. You are so stupid."
"Son, Mom is just afraid that you will get beaten," Ling's mother said aggrievedly.
"If you don't tell me, no one will know. I'm almost starving to death,"
Ling Wei said unhappily.
Father Ling lay on the bed, feeling tired and hungry, sighing. Can you please stop talking? I'm so annoyed.
What the hell is this place? Ling Wei was so angry that he kicked the bed, and with a bang, the bed collapsed.
Father Ling fell down and almost broke his waist. He pointed at Ling Wei and cursed. You unfilial son, how dare you treat your father like this? I'll beat you up. Mother Ling helped Father Ling up and said unhappily, Okay, calm down. Your son didn't do it on purpose.
Ling Wei said impatiently. Suddenly, the door opened. A dark, thick, and strong woman came in carrying 3 potatoes. She looked at Ling Wei shyly and said in a coquettish voice,
I'm here to bring you food.
After saying that, He Chuzhuang stuffed the potato into Ling Wei's arms and left in a hurry, not forgetting to throw him a wink before leaving.
Ling Wei suddenly got goosebumps.
But he didn't care about that anymore and picked up 3 potatoes and started eating them greedily.
Son, give one to mom. Ling's mother swallowed her saliva. You little bastard, give me one quickly. I'm starving to death. Ling's father said. Go away. Didn't you hear that someone was bringing me food? I'll eat first. You guys wait a little longer. I think someone will bring you food soon. Ling Wei protected his esophagus and ate the potatoes in 2 or 3 bites. The old couple watched from the side and drooled. Seeing that his son had finished eating, he didn't leave any bite for them. The 2 of them could only stare at each other. Cough cough, I'm almost choking, Mom, go out and get me a glass of water. Ling Wei said. Ling's mother was somewhat dissatisfied as she found that her son had changed. In the past, my son was very well behaved and obedient, and any good things were given to her first. Now, when he speaks to her, he either yells at her or scolds her. I'm hungry and tired. Where can I find water for you? Go get it yourself. Ling's mother said unhappily. After filling his stomach, Ling Wei felt better. Seeing that his mother was angry, he quickly coaxed her. Mom, don't be angry. I'll go out and get you some food. After you're full, when it's late at night and everyone is asleep, we'll escape. You little brat still has some conscience. Go quickly. I think that girl just now is a very nice person. Go and ask her for something to eat. Ling's mother said. Ling Wei nodded and went out. After a while, the old couple saw their son coming back with a boiled potato in his hand, his face dark, as if he had eaten shit. Why is there only one? One is not enough. Ling's father complained. Eat it if you want, or not. If you don't want to eat it, forget it. Ling Wei said unhappily. Just now he went out to ask He Chuzhuang for food. He Chuzhuang was generous and came out with a basket of potatoes without saying a word. This made him very happy. When he reached out to take it, the black and thick man said that he would give one if he gave him a kiss. Ling Wei's face drooped on the spot, and he turned to leave when He Chuzhuang pulled him back and threatened him that if he dared to go back, he would call her 5 brothers out. Ling Wei was scared and kissed her dark face reluctantly. This feeling is exactly like kissing a chimpanzee. Ling Wei didn't dare to think about it anymore. If he thought about it again, he would have to vomit out the 3 potatoes he had just eaten. Okay, eat quickly. Ling's mother broke the potatoes in half and she and Ling's father each took half. The old couple finally had something to eat. Although it couldn't fill their stomachs, at least the feeling of hunger was slightly alleviated. It was late at night, and the 3 members of the Ling family sneaked out. As the 3 of them were walking, they suddenly heard the sound of someone gnawing on a bone. It was a dark and windy night. The 3 men's scalps went numb when they heard the sound. They then saw a person in the field in front of them. The sound came from him. The man seemed to have heard the noise and looked up at the 3 people from the Ling family. The 3 people from the Ling family were immediately startled. There was a green light in this man's eyes. And he was holding a roasted rat in his hand. Are you a human or a ghost? Ling's mother said tremblingly. Where did this ghost come from? Are you blind? I am a human being, said the man. The man raised the oil lamp and kept looking at the 3 people in front of him. Seeing the 3 people dressed in bright and beautiful clothes, but also covered in dust, the man asked in confusion. City people? Are you here to suffer too? Seeing that the other person had an untidy beard, Ling's mother asked, Brother, are you from the village? I'm from the city, my last name is Yu, you can call me Boss Yu. Boss Yu introduced himself.
When Ling Wei heard this, he was immediately delighted and said, "You were also kidnapped." Ling's mother pushed him, and Ling Wei realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly shut up.
What do you mean I was kidnapped?
I came here voluntarily. I came here to endure the hardships.
What are you three doing? Asked Boss Yu.
Ling's mother said quickly, "Big brother, this is what happened. We came here to visit relatives, but we got lost on the way back.
We still can't find the direction. Big brother, can you please take us out of the village?
It's hard to get out of this damn place." Boss Yu sighed, "There's less plateaus for hundreds of kilometers around here.
You can't get out without a car to pick you up."
What should we do?"
Ling's mother panicked. "Now we can't get out,"
Ling's father said frustratedly. When Ling Wei heard this, he cried, "Mom, I don't want to stay in this damn place.
Ling is still waiting for me to get married."
All right, stop arguing."
Mother Ling yelled in annoyance, and then said to Boss Yu, "Boss Yu, do you have any solution? As long as you help us get out, we will definitely reward you generously when we return. Forget it, I'm not short of money. Don't look at me like this now. I'm a well-known person in the city.
I really regret coming to this damn place to suffer. I was so stupid to come here to eat bitter vegetables and drink corn porridge.
Aren't the big fish and meat in the city delicious? Isn't the lobster and elephant meat delicious? Now I want to hug a lobster to sleep in my dreams."
As Boss Yu spoke, tears welled up in his eyes and he then burst into tears.
"I am really asking for trouble.
If I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have to get up in the middle of the night to catch mice to eat."
Whoa. Mom and Dad, is there something wrong with his brain? Ling Wei asked quietly.
It seems so. Look at his eyes, they are glowing green. He must be starving to death. I have seen such a person when I was a child. Be careful not to annoy him. He will eat people when he gets mad."
Ling's father whispered.
"Don't worry, I don't eat people." Boss Yu wiped his tears and regained his gentle demeanor. "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you.
When I met an old friend in a foreign land, I couldn't help but talk to him."
Mother Ling smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother, I understand. This damn place is really not a place for human beings to stay. It's actually not that difficult to get out of this damn place," said Boss Yu. When Ling's father and mother heard this, they were immediately delighted.
Chapter 66, What Goes Around, Comes Around 3. You said, as long as you can get us out, you can say anything.
Yes. Ling Wei insisted, "If you could go out, you would have gone out earlier."
My days of suffering are not over yet, so I can only stay here. Boss Yu glared at him and then said, "If you want to go out, I can just call my friends in the city and ask them to pick you up."
That's great.
Thank you so much,
Ling's mother said happily.
Hey, don't thank me yet.
If you really want to thank me, just go back to your relative's house and catch a few chickens to repay me,
Boss Yu said.
This.
Ling's mother looked embarrassed. The three of them were still hungry, so where could they find a chicken?
Mom, I suddenly realized that he looks like a weasel.
Could it be that a weasel has become a spirit?
I remember you told me when I was a child that a weasel would turn into a human after becoming a spirit and go around cheating chickens for food.
Look, it's the middle of the night now, Ling Wei whispered. Don't talk nonsense, Ling's mother said.
Brother, please ask your friend to come over first.
We will owe you the chicken for now and make it up to you later.
We will then prepare a full chicken feast for you, as well as lobster, elephant meat, and even pork chops.
What do you think?
Ling's father said.
Okay, I'm a good person after all. You guys wait for me here and don't go too far, or I won't be able to find you later, Boss Yu said. Ling's father and mother nodded quickly. Okay, we'll wait for you here and won't go anywhere.
After saying that, Boss Yu walked towards the village. Mom, he wouldn't tip off anyone and say we ran away, Ling Wei said.
Nonsense, how did he know we were going to escape? Besides, it's dark everywhere. How many kilometers can the three of us walk just on foot?
Ling's mother asked. The three of them were tired, so they had to sit on the edge of the field and wait. Soon, a group of people came running from all directions, holding torches in their hands, shouting, "Quickly surround them and don't let them run away." Upon seeing this, the three members of the Ling family ran away. However, the three were still hungry and they became weak after running a few steps. Soon, they were caught and tied up, and surrounded by villagers in 3 layers. Seeing Boss Yu standing aside, holding a roast chicken and eating with his mouth full of oil, Ling Wei immediately said angrily, You bastard, betrayed us. Boss Yu wiped the oil from his mouth and said, I'm sorry, guys. I don't sell on credit, so I can't help you. But I have to thank you. I'll have roast chicken to eat every day for the next few days. After saying that, he left happily holding the roast chicken. Bah, you bastard, be careful or you'll choke to death. Ling's mother said hatefully. At this time, He Chuzhuang squeezed out of the crowd, pointed at Ling Wei and cried, You are a traitor. You kissed me not long ago and kept saying you loved me and wanted to marry me, but you actually ran away. Don't you want to take responsibility? Woo woo woo. When Ling's father and mother heard this, they looked at their son with strange eyes. Son, how come your taste has become so unique that you can even kiss it? Ling's father said in surprise. Dad, can you please shut up? Ling Wei said. He Chuzhuang threw himself into his mother's arms and cried like a widowed female gorilla. Oh, my dear girl, please stop crying. Your crying makes my heart tremble. The middle-aged woman was so distressed that she shouted, De Zhuang, Er Zhuang, San Zhuang, Si Zhuang, Wu Zhuang. When the 5 dark and strong brothers heard that their beloved sister was bullied, they immediately dragged Ling Wei out. No, she forced me to kiss her, and I have never said anything like that. Ling Wei said quickly. You are shameless, ah. The black and strong man pointed at Ling Wei and cried sadly like a donkey. Wu Dazhuang didn't say anything and started punching and kicking Ling Wei. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Ling's father and mother wailed. Dazhuang picked up Ling Wei and said viciously, Tell me, are you responsible for my sister? Ling Wei was frightened by the beating and quickly said, Be responsible for it. Okay, marry my daughter in a few days, said the middle-aged woman. Hate it, mother. The black and strong man had a shy look on his face, but he was secretly delighted in his heart. Ling's mother said quickly, No, my son has a fiancée in the city. Shut up. If you keep talking I'll break your son's legs, said the middle-aged woman. Ling's mother didn't dare to say anything. De Zhuang pushed Ling Wei next to He Chuzhuang. The black and strong man called out delicately, Wei Gu brother. Looking at the chimpanzee-like woman beside him, Ling Wei tried hard to suppress his nausea, but when he thought about marrying her, he suddenly wanted to die. What's the matter? Is it unfair to you to marry my sister? Why are you looking so depressed? Smile for me. De Zhuang roared. Ling Wei gave a stiff smile, which happened to meet the round face of He Chang. Hateful. The thick and strong man pushed Ling Wei shyly. Ling Wei stumbled and fell, then fainted. The author has something to say. I saw everyone complaining about the author's update being too short. I can't afford it because I'm a clumsy writer. Although the data of this book is not very satisfactory, the author still wants to write every plot well, with guaranteed quality and quantity. Thank you for your support. Chapter 67 I Want to Escape. When Ling Wei woke up, he found his parents eating and drinking to their heart's content. The old couple held a steamed bun in their left hands and a potato in their right hands, and stuffed them into their mouths desperately as if they were starving. They were so hungry that they thought the steamed buns and potatoes were simply the most delicious thing on earth. My son is awake. Ling's mother, her mouth full, waved at Ling Wei and said, Come and have dinner quickly. Seeing the large plate of steamed buns and potatoes on the table, Ling Wei ignored the pain in his body, got up, picked up the steamed buns and potatoes and started eating them. Suddenly, a fragrance wafted in. He Chuzhuang brought in a roast chicken and said to Ling Wei, Brother Wei, this is specially killed for you to replenish your body, you should eat more. After saying that, she put the roast chicken in front of Ling Wei, threw him a wink and went out. Ling Wei shivered all over and got goosebumps all over his body. Chicken? Father Ling pinched the roast chicken in front of him with his fingers in disbelief. It was still hot. He immediately said excitedly, Wow, there's roast chicken to eat, that's great, I haven't eaten chicken in a long time. Ling's mother threw the steamed buns and potatoes in her hands away, and the two of them excitedly tried to tear off the chicken legs. Bang! Ling Wei slapped his parents' hands away and said unhappily, Get out of the way. Didn't you hear them say it was to replenish my body? As he said that, he grabbed the roast chicken and started to eat it. Hey, son, give me one. Ling's mother reached out to pull some chicken, but her son ruthlessly slapped her hand away. You unfilial boy.
Father Ling glared at his son angrily and pointed at Mother Ling.
Look at you, you've spoiled your son into a selfish person who only cares about himself.
What's the matter, son? You don't educate me well and now you blame me. People say that my son looks like me.
I think his bad habits are purely inherited from your family.
Ling's mother retorted. What are you arguing about? Can't you let me eat my meal properly?
Ling Wei yelled, pulling off the chicken head and butt. Hey, don't say I don't have as much chicken as you guys.
You just want to eat chicken, right? Come on and eat it.
When Ling's father and mother looked at the 2 pieces of chicken heads and chicken butts, their hearts suddenly turned cold. They had given their son the best food and the best things since he was a child, and arranged everything for him. They were so good to him that they would hold him in their hands for fear of dropping him, and hold him in their mouths for fear of melting him. But now it seems that this son has turned out to be an ungrateful person.
The old couple suddenly thought of their daughter Ling Wei. What a good child she was.
Not only did she earn money to support the family, but she was also filial to them. However, they favored boys over girls. Not only were they partial to their sons, they also forced their daughters to be brothers.
Looking at their son eating with relish, they began to question, can raising a son really provide for old age?
The old couple thought about it carefully and suddenly realized that their son was like a vampire, who just waited for them to give him food and clothes and did nothing but lie on them and suck their blood. No, to be precise, he was lying on top of them and sucking their blood.
It's so sad.
The son has been spoiled and the daughter is no longer close to him. All this is retribution. Father Ling sighed, picked up the chicken butt and ate it with tears in his eyes. Ling's mother picked up the chicken head, and thinking of how good her daughter had been to her in the past, tears started streaming down her face. She started to cry while chewing on the chicken head.
Why are you crying? It's like I'm torturing you. Now, I'll give you a few more pieces of meat.
Don't say that I, as your son, have no conscience. As he spoke, Ling Wei tore off 2 chicken feet and threw them in front of the old couple.
No more eating. Eat more so you can have enough energy for the wedding night tomorrow. Father Ling said unhappily. Ling Wei was stunned for a moment and said, Dad, what are you talking about? Do you really want me to marry that chimpanzee? I didn't ask you to marry her. They forced me to do so. If you didn't, they would make your mother and I work in the fields day and night. You don't want your father and mother to die of exhaustion, do you? Said Ling's father. Dad, are you crazy? You don't want to go back to the city? We can still escape. Ling Wei said. Keep your voice down, or they'll hear you and beat you into a meat pie. Ling's mother gave a reminder, and then comforted her. Don't worry, son. I'm not asking you to really marry her. You just need to pretend to marry the girl from this family first. When they let down their guard, we can sneak away. You're crazy, Mom. Look at that woman, she's so dark and strong. I feel sick when I see her. She's like a female gorilla. No matter whether you're marrying her for real or not, I won't marry her no matter what you say. Ling Wei said angrily. Son, they say it's a fake marriage, so listen to your mother. Ling's father advised. Get lost. I'll marry you if you want me to. Ling Wei threw the chicken, which was only the bones left, to the ground and said angrily. I don't want to eat this chicken. Seeing that her son was not listening and was furious again, Ling's mother lost her patience and said angrily, Why are you angry with us when you don't want to talk to them? Suddenly, the old couple were too lazy to pay attention to Ling Wei and turned off the lights and went to sleep. Ling Wei was lying on the bed feeling extremely irritated. He thought of the look in the female gorilla's eyes, as if she wanted to eat him. What the hell, what a fake marriage. Once he marries her, the female gorilla will eat him until not even a bone is left. Ling Wei stood up suddenly. Escape. He must escape tonight. Chapter 68, Wedding Robbery. Finally, the night fell and the world was quiet. Ling Wei escaped quietly again. This time, he didn't bring his parents, because those 2 old guys would only drag things down and implicate him. However, just as he reached the entrance of the village, he saw a person with green eyes in front of him. Who is this person? It's the famous Boss Yu. Boss Yu was gnawing on a chicken bone, picking up the oil lamp and shining it on Ling Wei's face. Hey, young man, it's you again. I advise you to go back. You can't get out. Fuck you. Ling Wei raised his fist and was about to hit Boss Yu in the face. Unexpectedly, the other party's body moved to the side, and Ling Wei staggered and almost got kicked to the ground. If you don't listen to good advice, you will suffer the consequences. Boss Yu pointed behind Ling Wei, look. Ling Wei looked back.
Oh my goodness, the black and strong guy and a group of people caught up with us. He started to run, but was tripped by Boss Yu and kicked into a coma.
Tie him back for me, the black and strong man roared. Her 5 brothers immediately tied Ling Wei up and carried him back.
After returning, He Chuzhuang saw that Ling Wei was furious, so he simply stopped pretending and immediately revealed his true colors, like a ferocious tigress, and roared.
Tell me. Are you unwilling to marry me?
With a tiger's roar, her 5 brothers were so scared that they took several steps back. Ling Wei smelled the bad breath, turned his head away and whispered, "Who wants to marry a chimpanzee?" Before he could finish his words, a slap as big as a sunflower fan slapped him hard in the face.
Tell me. Will you marry me? The black and strong man roared.
Ling Wei just felt his head buzzing as if he had been slapped in the face, and his reaction started to slow down.
With a slap, he was slapped again. Will you marry me or not? The dark and sturdy man roared.
Seeing that Ling Wei didn't say anything, he raised his hand as if to hit him again.
After 2 slaps, Ling Wei was almost unconscious.
Seeing this, De Zhuang hurriedly said, "Sister, stop hitting me. If you continue, I'll make you stupid.
Lock him up in the woodshed and don't give him anything to eat or drink."
"I'll let him out when you ask to marry me," said the black and strong man. After Ling Wei was locked up in the woodshed, life became even more difficult for Ling's father and mother. Every day they work in the fields with their backs to the sky and their faces to the earth, working day and night, and they can't even get a full meal. The old couple complained about their son's stupidity, but after all, he was still a piece of their flesh and blood, so they went to the woodshed and leaned on the window to visit their son. At first, the 2 of them felt sorry for the injuries on their son's face. Later, the hard labor every day was really too much for them, so they came to persuade their son every day.
Son, you should get married soon. Your mother is almost dried up by the scorching sun from working every day. If you continue to be so stubborn, your father and mother will be exhausted to death. Ling's mother cried. Son, I'm an experienced person. Women are all the same when the lights are turned off. Just marry her. Consider it as a plea from Dad. Dad has been working in the fields these days and his waist is almost broken. Ling's father shouted. At this time, Ling Wei had been locked up for 3 days and 3 nights and was so hungry that he felt weak all over. He compromised and said tremblingly, I will marry.
When Ling's father and mother heard this, they hurried to inform He Chuzhuang's family. After He Chuzhuang heard with his own ears that Ling Wei was willing to marry her, he finally released him.
Considering Ling Wei's small body, she decided to hold the wedding 3 days later. 3 nights later, Ling Wei was pushed into the bridal chamber very reluctantly. He wanted to escape, but was grabbed back by the tall, dark, and strong man. When he saw the thick and muscular body of he was stunned. As soon as the lights in the bridal chamber went out, Ling Wei let out a wail. The next day, Ling Wei lay on the bed, looking drained. He couldn't get out of bed because his legs were broken. As for how the leg was broken, everyone who should know will know. Soon, He Chuzhuang became pregnant and gave birth to 3 big fat boys. Originally, Ling's father and mother were not very satisfied with their daughter-in-law, but later, when they saw that she could give birth and work, they gradually accepted her. After all, after their daughter-in-law got married, their farm work became easier, which was a bit of a relief. It's not that they haven't thought about escaping, but no matter how hard they try, they can't escape. No matter where they go, someone will chase them. Later the old couple gave up, after all, their grandchildren were here. As for Ling Wei, he wanted to escape all the time, but he was caught whenever he tried to escape, and was thrown onto the bed by He Chuzhuang whenever he tried to escape. Later, He Chuzhuang gave birth to 8 sons for him. The 3 members of the Ling family were always thinking about going back to the city and Ling Wei coming to pick them up, so they lay on the high earthen kiln bench at the entrance of the village every day, watching and waiting. Little did they know that this wait would last for 30 years. The author has something to say. This plot has more words, and there are a few Douyin memes. If you are interested, you can search for Party A and Party B, Boss Yu on Douyin. From tomorrow on, we will start to be sweet lovers 233. Chapter 69, Universal Celebration. The 100th anniversary is celebrated by the whole world. Yang Chen asked Zhang Jing to customize some special fireworks, which have already been delivered. Each one looks like a large round bomb. Dad, what is this? Pang Pang asked curiously. Fireworks. Yang Chen said. Wow, Dad, is the new year coming? Pang Pang said excitedly. In his impression, fireworks are only set off during the Chinese New Year. Fatty, are you a pig? The New Year is celebrated in winter. But Dad, is today a holiday? Meme asked. Celebrating the 100th anniversary. Yang Chen said. What's the 100th anniversary?
The two little guys were confused. Ling Wei smiled and said, Baby, this festival commemorates the founding day of a great organization. Without it, there would be no country like ours.
Yeah, I understand. Dad once told us that only with a country can we have a home.
Without it, we wouldn't have this warm and beautiful home like ours.
Meow Meow said.
Mom, Pang Pang suddenly feels so happy because he has such a good family.
Pang Pang said with a smile. Yes, baby. Ling Wei said.
The two little guys knew they were going to set off fireworks, and they were so excited that they didn't even eat dinner and just waited outside until dark.
Dad, let's set off the fireworks now. Pang Pang wants to see them. Pang Pang said. Fatty, it's not dark yet. Let's wait patiently.
It will be more beautiful when we set off fireworks at night.
Meow Meow said. Let's go eat first. Your mother will cook today. Yang Chen said.
Great, Mom must have made my favorite cola chicken drumsticks.
After saying that, Pang Pang ran back happily.
Mimi looked at the chubby, round little butt and couldn't help but sigh, Dad, since Mama started cooking, Fatty has gotten even fatter. Yang Chen smiled and rubbed Mimi's little head, let's go eat. After dinner, it got dark and we could finally set off the fireworks. The two little guys sat at the gate with their small stools, waiting eagerly.
Yang Chen and Ling Wei walked out. Daddy and Mommy, hurry up.
Dad, hurry up, let's set off the fireworks. The two little guys urged. Yang Chen picked up the intercom and ordered, you can let him go now.
Baby, it's about to start, cover your ears. Ling Wei reminded.
The two little guys quickly covered their ears and looked into the distance with anticipation. Suddenly, with a loud boom, a round fireball rushed into the night sky in the distance.
Then there was a loud bang and the fireball exploded.
A giant round firework with golden light bloomed in the night sky, instantly lighting up the entire night sky.
Wow!
The two little guys exclaimed at the same time. After the golden light of the fireworks dissipated, a big red 100 appeared.
Wow, Daddy, it's so beautiful. There's a 100 on it. Pang Pang said excitedly, pointing to the sky. Fatty, that's 100. Meow Meow said speechlessly. It's obvious at first glance that Fatty didn't pay attention in class and didn't even recognize the number 100.
Fireworks kept blooming in the night sky and the two little guys clapped their hands excitedly. Ling Wei looked at the fireworks in the night sky and couldn't help but smile, it's so beautiful. Yang Chen hugged Ling Wei into his arms, looked at the two little guys in front of him, then looked up at the night sky, smiled and replied.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Happiness is so simple, but Yang Chen always feels that something is missing at home. So the next day, Yang Chen took the two little guys to the pet store.
Looking at all kinds of puppies, Mimi wasn't interested at all.
But Pang Pang was different, he thought they were all cute and wanted to buy them all home, but was sternly rejected by Yang Chen.
The author has something to say.
My child caught a cold recently, and I was very busy at home.
I didn't have much time to write. I'd like to say sorry to everyone here. I've had some new ideas recently. I plan to start a new book in a few days. It will be completely different from this one. It's a complete dog food sweet pet 233. Chapter 70. Your name is Wang Kai.
Pang Pang had no choice but to act coquettishly towards Ling Wei.
Mom, the puppies are so cute, can't we take them all home? Pang Pang will like them all. Baby, don't be too greedy. After you buy the puppy, you have to take good care of it. If you have too many puppies, you won't be able to take care of them all. Ling Wei said. Fatty was a little disappointed and said, okay then. How about you choose the one you like best? Ling Wei said.
At this moment, Meow Meow pointed to the small cage beside him and said in surprise.
Fatty, look, this little dog looks like a panda, and it even has dark circles under its eyes.
Inside the small cage is a little bully dog with dark circles under its eyes, a white belly, and a simple, ugly and cute look on its face.
Wow, it's true, but it's so ugly and not as cute as the red panda. Pang Pang said with a little disgust. Dad, I like this little puppy, said Meow Meow. Yang Chen nodded and said, well, then choose this one.
Then he asked the clerk to let the little bully out. As soon as the little bully came out, he ran towards the two little guys happily.
Meme likes this little thing very much.
She squatted down and touched its little head. The little bully was so considerate that he turned around and licked Meow Meow's little hand.
Hee hee, it's so itchy, Daddy, it's so cute.
Meow Meow held the little thing in her arms.
The little thing actually started to hum. Ha, it's so cute. Meow Meow simply couldn't let it go. As long as you like it,
Yang Chen said with a smile.
However, Pang Pang didn't like it.
For some reason, he always felt that the puppy looked like a toad.
Daddy, can you choose another one? Pang Pang wants to choose a pet he likes. Well, choose. Yang Chen said.
As Pang Pang was choosing, he suddenly didn't like the puppy. He felt that apart from being cute, it didn't seem to have any special features. Suddenly, his eyes lit up.
Daddy, I want this alpaca. Pang Pang pointed at an alpaca that was eating grass.
The alpaca is a little small, with snow-white fur.
It looks like a lamb, but with a longer neck.
Ling Wei smiled awkwardly and said, Baby, this is not a lamb, this is an alpaca, the one we saw last time at the zoo.
Oh, so Pang Pang wants this little alpaca. Pang Pang said. Fatty, aren't you afraid that it will spit on you? Meow Meow said.
Don't be afraid, Chubby just likes it.
Fatty looked at the little alpaca and liked it more and more.
Then he said to Yang Chen.
Daddy, Fatty wants this little alpaca. Okay. Yang Chen responded. The clerk led the alpaca out. Fatty walked over excitedly, greeted it enthusiastically, and said, Hello, little alpaca, my name is Chubby.
The alpaca glanced at him, then continued to nibble on the grass with an indifferent expression.
Hee hee, little alpaca, you are so cute. Pang Pang said happily, and then reached out to touch its little head. Suddenly, with a puff sound, Pang Pang was sprayed with saliva in the face.
Meow Meow covered her face and said, Fatty, look, you're being spit on again.
Ling Wei thought the little guy would burst into tears, but unexpectedly, Pang Pang wiped the saliva off his face and said patiently to the little alpaca. Little alpaca, be good and don't spit at me, and I'll take you home to eat the tender grass, okay? However, the alpaca still looked indifferent to him. Baby, how about we change a pet? Ling Wei said. She didn't want her son's face to be covered in saliva every day. No, Pang Pang just likes alpacas. Pang Pang said firmly.
I don't know if the little alpaca understood, but he actually moved closer to Fatty and lowered his head to nudge his little belly.
Fatty happily hugged the little alpaca and said, Look, Mommy, the little alpaca likes Fatty too. Ling Wei sighed helplessly, okay then. Nini gave her little bully a very domineering name, Ba Ba. When Yang Chen heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Seeing this, Ling Wei quickly said, Baby, let's change the name, okay? You see, Daddy is not happy when he hears it. Baba, Dad. Nini suddenly realized and said, Dad, don't mind it. I usually call you Dad. No, change your name. Yang Chen said. Okay. Meow Meow felt a little disappointed. What a domineering name, what a pity. This little guy looks chubby, why not call him Hoo Hoo? Ling Wei suggested. Hoo Hoo, well, this name is quite domineering, let's call him Hoo Hoo. Nini was very satisfied with this. Baby, what about you? What are you going to name your little alpaca? Ling Wei asked Pang Pang. Pang Pang wants the alpaca to be named Wang Kai. Pang Pang said. Ha, what a great name. Chapter 71 Wang Kai is jealous.
There is a large green lawn behind the villa. The two little guys, Mimi and Pang Pang, one walking the dog and the other walking the alpaca, were having a lot of fun playing on the grass.
Yang Chen and Ling Wei held hands and walked on the grass.
At this time, Pang Pang came over pulling Wang Kai, with saliva all over his face.
Needless to say, it must have been Wang Kai who sprayed it. Mom, Wang Kai is so mean. He spit at me all the time. Pang Pang accused. Baby, didn't Mommy tell you that Wang Kai would spit at people if he was frightened or angry? Did you do something bad to him?
Ling Wei felt helpless and amused, and took out a small towel to wipe her son's face clean.
Pang Pang is very good to Wang Kai, how could he do something bad to it? Pang Pang pouted. Nini pulled Hoo Hoo over and said.
Mom, it was Pang Pang who wanted to ride Wang Kai like a horse, and Wang Kai didn't want to, so he spit in his face.
Baby, how can you ride Wang Kai like a horse? Wang Kai is still young and can't carry you.
Ling Wei said with a smile.
That's right, fatty, you're so heavy that you're going to crush Xiao Wang Kai. Meow Meow said. Mom, Pang Pang just wants to play with it.
Pang Pang felt aggrieved. It was not his fault that he was fat.
Why not buy a horse? Yang Chen said.
When the two little guys heard this, they became excited.
Dad, are you serious?
Dad, buy 2 horses.
Baba wants one too. Yang Chen, are you kidding? The child is so young, how can he ride a horse? Ling Wei said. Just buy a pony. Yang Chen said.
In the afternoon, Yang Chen had 2 ponies sent over.
One black and one white. Pang Pang fell in love with the white pony at first sight. But Mimi couldn't let go of the black pony.
The 2 little guys took the horses and ran out to play.
Hoo was lively and active, and followed them happily,
calling Wang 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 behind Mimi and Pang Pang.
Wang Kai still had a cold expression on his face.
He glanced at Mime and Pang Pang and the others, then continued to eat grass calmly.
Yang Chen decided to build a small farm behind the villa. Just do it and have someone arrange it the next day.
The 2 little guys were very happy. With the small farm, they would have more and more pet friends in the future.
Wang Kai found himself being neglected.
His fat little master hadn't been playing with him recently.
Even when feeding it grass, they didn't just put it in front of its mouth like before, but just threw it on the ground and walked away.
Wang Kai was very sad and began to refuse to eat grass.
Yang Chen discovered this problem and asked a veterinarian to come over, only to find out that alpacas can also get jealous. That day, Yang Chen talked to Pang Pang. Pang Pang, you've neglected Wang Kai. He is starting to not want to eat anymore. Do you know that? Yang Chen asked.
Pang Pang is wrong, but Dad, Wang Kai was wrong from the beginning.
He always spits at me, and he usually ignores me.
Dad, you don't know, Wang Kai's saliva has become very smelly, and Pang Pang doesn't like to play with him anymore.
Fatty said. Yang Chen was very dissatisfied with his son's irresponsible attitude.
Son, since you brought it home, you have been responsible for it and have to take care of it.
It gets sad and upset just like you. It's a life, not a toy. You can't just ignore it if you don't like it. Look, it got sick because of your dislike and neglect. But Pang Pang has to take care of Xiaobai, and Pang Pang, Daddy doesn't want to hear your excuses.
If you don't take good care of Wang Kai, you are not allowed to keep any pets in the future, including Xiaobai.
I will have someone send him away. Yang Chen said seriously. Dad, Pang Pang knows he is wrong.
Fatty pouted, his eyes were tearful, and he looked so pitiful.
Don't send them away. I'll give you a week. If you can't take good care of your pets, Dad will send them away. Yang Chen ordered.
After that, Pang Pang began to take good care of Wang Kai every day, and even brushed its teeth for the first time.
Pang Pang learned how to brush his pet's teeth from his sister.
His sister would use a bone-like toothbrush to chew Hoo Hoo's teeth every day, and sometimes she would even use the toothbrush herself to brush Hoo Hoo's teeth. And Hoo Hoo is very well behaved and cooperates every time.
But Gao Leng Wang Kai is different. It doesn't want to brush its teeth or anything like that.
As soon as Pang Pang picks up the toothbrush, Wang Kai starts drooling.
Later, Pang Pang cried to it. Bad Wang Kai, if you do this again, I will never talk to you again. I will let Dad send you away and I will never see you again.
Wang Kai seemed to understand and was willing to brush his teeth obediently. Pang Pang began to be patient and took good care of Wang Kai every day, feeding it grass and combing its hair.
Gradually, Wang Kai's mental state recovered and he ate grass with relish every day.
The agreed time has arrived. Yang Chen was very satisfied when he saw that Wang Kai had gained weight.
The relationship between Pang Pang and Wang Kai deepened further.
No matter what Pang Pang did, Wang Kai would never spit at him again.
Outside the villa, Yang Chen would always see his son riding an alpaca and taking a leisurely walk on the grass. And behind them there is always a white pony. The author has something to say.
My child just recovered from a cold recently, so I finally found some time to write.
At the same time, my new book is also published. It is different from this one. There is no cliched or bloody plot.
It is purely sweet without any abuse. Those who like dog food articles can check it out. The title of the book is Super Sweet Dog Food, Childhood Sweethearts Are So Sweet.
You can see it by clicking on the author's nickname. Chapter 72, 100,000 soldiers come to plant trees.
Pang Pang and Meme were preparing to take their pets out for a walk, but a sandstorm started outside and the wind was quite strong, so the two little guys had to stay at home.
Mimi was teasing Hoo Hoo out of boredom. Hoo Hoo has grown a lot recently.
In Pang Pang's words, Hoo Hoo is becoming more and more like a big toad.
Pang Pang also secretly gave Hoo Hoo a nickname, Toad Tiger.
But he didn't dare call it that in front of his sister because he would get beaten. Fatty was lying in front of the window, looking at the farm cabin not far away, muttering.
Wang Kai and Xiaobai must be eager to go out. Meow Meow sighed and said, Xiao Hei must miss me too. Sister, why do you think there is a sandstorm? Asked Pang Pang.
Because there is too much sand, when the wind blows, a sandstorm will occur, said Meow Meow.
Chubby doesn't like sandstorms. Fatty looked unhappy, the sandstorm made mommy sick, how annoying.
Speaking of Ling Wei, she was lying on the bed at this time.
Ah Chio.
Ling Wei is allergic to dust and has been sneezing non-stop since she woke up. Even though there are several air purifiers at home, she still sneezes continuously.
Yang Chen handed her the anti-allergy medicine.
After Ling Wei took it, the effect was not very good. After a while, she sneezed several times in succession, tears streaming down her face, and she said aggrievedly,
Wow, Yang Chen, I feel so uncomfortable.
Yang Chen felt so distressed that he picked up a tissue to wipe away her tears.
He was careless. He didn't even know that Ling Wei was allergic to sand and dust.
Looking at the wind and sand outside the window, Yang Chen thought that he had to curb this fundamental source.
Let us go to the south and live for a few days.
We'll come back after the sandstorm passes.
Yang Chen said. Ah Chio.
Ling Wei waved her hand, let's not do that. It will be even more uncomfortable for me to go out now, Achio. At this moment, two little guys came in. Mimi handed a mask to Ling Wei. Mom, put this on.
Thank you, baby, Achio. Ling Wei said.
I then put on a mask, and the sneezing stopped a little.
Mom, when will your sneezing stop? Pang Pang looked worried.
Mom will be fine after the sandstorm, don't worry, baby.
Ling Wei comforted.
Hearing this, Mimi became even more worried. Dad said this sandstorm will last for 3 days.
Ah Chio. Ling Wei sneezed again, and even tears came out. Mommy is so pitiful. Pang Pang raised his little fat hand and wiped away Ling Wei's tears. Don't cry, don't cry. Mom didn't cry, ah Chio, ah Chio.
Ling Wei was helpless.
Dad, do you have any way to make the sandstorm disappear?
Mom is in so much pain, and Pang Pang feels so bad seeing this.
Pang Pang said. Hey, Dad, why don't we plant trees?
The teacher said that planting trees in the desert can curb sandstorms.
Meme said. Now? Asked Fatty. Definitely not now. If you go to the desert now, the wind and sand will blow you away. Meow Meow said.
Planting trees in the desert, sure.
I'll have someone arrange it when the time comes. Yang Chen said.
3 days later, the sandstorm passed. Ling Wei could finally breathe well. At this time, a family of 4 was watching TV. This news was being broadcast on TV. 100,000 people planted trees in the desert, breaking the Guinness World Record. Then the scene changed, and the desert was filled with people. Some were digging holes with shovels, some were planting trees, and some were watering.
Wow, that's amazing. There are so many people. Meow Meow exclaimed. Dad, were you able to arrange these 100,000 people? Pang Pang asked in surprise. Yeah. Yang Chen nodded. He let the system arrange it.
Even though it was an exaggeration to send out 100,000 soldiers to plant trees, it was a bit of an exaggeration. But for the sake of a comfortable living environment for my wife and children, this is nothing.
TSK, Dad, you're bragging again, said Meow Meow. But Ling Wei felt that the air today was unexpectedly fresh. Chapter 73 Big Bowl of Toothpicks. In the morning, Yang Chen sent the 2 children to kindergarten. Ling Wei is watching TV at home.
Looking at the young and beautiful new faces appearing on TV, Ling Wei's silent heart began to stir. She wants to make a comeback and return to her own stage. When she felt like it, she took action.
Ling Wei dressed up carefully and went out.
Ling Wei approached the film and television companies she had worked with before and proposed cooperation, but was politely declined one by one. In the bathroom, Ling Wei sat on the toilet and sighed helplessly, her mind full of the words of rejection from the film and television companies. They all said that her previous scandal had too bad an impact and the cost of making a comeback was too high.
Just then, two women came in, talking and laughing. Hey, Ling Wei came to the company today. Ling Wei? Wasn't she banned? Why is she here? Is she planning to make a comeback? It's difficult. Her previous scandal had such a bad influence. Whoever invites her to film a movie will be unlucky. That's right. Besides, she's almost 30 years old. She can't rely on her youth anymore.
I don't know if it's because she gave birth to a child, but I found that she has aged a lot and has wrinkles on her face.
No way, she's pretty from a distance. You said it was from a distance.
If you look closely, they are still not as good as those new girls who have just debuted. When Ling Wei heard this, her heart felt like it was stabbed several times. When Yang Chen came back, he found no one at home, so he called Ling Wei. As soon as the call was connected, the phone rang behind him.
Ling Wei also came back, looking distraught.
Where did you go?
Yang Chen asked. It's boring at home, let's go out for a walk.
After saying that, Ling Wei went upstairs. At night, Ling Wei kept looking in the mirror, sighing into it from time to time.
What's the matter? Yang Chen walked over and asked. Yang Chen, am I old? Do you see any wrinkles on my face? Ling Wei asked. Yang Chen laughed. Nonsense, tell me, what happened?
Today I went to look for companies I had worked with before, hoping to make a comeback, but I didn't expect that they all rejected me.
Ling Wei said. You want to make a comeback? Yang Chen asked. Well, I don't want to sit around doing nothing all day.
Ling Wei sighed, feeling a little aggrieved. Alas, I can't eat the rice of youth anymore, I'm almost 30. Just then, there was a sound of fighting coming from the child's room. Yang Chen and Ling Wei walked over and found that the two children were playing a very strange music on their phones. To be honest, my lottery ticket is very small and thin. I'm very big, please bear with me. Yang Chen went over and snatched the phone away, then turned off the music without saying a word.
Dad, why did you turn it off? This song is so nice. Pang Pang said. Dad, keep listening. This song is so funny. Meow Meow said. Ling Wei was embarrassed. Children shouldn't listen to these things. Why can't I listen to it, Mom? This toothpick song is very popular on the internet. Pang Pang said. Fatty, are you a pig? You can't even remember the name of the song. The song is called Big Bowl of Toothpicks. Meow Meow said. Go to sleep. Yang Chen shouted. The two little guys suddenly didn't dare to speak, and quietly went to bed and covered themselves with the quilt. Back in the room, Ling Wei recalled the lyrics of the song she had just sung. Toothpick? She looked at Yang Chen unconsciously. For some reason, the image of a pile driver came to mind. Yang Chen walked up to her, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Why are you staring at me, huh? Ling Wei's face turned red. Chapter 74. Let us get married. Nothing. Ling Wei stammered, her face flushed. It's late, let's go to bed. Suddenly, Yang Chen picked up Ling Wei, with a slight smile on his face. I think I should do something before going to bed. What? Stop it. Ling Wei's heart was pounding wildly. Even as she said this, her body couldn't help but go limp. A typical case of saying one thing and doing another. Yang Chen put her on the bed, and supported her face with his hands. Close your eyes. What are you going to do? Ling Wei blushed. She felt like an idiot. Wasn't this asking a question even though she already knew the answer? It must be something that is not suitable for children. Close your eyes, I'll give you a surprise. Yang Chen smiled. Surprise? Ling Wei's heart beat faster. Are we going to have more fun tonight? She closed her eyes obediently, her heart beating wildly, with anticipation and nervousness. Then, she felt a chill on her fingertips. Then, a ring-shaped object was put into her finger. This is. Ling Wei's heart skipped a beat. Open your eyes and take a look. Do you like it? Yang Chen said softly. She saw a pink diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg, which was worn on her ring finger. Ling Wei couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Yang Chen, what are you doing? Ling Wei, let's get married. Yang Chen looked at Ling Wei, his eyes full of affection. Are you willing to marry me? Yeah. Ling Wei's eyes became moist and she nodded quickly. She wants to. How could she not be willing?
In fact, during this period of time, the better Yang Chen treated her, the more uneasy she became. She longed to become Yang Chen's wife, to grow old together with him, and to be together forever. But at this moment, she was so excited that she couldn't speak. How lucky she was to have met him.
He gave her a complete and happy home. Seeing Ling Wei's excited look, Yang Chen found it a little funny. So are you willing or not?
Yes. Ling Wei hugged Yang Chen tightly and cried with joy, I'm willing, Yang Chen.
Yang Chen wiped the tears from her face with his fingertips. Don't cry.
I didn't cry, I was just happy.
Ling Wei glanced at Yang Chen in a reproachful manner. Really? How can anyone propose on the bed? This is convenient for me.
Yang Chen whispered a few words in her ear. Ling Wei's ears immediately turned red, and she said coquettishly, You are so annoying. Yang Chen picked up the quilt and covered the two of them, completely entering a world not suitable for children. As for the two babies, Yang Chen had already arranged for them to fall asleep. The next day, without a doubt, Ling Wei couldn't get out of bed again. After Yang Chen was satisfied, he naturally prepared a hearty breakfast for his little wife. Ling Wei ate very contentedly, and the two children also exclaimed why their dad had become so gentle today. In the afternoon, the two went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate. Looking at the red book, Ling Wei felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey, and she kept smiling foolishly.
What are you laughing at? Yang Chen didn't understand. He.
Ling Wei couldn't help but kissed Yang Chen, and said with a smile, Love you, husband. Yang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly, took her into his arms, and whispered in her ear.
Love me well again tonight. Ling Wei gave him a reproachful look. She's still in pain now, can't she just calm down?
But she didn't say it, after all, she was enjoying it too.
After they became a real couple, they loved each other even more.
Ling Wei seemed to have forgotten about her comeback and was immersed in a sweet little life every day. The two of them were addicted to the taste and reveled every night.
Yang Chen seemed tireless and tormented Ling Wei severely.
The final result was that Ling Wei was pregnant.
Chapter 75 Sorry, Uncle Daji. Since she became pregnant, Ling Wei has particularly liked spicy food and cannot live without it.
These days, she especially wants to eat spicy skewers. In order to satisfy Ling Wei's preferences, Yang Chen specially asked someone to find the cleanest and most delicious spicy skewers restaurant. Therefore, Xin Lang's spicy skewers were included in the list.
Without hesitation, Yang Chen booked the entire store, and the family of 4 went straight there.
Xin Lang knew that some special guests would come to the store today. It just so happened that Xin Lang's parents had to go back to their hometown for something.
These days, he and Ling Runen are managing the store, and Dagan also comes to help.
A Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the store. Yang Chen and Ling Wei got out of the car, and the two little guys followed beside them. Fatty looked at the spicy skewers shop in front of him with excitement. Sister, look, this is the spicy skewers shop. I heard the fried chicken is delicious.
But Mimi looked disdainful and said, Tisk, what's so delicious about this junk food?
Inside the store, De Gang couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Yang Chen. Wow, Xin Lang, this is the first time I've seen a man more handsome than you.
Xin Lang looked at the man's handsome face and nodded without any objection. Yes, indeed. I can't help but praise this man. He is really handsome. What do you think, wife?
I think it's okay, but not as handsome as you.
Ling Runen said.
Well, wife, you have good taste.
Xin Lang nodded with satisfaction. However, Ling Runen's next words made him very unhappy. But that woman is so beautiful. It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman. It's not an exaggeration to say that she is as beautiful as a fairy.
Ling Runen said without exaggeration.
Tisk, wife, tell me the truth, are you gay again? Xin Lang asked.
Bend your head and hurry over here, a guest is coming.
Ling Runen said.
At this time, Fatty walked in excitedly and said to Yang Chen Ling Wei.
Mom and Dad, hurry up. I've seen this restaurant on TV.
They said their spicy skewers are super delicious.
Yang Chen walked in holding Ling Wei's hand.
At the same time, their daughter Mimi followed behind them and said with some resistance.
Fatty, don't you know that spicy skewers are unhygienic? Hello, little friend.
Ling Runen greeted the little girl and smiled. Our spicy skewers are made with the best ingredients, absolutely clean and fresh. Looking at the handsome and beautiful big sister in front of her, Meow Meow blushed slightly, but turned her face away proudly. Tisk, I won't eat it anyway. It smells so good.
Ling Wei couldn't help swallowing her saliva as she looked at the red soup and skewers boiling in the pot. She looked at Yang Chen, her eyes full of joy. "Hubby, can I start now?" "Yeah." Yang Chen nodded. At this time, Pang Pang had already sat on the chair and kept waving at Yang Chen. "Ling Wei, Dad, Mom, hurry up, Pang Pang is so hungry." Ling Wei couldn't wait to take a seat, and Yang Chen sat next to her. Although Meow Meow was a little reluctant, she sat on the chair obediently. "I'm going to eat now." Pang Pang took his favorite meatball skewers and tasted it. It's delicious." Yang Chen brought some skewers to Ling Wei, all of which were her favorites, and considerately passed the skewers down to her. It's really delicious." Ling Wei ate with a satisfied look on her face. She picked up a meatball and handed it to Yang Chen. "Come on, husband, try it too." Yang Chen took a bite and looked at Ling Wei with eyes full of doting. It tastes really good." Seeing this, Ling Runen couldn't help but feel a little envious. Qin Lang, look, that man is so considerate to his wife, they are so loving. Qin Lang curled his lips. "Tisk, wife, I am very considerate to you. Have you forgotten that I was the one who rubbed your back when you took a bath last night? You're asking for death. Don't say that." Ling Runen's face turned red when she thought of last night. In response, the naive Dagon turned a deaf ear to it. At this time, he was chatting enthusiastically with Su Xiona. On this side, Mimi smelled the fragrance and looked at her father, mother and brother eating with gusto. She regretted what she had just said. "Sister, it's delicious." Pang Pang thoughtfully took a bunch of them for Sister Mamie and put them in her bowl. "Try it." "I'll take a bite despite my difficulty." Mimi still had a proud look on her face. She picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. She instantly fell in love with it. Delicious. "Right, Pang Pang didn't lie to you, the spicy skewers here are the best," Pang Pang said. Yang Chen, who usually didn't eat snacks much, also ate a lot. "This shop really tastes good." And Ling Wei, because of her pregnancy, ate to her heart's content, with a look of satisfaction on her face. "It's not the most delicious. I think it's just so-so." Mimi was a typical person who said she disliked the food but finished eating one skewer after another. Ling Runen looked at the two cute little guys and couldn't help but laugh. "Qi Lang, those two little guys are so cute, especially the little boy, he's so chubby, I really want to pinch his little round face." "Yeah, they are very cute. How about giving birth to two for me?" Qi Lang joked. "Okay. When? How about tonight?" Ling Runen said casually. "Are you so anxious to give birth to a baby for me?" Qin Lang said with a smile. "I didn't." Ling Runen blushed slightly. But she was indeed looking forward to having a child with Qin Lang. "There's no rush for this, but don't worry, wife, I'll definitely let you have 8 or 10 children in the future." Ling Runen rolled her eyes at him and said, "You are treating me like a sow for your offspring." "You are dreaming. That big uncle." Pang Pang waved to Dagang. "Hey, Dagang, the little boy is calling you." Qin Lang pushed Dagang. Oh. Dagang reacted, put down his phone and walked over to ask. "Little boy, what's the matter?" "Uncle." Fatty looked at Dagang curiously. "Are you a gorilla?" Qin Lang and Ling Runen almost burst out laughing when they heard this. "Baby, don't be so rude." Ling Wei scolded him, then apologized to Dagang. "I'm sorry, kid, you're so rude." It's okay, he's just curious." Dagang didn't care at all, and replied to the little boy seriously. "Little boy, uncle is not a transformed gorilla. I am the same as you, just stronger and bigger." "Look, sister, I've already told you that uncle wasn't transformed from a gorilla, but you still say he looks like a gorilla," Pang Pang said. Mimi covered her forehead with her hands. "Fatty, be careful or I'll stuff chili peppers in your mouth." "No." Pang Pang quickly covered his mouth. "Sister, I was wrong." Yang Chen really didn't like the child's behavior, so he said, "Apologize to uncle." The two little guys said obediently. "I'm sorry, Uncle Daji." "Sorry." "Oh, so cute and well behaved," Ling Runen exclaimed. "Yeah, that's true." Qin Lang nodded in agreement. During this time, Mimi was secretly looking at Ling Runen. Qin Lang noticed it and said to Ling Runen, "Wife, that little guy has been looking at you." Ling Runen looked at the little girl and smiled at her. Mimi's face turned red and she quickly turned her head away, pretending to continue eating the skewers with her head down. This sister is so cool. She wants to be a cool and sassy big sister like her in the future. P.S. This chapter is an Easter egg linked to the new book. I don't think the plot of this book will be dragged out. The hero and heroine will confirm their relationship when necessary, and will not whet the reader's appetite. As for how long it will take to write, it depends on the results later. After all, the author also has to eat. If you like sweet dog food, you can read the author's new book and click on the author's avatar. Finally, thank you all for your continued support. Thanks Omega. Chapter 76. Do you think I am handsome? As the days passed, Lingwei's belly became more and more obvious. At night, she was lying on the bed and preparing to rest when the two little ones came in happily. Fatty was lying on the edge of the bed, staring at Lingwei's round belly with blinking eyes. Mom, your belly has become so big, has the baby grown up? Yes, baby. Lingwei said with a smile. Mom, how many babies are there in there? Meme was very curious. Guess what? Lingwei said jokingly. Meow Meow pondered for a while. The belly is not very big, there should be only one. No, sister. Pang Pang waved his hand and stretched out two little fingers. There are two. There were already two in Mom's belly before, so there are two now as well. Don't you think so, Mom? Lingwei chuckled. Yeah, baby, you guessed right. Wow, then Pang Pang has a younger brother and a younger sister. Pong Pong's eyes were full of anticipation. Omega. Tisk. Meow Meow pouted. Fatty, you know they are your younger brothers and sisters. He. Pang Pang scratched his head. I don't know, Pang Pang is just guessing. Mom. Meow Meow called. What's wrong, baby? Lingwei asked softly. Meow Meow pointed her finger with an eager look. Can I touch your belly? Of course. Lingwei responded and patted her belly gently. Come on, touch it. Meow Meow carefully placed her hand on it. Wow, Mom, your belly isn't soft. It's a little hard. I want to touch it too. As he said that, Pang Pang also put his hand on it. Thinking of the precautions his father had given him, the little guy moved extremely gently. Mom. Meow Meow looked surprised. I feel something moving. Oh, I feel it too. Fatty was very excited. PWQ, Mom, is it the baby kicking me and my sister? Yes, baby. Lingwei said softly, her eyes full of tenderness. At this time, Mimi lowered her head and said to her round belly. Little baby, I'm your big sister. You have to grow up well and don't be naughty in Mommy's belly. Then he smacked his belly to show his love. Pang Pang followed suit and also lowered his head and gave her a kiss. Little babies, I'm your big brother, you have to be good and don't make Mommy too tired. When you come out, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Yang Chen, who was standing aside, looked at the children's childish words and couldn't help but smile. Seeing Lingwei yawning repeatedly, she said, Okay, Mom is tired, you guys go back to sleep and let Mom have a good rest. Good night, Mommy. Meme said to Lingwei. Good night, baby. Lingwei was so sleepy that she kept yawning. Pang Pang reluctantly kissed Lingwei. Mom, you have a good rest. Pang Pang is going to sleep. After saying that, she obediently took her sister's hand and went back to her room to sleep. Looking at the two sensible and well-behaved little ones, Lingwei felt both distressed and relieved. Yang Chen, I haven't coaxed the two little guys to sleep in a long time. Will they feel neglected by me? Don't think too much. Yang Chen helped her cover the quilt. The two children have grown up, there is no need to coax them, go to sleep quickly. Lingwei felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that Lingwei was fast asleep, Yang Chen started drawing the lottery. He hasn't drawn a lottery for a long time, and his points are almost exhausted. Tonight, Yang Chen drew as much as he could, and drew so much that the system began to doubt his life. The lottery was fun, but the prizes were pretty worthless. What about mature candies, Black Shadow Army summoning charms, hacker quick pills? There was nothing that Yang Chen liked, so he put all these things into the drawer, and then hugged Lingwei to sleep. The next day, Lingwei went for a prenatal checkup. In order not to cause trouble to their parents, the two little guys chose to stay at home obediently. After Yang Chen settled the two little guys, he accompanied her to the hospital. When his parents were not at home, Pong Pong's restless heart began to become agitated. He intuitively felt that there must be something fun and delicious in Mommy's room, so he ran to Yang Chen's room without hesitation and rummaged through the drawers, and finally he found it. Bad Dad,
you hid so many candies without telling Chubby. Looking at the colorful candies in the drawer, Pang Pang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. They looked delicious.
I'll eat one, and Daddy won't notice. As he spoke, he picked up a candy and put it in his mouth. Orange flavor, delicious. Woof woof.
At this time, Hoo Hoo came running in happily.
Nini followed behind and got furious when she saw the room was a mess because of her brother. Fatball, what are you doing? You messed up the room like this.
Be careful, Dad will come back and beat your ass into pieces.
He.
Pang Pang handed a candy to Mamie with a smile. Sister, I'll treat you to candy.
Can you help me clean the room later? TSK, you think you can bribe me with a piece of candy? Meow Meow expressed disdain.
Suddenly, Pang Pang grew up quickly and became an adult man.
Meow Meow was shocked.
Hoo Hoo on the side was barking non-stop.
What's going on? Fatty was confused. Sister, why did you become so short? Hey, why did the voice change?
He looked down at himself and said, wow, my hands have gotten so big and my legs have gotten so long.
He quickly went to look in the mirror and was immediately shocked. Wow, is this man who looks as handsome as my dad me?
The man in the mirror had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and was extremely handsome. Fatty almost fainted because of himself. Wow, he is so handsome.
Fat ball? Meow Meow screamed in disbelief. Ha ha. Joy and happiness were all over his chubby and handsome face. Sister, look, I've grown up. I knew I would be like Daddy when I grow up. Look, I'm not fat now. Meow Meow nodded in shock.
She rubbed her eyes to make sure she was not dazzled.
Fatty, what's wrong with you? How come you suddenly become an adult?
Fatty pointed to the candy in the drawer and said, you ate that and became like this.
I'll go. Nini picked up the box of candy as if she had found a treasure. Ouch, these pants are strangling me.
Pang Pang walked up to Mei Mei happily and said, Sister, help Pang Pang change his pants. Looking at the handsome and mature man in front of her, Meow Meow waved her hand in disdain as if she was looking at a mentally retarded man. You are an adult now, go to the bathroom and change by yourself. Pang Pang had no choice but to choose a set of clothes from the closet, go into the bathroom and change.
Sister, do you think I'm handsome?
Pang Pang wore a suit of Yang Chen's and posed in a classic pose of a high-quality human male.
Yeah, not bad. Meow Meow nodded. You look a bit more like an adult now. Then I can go out now. Pang Pang looked excited. PWQ. You are an adult now and can go out. Meow Meow nodded. What are you going to do when you go out? Pong Pong's handsome face suddenly blushed and he pointed his finger. I want to go find Teacher Sue. Teacher Sue said that when I grow up, I can go out with her. I am an adult now, and I want to go out with her. TSK, I knew it. Meow Meow pouted, but I also like Teacher Sue. She's pretty good as my sister-in-law. Go ahead, Fatty. I support you. Great. Pang Pang went out happily and waved to Mamie before leaving. Sister, bye. Chapter 77. Sue Chanchan, you are crazy. Teacher Sue was Pang Pang's favorite teacher in kindergarten.
She has a sweet look and a gentle personality, and most importantly, Teacher Sue gives Pang Pang delicious food from time to time. As soon as Pang Pang went out, he immediately became a hit and got 100% of the people turning around to look at him. The girls couldn't move their steps, and seeing that Pang Pang had little hearts in his eyes, some of them even went up to him boldly and started a conversation. Handsome guy, add me on WeChat. Handsome guy, let's make friends. Handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? If so, would you mind having another one? Pang Pang was very annoyed by these big sisters who were talking too much, so he said something shocking. I'm sorry, you guys are so ugly. I don't want to be friends with you. The older sisters who surrounded them were petrified instantly. Chubby managed to escape. Sometimes fate is a very wonderful thing. When Pang Pang was at a loss as to where to find Teacher Sue, fate brought the two together. Teacher Sue. Pang Pang was excited. PWQ, great, Teacher Sue, I finally found you. Sue Chanchan was shopping when suddenly a very handsome guy stopped in front of her. She was stunned. You know me? Sue Chanchan said, blushing. Of course I know you, I'm Fatty. Pang Pang suddenly remembered his sister's instructions to him, so he quickly changed his words. I'm Pang Pang's uncle, Yang Chen's younger brother. I saw you before when I went to pick up Pang Pang. Ah. Su Chanqian suddenly came to her senses and slapped her forehead.
No wonder I felt you looked familiar. It turns out you are Yang Chen's younger brother.
You look so much like your brother, but I don't remember seeing you before.
Hey, Teacher Chanqian, don't worry about this. Pang Pang directly took Su Chanqian's hand and said, "Let's go, Pang. I'm so hungry, let's go eat." Su Chanqian's face turned red.
She was so excited that her legs went limp as she was being held by such a handsome boy.
She was dragged to McDonald's in a daze. Pang Pang ordered 2 family buckets without hesitation. One for him and one for Teacher Chanqian. There is no doubt that it was Su Chanqian who paid the bill.
Su Chanqian didn't mind at all, mainly because the handsome guy in front of her gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. In fact, she has always had a crush on Yang Chen, but this feeling has been buried deep in her heart forever. What she didn't expect was that Yang Chen actually had a younger brother, who was also so handsome, and not as cold as Yang Chen at all. Looking at the man in front of her who looked like Yang Chen, her deep-seated feelings began to sprout unconsciously. She thought, maybe the two of them could finally be together. Although Pang Pang looked handsome at this time, his eating manners were still ugly. He held a chicken leg in each hand and his mouth was full of oil. Su Chanqian laughed, and suddenly felt that he was like a child, so she said gently,
"Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you." Soon, Pang Pang finished a family bucket.
Maybe because he has grown up, the little guy's appetite has increased a lot.
He still isn't full after eating a family bucket.
Seeing him staring at the family bucket in front of him, Su Chanqian smiled and pushed it in front of him. "You can eat this too."
He. Fatty smiled, "Teacher Chanqian, you are the best." Su Chanqian was stunned. Why does this sound a bit familiar?
She suddenly thought of Pang Pang, the clingy little guy loved to say this to her the most.
Finally finished eating, Pang Pang burped. Wow, I haven't had such a good meal in a long time. My bad dad will definitely not let me eat like this. What? Su Chanqian was confused.
Nothing, I mean my brother, he's very strict with me and never lets me eat too much junk food like this. Pang Pang hurriedly explained, thinking, oh my god, I almost let the cat out of the bag.
Ha, no wonder you always act like a child.
It turns out you have been spoiled by your brother.
Su Chanqian said with a smile. Seeing that Su Chanqian had no doubts, Pang Pang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Chanqian, let's go. Wait.
Su Chanqian picked up the tissue and unconsciously wiped the residue from the corner of his mouth.
Look at you, you're like a dirty little cat. Pong Pong's heart moved and he held Su Chanqian's hand. Su Chanqian's face turned red and she suddenly panicked.
Her occupational disease just struck again, and she actually mistook him for a kid from kindergarten. She withdrew her hand in panic.
I'm sorry. He. Fatty smiled, Teacher Chanqian, thank you.
Su Chanqian's heart suddenly beat fast, her heart was beating wildly. No.
You're welcome.
Let's go, I know a very fun place, said Pang Pang.
Yeah. Su Chanqian nodded with a blush.
So, Pang Pang brought Su Chanqian to the children's video game arcade. This guy Pang Pang looks like an adult, but his mentality is still that of a 5-year-old child. When I arrived at the video game arcade, I couldn't move my legs as soon as I saw the rocking cars.
I rode on all of them before I was satisfied.
That's not a big deal, he just wants to pull Su Chanqian to sit with him.
It's also because Su Chanqian has a good and patient personality that she can tolerate Pang Pang's weird and slightly mentally retarded behavior.
If it were other girls, they would just give Pang Pang 2 words idiot, and then leave.
Pang Pang had a lot of fun.
Su Chanqian felt embarrassed and helpless. While Su Chanqian wasn't paying attention, Pang Pang kissed her on the face, his handsome face filled with a charming smile.
Teacher Chanqian, thank you for playing with me today. I am very happy. No. You're welcome. Su Chanqian's little heart was beating fast. It's worth it, it's all worth it. To hell with the embarrassment. Fatty couldn't help but yawning. He rubbed his eyes and said, Teacher Chanqian, let's go to bed. Sleep? Su Chanqian's face immediately turned red like a tomato, and her face was about to smoke. Is it too fast? Pang Pang was so sleepy that he took Su Chanqian's hand and walked out. Hurry up, let's find a place to sleep. Well, okay. Su Chanqian blushed. The two were leaving the mall.
Suddenly Pang Pang saw 2 familiar figures and his neck shrank immediately.
Oops. It's Mom and Dad.
Ling Wei also saw Pang Pang and pointed at him.
Yang Chen, look at that man. He looks familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before. Yang Chen looked in the direction of Fatty. What's the matter? Su Qianqian noticed something and looked in the direction of Yang Chen. Pang Pang immediately turned sideways and pushed Su Qianqian against the wall, leaving Yang Chen with only her back. You're thinking about your child, right?
Yang Chen didn't see anything and said in relief, let us go back after we finish shopping.
Yeah. Ling Wei nodded. At this time, Su Qianqian was enveloped by Pang Pang's body. Looking at his handsome face, she felt her heart was about to jump out. That. Pang Pang pulled Su Qianqian up and ran without saying a word. After running for a while, the two stopped in front of a hotel. Huff. Fatty patted his chest, I was scared to death. What's the matter? Su Qianqian was confused. Ah, it's okay. Pang Pang pointed to the hotel. Teacher Qianqian, we can sleep in here, let's go in.
He remembered that when his parents went out to play with him, they would rest and sleep in the hotel.
Okay. Su Qianqian reluctantly took Pang Pang into the hotel. The two of them checked into a room. As soon as Pang Pang came in, he lay down on the big bed and rolled around, then stood up and jumped around. I understand the children's behavior. However, at this time, Big Fatty looked like a mentally retarded child. Su Qianqian was too nervous and kept her back to the fat guy the whole time, not paying any attention to any of this. She herself couldn't believe that she actually entered the hotel with a man she just met. Su Qianqian, you are crazy. But thinking about it carefully, she was not at a loss. After all, that man was Yang Chen's younger brother. Not only is he handsome, but he's also rich. Even if it doesn't work out for both of us, it's good to have had a brief encounter. Finally, Su Qianqian made up her mind. Just when Su Qianqian was struggling, Pang Pang had had enough fun and turned on the TV, which happened to be playing Peppa Pig. Oh my god, he suddenly lost all his sleepiness. I'm going to take a shower first. Su Qianqian said, blushing. Pang Pang nodded, but didn't bother to pay attention to her. He was staring at the TV and watching it with great interest. When this guy was excited, he even started to squeal like Peppa Pig. If Su Qianqian hadn't been taking a shower in the bathroom and the sound of water covered up the pig's squeals, she would have thought that this guy was a fool. Each Peppa Pig episode is 5 minutes long, but 2 episodes were aired. Pang Pang was still not satisfied with the show, so he picked up the remote control to change the channel, and suddenly found that his hands were starting to get smaller, and his clothes were starting to get bigger. He looked up in surprise. It's over. He's going to be back to his old self. Chapter 78 Because You Will Be Eaten. Pang Pang quickly picked up the phone and dialed his home number. Woo, sister, come and save me, I'm in room 506 of XX Hotel, come quickly. Okay, got it. I'll be there soon. Pang Pang hung up the phone and paced around the room anxiously. After a while, the door was kicked open with a bang. Pang Pang was stunned. I saw a cool big sister with fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs standing outside the door. She glanced at Fatty and said, "What are you standing there for, Fatty? Hurry up and leave." Sister? Pang Pang asked doubtfully, "Are you Mimi's sister?" Yeah. Mimi nodded coldly. At this moment, Su Qianqian's voice came from the bathroom, "What happened?" "No. It's okay." Pang Pang responded in a rough voice. Then he quickly ran to Mimi's side, hugged her long legs and said, "Sister, hurry up, or Pang Pang will be discovered." Mimi picked up Pang Pang and left without saying a word. Everyone was stunned when Su Qianqian came out. The room was empty, with only a suit and panties on the bed. At this time, Mime and Pang Pang were already in the car. Mimi was driving Yang Chen's sports car, and Pang Pang was sitting in the passenger seat. "Wow, sister, you are so awesome. You can even drive," Pang Pang said with admiration on his face. Tisk. Meow Meow said disdainfully, with a proud look on her face, "What's so great about this? I, your sister, have the ability to drive." Usually when Yang Chen is driving, Mimi will observe carefully. Because she is smart, she gets the hang of it very quickly. Pang Pang doesn't know how to drive. Pang Pang said with his head down. "Then how did you get to the city?" asked Meow Meow. Oh, when Pang Pang was walking on the road, he met a very kind and beautiful older sister. She drove me to the city. As a reward, I gave her a kiss. Fatty said innocently. TSK, don't do this kind of thing in the future. If you learn to sell your body at such a young age, what will happen to you when you grow up? Meme taught. Fatty immediately lowered his head, looking ashamed. I know, sister, I won't dare to do it again. For some reason, Pang Pang felt that his grown-up sister was cold and fierce, and very oppressive. When sitting next to her, he dared not even make a sound. By the way, how did you get to the hotel? Meow Meow asked. I was sleepy, and then I asked teacher Chanshan to take me to bed. Pang Pang answered honestly. Fatty, are you a pig? How can you let a girl take you to a hotel to sleep so easily? Meme was very angry. Fatty's neck shrank immediately, and he said timidly. My parents took us to a hotel before. Anyway, when you grow up, you must never go into a hotel alone with a girl. Meow Meow scolded. Her younger brother is really too naive and simple. Why not? Pang Pang didn't understand. Because you will be eaten, said Meow Meow. Is it so terrible? Pang Pang shivered, luckily he ran fast. I just calculated that one piece of candy can sustain an adult's body for about an hour. Meow Meow said. No wonder I turned back to my old self. It turns out this candy can't last forever. Suddenly Pang Pang said with a smile. Sister, do you still have that candy on you? Pang Pang wants to become an adult. It's so fun to be an adult. There are so many beautiful big sisters who like to play with me. No, we have to go home now. Mom and Dad will be back soon. Meow Meow said, then stepped on the accelerator and drove quickly towards home. Mimi and Pang Pang returned home before Yang Chen and Ling Wei. As soon as the two of them entered the door, Yang Chen and Ling Wei came back. Before Mimi could hide in the room, she was bumped into by Yang Chen and Ling Wei. Seeing a beautiful woman suddenly appear in the house, Ling Wei immediately became angry. Yang Chen, who is this woman? Chapter 79. Dad is so scary. I saw Mimi swinging her long legs and running up the stairs in a flash. Yang Chen hurriedly chased after her, caught a glimpse of her figure entering the children's room, and hurriedly followed her. As soon as he entered the room, Yang Chen saw Mimi and Pang Pang reading. Hey! Dad, you're back. Meme looked happy. And Fatty laughed and said, Daddy, you come back. Yeah. Yang Chen responded, and then searched the room. However, I didn't see the woman from before, so I asked. A woman ran into your room. Where did she go? Female? What female? Fatty pretended to be confused. Dad, what are you talking about? I'm a hen. Yang Chen walked in front of Meow Meow, stared at her carefully for a while, and threatened her without words. Mimi smiled slightly. She felt uneasy when Yang Chen looked at her, so she quickly said, Dad, I remember now. The woman just ran into the bathroom and jumped out of the bathroom window. Feeling the low pressure emanating from Yang Chen, Fatty nodded quickly. Yes, Dad, that big sister ran away. Humph. Yang Chen snorted coldly. He had already realized something and said to Mimi. Did you go to my room and steal the candy I put in the drawer? How could that be, Dad? Am I the kind of person who would cheat on others? Meow Meow pretended not to know and even deliberately asked back, Are there any candies in the drawer in your room? How come I don't know about that? Seeing that his daughter didn't speak, Yang Chen had no choice but to use his trump card. Mimi, if you don't tell the truth, your pocket money this month will be cut in half. Mimi was unhappy. Dad, you are too much. Mimi really didn't cheat. Okay, you have no pocket money this month. Yang Chen said coldly. Mimi wanted to cry but had no tears, but she still clenched her teeth and remained silent. At this moment, Pang Pang lowered his head, not daring to look at Yang Chen. He suddenly wished that he could become as small as an ant, so that his father wouldn't be able to see him and he could sneak out. Fatty! Yang Chen called him. Fatty shuddered suddenly and shook his head quickly. Dad, I don't know anything. I'm a hen, a real hen. You're out of snacks this month, and you're out of McDonald's too. Yang Chen said. Pang Pang pursed his lips, almost crying, and clenched his fists tightly, looking extremely aggrieved. He must never say it. Otherwise, his sister would not play with him anymore and he would probably be severely beaten by her. If you tell me, not only will your snacks for this month be doubled, but you can also go to McDonald's every day. Yang Chen suddenly tempted. Poof. Pang Pang turned his face away, expressing disdain. Dad, just give up. I will never tell you that my sister and I ate the candy. Immediately, he covered his mouth. Oops. He seems to talk too much. Fatty, are you a pig? Meow Meow covered his forehead. She was helpless to deal with such a bad teammate. Oh, Dad knows. Yang Chen looked at the two little guys in front of him, smiling amiably. Wow, Dad is so scary. When the two little guys saw Yang Chen like this, they ran away. Epsilon 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 hashtag. However, the next second, the two little things were picked up by Yang Chen. Yang Chen held one in each arm and brought the two naughty little guys to the living room. At this time, Ling Wei was sitting on the sofa in the living room sulking. Since she became pregnant, she found that her temper had worsened and her mind had become extremely sensitive. Although she knew that Yang Chen would never do something that would let her down, but when that beautiful woman appeared in front of her just now, her mind couldn't help but think in a crooked way, and when she thought in a crooked way, she couldn't help but get angry. Mom, save me. Mom, save Pang Pang. The two little guys saw Ling Wei and quickly asked for help. Yang Chen, what are you doing? Ling Wei was slightly angry. Yang Chen put the two children on the sofa, explained to Mom what you did, and how many of those candies you ate. Just one. Meow Meow said with her head down. Dad, I ate one too. Fatty stretched out a little finger and said to Ling Wei excitedly. Mom, you don't know, that candy is so magical. After eating it, Pang Pang turned into a handsome boy like Dad, and sister was even more amazing, she turned into a cool and beautiful big sister. What are you talking about? Ling Wei was confused. What candy? The woman just now was actually Meow Meow. Yang Chen continued to explain, she and Fatty ate the candies I put in the drawer, and then they became adults. Yeah, that's it, Mom. Meow Meow nodded. I don't believe you, you idiot. Do you think this is a happy planet? Ling Wei became even angrier. Yang Chen, you bastard, you actually taught the child to lie to me together. After saying that, he went upstairs in tears. Now, Yang Chen had an even bigger headache. Epsilon equals Omicron, alas. The two little guys sighed at the same time. Dad, you should go upstairs and comfort Mommy. Pang Pang advised. At this time, the clever ghost Mimi suggested. How about this, Dad, I'll eat that candy again in front of Mom. When she sees how quickly I've grown up, she'll definitely believe what you just said. Are you trying to scare your mother to death? Yang Chen stretched out his hand and gestured, hand over everything. Ah? Mimi pretended to be confused. What is it? What do you think? Yang Chen said coldly. Meow Meow had no choice but to hand over the box of candy. Yang Chen continued to stretch out his hand. What else? No more. Mimi quickly shook her head. Dad, it's really gone. Yang Chen glanced over. Mimi immediately returned all the things and turned out her trouser pockets to show that she had nothing hidden anymore. Looking at the candy, the Black Shadow Army summoning talisman, and the quick hacker pills in his hand, Yang Chen still felt a little scared. Fortunately, he discovered it early, otherwise the two little guys would have caused some trouble. Dad, where did you get all those candies? Do you have a system or something? I saw that many protagonists in Tomatoes novels have one. Meow Meow hugged Yang Chen's thigh with a smile, and doubts had already arisen in her heart. You too. Yang Chen snorted coldly, ignored her, pointed at the wall, and said, stand there and reflect on your mistakes for half an hour. Oh. Although the two little guys were reluctant, they didn't dare to continue to make Yang Chen angry. Because once Dad gets angry, the consequences will be extremely serious and they are not something the two little ones can afford. Seeing Yang Chen going upstairs, Fatty looked disappointed. Sister, does that mean we can't play those fun things anymore? It's all your fault, you fat pig-headed ball. Mimi snorted, and then an idea came to her mind. Fatty, do you still want your sister to take you out to play? Let me think about it. Pang Pang nodded quickly. Wait till Dad falls asleep tonight and follow my instructions, okay? Okay, no problem. Chapter 80 The System Sister Who Kidnapped Dad. Ling Wei locked herself in the room and completely ignored Yang Chen. Yang Chen was helpless and had to call out the system. The system has erased my child and wife's memory of what just happened. Sorry, host, I can't help you. Then is there any prop for erasing memory? Give me one. Sorry host, no, maybe you can win one in a lottery. It's just that useless lottery. I'll have to wait until the next lifetime to win it. You took back the prize I won before. Sorry, host, the prizes drawn can only be used and cannot be recycled. Yang Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and smiled. System, can you show up? I really want to thank you now. Host, please don't deceive yourself. I have detected that your anger value is off the charts. I'm sorry, I can't keep you company. Bye. Crappy system, what use do I have for you? At night, Ling Wei still didn't let Yang Chen enter the bedroom. Yang Chen had no choice but to go to the child's room. This made Meow Meow and Pang Pang very happy. Meow Meow gave a little look. Pang Pang immediately acted coquettishly towards Yang Chen. Daddy, you haven't slept with Pang Pang for a long time, let's sleep here tonight, okay? The two little ones knew that their dad had been kicked out of his room by their mom, but there were many rooms in the house and their dad might not sleep in their room. Okay. Yang Chen nodded. This room is close to Ling Wei, so he can get there in time if anything happens, so he feels more at ease. Hee, Dad, let's go to bed early. Mimi diligently laid out the pillow and quilt for Yang Chen. Go to bed early and get up early to keep healthy. But the next second, Ling Wei came in. Hey babies, why don't you go to bed? Ling Wei asked, and directly ignored Yang Chen who was sleeping next to the child. Let's go to bed now. Mimi said happily, Mom, go back to bed. Dad will sleep with us tonight. Oh, I see. All right then. Ling Wei looked a little lonely. In fact, without Yang Chen by her side, it was difficult for her to fall asleep. I wanted to come over and hint to Yang Chen to go back to his room and sleep, but I didn't expect to be rejected by the child. Yang Chen keenly noticed the look on Ling Wei's face. When he saw her walk out of the room, he followed her out without hesitation. Dad, where are you going? Go to sleep. Yang Chen comforted her, I'll go back to your mother. After saying that, he closed the door. Sister, look at Daddy. Fatty sighed, alas, Daddy can't live without Mommy for a moment, and the duck that we finally got in our mouth just flew away like that. Tisk, what's the big deal? Let's just follow the original plan. In the dead of night, the two little guys carefully sneaked into Yang Chen's room like little mice. At this time, Yang Chen and Ling Wei were already fast asleep. Mim saw her mother sleeping with her back to her father, and she shook her head helplessly. It seems that Mom hasn't completely forgiven Dad yet. Sister, don't be dazed, hurry up and act. Pang Pang reminded in a low voice. Meow Meow nodded, walked carefully to Yang Chen's side, pinched her throat and whispered very quietly. System, are you there? If you are, please let me know. Squeak. A voice suddenly appeared out of nowhere in my mind. The two little guys gasped in surprise. Fatty was the most excited, and his voice became louder. Sister, there really is a system, Tomato Novel didn't lie to me. Meme quickly covered Pong Pong's mouth and made a gesture to keep quiet. At this time, Ling Wei turned around and unconsciously snuggled into Yang Chen's arms. Yang Chen subconsciously hugged her tightly, scaring the two kids so much that they trembled. Seeing that her parents didn't wake up, Mimi breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to Pang Pang. Pig-headed fatball, you are not allowed to talk from now on. Fatty covered his mouth and nodded quickly. At this time, Meow Meow continued to ask, System, are you still there? Dear little girl, are you calling me? A lazy voice sounded in my mind again. This time it was no longer a cold electronic sound, but had the gentle flavor of a big sister next door. Yeah. Meow Meow nodded excitedly, rolled her eyes, and tried to say directly in her mind. Hello, beautiful system sister. Wow, you are such a smart girl, you are so sweet. After all these years, you are the first human being to take the initiative to realize my existence. Tell me, what do you want from Big Sister? System sister, I want to ask you, can you change the host? Can you live in me? Meme asked directly. Hiss. The system seemed a little surprised by this question, and then said quietly. Alas, little girl, I also want to change hosts. I wish I could live in you right now, but, alas, I can't do anything. After going through so many hosts, your father is the laziest and most Buddhist host I have ever seen. It's so hard for me, big sister. I wanted to satisfy your father's desires and absorb enough desire energy to return to the mother planet to upgrade. I didn't expect that your father never took the initiative to complete the task, and always scolded me for being useless. Alas, at your father's snail's pace, he will probably become an old man, and I won't be able to return to the mother planet. The system kept complaining. Meow Meow finally understood that the system could not actively change hosts. Is there no other way? Meme asked unwillingly.
Yes, as long as your father voluntarily gives up the right to host me, I will be free, and then I can find a new host, but
what? Mimi's heart almost jumped into her throat. Yes, but what rice? Pang Pang also clenched his fists and became excited.
Well, it's very difficult, not just ordinary difficult.
Do you think your father is willing to give up such a perfect me?
Even though he scolds me as useless, I can actually hear your father's inner voice, which is why he is reluctant to let me go.
Is that so? Meow Meow was a little disappointed, but unwilling to give up.
I can try, System Sister, or you can tell me the method.
Oh, forget it.
I've experienced hundreds of hosts, and no one has ever been willing to give up on me. The system is the system, and it has incredible confidence.
So, System Sister, do you know any other system brothers and sisters? I want them to live in me.
Hey, I have many brothers and sisters, but they are now in the distant M78 Nebula, kidnapped by a group of natives called Ultraman.
They travel to other planets to fight monsters every day.
The lifespan of these natives is extremely long, so I don't know how many billions of years it will take for them to automatically unbind themselves after they die.
Ultraman's hometown? Pang Pang finally couldn't help but speak, his eyes shining. Wow, System Sister, have you ever seen Ultraman? Have they really been to Earth?
I have been here before, but it was a few decades ago.
At that time, Ultraman was your god, the ultimate evolution of your kind.
But later, the light disappeared from your hearts, and darkness invaded this land again.
No one could become light, and Ultraman could no longer come.
The system replied lazily.
It felt that Yang Chen's two little darlings were very interesting, and unknowingly became a lot more talkative. Wow! Mimi and Pang Pang were both shocked Omega. They seemed to have discovered Bunyao's shocking secret. System Sister, do you mean that if I have light in my heart, I can also become Ultraman in the future?
Pang Pang was so excited that he started doing squats up and down like crazy, with no concealment of the enthusiasm in his eyes.
Seeing this, the system is a little embarrassed to speak.
It wants to say that it is extremely rare for a human to actually become Ultraman, not to mention that Ultraman has already gone to other planets to fight. Many terrifying beasts from the ancient dark and turbulent times have been revived there, and they have no time to come to Earth. However, seeing Fatty's hopeful face, the system couldn't bear to destroy the light seed, and replied without hesitation.
That's right. As long as you have light in your heart, you can become Ultraman sooner or later. Yeah. Chapter 81 Daddy is awake, run. Fatball, you talk too much. It's my turn to ask questions. Meow Meow covered Pang Pang's chattering mouth.
Just as he was about to continue questioning, Yang Chen woke up.
The two little guys don't know yet. Mimi continued to ask, System Sister, can you tell me how to find a system like yours?
The system suddenly stopped making any sound.
System Sister, why don't you speak?
At this moment, Pang Pang noticed something strange, turned around, and saw Yang Chen suddenly opened his eyes.
He quickly pulled at Miney's clothes in fear. Sister, Daddy is awake, run quickly. The two little guys ran away. Epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals. However, the next second, they were picked up by Yang Chen. Daddy. Don't talk. If you wake up Mom, I'll beat your butt into pieces. Yang Chen warned in a low voice.
The two little guys immediately covered their mouths. Yang Chen carried the two little things back to their room. Seeing that they didn't sleep and sneaked into his room in the middle of the night to look for the system, he immediately became furious.
He closed the door and spanked their little butts without any mercy. Fatty touched his butt in grievance. Daddy, you are too much, you hit me, woo-woo. That's right, Dad, you don't love me and my brother anymore. Ever since Mom got pregnant with the baby, you and Mom no longer love us.
As she spoke, Mimi began to feel aggrieved. The two little guys immediately hugged each other and cried.
Yang Chen's heart suddenly moved, and he felt extremely guilty.
He seemed to have neglected these two children recently, otherwise they wouldn't have been so naughty. He held the two little ones in his arms.
I'm sorry, baby, it's really Daddy's fault. Pang Pang covered his eyes and secretly glanced at Mimi through his fingers. Meow Meow gave him a little look.
The two little guys cried even harder, looking pitiful.
Ling Wei also came over.
She heard crying coming from the children's room, so she walked over and happened to hear what the two children had just said. Lingwei felt distressed and walked over to hug the two little ones in her arms.
Baby, how could Mom not love you? Mom loves you the most. Mom, you are lying.
You love the baby in your belly the most now. Many children in the kindergarten said that their mothers don't love them as much as before after giving birth to younger brothers or sisters.
Pang Pang said.
Yeah, Mommy, you and Daddy love the baby the most now. My brother and I are no longer your favorites.
Meet Meet said aggrievedly. Yang Chen and Lingwei felt uncomfortable after hearing this.
Lingwei sighed, her face full of apology.
I'm sorry, baby. Dad and Mom have neglected you recently. We will spend more time with you in the future.
The two little guys nodded and snuggled quietly in Lingwei's arms. Yang Chen placed their little hands on Lingwei's belly, then touched the two little guys' heads and said,
Baby, you must remember that your mother and I love you very much.
In your mother's and your mother's hearts, there is nothing more precious than you in this world.
The little baby in your belly also loves you.
You must know that when they are born, there will be 2 more people in this world who love you, and you will get 2 more loves. Lingwei was moved after hearing this. She didn't expect that Yang Chen, who was taciturn, would say such touching words.
Mimi didn't say anything, but she felt that what her father said made sense. Pang Pang blinked his eyes, his big eyes full of doubt. Is that so?
Yes. Lingwei replied softly.
If you don't believe me, you can ask the baby in your belly.
I saw Fatty lowered his head and asked, Baby, if you love me and my sister, please squeak.
Fatty, are you a pig? Why is the baby squeaking in your belly? Meow Meow was speechless.
Hey, I forgot. Fatty scratched his head and changed the topic to continue asking.
Baby, do you love me and my sister? If you do, please move.
The 2 babies in the belly seemed to sense something, and one of them kicked the 2 little guys.
Hey, sister, it really moved. Pang Pang was pleasantly surprised. The little baby must love me and my sister too. Nini also felt it and smiled and said, yeah, that's right. Chapter 82. Mom is so happy to have you.
Lingwei's belly grew bigger day by day, and her body became heavier and heavier. It was snowing heavily outside and a fire was lit inside the house. Lingwei lay leisurely on the rocking chair, who was sleeping soundly at her feet.
Omega ZZZ.
Yang Chen sat on the sofa reading a book, looking at Lingwei from time to time. The 2 little guys had to stand on Lingwei's left and right, staring at her big belly.
Wow, Mom, your belly is bigger than a watermelon. Pang Pang said in surprise.
Unlike Pang Pang, Meme felt distressed when seeing this.
Mom, is it hard for you to carry such a big belly? It's not hard, baby. Lingwei touched Mimi's little head.
Mom feels so happy thinking that she can give birth to 2 more cute babies like you.
When Mimi heard this, her worry turned into joy.
Mimi is really looking forward to the arrival of the baby.
So does Chubby. Fatty stared at Lingwei's big belly with curiosity. Mom, what do you think the baby is doing in your belly now?
It must be eating and sleeping, said Meow Meow.
Ouch.
Lingwei suddenly frowned, holding her stomach and looking uncomfortable.
The 2 little guys were shocked. Mom, are you going to give birth? Dad. Yang Chen, who was sitting aside reading a book, suddenly became nervous. He quickly walked over to Lingwei and held her hand tightly. Did the child kick you too hard? Yeah.
Lingwei breathed a sigh of relief, and her stomach felt a little better.
The 2 little ones are so naughty, fighting in there. Wow, babies actually fight in the belly. Pang Pang discovered a new world. It was the first time he knew that babies would fight in the belly.
But seeing how uncomfortable Mama was just now, he lowered his head and said, Be good, baby, don't fight, or Mommy will be very uncomfortable. Lingwei touched her belly gently. The baby knows.
Pang Pang smiled happily. Carrot. Mom, Pang Pang is curious about how the babies fight in the belly? Ah. Lingwei suddenly remembered.
Honey, when we went for the prenatal checkup, the doctor recorded a video of the 2 little ones fighting in my belly.
Take it out and show it to them. Wow, I want to see it. Pang Pang immediately became interested.
Mimi on the side also urged, Dad, hurry up.
Yang Chen took out his phone and clicked on the video.
Since it was taken with ultrasound, I can only simply see the outlines of the 2 little ones in the belly. The two little guys, one on the left and one on the right, kicked each other with their little feet facing each other.
Wow, this is amazing, Pang Pang said in surprise.
But Mimi saw it and felt pain in her heart. With two little babies tossing and turning in the belly, the mother must be very uncomfortable. She knew that it was very hard for her mother to carry a baby, but her mother just didn't say it.
Mom, did my brother and I fight when we were in your belly? Meme asked. Yeah. Ling Wei nodded.
Mom remembers that time when you two little guys were fighting so hard in my belly.
I was worried that you would fight every day after you were born.
But now seeing that you two love each other so much, Mom is very relieved.
Yang Chen felt uncomfortable after listening to this.
He was not by her side when she was pregnant with Meme and Pang Pang. She must have suffered a lot being alone. He kissed Ling Wei's forehead, his eyes full of heartache. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing this, Mimi hugged Ling Wei's arm and said, thank you for your hard work, Mommy.
Fatty followed suit and hugged Ling Wei's arm.
He even stood on tiptoes and kissed Ling Wei on the face. Mom, thank you for your hard work. Ling Wei hugged the two little guys, her eyes moistened.
It's not hard, darling. Mom is so happy to have you. Chapter 83 Two Treasures. Ling Wei is about to give birth.
With a housekeeper and a nanny at home, Yang Chen did nothing else and stayed by Ling Wei's side 24 hours a day. As soon as the two little guys got home from school, they stayed by Ling Wei's side just like Yang Chen.
Even the family's dog, Hoo Hoo, never leaves Ling Wei's side. They followed Ling Wei wherever she went. As a result, a very funny phenomenon occurred in the house.
Whenever Ling Wei went to the bathroom, there would be an adult, two children, and a dog waiting outside the door.
Ling Wei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
At night, Ling Wei woke up because she had to urinate. Since the late stages of her pregnancy, Ling Wei has not had a full night's sleep, and going to the bathroom is a common occurrence. As soon as she moved, Yang Chen beside her woke up immediately, as if he had telepathy. At this time, Ling Wei's belly was already very big, and it was extremely inconvenient for her to get up. Yang Chen patiently helped her to get up slowly, then helped her to the bathroom.
This happens 5 or 6 times every night.
Ling Wei was helpless, but Yang Chen was not tired of it. Ling Wei saw Yang Chen's thoughtfulness and kept it in mind. It was also because of Yang Chen's meticulous care that Ling Wei rarely lost her temper during her pregnancy and always maintained a good mood.
Before she even reached the bathroom, Ling Wei felt like she couldn't hold it anymore.
As she walked, she was stunned.
She really couldn't hold it in any longer.
Ling Wei lowered her head, her pajamas were soaked, and she immediately looked embarrassed. Yang Chen,
Yang Chen didn't think it was a big deal.
After all, this was a very common situation for pregnant women in the late stages of pregnancy.
Let me help you back to bed first. Wait, that's not right.
Ling Wei quickly grabbed Yang Chen's arm, with a look of horror on her face. Yang Chen, I really want to give birth, my water broke.
Yang Chen was shocked.
There were still 2 weeks until the due date.
Was she going to give birth prematurely? My heart suddenly jumped into my throat.
Yang Chen quickly calmed himself down. I'll help you lie on the bed first, I'll pack my things, and then we'll go to the hospital.
Yeah.
Ling Wei nodded, and she began to feel slight pain in her stomach. Yang Chen carefully helped Ling Wei back to the bed and let her lie flat on the bed. This can prevent the amniotic fluid from being lost too quickly and prevent the fetus in the womb from being deprived of oxygen.
Ling Wei lay on the bed and couldn't stop shaking.
She was scared, thinking back to the time she gave birth for the first time and how painful it was. Yang Chen quickly packed up his things for the birth, called the housekeeper, and quickly sent Ling Wei to the best hospital. Arriving at the hospital, Ling Wei tightly grasped Yang Chen's hand, shaking uncontrollably. She smiled and said, I wasn't afraid when I gave birth for the first time, but I am afraid this time.
How could Yang Chen not understand? Having experienced it once, she understands the pain, so how could she not be afraid? Don't be afraid.
I will make proper arrangements for you and won't let you go through the pain like the first time. Yang Chen comforted her. This time, I'm by your side. Ling Wei nodded, and her uneasy heart immediately settled down, but the pain became more and more intense, and she had to hold on. Because the hospital stipulates that painless delivery can only be performed after 3 fingers are inserted.
Looking at the beads of sweat on Ling Wei's forehead, Yang Chen felt distressed. Wife, how about a cesarean section? No.
Ling Wei refused sternly.
She endured the pain.
The doctor said I could have a natural birth, but I would never allow myself to have a scar on my stomach. Finally, she got through the most difficult moment.
After the epidural, Ling Wei was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Painless childbirth is really good news for women. The author has experienced it personally.
She took a nap during this time, and when she woke up, she was pushed into the delivery room.
Yang Chen wanted to follow in, but was rejected by Ling Wei.
No matter how beautiful a woman is, she will be extremely embarrassed when giving birth.
How could Ling Wei let Yang Chen see her ugly side?
After Ling Wei entered the delivery room, Yang Chen stomped back and forth at the door, anxious. Ling Wei in the delivery room was trying her best.
Finally, 2 hours later,
the cry of a baby broke the silence of the night.
Ah, it's a girl. The midwife brought the baby to Ling Wei and pointed the baby's butt towards her. Take a look. Is it a boy or a girl? Girl.
Ling Wei panted, and then she felt her stomach tighten. Another midwife yelled, "Come on, another one is almost out." Soon, another little guy was born, crying loudly, wah 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 non-stop, making the newborn little sister so noisy that she couldn't help but cover her little ears.
Oh, it's a little boy. The midwife handed another baby's butt to Ling Wei and said, "Did you see clearly, is it a boy or a girl?" "It's a baby boy." Ling Wei smiled relaxedly.
God once again blessed her with a pair of twins, a boy and a girl.
Chapter 84 Tang Tang and Xiaoyu. Wow.
The two little guys surrounded the newborn baby with great curiosity. "Sister, my brother and sister look like two little red monkeys,"
Pang Pang said bluntly. "Yeah."
Meow Meow nodded without complaint. "Fatty, your analogy is very appropriate."
At this time, Ling Wei was lying on the bed. She couldn't help laughing when she heard the children's conversation. "Baby, you were like this when you were born." "Really?" Pang Pang didn't believe it. "Mom, you must have remembered it wrongly. Pang Pang is so cute, how could he have looked like a little monkey when he was just born?" "That's right, Mom, have you ever seen a little monkey turn into a fat piglet?" "I haven't seen it, so I think Fatball should look like a piglet when it is just born." Meow Meow said. "Sister, you are too much. You actually said I look like a pig." Pang Pang was very dissatisfied with this.
Ling Wei burst out laughing when she heard that. Just then, the two babies in the crib moved, and one of them stretched out his little paws and waved.
"Sister, the baby's hands are so small." Pang Pang couldn't help but reach out and touch them.
The next second, his fingers were grabbed.
"Wow."
Chubby looked excited. "The baby caught me, sister, look."
"What does it feel like?" Meow Meow was excited and curious. "Are the baby's hands soft?" "Yeah." Chubby nodded. "So strong, holding me so tightly." "Sister, do you think the baby is doing this because he likes me so much?" "That should be it." Meow Meow said.
Hearing this, Pang Pang was filled with joy, and said as he looked at the baby in pink clothes,
"Sister, do you like me very much?" "I like you very much. When you grow up, I will give you candy."
The little baby next to him, wearing a blue outfit, was sleeping soundly. Meme had been observing him for a long time and found that he was sleeping like a little pig.
"Oh, I guess I'm just a little lazy pig." Nini couldn't help but sigh.
There was already a greedy little pig brother, and now there is a lazy little pig brother.
But it's okay, this way she doesn't have to worry about it. "Mom, do the younger brother and sister have names?" Meme asked. "I haven't decided on a name yet. As for a nickname, Mommy, let's call our little sister Tang Tang, okay?" Pang Pang suggested. "Tang Tang, this is a good name,"
Ling Wei said with satisfaction.
Fatball helped his sister pick a nickname, so I'll pick his nickname. Nini thought for a moment and said, "Let's call him Xiaoyu." "Let's call my brother Xiaoyu." "Ha, this is not bad either,"
Ling Wei said with a smile. Meme is very satisfied with the nickname she gave to her little brother. From then on, her two younger brothers became the fat fish duo.
At this time, Yang Chen brought in the food. "Wife, it's time to eat."
Looking at the food that Yang Chen brought in, Ling Wei felt as if she was facing a formidable enemy.
Here it comes again, here it comes again. So soon?
She remembered that she had just finished her snack not long ago.
It's already noon. I made you some braised lion's head today. Try it. Yang Chen brought the food to Ling Wei.
Wow, another 4 dishes in one soup. As early as a month ago, Yang Chen tailored a confinement diet for Ling Wei.
During Ling Wei's confinement period, Yang Chen took care of all 3 meals a day. Yang Chen prepared delicious food for Ling Wei in different ways every day.
Yang Chen is a good cook and Ling Wei also loves to eat. In less than a week, Ling Wei felt that her face had become rounder.
No, she must not eat all the food this time.
But the next moment, she was still empty-handed.
How hateful.
It was so delicious that she couldn't resist. Feeling like Yang Chen was treating her like a pig, Ling Wei wanted to cry but had no tears.
Epsilon equals Omicron. Oh, forget it, I'll lose weight later. Pang Pang, who was standing by, couldn't help drooling when he saw how deliciously Mama was eating.
In the past, whenever his mother had something delicious, she would save a portion for him, but now he finds that not only has his mother's appetite increased greatly, but she is also very greedy. Just as Ling Wei finished her meal, she asked,
Hee, husband, I don't think I'm full. Do you have any dessert? Seeing Ling Wei's good appetite, Yang Chen was particularly pleased. Yes, I'll bring it to you later. Mom, how come you can eat so much? Pang Pang was a little surprised.
Ling Wei was embarrassed by her son's question. She was also helpless.
Because of breastfeeding, her appetite is like a bottomless pit.
All I can say is that her two little babies are too greedy, forcing her to eat a lot to increase her food supply.
Fatty, are you a pig? Mommy has to feed 2 babies, so you must eat a lot. Meat replied. Oh, so that's how it is.
Pang Pang suddenly realized, then Mom, you have to eat more in the future, so that your brothers and sisters can grow up to be as fat as Pang Pang.
Ha ha.
Ling Wei smiled helplessly, looking at her round belly, thinking that she had already started to become chubby before the 2 babies had time to grow fat.
Chapter 85 Golden Delicious Food. After Yang Chen and Ling Wei's careful feeding, the 2 babies transformed from red little monkeys into pink and chubby little ones. Sister, the baby is getting cuter and cuter.
Pang Pang felt his heart melt when he looked at the chubby little brother and sister in the cradle.
Yeah.
Meow Meow nodded. After all, our family has the cute gene, I guess they will be like us in the future.
Is it just as cute? Asked Pang Pang. That's right. Mimi expressed her agreement.
At this time, Hoo kept barking at Mei Mei's feet, and his little tail was spinning like a spiral, as if saying,
Master, I want to see the baby too. Hoo, do you want to see the baby too? Asked Pang Pang.
Woof woof. Hoo barked loudly, grinning with an excited look on his face. The little girl in the cradle was startled and was about to cry. Mimi quickly rocked the cradle and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the little guy fell asleep again.
Keep your voice down. Meow Meow made a gesture to Hoo to keep quiet. Hoo drooped his ears and then woofed softly. Sister, look at Hoo, he must want to see the baby.
Why don't we pick him up and let him take a look?
Pang Pang said to Mei Mei. No. Meow Meow refused, it's too fat now. We can't hold it.
When Hoo heard this, his ears drooped again. He looked at Mei Mei pitifully, humming non-stop as if to say,
Please, little master, let me take a look. Pang Pang felt that Toad Tiger was so pitiful. It hasn't even looked at the baby since he came home. How about this, sister? Let's move a small stool and let it stand aside and watch. What do you think? Pang Pang pleaded for Hoo. Well, all right. Meow Meow nodded, go move the stool. Pang Pang happily brought a small stool over and placed it next to Hoo. At the same time, Meow Meow warned Hoo.
Tiger, remember not to shout when you see the baby, or your parents will chase you out. When Hoo heard this, he woofed softly, then grinned and excitedly turned around the stool, seeming a little impatient.
Well, go ahead. Mimi gave the order, and Hoo jumped onto the small stool with a whoosh. However, it was too fat and couldn't get up after jumping for a long time. Finally, it lay on the small stool, panting heavily. Fatty on the side was amused. Ha, Hoo, you look like a toad now. Ha! Meme glared at Pang Pang.
She hated it most when people said her tiger looked like a toad.
Pang Pang smiled and said, Hee, sister, I will carry Hoo up right away. Epsilon equals Omicron, alas.
Meow Meow looked at the fat and big-eared Hoo and couldn't help but sigh. Hoo, you have to lose weight. That's it. Pang Pang used all his strength to carry Hoo onto the small stool, and then he said breathlessly,
Tiger, you've turned into a big fat pig now.
Hoo stood obediently on the small stool. When he saw the 2 little masters in the cradle, his little tail twirled happily.
See, Hoo, these are my lovely little brothers and sisters. You must protect them in the future, okay? Meow Meow said.
Hu moved his ears to show that he heard it, and grinned with a look of happiness on his face. At this time, Yang Chen walked into the room and saw the scene. There was a dog standing between the two little guys, and the little guys were leaning on the dog's shoulders, whispering to each other. Looking at this loving scene, Yang Chen couldn't bear to disturb them, so he stood quietly behind them and eavesdropped on the two little guys' childish chatter.
Wang Kai has never seen a baby before. Fatty muttered, I wonder if it wants to see the baby.
Mei Mei stared at the baby in the cradle and said, Little black and little white, they haven't seen the baby either.
Hey, sister, how about we bring them in secretly? Pang Pang suggested. No.
Mimi refused sternly, Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai are fine, but Wang Kai is definitely not okay.
He will spit. No.
Pang Pang said innocently, Wang Kai is very well behaved now and doesn't like to spit anymore.
I don't believe you. Meow Meow pouted, last time I fed it grass, it sprayed me in the face.
It just won't spit at you now, otherwise it wouldn't be driven into the stable by its mother.
He. Fatty smiled embarrassedly. Next time I tell it, it won't dare to do it again.
But it's strange, sister, I found that Wang Kai has never spit at his father. Because it knows that if it spit at its dad, it will become a dish on the table, Meow Meow explained.
Hiss. Fatty immediately gasped, is it so scary?
Fortunately, his Wang Kai is eye-catching. Otherwise, when the time comes, looking at Wang Kai on the table, he will have to eat 2 big bowls of food with tears in his eyes.
Puff equals 3. Who farted? It stinks. Meow Meow pinched her nose, did you fart, Fatty? It's not me. Fatty shook his head and quickly pinched his nose, is it you, Ho-Ho? You love to fart the most.
When Hu heard this, he quickly shook his head, indicating that he would not take the blame.
Wow.
The little brother who was originally sleeping soundly in the cradle suddenly started crying.
Sister, the lazy fish has woken up, what should I do?
As soon as he finished speaking, the little girl next to him started crying. Hu was most afraid of the crying of babies. As soon as the 2 little guys roared, he jumped off the stool and ran away.
That's good, both of them are awake. Nini was helpless.
She rocked the cradle and said, Go call mom and dad quickly. At this time, Yang Chen came over.
Daddy, hurry up, my brother and sister are awake. Pang Pang urged.
As soon as Yang Chen got closer, he knew that the little guy had defecated. He smelled the smell of feces.
Ling Wei, who was eating outside, heard the noise and hurried into the room. What's going on?
Mommy, the little lazy fish suddenly started crying while sleeping.
Meow Meow said. It's okay, I guess I just had a poop.
Yang Chen first picked up Xiao Yuyu, opened her diaper and saw that it was indeed the case. Ling Wei picked up little Tang Tang, checked her diaper, and smiled, these 2 little guys are in sync, they poop together.
When Mimi and Pang Pang saw their younger brother and sister's poop, they couldn't help but pinch their noses and hid far away.
But they were surprised to find that the baby's poop was golden.
Yang Chen and Ling Wei changed the diapers of the 2 little guys in an orderly manner. Just then, Hu walked in again.
When he saw the diaper thrown on the ground, his eyes suddenly lit up. The diapers on the ground were all tightly wrapped. Yang Chen and Ling Wei liked to temporarily throw the dirty diapers on the ground when changing diapers, and then throw them into the trash can afterwards. Hu seized the opportunity and snatched away a bulging diaper in a flash with the momentum of trying to cover up his ears and steal the bell.
Sister, this is terrible.
Pang Pang pointed at who had slipped away. I saw who took the diaper away.
He wants to eat poop. Stinky tiger. Neat shouted and quickly chased after him.
Fortunately, Meow Meow stopped the greedy Hu in time.
However, Hu was in a miserable state afterwards.
Not only did he not get to eat the poop, he was also severely criticized by his little master. But in Hu's heart, he has always been thinking about that golden delicacy.
Chapter 86. Are you inviting me?
The 2 babies are 1 month old. After the confinement period, Ling Wei did not gain weight as expected, but her figure became fuller than before. It used to be curvy in front and back, but now it is curvy in the back and front, with a charming waist in the middle. Yang Chen, who had been an ascetic monk for nearly a year, began to feel the little flame in his heart stir. At night, after coaxing the 4 little ones to sleep, the 2 finally had their own world. After all, they haven't been intimate for so long, and Ling Wei was nervous and a little excited. Looking at the burning heat in Yang Chen's eyes, she felt as if her whole body was on fire. At this moment, Ling Wei was like a ripe peach.
Even Yang Chen, who was always calm, couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Well. Ling Wei blushed slightly. Let's get started. Woman, are you inviting me?
Yang Chen raised Ling Wei's chin, looking down at the woman in front of him like an emperor.
This is so damn domineering and handsome.
Ling Wei smiled seductively, raised her snow-white jade feet and hooked them. Come on, husband.
Hiss. Yang Chen took a deep breath and was no longer polite. The atmosphere was very heated. Suddenly, he cried out, wow.
Ling Wei quickly pushed Yang Chen away, went over to pick up the awakened baby and comfort him.
Fortunately, only one of them woke up. If both of them woke up, they would cry so loudly that it would be a headache for her. Yang Chen lay on the bed and sighed helplessly.
After coaxing the baby back into the crib, Ling Wei had just gotten into bed when she was pounced upon by the impatient Yang Chen.
Speak softly, don't wake the baby. Ling Wei reminded. Yang Chen nodded.
Just as the two were about to start again, the baby started crying again. This time, the two of them cried together, sobbing wah 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 non-stop. The two were both overwhelmed and helpless, so they had to go over and pick up one of them to comfort them.
Yang Chen picked up his little daughter and tapped her little nose. Little guy, did you do this on purpose? He. Little Tang Tang suddenly laughed and blew out a little bubble. You're still laughing, let me spank your little butt.
Yang Chen pretended to pat her little butt.
Unexpectedly, the little guy started giggling again.
Yang Chen felt his heart melt and said softly, okay, baby, it's time to go to bed. Then she held the baby and sang a lullaby. Looking at Yang Chen's gentle side, Ling Wei smiled knowingly. I am so lucky to have a good husband, and even luckier that my children have a good father. At this time, Xiao Yuyu was already fast asleep in her arms. Ling Wei put him back on the crib and watched Yang Chen coaxing the child.
As she watched, she couldn't help but laugh.
And Xiao Tang Tang gradually fell asleep to the sound of Yang Chen humming.
This little girl was the easiest to wake up.
Yang Chen gently put her back on the crib, and couldn't help holding his breath, for fear that she would wake up again the next second. After confirming that the two little guys were fast asleep, Yang Chen and Ling Wei breathed a sigh of relief and lay back on the bed.
Ling Wei glanced at Yang Chen and asked, how about, continue?
Yang Chen smiled, picked up the quilt and covered the two of them.
Suddenly, the sound of a baby humming came from the crib.
They both looked towards the crib at the same time.
Don't cry. Don't cry. Ling Wei muttered silently.
Seeing no further sound, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief again in tacit understanding.
Yang Chen understood.
Ling Wei knew how hard he worked, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. Just as the two were about to start, the baby started crying again. Ling Wei pushed him away without saying a word and went to coax the child. Yang Chen wanted to cry but had no tears, he could only choose to give up.
Chapter 87 New Year's Eve.
On New Year's Eve, heavy snow was falling outside. The snow is falling, but it cannot cover up the festive atmosphere of welcoming the new year. The villa was decorated with lights and the servants were pasting up spring couplets. The two little guys were wrapped up like dumplings, each carrying a small bag, and ran happily to the stable.
Hoo followed them with a woof 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 sound. Upon closer inspection, they saw a Fu character on his back. There is no doubt that this is the masterpiece of Mimi and Pang Pang.
After entering the stable, Wang Kai walked towards Pang Pang panting, lowered his head and kept rubbing Pang Pang's little fat belly. Pang Pang touched its head and smiled. Wang Kai, today is New Year's Eve, I brought you something good, ding ding. He took out a piece of red paper with the word Fu written crookedly on it. This is the word Fu I wrote. Dad said that sticking it on will bring you good fortune. Wang Kai sniffed it and started chewing. Before Pang Pang could react, half of the word Fu had entered Wang Kai's stomach. Wang Kai, you can't eat this. Pang Pang quickly put the remaining half of the Fu character behind him. Wang Kai glanced at his little master indifferently, and kept chewing with his mouth. His eyes seemed to say, well, it tastes good. Alas. Meow Meow shook her head. As expected, pets are like their owners, fatty. Your Wang Kai is just like you, both are so greedy. Tisk Pang Pang curled his lips, but luckily I still have a lot of blessing characters. Then he took out another one from the small bag. This is going to be stuck on your body. Look, Hoo Hoo, you'll look so good after it's stuck on you. Pang Pang pointed at Hoo Hoo. Hoo Hoo turned around in front of Wang Kai in a showy manner, showing off the masterpiece of his little master on his back. Wang Kai glanced at Hoo Hoo, then stretched his head over and wanted to eat the word Fu in Pong Pong's hand. Wang no, if you keep eating this, I won't give you dumplings later. When Wang heard this, his ears moved.
Dumplings, they sound delicious. Wang finally became obedient and stopped being greedy.
Okay, sister, let's put the word fu on Wang
Pang said to Meme. Mimi glanced at Wang warily. Fatty, he won't spit on me, will he? No. Pang touched Wang head. Wang don't spit at your sister.
Wang moved his ears to indicate that he understood.
It knows. Come here, sister. I'll stick to the left side and you stick to the right side.
Mimi approached Wang cautiously, and when she saw how well behaved he was, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Take out the word fu from the bag, then tear off the double-sided tape on the back and stick it on Wang
You're done.
At this time, Pang was still tearing off the tape.
Fatty, I've put it on. Just take your time putting it on yourself. I'll go help Little Black and Little White.
After saying that, Mimi carried the small bag and walked towards Xiaohei and Xiaobai.
Okay, sister. Pang nodded and finally tore off the tape.
Then with a pop, he pasted the word fu on Wang's left abdomen.
Well, not bad, very good. Pang was very satisfied with his masterpiece.
However, he found that Wang's back was empty, which looked a bit ugly. He looked at the small bag and saw many fu characters on it. Then, a brilliant idea came to my mind. After Mimi pasted the word fu on Xiaohei and Xiaobai, she walked towards Fatty Ball.
Fatball, what are you doing? Meow was stunned.
At this time, Wang's whole body was covered with the word fu, like a walking red label.
Ah, sister.
Pang poked his head out from behind Wang I'm sticking the word fu on Wang's butt.
Are you a pig? How can it poop if you stick it on its butt?
Mimi held her forehead with her hand, wondering how she could have such a pig brother. She hopes her little brother you can be smarter so that she will have less worries.
Oh, yeah, hey, I forgot about it. Fatty laughed. Then what should I do with the remaining blessing character?
Mimi glanced at Wang who was covered in red stickers, and said, it hasn't been pasted on its head yet, so just put it on its head.
Okay. Pang said to Wang lower your head. Wang kept chewing with an indifferent expression. Wang lower your head, I will bring you a few more dumplings later. Pang coaxed.
When Wang heard this, he immediately lowered his head.
With a pop, Pang slapped the word fu on its head.
Looking at Wang who was red from head to toe, Pang laughed and said, Ha, Wang from now on you are Fu Wang You will definitely be blessed with a lot of luck this year. Wang looked indifferent, but continued chewing non-stop.
Sister, do you still have the word fu? Asked Pang.
Meow opened the small bag. Look, there are still a lot. Let's help Xiaohei and Xiaobai to paste the word fu all over the place.
Fatty suggested, otherwise the remaining blessing characters will be wasted. Yeah, that's true.
Meow nodded. Let's go and put the word fu on Xiaohei and Xiaobai.
Yeah.
Little Hei and Little Bai were covered with stickers. The two little guys clapped their hands and looked at the masterpiece in front of them with great satisfaction. From now on, you are Fu Xiaohei and you are Fu Xiaobai.
Mimi said, pointing at Xiaohei and Xiaobai.
Xiaohei let out a huff and turned his face away with a hint of dissatisfaction.
But Xiaobai stamped his little hooves, looking excited. Woof woof woof.
At this time, Hoo barked and stared at the small bag in Mei's hand. His little tail kept twirling, as if to say,
Master, I also want to paste a lot of blessing characters.
Sister, Hoo also seems to want to paste a lot of blessing characters.
Pang said.
Mimi looked in the small bag and saw that there were still a few left.
Then she said, arrange it.
There was no more sticker to stick on Hoo's back, so Mimi stuck one on its head.
Okay, that's enough. Meow clapped her hands.
As expected, Hoo lay down, turned over, exposed his belly, grinned and barked.
Ha, you can still stick stickers on your belly. I forgot.
As she said that,
Mimi stuck another one on Hoo's belly.
Now, Hoo was satisfied and started circling around excitedly, woof woof woof.
Ha ha. Pang pointed at Hoo and laughed, it looks like a red toad.
He quickly shut his mouth and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his sister wasn't noticing.
There are still 2 left.
At this time, Mimi was thinking about how to deal with the remaining 2 Fu characters. She looked around and found no place to stick them, so she immediately set her sights on the fat ball.
Fatty, come here. Meow Meow waved at Fatty.
Fatty's heart skipped a beat, thinking that his sister had heard him scolding Hoo Hoo and was going to settle the score with him, so he quickly said, "I'm sorry, sister." With a pop, Mimi pasted a blessing character onto Fatty's clothes. "Hey, Fatty, let me give you some blessing."
"Yeah, it's great, thank you, sister." Pang Pang patted the word foo on his belly, very happy.
Then she took Mimi's small bag and took out the only remaining blessing character in it. "Come, sister, let Pang Pang put one on you too."
"Pang Pang will also bring you blessings." Pang Pang also pasted the word foo on Mimi's belly.
Mimi looked down at the word foo on her belly and nodded contentedly. She patted Fatty's shoulder and said, "That's right.
We will definitely be blessed today. Nothing wrong. Chapter 88 Dumplings that taste like dog food.
The two little guys brought Wang Kai, Shohei, and Xiaobai back to the villa. Yang Chen and Ling Wei were stunned when they saw this. Hoo Hoo, Wang Kai, Shohei, and Xiaobai were covered in red with the word foo written all over their bodies. Mime and Pang Pang also had the word foo pasted on their clothes on their stomachs.
"Mom, do they look good to you?"
Pang Pang showed Ling Wei his and his sister's masterpiece proudly, and then patted his belly. Pang Pang also pasted the word foo on it.
"Ha, it's pretty good." Ling Wei said with a frown, "Why did you bring Wang Kai and the others here?" "Mom, it's New Year's Day."
Wang Kai and the others are so pitiful, left in the stable, all alone and with no one to play with them.
Pang Pang touched Wang Kai lovingly and said, "Is it Wang Kai?"
Wang Kai had a cold expression on his face and kept chewing with his mouth.
This Ling Wei looked at Yang Chen in embarrassment. Yang Chen frowned, feeling dissatisfied with his son's behavior. After all, there are two small babies at home, and it is not good to have too many pets in the house.
Pang Pang, take Wang Kai and the others back later. Seeing that Daddy had given the order, Pang Pang became unhappy. "Daddy, no, you were so cruel." At this time, Meow Meow was sensitive enough to sense the low pressure emanating from Yang Chen, and quickly pulled Fatty's sleeve. "Fatty, Dad is angry."
Fatty lowered his eyebrows and glanced at Yang Chen. "How about this, Daddy? Wait until Wang Kai finishes eating the dumplings, then I'll send them back, okay?" Yang Chen was about to refuse.
Ling Wei smiled and said, "Hubby, the kids want their friends to feel the joy of the new year, so let them do it." Seeing Ling Wei had spoken, Yang Chen agreed, but after eating the dumplings, Wang Kai and the others had to return to the stable.
"Great."
The two little guys had no objection to this.
Mom, let's make dumplings quickly," Pang Pang said excitedly.
The dough for making dumplings has been proofed, and the servants have rolled it into dumpling skins. They have also prepared the dumpling fillings, both meat and vegetarian.
The process of making dumplings was completed by Yang Chen and Ling Wei.
Of course, the two little ones must participate in such a fun dumpling making game. It was the first time for Mime and Pang Pang to make dumplings. Although they followed their parents' instructions, the dumplings they made were of weird shapes. The dumplings that Pang Pang makes are either empty of filling or have the filling exposed.
Mimi's performance was pretty good.
Although it didn't look very good, at least she was able to make a complete dumpling.
Epsilon equals Omicron. Oh, it's so difficult. Pang Pang sighed. Is it difficult? Meow Meow wrapped a dumpling and nodded with satisfaction.
Look, I finished it very quickly.
I think it's so easy.
Fatty, you have poor hands-on skills, but you are good at talking. Tisk Pang Pang said disdainfully, "Sister, the dumplings you make don't look like dumplings at all, they are very." Meow Meow immediately raised his fist in warning.
Fatty quickly changed the subject. "It's actually quite pretty, hee hee." "You're quite sensible," Meow Meow said. "Mom, please teach me how to make dumplings," Pang Pang said to Ling Wei, who was standing beside him. Ling Wei was embarrassed.
The dumplings she made were also ugly, on the same level as Mimi's.
"Baby, let Daddy teach you. Look at the dumplings Daddy makes. They are so pretty. They look like gold ingots. It looks so difficult to make, Papa."
Fatty looked embarrassed, then put down the dumpling wrappers in his hand and clapped his hands. "Forget it, I'm not going to make them.
This isn't a job for kids anyway. Fatball, you have no perseverance. Didn't you agree to make dumplings for Wang Kai and the others?" Mime is very dissatisfied with her brother's behavior. If he gives up as soon as he encounters difficulties, he will become a useless person in the future. "But it's really difficult," Fatty said innocently. "Sister, I don't want to be like this, but my hands just don't listen to my brain. Look, the dumplings I made don't look like dumplings at all." They look like steamed buns. Xiao Mai? Mimi took a look and said with disdain, you really know how to brag. This doesn't look like Xiao Mai at all. It just looks like twisted pig intestines. It's so ugly. After being hit so hard by his sister, Pang Pang became even more dejected. Seeing Yang Chen still watching the show, Ling Wei pushed him, what are you doing? Hurry up and teach the child. Don't you see that the child is sad? Yang Chen smiled and said to Fatty. Come, let me teach you. You have small hands, so don't imitate me and pinch with one hand. First, put the dumpling filling in the middle of the dumpling skin, then fold the dumpling skin in half, and finally press the edge of the dumpling tightly with your fingers little by little. See, isn't this the way it should be? Wow. Pang Pang suddenly realized and started to wrap another one, and finally made a complete dumpling. Wow, look, sister. Pang Pang held the first complete dumpling he made, looking excited. Dad and Mom, look, I succeeded. Okay. Mimi nodded, thinking it was still ugly, but then she decided not to undermine her brother's confidence. Not bad, there is progress. Yang Chen said with satisfaction. Wow, that's great. Ling Wei clapped her hands and encouraged, keep it up. After Yang Chen's instruction, Mimi made rapid progress in making dumplings, and they became more and more beautiful. Ling Wei's dumplings remained at the same level, and the dumplings she made were of the same grade as Pang Pang's. Like dumplings, but ugly. Oh. She sighed helplessly. Her son's hands-on ability was inherited from her. Just then, Meow Meow brought over a bag of dog food. Baby, what are you going to do? Ling Wei looked confused. I'm going to make dumplings for Hoo Hoo. Hoo Hoo likes dumplings with dog food filling. Meow Meow said. Hoo Hoo underground barked a few times. Although he liked dog food, he liked meat dumplings even more. However, no one could understand. When Mimi heard Hoo Hoo respond with woof woof, she thought about filling it with a few more bags filled with dog food. Sister, let me help you pack it. Pang Pang said excitedly. When Ling Wei heard this, she quickly took out a red plate from the cupboard and said, Baby, put the things you have wrapped on this plate later. Don't mix them up, understand? Got it, Mama. Okay, Mama. Just then, Ling Wei heard the baby crying and hurried towards the room. Yang Chen also followed. Now, there are only 2 little guys left in the kitchen. Mimi made 10 big dumplings for Hoo Hoo in one go and put them all on a red plate. Pang Pang was slow in wrapping and only finished 2. When he finished the last one, he looked up and saw that the red plate was already full. Where should I put this? Fatty was in a dilemma, and immediately he saw an empty plate on the table. Just leave it here. So, without hesitation, he put the dumplings stuffed with dog food on the empty plate. Okay, no more wrapping. Hoo Hoo can't eat too much. He's too fat recently. Pang Pang was still a little unsatisfied. Sister, aren't you going to make dumplings for Wang Kai and the others? It's already been wrapped. They can just eat vegetarian dumplings. Mimi said to Pang Pang, let's go find Wang Kai and the others to play with. Okay. Pang Pang clapped his hands and left immediately. After all, making dumplings is hard work. At this time, Yang Chen came over and told the servants to put all the dumplings, except the ones on the red plate, into the pot one by one. So the dumplings stuffed with dog food were put into the pot. Chapter 89 Can't wait until night. Xiaotang Tang and Xiao Yu woke up. The 2 babies are already 3 months old. They have round and chubby little faces and are getting cuter and cuter. The 2 little guys were not sleepy after eating. One of them was babbling and the other was wailing, as if they were chatting. Ling Wei, who was watching from the side, found it both loving and funny, with love in her eyes. I don't know what these 2 little guys are talking about. At this time, Yang Chen hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear, they are saying that what mommy feeds is sweet and delicious. Ling Wei blushed and said, what the hell are you talking about? Yang Chen kissed her ear, and the charming fragrance filled her nose. The child has been fed, what about me? Ling Wei's face immediately turned red like a tomato. What are you saying in front of the child? Don't say that. They don't understand. Yang Chen smiled, with some resentment in his eyes. Wife, you've been taking care of the children recently. Ling Wei then realized that she had indeed neglected Yang Chen recently, and they had not been close for quite some time. Be good, wait till night, I will love you well at night. With a swish, Yang Chen picked up Ling Wei. We can't wait until night. He was really greedy, especially when Ling Wei was feeding the baby, he was so greedy. No, husband, put me down.
Ling Wei struggled for a while, the child is still awake. They played for a while and then fell asleep by themselves.
Yang Chen hugged Ling Wei tightly. Let's go to the bathroom and finish this quickly. Yeah. Ling Wei nodded shyly.
Looking at Ling Wei's rosy face, Yang Chen kissed her like a madman. Just then, with a bang, the door was pushed open.
Dad, Mom.
Fatty rushed in first. Min, who came in next, saw the scene and quickly covered Pang Pang's eyes.
Yang Chen put Ling Wei down, with an unhappy look on his face. Didn't Dad tell me to not before coming in?
Ling Wei was a little embarrassed. But luckily they were just kissing each other. If the kids saw them,
that would be so embarrassing. Oh.
Seeing that his father was angry, Min quickly pulled his brother out and closed the door.
Then, there were a few knocks on the door. Mom and Dad, can we come in? Come in, baby.
Ling Wei said with a smile. The two little guys came in happily.
Seeing Yang Chen's unhappy expression, Meow Meow smiled and said, Don't be angry, Dad. Next time I will let Fatty pay attention and knock on the door before coming in.
I'm sorry, Dad.
Pang Pang will be more careful next time. Pang Pang looked apologetic.
Yang Chen patted the two little guys' heads with amusement. Dad isn't a stingy person. Tell me, what's the matter?
It's like this, Dad. Wang Kai and the others want to see Xia Tang Tang and Xiao Yu.
Ling Wei chuckled. You want Wang Kai and the others to look after the baby, right?
He. Fatty smiled. They want to see it.
Pang Pang also wants to introduce the baby to Wang Kai and the others.
Mommy, can you let Wang Kai and the others in? No. Yang Chen refused directly. Seeing that Mimi and Pang Pang looked disappointed, Ling Wei said,
Mom and Dad just need to take the baby out, so Wang Kai and the others can also see the baby.
Yes.
The living room of the villa is very large, and a large circle is temporarily surrounded by wooden boards, where Wang Kai and the others stay. Ling Wei and Yang Chen carried the two babies over, and Wang Kai, Xiaohei and Xiaobai came over.
Wang Kai, Xiaohei and Xiaobai, look, these are my younger brother and sister. Pang Pang introduced happily.
Xiao Tang Tang and Xiao Yu were the first to see Wang Kai and the others. The two little guys were curious and excited. They stretched out their little hands towards them and babbled. Ha, Mommy, my brothers and sisters seem to like Wang Kai and the others very much. Mimi was very happy and thought that he would teach his younger brothers and sisters to ride horses in the future. He must not let them be like Pighead Fatty who could only ride alpacas.
Yes.
Ling Wei smiled, but she didn't dare to hold the child too close, mainly to prevent Wang Kai from spitting.
Just then, guests came to the house.
It's Yang Chen's sister, Yang Meng, coming over.
Nini Fatty, your aunt is here. Nini and Pang Pang were extremely happy to see their aunt coming. Nini has the best relationship with Yang Meng.
She hugged Yang Meng and kept acting coquettishly. Aunt, Nini misses you so much.
Chubby misses you too. Pang Pang also imitated his sister and acted like a spoiled child, then smiled and said, Aunt, did you bring any delicious food for Pang Pang?
Yes. Yang Meng rubbed the heads of the two little guys. Auntie brought you New Year gifts, ding ding ding. Then, someone came in from outside with two large gift boxes.
Wow.
The two little guys jumped for joy, and then ran to open the gift boxes with excitement.
Brother, sister-in-law. Yang Meng greeted Yang Chen and Ling Wei, and was immediately melted by the babies in their arms.
Wow, they are so cute, brother. These two babies look just like Mimi and Fatty when they were little.
So cute. Come, Xia Tang Tang and Xiao Yu, say hello to your aunt.
Ling Wei said with a smile. Yang Meng wanted to hug the two little guys in her arms immediately, but she restrained herself. I'm still cold, so I won't hug them for now.
Let's eat the dumplings first. They are ready. Yang Chen said. After opening their presents, Nini and Pang Pang went into the restaurant to eat dumplings, one holding a tiger doll and the other holding a big hamburger toy. At the New Year's Eve reunion dinner, the family gathered together and ate dumplings happily. Yang Chen picked up the first dumpling and gave it to Ling Wei.
Ling Wei took a bite and felt sweet happiness in her heart. Although some of the dumplings were ugly, it did not stop the two little guys, Mim and Pang Pang, from eating them with gusto. Seeing her brother's family of 6 living happily together, Yang Meng felt indescribably happy.
She picked up a dumpling and took a bite. Ha! Weird? Why does it smell like dog food? Chapter 90. It smells good.
Under the table, Hoo Hoo was eating his dog food dumplings in big mouthfuls, his little tail wagging happily.
Yang Meng looked down and saw Hoo Hoo wolfing down his food, and said with a smile, "Ha, Hoo Hoo also eats dumplings." "Yeah." Meow Meow nodded, "I stuffed it with dog food." "Auntie, I have helped too."
Pang Pang pouted. Pang Pang stuffed a lot of dog food into Hoo Hoo's dumplings.
Then he glanced at the half-eaten dumpling on Yang Meng's chopsticks and asked in confusion, "Auntie, why are you eating Hoo Hoo's dumplings?" "Tiger dumplings?" Yang Meng looked at the dumpling she was eating halfway and took a closer look. Wasn't he the filling inside dog food? Yang Meng was petrified instantly.
She complained that the dumplings tasted like dog food.
"Sorry, Meng Meng."
Ling Wei looked apologetic and asked the servant to serve Yang Meng another bowl of dumplings.
"It's okay." Yang Meng didn't mind at all and smiled, "That dog food is quite delicious." "Hee hee, Auntie, you also like Hoo Hoo's dog food." "Hoo Hoo's dog food is delicious," Pang Pang said. "Have you eaten it?" "Hee hee."
Pang Pang smiled sheepishly. Last time Pang Pang secretly ate a few, they tasted like beef biscuits, but they were too hard.
"Tisk." Meow Meow pouted, "You're not ashamed to say that. Last time you stole Hoo Hoo's dog food, I almost broke your teeth." Fatty pouted, "I didn't." "You." Yang Meng nodded at the chubby little head with amusement, "You are such a greedy little foodie."
After Meme and Pang Pang finished eating the dumplings, they also brought some vegetarian dumplings to Wang Kai and the others. The hot dumplings were placed in front of them. Wang Kai, Xiaohei and Xiaobai were very curious. It was the first time for them to see such white little dumplings, and they kept sniffing with their noses.
"Wang Kai, eat it, this is dumplings," Pang Pang said to Wang Kai.
After Wang Kai smelled the food, he opened his mouth and ate one dumpling at a time. A hint of surprise appeared on its originally indifferent face, and then the whole plate of dumplings went into its stomach like fallen leaves in the wind. Xiaohei and Xiaobai hadn't finished eating their dumplings yet when they were spotted by Wang Kai.
"Xiaohei and Xiaobai, eat quickly.
Wang Kai, that greedy guy, is trying to snatch your dumplings,"
Meme urged hurriedly. However, the next second, Xiaohei and Xiaobai's dumplings were swept away by Wang Kai. "Fatty, look at Wang Kai, he's as greedy as you," Meme said dissatisfiedly.
"I can't help it, sister.
This is Wang Cai's nature."
Fatty looked helpless. "How about sister, I go get some dumplings for Xiaohei and Xiaobai."
"Forget it, Dad said they can't eat too many dumplings."
"Come on, we have to send them back to the stable." At this time, Yang Meng came over and was stunned to see Wang Kai, Xiaohei, and Xiaobai with the word "fu" pasted all over their bodies in the fence. "The Chinese characters for blessing on Mimi, Pang Pang, Wang Kai and the others must be your masterpieces."
"That's right." Pang Pang put his hands on his hips, with a proud look on his face.
"Aunt, it was me who made the suggestion.
I was just helping. Look at Wang Kai and the others, don't they look good?"
"You are the only one who has a lot of clever ideas."
Yang Meng touched his little head. "Do you want to go with your aunt to play with the baby?" "No." Mimi shook her head.
"I promised Dad that I would send Wang Kai and the others back home after they finish eating their dumplings."
"Yeah." Pang Pang nodded. "Aunt, I'll come play with you later." "Do you want your aunt to accompany you?" Yang Meng asked. "No need."
Mimi quickly climbed onto the horse's back and said, "Aunt, go and accompany your brothers and sisters. I tell you, Mom and Dad are looking forward to your coming. If you come and take care of your brothers and sisters, they will have their own world."
"Little brat." Yang Meng smiled. "Auntie." Pang Pang tugged at the corner of Yang Meng's clothes, carry Pang Pang onto Wang Cai's back.
"Come on, little guy, oh, it's really heavy."
Yang Meng picked up Pang Pang and put him on Wang Cai's back.
She couldn't help but sigh, "Oh, Pang Pang, Auntie can hardly hold you anymore."
Mimi shook her head.
"Alas, no matter how greedy he is, Wang Kai probably can't carry him."
"Who said that? Wang Kai doesn't have any trouble carrying me now." Pang Pang said to Wang Kai, "Is that right, Wang Kai?"
Wang Kai had an indifferent look on his face, but he was still chewing non-stop.
"Hee hee, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent." Pang Pang patted Wang Cai's butt happily and said, "Let's go, Wang Kai."
Then the two little guys, one riding an alpaca and the other riding a horse, walked outside. Hoo Hoo followed behind them, barking woof woof woof, while another pony, led by a servant, followed slowly behind them. Yang Meng was worried and was about to follow. At this time, Yang Chen came over. You don't have to follow them, they will handle it themselves.
Brother, aren't you worried? Yang Meng asked.
When children grow up, they have to learn to let go of some things.
Yang Chen said calmly, let's go, the baby is awake, let's go see them.
In the room, Yang Meng was holding a baby in one hand. At this time, little Tang Tang and little Yu Yu were full and rested enough, and they were full of energy. They waved their little paws and babbled to Yang Meng. Looking at the chubby and pink little baby, Yang Meng felt like her heart was about to melt.
It's so cute. Yang Meng hugged the two little babies and couldn't let go.
Ah, they are so lively, little darlings.
I am your aunt.
If the babies weren't too small to be kissed, Yang Meng would really like to kiss their little faces a few times.
Do you like it? Yang Chen asked.
Of course I like it. Such a cute little baby, I can't wait to hold him in my arms every day.
Yang Meng said.
Yang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. That's good, you stay here for a while, and help me and your sister-in-law take care of the baby at night.
No problem.
Yang Meng agreed without hesitation. You can just spend your time with your sister-in-law, and I'll take care of the baby.
At night, Yang Chen finally welcomed the long-awaited world of two people. Chapter 91. Too sleepy. Yang Chen, can you let your sister take care of the baby?
Ling Wei was still a little worried. Don't worry, she has a lot of experience in taking care of children. Yang Chen soothed her and whispered in her ear, it's time to love me, wife.
Ling Wei's face suddenly turned red.
At this moment, Yang Chen was like a hungry wolf.
And Ling Wei in front of him was simply a pretty little lamb. The next second, the hungry wolf pounced on its prey.
He had been craving for it for too long and finally he could enjoy it. Ling Wei also knew that it was very hard for him to endure, so she let him do whatever he wanted.
However, this ordeal lasted the entire night.
Ling Wei had witnessed Yang Chen's power. In a daze, she looked through the window and saw that the sky was getting light.
He kissed Ling Wei's back, looking satisfied. Thank you for your hard work, my wife.
Then he hugged Ling Wei and fell asleep.
The next day, Ling Wei couldn't get out of bed without a doubt.
She was really exhausted. When Yang Meng woke up the next day, he had panda eyes and was yawning continuously. She had to wake up every 4 hours last night to make formula for her two babies. Fortunately, the two little guys were very well behaved and fell into a deep sleep after eating. But to be honest, taking care of a baby at night is really hard work. On the other hand, Yang Chen woke up early in the morning, feeling refreshed. At this moment, he was making breakfast for Ling Wei in the kitchen.
Yang Meng yawned and walked into the kitchen. Yang Chen was making Ling Wei's favorite red bean porridge. Yang Meng smelled the fragrance and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She said with a smile, brother, is the porridge ready? Give me a bowl. This is for your sister-in-law. Another chef has already prepared your breakfast. It's on the dining table. Yang Chen said.
Ever since the family hired a servant, Yang Chen became Ling Wei's exclusive chef and only cooked for Ling Wei.
The rest of the people can only eat meals prepared by the chef at home.
Fortunately, the hired chef's cooking skills were good and the children all loved the food, but compared to Yang Chen, it was still slightly inferior. At this time, Meme and Pang Pang were sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. The breakfast is very rich, with steamed buns, steamed dumplings, fried dough sticks and soy milk, as well as hamburgers that the two little ones love.
Alas! Yang Meng sat at the dining table and couldn't help but sigh, poor me, I worked so hard to take care of the baby last night, but I didn't even have a bowl of porridge to drink this morning. Auntie, here's some porridge for you.
Meme served a bowl of porridge and placed it in front of Yang Meng. Yang Meng smiled and said, Mimi is the one who cares about her aunt. Unlike your dad, he is so stingy. Fatty took a bite of the burger and said,
Aunt, it's normal. Ever since Mommy got pregnant and gave birth, Daddy has become Mommy's exclusive for what? Exclusive chef. Meme reminded. Yes, it's a personal chef.
Fatty came to his senses and whispered in Yang Meng's ear.
Aunt, let me tell you, Dad has just become lazy. He doesn't want to cook for so many people anymore. Yeah, that's right. Meow Meow agreed with this. Silly child. Yang Meng smiled, your father is not lazy. It can only be said that your father loves your mother very much, so he will specially reserve a special love for your mother, do you understand? Meow Meow nodded, not quite understanding. But the stupid little pig Pang Pang didn't understand. He thought his dad was just lazy and didn't like to make delicious food for him. But it doesn't matter, he has a lot of delicious food every day anyway. Today is the first day of the new year. Although they live in a sparsely populated villa area, they can hear the crackling sound of firecrackers coming from afar. The festive atmosphere is strong. Yang Chen's family is preparing to set off firecrackers.
Mimi really wanted to light firecrackers, but she didn't have the courage, so she could only stand far away and cover her ears.
Yang Chen lit the firecrackers, and soon, a deafening sound of firecrackers rang out. Looking at the crackling fire, Mimi couldn't help but get excited and said with emotion, "It's really cool."
The timid Pang Pang and Ho Hu were so scared that they hid under the sofa, and the man and the dog hugged each other and trembled.
The firecrackers have been lit.
Pang Pang crawled out from under the sofa, looked up, and immediately saw his sister standing in front of him.
"Fatball, you are so embarrassing."
Meow Meow said with disgust, "You are a boy, you are too timid."
"TSK, I didn't."
Pang Pang stood up, pouted his lips, and said without blushing or beating his heart, "I went in to keep Hoo Hoo company because I saw he was too scared."
"If you don't believe me, ask Hoo Hoo." "I don't believe you." Mimi didn't believe her brother's nonsense.
She shouted under the sofa, "Hoo Hoo, come out quickly.
The firecrackers have all been set off."
At this time, Hoo Hoo came out trembling, with tears in his eyes, looking so pitiful. He burrowed into Mimi's arms and started to hum.
Mimi was stunned. Hoo Hoo was actually scared and cried. "Ha, you little coward, you're actually crying." Pang Pang laughed, holding his belly. Meow Meow rolled his eyes at Pang Pang and said, "How dare you say that? Your pants are wet. Go change them."
Pang Pang looked down and saw that his crotch was a little wet. Only then did he remember that he couldn't help but pee a little when he set off the firecrackers just now. Anyway, he would never admit that he was scared to death.
Chapter 92. I am very happy. Ding dong. Ding dong.
The adults in the family were all busy, and Meme was alone in the living room.
Hearing the doorbell ring, Meow Meow went to open the door.
I saw a middle-aged couple with extraordinary temperament standing outside the door. The man was handsome and steady, and the woman was dignified and beautiful. What made Meme feel strange was that the man actually looked a bit like her father. The only difference is that he has a beard and my dad doesn't.
"Who are you looking for?" Mimi asked curiously.
Looking at Mimi, whose features resembled Yang Chen, the young couple was stunned for a moment, and then their eyes turned slightly red.
Father Yang smiled kindly. "Little friend, let's go find Yang Chen. Is there anything you want to talk to my dad about?" Mimi continued to ask, looking a little wary.
When Yang's mother heard this, her eyes suddenly became moist, and she excitedly held Yang's father's hand.
"It's Yang Chen's child. He already has a child." Yes, didn't you already know this before? Why are you so excited?"
Father Yang nodded, patted his wife's hand and soothed her. "Don't cry, it's New Year's Day, don't scare the child."
Yes.
Mother Yang quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped her eyes, then smiled kindly at Mimi. "Child, how old are you?"
"TSK, I won't tell you." Meow Meow turned her face away and refused to answer.
At this time, Yang Chen came down from the second floor, and saw his daughter standing by the door with it half open, so he asked,
"Mimi, who's outside?" "Dad." Mimi turned around and called out, "There's an uncle who looks a lot like you and a very beautiful aunt who are looking for you." "Looks like him?"
Yang Chen walked over doubtfully, and when he saw the couple in front of him, he was stunned.
The guy did look somewhat like him, but of course he was far less handsome than him.
However, judging from the facial features of the middle-aged man, he must have been very handsome when he was young.
Father Yang looked Yang Chen up and down and couldn't help but get excited. "Son, I am your father."
The man in front of him was his long-lost son,
Yang Chen.
Mother Yang could no longer suppress her inner excitement, tears welled up in her eyes, and she suppressed her sobs.
"Child, it's me, I'm your mother." "Grandpa and Grandma?" Mimi and Pang Pang, who came running over after hearing the noise, were both stunned.
Yang Chen's face was filled with black lines, and when he opened the door he saw a pair of parents. No one could accept this. But the pile of photos that the two of them took out afterwards made his eyes freeze.
These photos record his various postures when he was just born, some sleeping, some waving his hands, some smiling, very similar to Xiaoyer. No matter which photo it is, there is always a handsome man and a beautiful woman by his side, and the family is smiling warmly.
Yang Chen took a few quick steps, snatched the photo from the other party, checked it repeatedly for a long time, slowly exhaled, and after a while, he said,
"Come in."
He didn't ask why, because too many whys had already disappeared as he grew up. In the living room, Yang Chen poured a cup of hot tea for Yang's father and mother.
Mother Yang's emotions finally calmed down.
Looking at Yang Chen, who was sitting in front of her, her heart was filled with guilt.
Have some tea, Yang Chen said.
Okay. Father Yang picked up the teacup and took a sip, then sighed and said slowly, My child, your mother and I had no choice but to abandon you.
At that time, the family was in turmoil.
Your mother and I were forced into a desperate situation, so we placed you in an orphanage. Before leaving, your mother placed the family jade pendant in your swaddling clothes, hoping to come back to find you in the future.
Well, I know, I don't blame you, Yang Chen said lightly. Seeing Yang Chen's indifferent expression, Yang's father and mother felt as if their hearts were broken by a knife.
Yang's mother felt very sad. Her son, whom she had missed for more than 20 years, was now sitting in front of her, but he treated her like a stranger. This was all their fault. They shouldn't have abandoned Yang Chen back then. But if they hadn't done this back then, the three of them would not have survived. Those people from the other branch of the family who were hunting them down were cruel and ruthless, and would not show any mercy to the infant Yang Chen. She had to leave him at the door of the orphanage. When she thought of this, the guilt in her heart surged up again, and Yang's mother's eyes became moist again. Son, I'm sorry, it's all my fault.
What's past is past, Yang Chen sighed and said.
You gave me life, I am very grateful to you, and I don't blame you.
After all, you had no choice back then. Now I have my own family and I am very happy. Chapter 93. This name suits you very well. I know.
Mother Yang wiped the tears from her eyes. She knew that Yang Chen lived a happy life, and she was also glad that her son had a happy life. Don't cry, your son says he is living a happy life, why are you still crying?
Father Yang comforted him.
He felt both relieved and sad about his son's words. He was comforted by his son's optimism and strength, but he was sad because he knew his son had been through a lot, and when he was going through the pain of life, he did not have the company and support of him and his wife. This is the most painful thing for him as a father. After all, the child left him when he was still an infant.
I am very happy, said Yang's mother.
At this time, Mimi Fatty ran upstairs to find Ling Wei, opened the door and said excitedly, Mom, it's terrible, Grandpa and Grandma are here. Ling Wei and Yang Meng were coaxing two babies, and they were shocked when they heard this.
Grandpa and Grandma? Yang Chen's parents? Sister-in-law, leave the child to me, Yang Meng urged. Hurry up and get dressed, we'll go downstairs and take a look later.
Oh, okay. Ling Wei finally came to her senses and handed the baby to Yang Meng to dress up. The two little guys, Mimi and Fatty, couldn't wait to go downstairs. When they saw the two strangers in the living room, they happily walked towards Yang Chen.
Daddy! Fatty shyly hid in Yang Chen's arms.
Mimi sat beside Yang Chen and looked at the middle-aged couple in front of her curiously.
When the young couple saw Mim and Pang, their eyes were full of love.
Hey, granddaughter and grandson, come here quickly and let Grandpa take a good look at you.
Father Yang waved to the two little guys.
Mother Yang even stood up and said, Hey, come here, little darlings, let Grandma take a look at you.
Dad, are they grandparents? Fatty looked at Yang Chen and asked curiously. And Mimi also looked at Yang Chen.
Whether they are grandparents or not depends on the father's attitude.
Yeah. Yang Chen nodded and patted Meow Meow's chubby little head. Go say hello to Grandpa and Grandma. Upon hearing Yang Chen's answer, Yang's father and mother almost cried with joy.
This meant that Yang Chen had already acknowledged that they were his parents, and also acknowledged that they were the child's grandparents.
Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma.
The two little guys shouted separately.
Okay.
Mother Yang wiped the tears from her eyes and said, Come here, baby, let Grandma hug you. The two little guys looked at Yang Chen again. Yang Chen smiled. Go ahead, play with Grandpa and Grandma for a while. Mim was not shy and walked in front of the young couple, carrying the shy Pang.
Grandpa and Grandma. Meow Meow called out with a smile.
Then Pang also shouted along with his sister.
Oh, my baby.
Mother Yang quickly held Mim in her arms.
Come here, Grandpa's eldest grandson.
Father Yang held Pang in his arms, with a loving look on his face. Hey, little guy, you're quite heavy, your belly is so round. Grandpa, Fatty is the most greedy.
His stomach has never been flat. Meow Meow teased.
Sister, you're the worst.
Pang Pang pouted and said, Pang Pang is not greedy. Pang Pang needs to eat more because he is growing. Ha, so your name is Fatty. Father Yang rubbed Fatty's little head and said, this name suits you very well. What about you, baby? Mother Yang asked Mamie, what's your name? My name is Mimi. Mimi replied. These are all nicknames, right? Mother Yang asked the two little ones, what are your full names? My name is Yang Ying, and Pang Pang is Yang Jia. Meme responded. Yang Ying, Yang Jia, good names. Father Yang smiled, then patted his forehead as if realizing something. Oh, Grandpa almost forgot. Grandpa brought some toys for you. Then he picked up the phone and asked someone outside to bring in the toy. Wow, a truckload of toys stopped at the door in an instant, and the servants moved the toys box by box to the play area in the other hall. When the two little guys saw it, they excitedly ran to the play area to play. Just then, Ling Wei and Yang Meng came downstairs carrying their two babies. When Mr. and Mrs. Yang saw the two little babies, their eyes suddenly became moist. So similar, so similar. Mother Yang excitedly held Father Yang's hand. Those two babies look so much like Yang Chen when he was a child. Yeah. Father Yang patted his wife's hands and was so excited that he almost burst into tears. Seeing Ling Wei and the others coming over, Yang's father and mother quickly regained their composure. Husband, who are these two? Ling Wei asked Yang Chen. My parents. Yang Chen responded, and then introduced his parents. This is Ling Wei, my wife, and my sister Yang Meng, who grew up with me in an orphanage. Seeing Yang Chen calling Mom and Dad, Ling Wei smiled and shouted, Mom and Dad. Hey. Yang's father and mother took a look at Ling Wei and were very satisfied to see her beautiful and dignified appearance. Hello, uncle and aunt. Yang Meng also greeted them. Okay. Yang's father and mother responded with a smile. At this moment, Xiao Tang and Xiao Yu woke up. The two little guys stopped crying and started babbling with their little eyes wide open. Seeing the two little ones so cute, Yang's mother couldn't help but ask. Can I hug you? Father Yang also looked at the baby with longing on his face. Ling Wei looked at Yang Chen. Seeing Yang Chen nodded, she handed the little Tang in her arms to Mother Yang. Seeing this, Yang Mang also handed Xiao Yu to Yang's father's arms. After taking the child, the old couple's eyes became moist again. Their Yang Chen left them when he was so young. They look so alike. Mother Yang hugged little Tang, tears welling up in her eyes. Grandma's little baby looks so much like your dad when he was a kid. Yes. Father Yang held Xiao Yu in his arms, his eyes full of love. Baby, you look exactly like your dad when he was a kid. Chapter 94 My Chicken Leg. In the evening, the family sat together to have a reunion dinner in a happy atmosphere. At the dinner table, Mimi picked up a chicken leg for Mother Yang and said, Grandma, this is for you. Thank you, babe. Mother Yang immediately burst into laughter and picked up the chicken leg in the bowl and gave it back to Mime. Be good, baby, eat it. Grandma doesn't like chicken legs. Hee, okay then. Mimi smiled, picked up the chicken leg and started to bite it, looking very satisfied. Oh. My dad is cooking today, and the cola chicken legs are so delicious. Pang Pang took a look, then glanced at the chicken leg in his bowl, feeling reluctant to leave. But if you think about it carefully, Grandpa has bought him a lot of toys, so a chicken leg is nothing. Besides, Grandpa will definitely give the chicken leg back to him in a while. Then he put the chicken leg into Yang's father's bowl without hesitation. Grandpa, you eat it. Grandpa's precious grandson is so sensible. Father Yang felt very happy. Pang Pang had a smile on his face and thought that his grandfather would do the same as his grandmother and give the chicken leg back to him. However, Grandpa picked up the chicken leg and took a bite without hesitation. It smells good. Fatty was shocked. Omega. My chicken drumstick. Seeing that Fatty was staring at him, Father Yang was stunned. Huh? What's wrong, baby? At this moment, Pang Pang felt that he couldn't show that he was too sad, otherwise it would show that he was too stingy. No. It's okay, Grandpa, are the chicken legs delicious? Oh, it's delicious. The chicken legs given by my precious grandson are so fragrant. Grandpa hasn't eaten such fragrant chicken legs for a long time. Father Yang said happily. At this time, Fatty's inner thoughts. My chicken drumstick. At this time, Yang Chen brought out another plate of chicken legs. They were Fatty's favorite Orland's chicken legs. He placed them in front of him. This is a reward for you. Wow.
Fatty was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Daddy. As he said this, he picked up one in each hand and started eating it with relish.
Pang Pang was very happy at this moment. I never thought that sacrificing one chicken leg could get me thousands of chicken legs. Hee, it's such a good deal. After dinner, Father Yang and young Chen went into the study. On the table, a faint tea fragrance wafts from the teacup filled with tea. Father Yang took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Son, I actually hope you can return to the family and inherit our family business in the future." I'm not interested in that.
Yang Chen directly refused. I enjoy my peaceful life now, and I don't want anything else to disrupt this peace. A trace of loneliness flashed across Father Yang's eyes, but after thinking carefully about his son's unwillingness to inherit, he still had 2 grandsons, so he was not afraid of no one to carry on the family line. Then he smiled with relief and said, "Okay, son, Dad respects your wishes."
On the other side, Yang's mother pulled Ling Wei into the room and handed the royal blue box to Ling Wei. Looking at the exquisite royal blue box, Ling Wei was confused. "Mom, what is this?" "Open it and take a look."
Ling Wei opened the box and was stunned. Inside was a sapphire and diamond necklace. The sapphire was as big as a pigeon egg, and there were more than a dozen large diamonds around it.
The small diamonds on the necklace were probably 1 carat each.
Yang Chen had given Ling Wei many diamond necklaces, and she also had many beautiful jewelry, but this was the first time she had seen such a luxurious and stunning sapphire necklace.
"Do you like it?" Mother Yang smiled and said, "This is for you."
This is too precious."
Ling Wei quickly handed the necklace back to Yang's mother. "Silly child."
Mother Yang took out the necklace and walked behind Ling Wei to help her put it on.
"This necklace was given to me by Yang Chen's grandmother.
Since you are Yang Chen's wife, I naturally have to give it to you." Mother Yang pushed Ling Wei in front of the mirror and said, "Look, how beautiful you are." At this time, Ling Wei happened to be wearing a blue long dress, and after putting on the sapphire necklace, her dignity and elegance were further highlighted. Looking at Ling Wei in front of the mirror, Mother Yang couldn't help but praise her. "She's really beautiful, just like me when I was young."
Yang Chen's vision is as sharp as his father's. He really knows how to choose a wife.
Ling Wei was a little amused and helpless after hearing this. Her mother-in-law was really interesting. While praising her, she not only praised herself, but also praised the whole family.
"Thank you, Mom." Ling Wei was no longer pretentious at this time and accepted the necklace. After all, this necklace not only represents her mother-in-law's recognition of her, but also represents her identity as Yang Chen's wife.
Yang's father and mother decided to live here for a while. The old couple takes care of the children, walks the dog with their grandchildren, and rides horses every day.
They are simply having a great time.
With more people taking care of the kids at home, Yang Chen and Ling Wei had more time to themselves.
Life is as peaceful and sweet as ever.
Early in the morning, Ling Wei woke up and had just finished washing up when a group of people rushed into the room. They were all women, holding various boxes in their hands. Before Ling Wei could react, she was pushed to sit in front of the dressing table and then someone started to put makeup on her.
"What are you doing?"
Ling Wei was a little confused.
"Ma'am, we are putting makeup on you."
The makeup woman replied truthfully.
I mean.
"Madam, please don't talk, it will affect your makeup." "Don't worry, everything is arranged by your husband." When Ling Wei heard this, she felt relieved immediately.
She was a little confused. Was Yang Chen going to take her to some important dinner?
Otherwise, why would it be so grand?
"Madam, your skin is so good."
"I have done makeup for so many people, but I have never seen skin as tender as yours, as tender as a baby's skin."
"It is so soft."
The makeup artist praised.
"Ha, thank you,"
Ling Wei said with a smile. In fact, this was all thanks to Yang Chen, who asked her to apply that beauty mask every day. She looked down on it at first, but was shocked after using it.
"The effect is really good. Now her skin is as smooth as a peeled egg. It is no exaggeration to say that it is baby skin."
Ling Wei is beautiful without makeup, and she is even more beautiful after putting on makeup, with an ethereal beauty.
The people around couldn't help but stare in amazement. "Ma'am, you are so beautiful." "Thank you."
Ling Wei smiled and looked at herself in the mirror. She was truly amazed. She hasn't worn makeup for a long time since she gave birth to her baby. Even if she did, she just simply put on lipstick. "I didn't expect that I look so much better with makeup now than before."
Next, it's the hairstylist's turn.
After the hairstylist's work, Ling Wei looked refreshed and showed even more charm. She looked even more beautiful and dignified at this moment. Then someone started to ask her to wear jewelry. Ling Wei was confused the entire time, not knowing what Yang Chen was going to do. "Ma'am, please follow me." A woman took Ling Wei to the next room. When the door was opened, a gorgeous and noble wedding dress appeared in front of Ling Wei. The rice-like diamonds inlaid on the wedding dress reflect brilliant light under the sunlight. When she saw this wedding dress, Ling Wei's eyes became wet. She finally understood. Chapter 95, She must have saved the galaxy in her previous life finale. After putting on her wedding dress, Ling Wei stunned everyone present. So beautiful, just like a princess in a fairy tale. Looking at herself in the mirror, Ling Wei was a little bit unbelievable. Is this really herself? Some people say that a happy marriage makes a woman more beautiful. Ling Wei used to think that this was just a lie to fool those ignorant young girls who yearn for marriage, but now she believes it. But what was puzzling to Ling Wei was that she was fully dressed, but no one brought her wedding shoes, and she was still barefoot at this moment. The servant opened the door for her and smiled at her. "Madam, the master is waiting for you outside, please go out first." "But I haven't put on my shoes yet." Ling Wei was a little confused. "You'll find out when you get out." Ling Wei walked out in her wedding dress, and saw Yang Chen standing at the middle of the stairs in a beige suit. His stern face, which seemed to be carefully carved, froze the moment he saw Ling Wei. Then he smiled, gently and confidently, and looked at Ling Wei, his deep eyes full of tenderness and love. He is already tall and slender, and in the well-fitting beige suit he looks even more noble and elegant. Ling Wei was stunned. Her Yang Chen was so handsome. Yang Chen walked towards her, the tenderness in his eyes turned into audible admiration. "So beautiful." Ling Wei blushed slightly. "You too, husband, you look so handsome today." Yang Chen smiled, and then snapped his fingers. The butler came out from the side and brought a pair of crystal-clear crystal shoes to Yang Chen. The moment she saw the crystal shoes, Ling Wei covered her mouth in surprise. Crystal shoes have always been her childhood dream. When she was little, she always fantasized about wearing crystal shoes and becoming a beautiful bride. Even when she grew up, she still dreamed of wearing crystal shoes and entering the marriage hall one day. She had never told Yang Chen about this. But how did he know? Yang Chen knelt on one knee and helped Ling Wei put on her crystal shoes one by one. Then he held her feet, lowered his head and gently kissed the back of her feet, then raised his head and said, "Ling Wei, will you accompany me for the rest of my life?" Ling Wei's eyes were already wet at this time, and she nodded quickly. "Okay." Yang Chen stood up and said with a faint smile, "Don't cry, or your makeup will be ruined." "Yeah." Ling Wei smiled and nodded. She can't cry, she wants to be the most beautiful bride today. Yang Chen stretched out his arm, Ling Wei took his hand, and the two of them walked down the stairs together. Suddenly, a piece of music was heard in the villa. It was the wedding march. "Yang Chen." Ling Wei called him. What's the matter? How did you know I wanted the glass slippers?" Yang Chen smiled. "You told me when you were asleep." Ling Wei was suddenly embarrassed. She was talking in her sleep? The door was opened, and outside were all Yang Chen's relatives and friends. The moment Yang Chen and Ling Wei walked out, everyone's eyes were instantly focused on them. Everyone was stunned. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful and dignified. The two of them standing together looked like a pair of immortal lovers. The two little guys, Mimi and Fat Pang, were dressed like flower girls, holding flower baskets in their hands. They even forgot to scatter the flowers, and couldn't help but spray rainbow farts. "Wow, Mommy, you're so beautiful, are you a runaway princess from Disney?" "Wow, Dad, you're so handsome." "Well, you're the only one worthy of a beautiful mom like me." Ling Wei laughed out loud, her smile was truly captivating. Everyone present was stunned, even Yang Chen's heart was still pounding. "Mimi Pang Pang, come and scatter the flowers." Yang Meng reminded. "Oh, scatter the flowers." Mimi suddenly came to her senses and urged the fat ball next to her, "Hurry up, fat ball, scatter the flowers." The two little guys followed Yang Chen and Ling Wei, happily scattering flowers. The outside of the villa was decorated as a wedding venue, and what surprised Ling Wei was that it was surrounded by a sea of flowers. They were all her favorite roses. "This flower?" Ling Wei was about to ask. Yang Chen then said, "I planted it last night, do you like it?" "Yeah." Ling Wei nodded excitedly. How could she not like it? She liked it so much. She looked at Yang Chen, this taciturn man who had been using his heartbeat to prove his love for her. In her previous life, she must have saved the galaxy. At this moment, the two were surrounded by a sea of flowers. The breeze is blowing, carrying the scent of roses. Ling Wei looked around but didn't see the two babies, so she couldn't help asking.
Where are little Tang Tang and little fish? Don't worry, my parents are with me. Yang Chen replied.
Fatty at the side heard it and said with a grin, hee hee, Mom, my brother and sister are going to prepare a surprise.
Surprise?
This made Ling Wei look forward to it. The two men came to the pastor hand in hand, and the guests took their seats to witness the pastor's next announcement.
Today, Yang Chen and Ling Wei will solemnly declare their commitment to each other's love and trust.
Yang Chen and Ling Wei, please declare your wish to get married to everyone present.
Yang Chen, are you willing to marry Ling Wei as your wife? No matter good or bad times, rich or poor, you will love her without reservation and be loyal to her forever? Yang Chen looked at Ling Wei, his eyes full of tenderness. He said affectionately, I am willing. She is the only one in my life.
Tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes, and Ling Wei could no longer hold them back. Yang Chen gently wiped away her tear with his fingertips, and said softly, Don't cry.
Yeah.
Ling Wei nodded, replacing her inner touch and joy with a smile. Seeing this, the pastor continued. Ling Wei, are you willing to marry Yang Chen as his wife?
I do. Before the pastor finished speaking, Ling Wei couldn't help but declare loudly. She looked at Yang Chen, affectionately.
I'm willing to do so, Yang Chen, I love you. After saying that, Ling Wei lifted her veil and kissed Yang Chen. The pastor was a little confused. Bride, we haven't exchanged rings yet.
The two little guys next to them couldn't help laughing. Haha, mommy is too impatient. Hee hee, I guess it's because dad is so handsome that I can't help myself. After the kiss, Yang Chen laughed a little, and whispered in her ear, Don't be so anxious, I can let you do whatever you want tonight. Ling Wei blushed and said coquettishly, Hateful, I'm not.
Just then, a toy car slowly drove towards them from behind, with Xiao Tang Tang and Xiao Yu Yu sitting in the car.
As soon as he appeared, everyone present couldn't help laughing.
The two little ones are so adorable, dressed as flower girls, looking cute and adorable. They waved their little hands at their parents and babbled.
Ha, mommy's little baby. Ling Wei waved to the two babies happily.
When she saw the small boxes tightly held in their hands, she realized that the two little darlings were there to be ring bearers to give them rings.
The car stopped in front of the two men.
The two little babies held the ring box and babbled to their parents, as if saying, Daddy and Mommy, this is for you. Yang Chen squatted down and took the ring boxes from the two people, then rubbed the two babies' heads. Thank you, baby.
Then, the two babies were taken down by their grandparents and left happily.
Bride and groom, start exchanging rings, said the pastor. Yang Chen put on Ling Wei's wedding ring, and then kissed her forehead. My wife, I love you too. Ling Wei was stunned for a moment, smiled happily, and then put on the wedding ring that belonged to the man she loved most. On the wedding night, the hibiscus tent was warm and warm.
Yang Chen's fighting power is still amazing.
It was almost dawn. Ling Wei was so tired that she had no strength left and fell into a deep sleep. Yang Chen was not sleepy yet, so he summoned the system to start the lottery.
After the lottery was completed, the system exclaimed,
Congratulations to the host, you actually won the super grand prize.
This prize is absolutely amazing, not useless at all. When Yang Chen heard this, he immediately became interested. What prize? The system chuckled, Big. Conclusion.